I grew up in a period house with a poltergeist who loved babies. A long overdue requested update. I don't actually remember any of this, to be clear, because I was a baby, but I've been in the house several times since, and my parents and others have told the story so many times that I may as well have experienced it. Basically, I grew up in a late 18th century townhouse, part of it anyway. The building itself was a doctor's surgery or GP's office, and it was a family home that had been around for generations. My parents rented the top 2 floors and part of the ground floor. If there were rumors before they moved in, they certainly hadn't heard them, and for the most part the house was okay. Things really only amped up when I was born. It was an old house. The furniture was all antique. There were portraits on the walls, antique silverware in the basement. There were just 3 bedrooms despite its size, and the master bedroom was enormous with high Georgian ceilings and clearly old wallpaper and molding. It was a beautiful room and they tried to stay in it. But after the first night, it became apparent that it wasn't going to be possible. It was freezing, for one thing. And even with the heating on and the fire lit in the room, it was just unbearably cold. Not great for a newborn. So they moved to the back bedroom instead. But the master continued to give them the creeps and they sealed it up, somewhat unsuccessfully. If you closed the door, it popped open again. If you closed the door and locked it, then it would be open again by the next morning. Always the same amount, just about 3 inches. Only a crack, really. If you closed the door, locked it, and piled furniture in front of it, then the banging from inside would keep the baby, which was me, awake all night. They convinced themselves that the banging was the result of birds nesting in the chimney rather than something more insidious. But at least it always stopped if you opened the door again. Keep in mind that this is a large, heavy oak Georgian door with an antique handle that has to be turned to open. They decided that based on the cold of the room, it was clearly a draft which was opening the door. Closed it every time they went past, just to feel proactive, and moved on with their lives. Then I reached the age where I moved out of my parents' room and into my own room next door with a baby monitor on at all times to make sure all was well. And it was, except for the other voices that came through it. Whenever I was put to bed by the time they came downstairs, they'd hear me babbling away on the baby monitor, and slightly more troublingly, a deeper adult voice babbling back. They checked, of course, and whenever they'd open the door, I'd be laughing and reaching for something above me, but promptly stop and look at them. Pretty soon they realized there was basically nothing they could do, so they just ignored the babbling and kept an ear open for anything more worrying. My mother tried to convince herself that it was probably interference with another baby monitor on the street. The noises sure did freak everybody else out a bit, though. My uncle once babysat me when he was just 14, and my parents returned home to find him sat on the front step, shivering and clutching the baby monitor. Me babbling away, cackling through the speaker. Good to know his policy was to abandon me to the ghosts, but it was fine. They didn't ask him back, and he told me years later that there was no money they could have ever offered him to make him come back anyway. Sometimes, when they themselves went to bed, they would get a little bit rowdier. There was an outhouse down the back of the yard, and sometimes at night the light would flick on down there. Not willing to take the risk that could be rowdy teenagers or burglars, my dad would invariably haul himself out of bed and go check it out. And invariably, as soon as he left the building, the clattering and banging in various rooms would start. I don't know why it wanted my dad out of the house to do so, but my mother, who was pretty much used to the house by now, would just roll her eyes and wait for him to come back. One morning they were awoken by a banging so loud from the attic that objects on the bedside locker were vibrating. My mom was certain that the roof was going to cave in, so my dad jumped up, grabbed a flashlight, and went to go check it out. He came down 10 minutes later when the banging came to an end, and told my mother that a bird had gotten in through a loose slate, and he managed to get it out. Years later, after they left, he admitted that there was no bird. He just stood up there, terrified, sounded by knocking and banging that almost was deafening. Then all of a sudden it just stopped. Things really ramped up when my parents decided to go looking for a new place to live. Tired of renting, they decided to start saving for a deposit, which was perfect because a woman connected to the house by family ties was really keen to move in and was just about to get married. To her, this big old house was a dream first home. And one day my dad came back from work to find the whole stairs and walls covered in what he assumed was honey. Annoyed, he blamed the babysitter and asked her not to put honey on my pacifier in case she rotted my teeth. She denied ever putting any honey on her, and my dad let it slide, but the walls and stairs were sticky for weeks despite frequent cleaning. The banging got worse, too. More birds in the attic, he assured my mother. Sorry guys, it is raining like crazy over here, but I'm going to continue on. The lady who was due to move in after we left started sending painters in, and she was dead set on making the Grand Master bedroom into her own room. The painters came 3 times. The first time they painted the walls and ceiling, left it to dry, and when they came back the next day, not only was the paint still wet, it was sloughing off the walls in places like an ill-fitting skin. So they shrugged. It was a cold room, and they scraped the paint off to start again. They opened the windows for air. That room always smelled like turned earth, my dad says, because of the damp and the cold. They lit a fire in the grate and tried again. Next day they returned, same thing. Paint just refusing to stick to the walls. They were annoyed this time, starting the same job once again. But by the time lunchtime came, they popped their heads into the kitchen, told my mom they'd be back later, and took off unusually quickly. They never came back. They left their paint brushes and painter's cloths, even though they were leaving their radio behind, I guess, too. Dad met them a few days later and asked if they were going to come back to pick them up, and they waved him off. Don't worry about it. Another painter can take the job. Dad said he asked them if they had seen something, and they went quiet for a second before laughing nervously and heading off in the van. Eventually, we moved out and left the house behind. My dad once met the previous tenants in a restaurant, and they sheepishly asked how he had liked the house, admitting that they could never even walk past the house anymore. My parents didn't mind it much, but when I asked them if they'd go, they just hesitated. The tenant after us was my dentist growing up, and at one appointment she gently asked my mother if she had ever seen anything weird, to which my mother laughed and asked what she had seen. The dentist was the owner's sister, and she told my mom that she had just lasted 3 months before she left in the night one day, with her and her new husband, and handed the keys back to her brother. There was never another tenant. Furthermore, the upper floors have been boarded up and the stairs removed. Nobody, my dentist said, will go upstairs in that house again. The weirdest incident happened after we left, but as none of the 3 of us were there, we always opted to take it with a pinch of salt. The way she told it to my mother, weird things were happening for weeks after they moved. But like my parents, they pretended it wasn't going on. One day they could hear trickling water even though there was no rain outside. Obviously, in an old house, this is less than ideal, so they started looking for the source. Their search led them to the basement. The basement always scared my dad, a lifelong skeptic more than any other area of the house, and they didn't tend to go down there. Pretty much ever, so that was fine. It was larger than the footprint of the actual house and contained a vaulted ceiling kitchen and laundry as well as servants' quarters and rooms piled high with antiques. At best guess, it's older than the house itself by at least a century and belongs to an earlier building on the site. Anyway, when they opened the door to the basement, they were met with the sight of water running down the back wall, as if the ceiling had split and was allowing a river to run through the house. Obviously, they panicked, called a plumber immediately, and waited for him to arrive. When he did, they brought him down, and had been down for half an hour by now. The three of them stood at the foot of the stairs, and when they opened the door, 6 inches of water stayed standing. According to the dentist, anyway. At least 3 to 4 seconds, just enough for it to look totally wrong, but not long enough for anybody to say anything before it rushed over their feet. Flooding like this required the fire department to vacuum it out, so they ran upstairs. Feet sopping wet, calling for help. When the fire department arrived, they just dreaded finding out how much water had built up by now, with everything in the room being so valuable. Opened the door, nothing. The room was dry. There was no water. There was a layer of dust over everything that had just always been there. The dentist thought she was going mad, apparently. The fire department weren't especially impressed with being called out on a joke. Obviously, as my parents never saw anything like this, so they're just not sure what to make of it. But you never know. Details about the history of that part of town could well point to something that was weird that was happening. Whatever was in that house was clearly a poltergeist, but at the same point, it didn't exactly seem to mean any of us any particular harm. It just liked babies. Got the house all to itself now. And just the doctor's surgery operating on the ground floor. I hope it's much happier now. A haunted marijuana farm. You may have guessed, but this took place in Colorado. The farm itself was way off the beaten path, which was perfect for growing a crop. People liked to steal, and it made it interesting for the only security guard there at night. It was apparently used to grow beans throughout the 1900s before some bright-eyed entrepreneurs bought it to get a foot in the cannabis business. It's completely surrounded by woods on all sides. Upon entering the complex, you're met with several old farmhouses. Only one was used for offices, while the other 2 were just storage. This was called the admin area, and it's on the north end of the property. To the east, west, and south, you have 3 growing fields, all approximately 100 acres. Just past the admin area, you have several greenhouses encompassed by a fence and a large garage attached to it. And that was used to be a greenhouse, but now holds supplies. Across the lot from that, another garage for farm equipment. So a very large area for one lone security guard. Now this was a brand new contract, so I had no one to show me around, and I was basically tasked with creating security procedures for the other guards to follow. To that end, I was working 7 days a week, 4 p.m. to 6 a.m., until I had everything ironed out. My first day, I do a walk through the place with my boss and the farm owner that is then left, pretty much leaving me on my own rather to figure it out. Thankfully, I did have a decent little office in the admin building, and they even had an 8-channel security system set up. So weeks go by, nothing weird has happened. Not even an off feeling. If anything, it was beyond peaceful. I figured out a good security routine and made a policy out of it for the new guards to follow. After that, life was easy. Do my checks, read Fanatic, watch YouTube, glance at cameras, repeat. I was doing just that at about 2 a.m. when I see a black mass jump over the greenhouse fence. I bolt up, lock my office, and run down there, weapon drawn. Now that may seem like a dramatic response, but I should be the only person for literally miles around. The main road is the only way by vehicle, and it's gated. Plus, the gate is right next to my office. so I would have heard or seen someone approach by vehicle. The foot traffic at that hour and in that location, well, it's probably not the mailman. I get to the greenhouse area gate and quietly let myself in. I start checking greenhouses one by one. After about 20 minutes, I find absolutely nothing. I find the camera in question and looked around the area but found nothing out of place. I end up doing my entire security check early just to be sure and then head back to the office. I plan to review the footage because the fence is 8 feet tall with an additional foot of barbed wire across the top. That in itself freaks me out because I've been outside for over an hour before I realize the only thing that can clear that jump is a mountain lion. So I hustled back to my office. But my monitor is black. No signal found. The hard drive in the brand new DVR is fried. At this point, it's weird, but not necessarily paranormal. A few days go by. We get the hard drive replaced. All is well. It's probably around midnight, and I'm doing my checks by the backside of the greenhouse area, when out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream, and it's damn close. My body goes cold. This very well could be the big cat I suspected from a few nights earlier. I find the nearest gate and let myself into the greenhouse area. Better in there than out in the open. But then I hear crying, unmistakably female, diaphragm shaking, snot slinging, weeping. That's not a cat. I almost wish it was, but I have to look. It's my job. Now behind the greenhouse area, there's a dirt road in front of the center field that circles all the way around it. This road connects to the perimeter road for the 2 side fields. Think of 3 big circles arranged in a loose shape of a triangle with the greenhouses in the middle. Well, this crying sounded like it was coming from that center road. I start to approach very slowly, and I can still hear it as clear as day. It's getting louder and louder the closer I get. It's almost nightmarish, until it just stops. So I stopped. I stayed there completely still for quite a long time. But there was nothing. People don't just stop sobbing. There's at least a sniffling, maybe that hiccup when you try to catch your breath. But it just went from wailing to nothing in one beat. After that, I always felt uncomfortable toward that back field. I heard the scream several more times after that, always around midnight, and always from that same area, but never went to investigate after my initial experience. By this time, harvesting has come. It's come and it's gone, and the fields are bare. I'm still needed, however, because they used the greenhouses throughout the winter, and as the seasons changed, so did my responsibilities. Rather than patrolling the fields, my focus was the greenhouses. Not just for theft, but also ensuring that the heaters continued to work throughout the cold nights. To this end, I took to parking my Jeep next to the greenhouse area so I didn't have to make a long trek through the snow from the security office to the greenhouses. I could see everything I needed from my driver's seat, and my Jeep heater was infinitely better than the little space heater in my office. I had a routine: start the Jeep, get it nice and hot, then turn it off. I kept my windows cracked because security work at night is 50% listening for weird shit. I didn't have to listen hard. A loud bang immediately removed any drowsiness I may have had. Something just hit my vehicle. I don't get out immediately. I took a good look around, listening for footsteps and checking my mirrors frantically, but there's nothing. Then it happens again, bang, on the roof of my Jeep, and dirt tumbles down my windshield. Someone's throwing dirt clumps at me? I call my supervisor and explain what's going on. She says she's on her way and she'll be there in about a half an hour. She's working at another farm not too far away. I reached to the passenger seat and grabbed my spotlight. The big kind of spotlight, 1,000 lumens, allowed me to see the back of every field. The kinds of spotlights that'll land you in jail if you shine it at a plane. I hop out of my Jeep and climb onto the roof. It It had to have come from the back field. I began panning back and forth with my handheld beam of daylight. I don't immediately see anybody, so I start with the verbal commands. Come out! You're trespassing! Announce yourself! I'm authorized to use lethal force! Yada yada. No response. I stay posted up until my supervisor arrives. We decided to walk the perimeter of all 3 fields and found absolutely nothing. By this time, it's almost 3 a.m. and we're back at my Jeep talking and smoking. Then a whistle. Like that playful 2-tone whistle that says, I'm over here. My supervisor just gave me this look like, seriously? I told her that's the kind of thing I deal with at this place. She stuck around for the rest of the shift, but nothing else happened. It stayed quiet until Christmas Day, when I picked up a shift for that sweet holiday pay. I also opted to stay in the office for the sake of my Jeep. That's when the music started. Long, flowing classical music that you might hear playing quietly at a fancy party. I listened, then stood up and listened some more, walked to the doorway of the security office and stopped to listen again. It's still there. I stepped out and it stops. I pause to dead silence. I step back into my office and I can hear it again. I poke my head out and it stops. I lean back in and it starts again. It was almost cartoonish. It went on for quite a while and gradually faded away. There's nothing in that old building that plays music, no radio, PA systems, and no one had forgotten a cell phone. It wasn't my phone, as I had actually tried to record it, but picked up nothing but white noise. I walked outside in the off chance that it was coming from miles away, but yet again nothing, and I only ever heard that music on Christmas Day. After that, I'd actually gotten permission to bring my husky to work, and he loved the farm, especially in the snow. But some nights he wouldn't leave my side. He would actually growl at things I had no perception of. Which is strange if you own a husky. The strangest thing about that place was that you could tell if it was going to be a normal night or not when you got there. Some days the atmosphere was just different. A lot of other things happened there, but those were the big ones. If I get decent response on here, I may share a few more stories from my time in the Marines, or during my time as a cop. I implore you to do so, sir. Owls everywhere. I spent a large portion of my time in the forest, and being from a small town in the mountains with nothing else ever going on, always have. Not to mention it was always an escape from the chaotic home life growing up in the train wreck that was most of my 20s. I would hike up the 20 miles or so some days, being able to just walk down the road to the edge of town and into the woods where sometimes I'd even be out well into the night before returning. A cold spring evening in 2020 was one of those nights which I still think of often. On the particular day, I had hiked farther and into a newer area of the mountain that I'd never been to prior. As it grew dark, I decided to stay out and keep exploring, reaching into my backpack, grabbing my headlamp. Sometime later, slightly after midnight, I'd say I was walking pretty grown to the trail when, up ahead in the middle of the path, my headlight caught a shiny orangish-red glimmer, reflecting back in the light. At first, I didn't think anything of it, as it was probably just glass or something somebody had dropped on the path. But as I approached, I noticed that there was actually 2 orange dots, until stopping probably just 5 feet away, could clearly see it was not glass, but a small brown owl. I froze, not wanting to spook it, but also wondering why it was flying away. It just sat there staring at me, moving its head side to side in that fluent owl motion. Not sure how long this whole exchange lasted, but eventually the owl just turned calmly, then flew away. I continued on deeper down this trail, thinking about how cool and lucky I was to have that rare kind of face-to-face with an owl like that. The wind started to pick up, and I could tell I was getting closer to the side of the mountain. I also started to see flashes of light like orbs, first just in the corner of my peripherals, but then more direct. Red and yellow, then stream by quickly up the trees. I figured it just to be an eye shine again, maybe from another owl, or even the flying squirrels, which are nocturnal and common in my area. That was until, ahead in the darkness and coming towards me, were two large yellow orb-shaped lights. These were on my height level and moving side to side in a swaying motion, I remember. Instantly, I interpreted this as flashlights, and that perhaps I'd wandered onto somebody's private property or something. I'll add now to these lights were more of a glow and not a beam projected out like a flashlight. I instinctively just turned and ran, not wanting to deal with any bullshit or get in trouble. I shut off my headlamp once I got down to this other, more defined trail, and I kept on without much problem, as it was just about a full moon and quite bright. I continued on down the hill until my foot clipped a big tree root, sticking up in the path and sent me tumbling. I sat up and looked back to see if I saw any lights following me, and after a minute, flicked back on my headlamp to see where I was at. The trees were now much larger, older growth, with less brush in between them. Then, as I looked up, my heart stopped in disbelief of what I was seeing. The light from my lamp shone into the old trees, revealing owls. Dozens and dozens of owls amongst the branches and in the hollows. Their eyes are reflecting back fiery red at me. Every which way I turned, owls perched on the trees, more silently flying in to join, all looking at me. This is where things get strange. The last thing I clearly remember was just in addition to the insanity and disbelief, a strengthening sense of unease and almost doom, I'd like to say. From that point on, my memory becomes patchy. I just entered this weird, foggy, almost dreamlike state. I vaguely recall walking through the thick rhododendron bushes and climbing on rocks well off any path in the middle of the woods. I was slow and sluggish, without really thinking of processing what I was doing, just like on autopilot. This lasted through the remainder of the night, and as the sky shifted to a slowly brightening dark bluish purple, I kinda snapped back. Not entirely everything felt heavy. I remember, and I decided I just was going to start on my way back, but not thinking anything of the strange things that had just occurred, causing me to lose several hours, and the remainder of the night. Walking back, I fell into that mindless, foggy autopilot-like state again. I'd be following the old railroad bed which trenched miles for a good portion of the way back, but would randomly walk off into the woods, through thorns and over trees and other debris. I was walking through one particular spot where a spring divided and cut through, making little islands you'd have to hop onto over the water. At one point I stopped. Looking up ahead higher up on the bank, I see a man standing there facing me. He was dressed in what I can remember looking to be that of an older style, like turn of the century, specifically a long ratty brown overcoat and a larger bowler cap, which also cast a shadow over the face, leaving no details there to be seen. Instantly, the man lunged towards me, sprinting at full speed, but completely unaffected by all the thorns and bushes and huge downed trees and flowing streams between us. It was like they weren't even there. I could also feel the ground shaking and the heavy thump of his feet slamming the ground with force. Still in that fog dream state, I just stood there watching him approach, feeling absolutely nothing. I was completely numb. I didn't care at all. The man then crashed right into me, through me. I didn't flinch or anything, but I also wasn't affected physically by this either. The man literally ran through me and was gone. I continued on the rest of my way home, still absent-minded and still detouring from time to time to waddle through brush and bushes for no apparent reason. Finally, I made it home. It was still morning and the dark are out now, but with a light snow falling. I opened my front door through the backpack and slumped onto the couch, exhausted. Then I noticed something strange on the coat rack by the front door. It only took a moment to get the full picture of what it was, and again, it had kind of an emotional effect on me. I believe, rather, what he's writing is, it had no emotional effect on me. Hanging on the coat rack was the man from earlier, although this time it was only a torso and a head. He hung by the back of his overcoat, which was ratty and torn, and his head with two oversized black pits where his eyes would be, and his jaw slacked, dropping heavy to the side, almost like it was disconnected and hanging in place by pale bluish skin. As I stated before, this garnered no reaction from me. I did turn my head away a few times, rubbing my eyes, then looking back where the man still hung. I sat there and then staring at him as he faced me. His absence of eyes made it hard to know if he was staring back. Then slowly I drifted off to sleep in the presence of this corpse hanging across from me, without a care in the world. For a week after all this happened, I saw owls and everything. Spots in the walls would form into owls. The letters on license plates and pictures, TV, wherever I'd see owls, they were forming out of random things or just there in general. Cops chasing shadows in the old courthouse. I was at a loss with what to do with my life after getting out of the Marines. I took quite a bit of time off from being a responsible adult in an attempt to decompress from 6 years of intense structure. Shortly thereafter, I realized I couldn't function properly without that structure. Just like that, Facebook targeted me with a life advertisement. Like it had read my thoughts. My small town city police department is looking for a full-time patrol officer. Makes sense. It's the closest I'll ever get to the fulfillment of serving one's country, serving my community instead. Being a cop would give me the structure and order I needed. I could even help people on a more personal level, more than I ever felt I did as a Marine. It just made sense, so that's what I did. Interviews, background checks, drug tests in the academy, and then I was in. Sort of. I may have been a sergeant of Marines, but a few medals to display in an oak shadow box, but now I'm just a rookie. As such, I have to ride with the field training officer. I may have graduated the academy, but that's only the basics. Boot camp, so to speak. Now I'm partnered to a veteran cop with 15 plus years on the force. Officer, I'll call him D for privacy, was easily respected. Firm but fair. By the book, and seemed to know everything about anything. I couldn't have found a better training officer. He recognized that I had, what it was exactly that I'd done in life up until that point and respected me for it. Treated me like an adult. Couldn't ask for more, so the months went by. We responded to car accidents, domestic calls, disputes of all kinds, and even a few funny, in my opinion, calls. Like a lady hitting her husband over the head with a ladle because he said her chili was bad. A story for another time, perhaps. So, we worked the night shift. Less chaotic for a new guy, I suppose. Part of our duties was checking up on the local government buildings throughout the night. I may have mentioned it was a smaller town, but we had recently had a new courthouse and jail built. The old courthouse was repurposed into a lot of smaller offices, DMV, water board, county clerk, registrar of property deeds. The attached old jail was for the most part simply abandoned. The old jail is connected to the old courthouse by a third-story sky bridge. I guess the idea was if you were sentenced to jail time, you could march right into that jail. It was a quiet night, and on one particular shift, Officer D suggests that we should knock out our nightly checks before things inevitably get not so quiet. It's about midnight, so we cruise over to the old courthouse to get started. We pull right up to the main entrance, and I get out and approach the doors like I'd done for months already. Just a quick tug to make sure it's secure, but the door swings open. From the cruiser, I hear the straight-laced Officer D simply state, "Fuck." My eloquent response is, "Why fuck?" See, the courthouse, old or new, is the sheriff's department's domain. When it's found unlocked in the middle of the night, it means getting the sheriff out of bed. So that's what we did, and Sheriff J did not disappoint. This man showed up wearing pajama pants and a gun. He called a few sheriff's deputies in the area to assist because we now have to go into this large 3-story building and search the entire thing to ensure nobody's wandered in. Eerie does not even begin to describe it. You know what I mean if you've ever been inside of a mall or a school well beyond after hours. A place normally bustling with activity being so still and so quiet is disconcerting. But nevertheless, we had a job to do. So myself, Officer D, 2 sheriff's deputies, and our pajama-clad sheriff began to sweep the first floor of the building. One thing I did notice is that the place had those motion-activated hallway lights that click on one by one as you progress further in. Other than that little observation, it was routine. On the second floor, more offices. Some I knew, some I didn't. No sign of anyone or anything out of place. We've more or less split up at this point to cover more ground a little quicker. It's clear that Sheriff J would like to go back to sleep. I turned a corner and I met with a long, dark hallway. No office doors in sight, just a single door at the end, with a sign identifying it as a stairwell. On the right side of the hall were many large windows overlooking the parking lot. I began the trek to the stairwell, glancing out the windows down at our cruisers, then up to the 3rd floor. I met with the same hallway as the floor below, windows now on my left as I moved towards the main hall. This is where all the old courtrooms are. Going into the first courtroom, I was met with a once majestic and dignified room reduced to an oversized and disorganized filing cabinet. Manila folders stacked high as far as the eye could see. It was a hoarder's dream and downright perilous to walk through. I wanted to check out the old sky bridge, but it was sealed up tight. Oh well, I search the room as best as I can and I find nothing. So I stumble out of that life-sized game of bureaucratic Jenga and move on. But it looks like the other guys already finished up the other 2 courtrooms and were waiting for me. We came up empty-handed. Well, that was the best-case scenario. So we head back down to the 1st floor and leave out the main entrance. Sheriff J securing the doors behind us. We congregate by the cruisers and we were swapping stories about what each of us saw. It's not every day that you get to explore an old courthouse at night, after all. The minutes tick by and the building is long since gone dark. The lights turning off with the lack of motion to activate them. Until one did. On the 3rd floor, and another in succession, as if someone was walking the hallway as I just had, not 15 minutes before. 5 law enforcement officers stood stock still watching this happen until the entire hall was illuminated once more. Then, as the last light activated, a dark figure peered around the edge of the window and then leaned back out of sight. A moment of hesitation from everyone present before Sheriff J charged the door, jamming the key in and whipping the door open. The sheriff and his deputies ran to the left staircase while Officer D and I burst into the right stairwell. We rushed to the 3rd floor and both groups stopped at each end of the main hall for a moment. We had just ran down the side hall where this person or thing just was. It was a lot colder than before. I stayed at the L intersection on my side, while the deputy stayed at the L intersection of the opposite end. These are the only 2 staircases in the whole building. No elevators either. So we have this person cornered. Sheriff J, Officer D, and the other deputy then meticulously start clearing the courtrooms again. I stayed at my intersection, constantly looking between the younger deputy across from me and the hallway that had already begun to go dark again. It was a tense 20 minutes. Felt like days. But the 3 senior cops came out of the last courtroom looking baffled. Sheriff J, now looking more than awake, signaled our departure. We once again left the building, locking it behind us. There wasn't much talking like before, but each one of us took one last long look at that hallway before leaving. My friend reincarnated for me, I think. So I had a friend named Nova. He was your super cool spiritual dude, early 20s, but an old soul. He believed in magic with our thoughts, that we would make the world, energy, and with willpower, everything and all that jazz. When we met, I was agnostic. I didn't believe in anything that wasn't tangible. I was raised in a Catholic household, though. When we met, it was like an instant bond was formed, and we pretty much spent time together like brothers would. His family knew who I was because he was always at my apartment, but I hadn't met them before. He was deep in Queens, I was in New Jersey. Nova was an incredible dancer. He was a master of flow, and it showed. My dude was butter on the floor. He was my inspiration to pick up shuffling and started trying to learn from him. He was more than willing to teach, too. He notices I have some issues with trauma from my childhood and suggested that we drop some L and see what happens. At the time, I hadn't ever tried psychedelics, but had heard of them. He believed them to be a tool to grow yourself. Had some pretty fascinating theories, to be honest. This is where shit gets weird, so buckle up. We're tripping in my apartment one random day, November 2016. He randomly starts the conversation of what the other would do if we died. Taken back, I just said the first thing that came to my mind, that I would haunt him. He said he would come back as my dog, as he sees how much love and affection I have towards critters. Jokingly, I said, I can't have a dog in this apartment. So he said, what about a cat? Up until this point, I never owned a cat. Not that I had anything against them, I've just always wanted a particular cat. We go back and forth, joking about how I want an orange cat like Garfield. Smart, independent, real character, you know? Conversation ends, it's settled. He'll come back as my cat, and we'll go about our day. I had completely forgotten about this event up until it became relevant later. Fast forward to January of 2017. We had made plans for my birthday, February 3rd, to hang out at a club that was giving me free drinks for 10 friends. Originally, the plan included me driving out to pick up a mutual friend from Pennsylvania, driving her back the next day. Sometime before the new year, Nova loaned me stuff and expected me to cover some money with a refund I was expecting. As January went on, my disbursement is taking longer than expected, and we start fighting over it, as it was putting him in a bad spot. February rolls around, we aren't talking, and he skips my party. Instead, having someone else pick up our friend, and they went about their business. Stroke of midnight-ish, I'm at the club. He texts me, asking about the money update, and I ignore it. Next morning, wake up to texts from mutual friends, talking about how said girl was in a car accident the night before and had passed away. No one can find Nova. He's missing in action. I know in my gut, starting to freak out and trying to find him. A few hours later, figured out that he had asked some asshole racer friend to drive her home. He went 140 in a 40, flipped the divider and rolled a bunch, killed both Nova and my mutual friend. I can't express in words how responsible I felt. I started failing college, and I was in pretty bad shape. This was my twin flame. Really one of the only handful of people in my 25 plus years of life that I connected with. I was contemplating suicide, pretty much incapable of existing. Went to his funeral, met his family for the first time, and they knew how bad I was. His mother gave me an envelope full of his ashes, telling me that she knew that he considered me family, and that he would want me to have them. I bought a tree of life necklace to store his ashes and wear around my neck, small comfort. A few weeks have gone by and I'm still grieving. Failing courses, overall not sure what to do. Then the single fucking weirdest thing happens. My sister calls me up, minor backstory. Nova and my sister had met. I introduced them. They clicked and were on a friends with benefits status for a while. He was very close with her, and her at the time, Pitbull Rex. He was as fucking crazy as his name suggests. Sounds like it. She lived right around the corner from me, so we chilled fairly often. She was ground floor and myself on the third floor. So she calls me up and she's like, "Hey bro, I need a favor from you. There's this cat that's been chilling outside my house for a few days, meowing like nuts. I fed it, given it water, and nada. Just sits out front meowing every day, and Rex is gonna kill it, I swear. Can you come over and take it somewhere, please?" At this point, nothing's clicked because why would it, you know? You can imagine what happens next, though. I walk over, she lets me in, and says that she's not sure if the cat lived here before or something because it's super friendly. I ask where it is, and she says that she gave him a bath and he's in the room drying. Like, a stray cat let you bathe it? Yeah, I don't know, bro, it's a weird cat. She opens the door and out strolls a fucking maybe 6-month-old orange tabby. My heart races every time I recount this experience because the second we locked eyes, I knew. And I think the cat knew I knew, too. I lost my shit and I'm now bawling on the floor in tears because here he is, back in cat form. My sister starts freaking out because I'm freaking out. Starts asking me what the fuck is going on. I bend down, pick up Nova Cat, and simply look at my sister through tears and proclaim it's Nova, he's back. She's all question marks at me because she never heard the story, so I recount to her what I recounted here. She was left breathless. She knew Nova and his theories. She's kind of a hood rat, so very little belief in anything non-tangible as well. But here he was. She asked me how I could know if it was him, and it was as if he knew what was being asked because the fucking cat put his paw on my necklace, and let out a singular meow as he stares deep into my eyes. My sister screamed and was like, "There's just no fucking way." But all I could respond with is that he said he would, and he's an orange cat. I'm supposed to believe it's just a coincidence? And then life went right back to normal. It was as if he'd never left. Nova Cat became part of my family for the time and that I needed to heal and transformed my entire perspective on reality, I guess. For the sake of this being incredibly long, I'm going to end this portion of the memory here, unless asked otherwise. To all the critics, I get it, but I don't really care if you don't believe, so save your breath. Just come to share the single weirdest paranormal event I've ever experienced in my life. I was a dumb kid and didn't know what I was tampering with. It all started when I was 12 years old. I can't remember how it came to this, but one day me and a couple of my younger friends were walking out from our block of houses, and I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I don't know what it was. It was standing in the corner and it was tall, and though I only saw it for a brief second, I experienced literal existential fear and pushed myself and my buddies outside as quickly as possible, them not understanding what just happened. We discussed the situation a little, speculated about what was up, but it still wasn't a big thing. We just went on with our day, doing whatever kids are usually doing. It would be fine if it ended with that, but it did not. After that, 3 of us started seeing things. Maybe 2 of us, because the other one is a known liar, and I'm not here to tell lies. And I know for sure some of you will consider me a liar. It wasn't anything clear, but you would just walk home in the evening and suddenly see someone dark and tall standing behind a tree. You knew something was there, and it was watching you, but you would think that maybe your mind's just messing with you. Soon enough, it went surreal. All I can say is we all became pretty paranoid, feeling like being watched all the time, but naturally being kids, we also just became really curious. And that's when we became hunting this stuff. And I'm not kidding, we called ourselves hunters, because we would walk all around our area late in the evening, expecting every dark corner, seeking out the paranormal. I know for sure that most of the experiences were just scared kids' imaginations, especially considering the fact that we would bring in someone new who did not experience this stuff previously, in order to scare them. This was the kind of bait for whatever haunted us, because we hoped it would be drawn to fear. But 2 encounters stand out as very real. Stuff like, I saw it standing next to my bed when I woke up at night for a couple of seconds. And it pushed my back when we were on a hunt, but when I turned around, no one was there. And even it started loudly chanting something on my ear even though nobody was there. Those won't be included, although it did happen. I can't remember most of the smaller stuff anyways. For God's sakes, I'm 20 now. The first one occurred when I got us walkie-talkies, so we could split on 2 teams and inspect the area more efficiently. Oh yeah, look at those little shits thinking that they're SCP Foundation staff. And this time, however, we were hanging out in our yard and playing with only one of them. The other one was right there with us turned off. That's when somebody else appeared on our usual frequency. We heard strange noises, and I started repeatedly asking who the third was on the line. And for some time it was dead silent, but then somebody finally said, "They're calling for you." Nothing more, and then silence. This was pretty scary on its own. Strange thing is, in 5 minutes all 3 of us were called home almost simultaneously. Me and one guy got calls from our parents. The other one was approached by his father directly. And that's when we got paranoid over one more thing. Maybe our parents are under the influence of what we thought to be a demon as well. I know we were probably just overthinking and it was just a coincidence, but come on, when you're scared you can't really think straight. The second one was worse, to say the least. This time there were 2 of us, and I swear to God I would think I'm hallucinating if I was on my own. We were heading to our usual place of hunting, a dark street between a block of houses. Please mind that I'm from Ukraine, so it's not some fancy building, but a Soviet 9-story panel one, wildly overgrown with trees. And on an old semi-abandoned factory road, it's not really clear if it's in use, but once in an eternity we can see its pipes steaming, though everything around it's covered in metal scrap and trash. Our casual talk was interrupted and I suddenly stopped to stare into the bushes. My friend joined me, and now we both stared at something that we couldn't exactly understand. It was something white floating around 3 meters in height. Not see-through like a ghost, but solid white. It almost seemed like we were hypnotized because I don't remember any thoughts coming through my head. I wasn't trying to process what I saw, I was just looking. And then it frowned. I don't even know how to describe how exactly it frowned while having no distinct features. It felt like its skin, if you could even call it that, wrinkled in a way to express anger. It took us a couple more seconds of stupor before I woke up from it, punched my friend in the shoulder, and we ran somewhere. Ran somewhere that people could see us as quickly as we could. Nobody was around, though, so the best option was to stay somewhere somebody would possibly notice us from, a window maybe. I was quietly, hysterically laughing from all the adrenaline. It felt like I finally saw something unimaginable, and we almost just died at the same time. Thinking about it now, though, this thing probably would have ended us if it could or if it wanted to. And I know it'll sound unbelievable, but we went back. Yeah, nobody would do that. That's bullshit, all this stuff. But I was just curious if it had a body. Here's the thing. It was so dark I couldn't distinguish anything below its supposed head. So we grabbed some rocks and sticks and went back. It was still there, though a little bit closer to the path that we were standing on this time. It wasn't moving, just like us for a moment, because it was just fucking terrifying to do what was planned. We didn't know what we were dealing with. We were just impulsive, stupid kids, but we still threw whatever we grabbed at him, barely reaching the bushes at all, and it just still was reacting. It stretched its damn neck skin, tightening on its tendons or whatever they're called, and it felt like there was way more of them than there should be. At this point, our fright reached its peak, and we finally ran away. The demonic nonsense went on for some time. A couple of years, I would say, really. But at some point, everything just ended. I don't know how, and I don't know why. Maybe because we got older and we're just not as sensitive to the paranormal stuff, or because we're getting more and more brave, bringing kitchen knives and crosses and all that stuff to try to protect ourselves. But maybe this thing just got bored of us and went on. I know that I saw it. Maybe almost everything that we thought happened was just our imagination, but those 2 instances were real as heck. I would die to know what that thing was, and what it wanted from us. Made a couple of years of my life feel like an absolute mess. It would be nice to sort these memories out to understand what the hell we were dealing with, because sometimes it seems like I'm just an idiot who can't get over the games that we played as kids. With nobody to consult with, I prefer not to mention this part of my life to anyone, because I know it sounds like fiction. Sometimes I hope to see this tall bastard again, just so I know he's real. Good evening, and welcome back to Paranormal M. Help us work the algorithm by dropping a comment below. We strive to bring you real accounts of paranormal activity on a daily basis, and work towards competing with larger channels through hard work and perseverance, and an adherence to our OPs telling of their story. Respond to stories or leave your own 6 cents on the matter, or drop some love for the bump. Strange encounter while walking home one night. This happened sometime between 2012 and 2014. I would have been in my late 20s at the time, living in a share house in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. I worked nights packing shelves at the supermarket, a job I absolutely hated, but I'd kept up through all of uni. In fact, I'd actually graduated in early 2012, but found I was too lazy to just quit. I ended up spending those last few years in the share house kicking around, working this crappy dead-end job, waiting for everyone to go their separate ways, so my life could start, quote-unquote. After each shift, I'd catch the bus home from work at around 11 p.m., get off at the top of the hill at the shops, and then walk down the hill towards home. It was only about a 10-minute walk home from the bus stop, and I only mention all these details because I probably caught that bus and made that same walk 1,000 times in all the years I held that job. This was the only time that anything even remotely creepy happened. I'd hopped off the bus and was headed downhill with the cemetery on my left and a row of simple 1- and 2-story homes on my right. I almost never saw any people at this time of night. That's how quiet the area was. The way is also well lit, and despite a cemetery looming over your shoulder, there's nothing eerie about it. In fact, it's quite beautiful, well-tended cemetery filled with interesting old markers, statues, and things. You'd see people jogging or walking through it most days. The cemetery is bordered by a sandstone wall that follows all the way downhill, then left along this coastal road that sort of loops back around. I was maybe halfway down the hill when a plain white van drove past on my left. At first, I thought it was nothing. I didn't brake pace, and then the van didn't stop or slow as it went past. I watched the taillight grow smaller, sweeping left as it took the bend to the bottom of the hill. But as soon as it disappeared, I had this very odd feeling come over me that I was going to see it again. Not sure how else to describe that. It wasn't like a voice in my head or anything. Just an odd, fleeting impression that when I go to the bottom of the hill, that the same white van would be waiting for me. So I got to the bottom, turned left, and saw a pair of headlights coming back towards me. They were too far to see if it was the same car, but immediately I knew it was. I didn't feel scared or anything, but I knew that whatever was about to happen was going to happen, whether I wanted it to or not. Again, just a fleeting impression. This time the van slowed and came to a stop at the side of the road. There was a young guy driving, and I can't remember whether the passenger side window was already open or whether he leaned over to open it, but either way, he leaned across and called for me to come over. All I thought in that moment was, he probably needs directions. But as I approached, I immediately began to feel very uneasy. That gentle impression that I'd felt earlier, watching the van drive past, now solidified into a vague feeling of dread. I felt as if I shouldn't get too close, but I came about as far as the grassy verge, then stopped. I remembered the radio in the car was playing, just some random pop song. He might have reached over and turned it down, I can't remember. I also don't remember too much of what he looked like, to be honest, except that he was maybe about my age or a little older, had longish blonde hair and a few days' growth on his face. He didn't strike me as threatening, so the unease I felt was more confusing at first. He spoke with a British accent. I just assumed that he was a traveler. "Excuse me," he said. "Can you help me? I'm trying to get to the cemetery. Do you know where I can find it?" Now, I was really confused. Just over his shoulder on his right, less than 50 feet away, the tops of grave markers and crypts poked over the sandstone wall. Like I said, the way was very well lit, and he would have definitely seen the cemetery as he drove this road a moment before. In fact, he'd driven down so far to the end of it, then made a U-turn. That's when I'd see him coming back. At the other end, where the road loops around the coast, the wall wasn't high, and you could clearly see all the graves, even in the dark. Stretching up back at the hill, it made no sense. I was just about to answer when my blood absolutely ran cold. I froze mid-word, my mouth hanging open. Somewhere in the back of the van, I could clearly hear a woman screaming and crying for help. I could even hear her banging against the inside paneling. I heard it as clear as day over the radio playing. I knew it wasn't a recording, but it was also somehow strange and seemed slightly unreal to me. Again, not too sure how to explain it. I definitely heard it, and it did scare the hell out of me, but I didn't react the way I thought I would. I looked at him, and he stared back and said nothing, making no effort to explain the screams, or even acknowledge that we were in fact hearing them. There was no mistaking it. I could still hear it clearly as we stared at each other. "Sorry, I have no idea." That was all I could get out. He nodded, said thanks anyway, and drove off. I ran the rest of the way home, which thankfully was only 2 minutes away, and when I got in, I was out of breath and shaking. My housemates were all asleep, and I went straight to my room. If there had been even 1% of doubt in my mind, like maybe I'd have imagined it, I would have probably woken someone first and at least told them what happened. But instead, I called the police. I had to explain the story to 2 different cops. Long story short, because a jurisdictional thing, my area actually fell under a police station further away than the local one that I'd called. They took it seriously, took all my details, and said they'd send a car to go look for this van. Fortunately, I hadn't seen the license plate. In the moment, I hadn't even thought to check, stupidly, and my description of the driver wasn't much more detailed than what I've described here now. Though they had all my details, the police never called back to follow up, and nothing showed up in the news or the newspapers. When I told my housemates about it, I left out the strange feelings of dread, and I just stuck to the details. They mostly thought that I'd been pranked somehow, and while I guess that's possible, to this day I know that that's not what happened. It's one of those had to be there kind of things. but the whole ordeal felt so unusual and didn't play out like any kind of prank. The whole thing lasted not even 3 minutes from when he first drove past to when he drove off, and our interaction lasted probably not even 20 seconds. But it stayed with me for years, and I often think about it, wondering what happened really. I've thought about it a lot over the years, and my gut tells me that there was something else going on. And I mean by this is I don't actually believe there was anyone screaming for help in the back of the van that night, but I 100% swear on my life that what I heard was a woman screaming and crying for help, and that it was coming from the back of that van. I actually don't think the driver could hear it either. But what that means, I really don't know. I lived in a Civil War-era house as a kid. These are the encounters that I can't forget. My mom bought a house when I was in 2nd grade. It was built in 1856 or 1857. I'm not entirely sure. The guy who built it was a prominent doctor. He had a few kids, and I don't really know a whole lot about him, but over the years, a couple of people died there. Mostly him and his kids. But we got the house because the woman living there, her sister died and she wanted to move into a nursing home. The house wasn't used to treat patients as far as I know. There was a hospital built maybe 80 yards from us where I'm fairly sure he did most of his work. I know that a place is very haunted, and it's that one. But I don't think it's haunted by anything malicious as far as I know. Anyways, I feel like that's enough background about the house. We lived there in the early 2000s. I was 6 or 7, and we moved out when I was 13. We didn't live there for a very long time, though. The house did seem like bad luck. So we had a dog named Snowball. He's an American Eskimo dog, 20 pounds, fluffy and white as snow. He would just stare in dark corners a whole lot, as would my cat. I'd hear my mom call for me a lot, but when I went to go look for her, she wasn't home from work yet and hadn't called for me. A few times we would be in the kitchen or the living room and we would hear something digging through my shoeboxes full of Polly Pockets. My bedroom was directly above the living room and the floor was thin. We would go upstairs to look for the cat or dog, and they were usually in the living room with us. The cat liked to stay underneath the couch. But when we would investigate, all my dolls and accessories would be thrown about my room and the door was closed. Snowball liked to chew on the dolls as he had a gum disease, and I guess it felt good. But he really didn't like being alone, and his favorite spot was the green couch where he could look out and watch the street. He was also old and only went upstairs when it was cold, and we would all sleep in one room. He liked the heater, as did my cat, but often very close to us, so she liked the spot on the red couch where she could watch TV. None of the pets liked going upstairs, unless we were there too. I spent a lot of my time outside, but I also liked to sit in the office, and I would prefer to play Neopets, RuneScape, and watch videos on various sites. I'd feel like someone was watching me all the time. I'd turn around and I was alone. Sometimes when I was outside, I would know my mom's still at work, but in her bedroom window I'd see a man looking down at me. I don't remember being afraid of him, just kind of used to seeing him. Mom always said it was just Dr. Green. I'd wave to him and he would just vanish. One night I woke up to somebody sitting on my bed, and it was freezing as they were pulling my blanket down. I woke up mad, then panicked because pulling at my blanket was the man in the window. Then I could smell it. Something was burning. I woke my mom up and found that the microwave was shorting out and had burnt through the cable. It was on the verge of catching fire. After that, I made my grandmom take his whole grave, or take me to his grave, and I guess the only thing I could do was leave flowers for him all the time. Dr. Green was a nice ghost. He would just appear, and he woke me that one time, though. Then there was Luke. Luke was malicious. He terrorized the pets. That's why they wouldn't really go upstairs. He always appeared in dark corners, and I could never bring myself to walk past him. It felt like if I did, something bad would happen. It was more active, too. Cabinets would fly open, things would fall off the shelves, and he would throw things at us. In the dead of night, you could hear heavy boots climb the stairs. Sometimes the TV would randomly flip channels. You would hear groans, and he actually attacked us. I regularly had nightmares, and I would wake up with strange bruises, cuts, and scratch marks. This was also happening to my mom. We know his name was Luke because my mom used to record QVC in this sewing channel on the VCR. I think it was QVC, and they were doing some craft thing, but they asked the caller what their name was, and very clearly in a masculine voice, somebody says, Luke. Then the woman called, who was live on the show, and goes on to say her name and go on about the product. We were only guessing that the friendly ghost was Dr. Green, as the man always appeared in similar clothing to the photos that we had of him. Very nice suits and a hat. Luke was dressed in ratty-looking clothing, and he wore huge boots with spurs. I can still hear his boots clanging up these squeaky steps. Lastly, there was a ghost dog. I love animals, but I hated this dog. It was huge, black, and made me feel sick to my stomach. It also appeared everywhere. Outside the carport, downstairs, upstairs, and especially the cellar. I could hear its toenails clack on the hard wood, and I would hide underneath my blankets. The hair on my arms and neck would raise, and I could hear it sniffing me. It makes my skin crawl to think about that dog. If you looked at it, it would growl and vanish, but I only saw it maybe twice. I heard it all the time, though. I'd also have nightmares about this huge black dog following me around. It was a reoccurring dream that scared me so much as a kid. I'd be in the yard, and there was a creek that ran through the yard. It went under the road, and there were these huge steel cylinders that let the water pass. I could crouch and walk through them, but I'd see this dog there, and it was guarding what looked like a kid's body. It would immediately wake me up. Never thought to look up and see if a kid had died there. I was a kid, and it scared me to even think about it, but I still see that dream vividly, and I own a big black lab Great Dane mix, and sometimes it gives me flashbacks to that dog. I could go on and on about odd things that happened, and more happened to my mom. She has weird pictures, videos, and even called a priest to cleanse the house. But I don't think it ever helped. It may have, but the people who live there now fixed up the house a lot. I've been tempted to knock on the door and ask them, but I feel like that would be kind of weird, so I drive past the house every time that I go to visit my grandparents, at least. Also, stepping back on the property makes me just feel uneasy. So when we were moving out, I was just packing my things, and something knocked over my corkboard. I was frustrated because it broke, but I told whatever it was to leave me alone, that I was leaving. Then I heard something behind me clearly say, "If you come back, I'll kill you." I don't want to take my chances with the paranormal. With a threat like that, I don't want to mess with it, especially as this was the voice of something very different from Luke's. It hissed, made me feel sick, and made the room very cold as well. I brought something back from the hospital. So in November 2017, I was in the end stages of my pregnancy. Our apartment was heated by a gas fireplace, and stupidly, the carbon monoxide detector was in an adjacent room with the door closed. It wasn't until the door opened that me, the husband, and I were aware that I was slowly being poisoned. I was sent to the hospital. While on oxygen, I went into labor and thus began a very horrible ordeal. I can elaborate if needed, but I'm skipping this. Anyways, 3 things happened. 1, my daughter was born. 2, something latched onto me while I was in the ER for the poisoning. 3, my husband took a job out of state to support us while getting his career going. Week 1 after leaving the hospital, the whole time I'm in the maternity wing, I'm having issues sleeping. Insomnia is common for me. so I didn't think of it too hard. However, every time I started to sleep, I would wake up from a panic attack. This went on for the week that I was there and about a week after coming home. Eventually, I was able to start sleeping, but then things started to happen. I lived in the apartment for 3 years prior with no incidents, mind you. But onwards of a week or two from coming home, this happened. November 22nd, 2017. Whispering coming from the audio baby monitor. This is a common occurrence from this point forward. December 8th. First unusual cold spot found. The living room was always about 20 degrees warmer than the rest of the apartment. Heater. But suddenly it was freezing in one spot of the room. Never cold there again. December 11th. The baby's mobile batteries drained rapidly. This also became common. First set of batteries last a month. All following batteries died within 72 hours. It was eventually moved to my mother's house where the mobile operated as intended. January 3rd, 2018. Never felt comfortable being in the house. Felt cold no matter where I was. Started living in my mother's house to avoid being in my apartment. February 17th. Mother's landlord threatens to up my mother's rent if I don't leave. I return home. I was greeted with a horrible stench and was forced to clean my whole house top to bottom to get rid of it. Daughter starts to scream in her sleep. This occurs about once a week. Can't wake her, but she's screaming. Doctors find nothing wrong. April 1st. Husband returns home. Everything stops happening. Feel like I'm crazy because no one has witnessed this but me. He gets a job at home, everything seems fine. We live happily. August 6th. While outside on the balcony, the door handle that I had just used with no problem breaks, trapping me outside. While trying to climb down from the second floor, I fall, break my back, and end up hospitalized. My aunt moves in to help with my daughter while I recover. Months later, the next entry, my aunt confesses that from day one of being there, she felt like somebody was watching her. She often felt cold. I was drugged up for 2 months while recovering, so I don't have much to say. October 27th. We decided to move my daughter into her own bedroom before her birthday. We had the baby monitor, a blanket, and a bag sitting on a coffee table when we all stepped outside, husband, aunt, daughter, and I, to see our friend in the parking lot. When we returned, the baby monitor was sitting on the floor 3 feet away, in an upright position. This is when my husband believed me about what I said while he was gone, and my aunt confessed her issues. October 29th. A doll that had been sitting on a shelf in my daughter's room is sitting upright in the middle of the living room the next morning. My daughter couldn't reach it nor leave her crib. My aunt was sleeping on the couch and heard no one in the night. November 18th to July 2019. I'm grouping this together because there's too much stuff in the journal. Basically, the house went haywire. I have several days where multiple entries occur. Thumping, lights flickering, bad odors, cold spots, toys turning on by themselves, objects moving, whispering, and my daughter develops nightmares on an almost nightly basis. March 9th. Our friend W comes to visit. In a very disturbing way to greet her, the word hello is written on the bathroom mirror from a marker that originated from a separate room. This isn't her first dealing with hauntings, so she replied with, "Hello, who are you?" Later, and it replied with Rick. R-I-C-K. June 14th. Our friend L asks us to use our apartment to host a party for an MLM that she's a part of. 30-plus people show up throughout the night. One who's never stepped foot in our apartment prior commented that the bathroom light keeps turning on and off the whole night, even when no one was in there. June 29th. My mother and her boyfriend just come to visit. Everyone was drinking and goofing off. Suddenly, the boyfriend demands to go home and leaves without explaining. Later, my mother informs me that he saw a black mass floating around the ceiling, hovering around me, and move like it was pulling something out of me. He convinces my mom to have a cleansing done. July 1st, evening. My mother, with the aid of her boyfriend and guidance from his friend, performed a cleansing, drawing everything out of the main door. My daughter screamed the whole time that this was happening, but immediately fell asleep once it was done. The house felt still, like frozen in time until sunrise. July 2nd, morning. A black handprint was found on the roof outside the stairs. Context: I lived in a multifamily home. The stairs to the second floor were outside because the second floor is a separate apartment. From then on, we didn't have anything else happen. We moved out in June of 2020. 2 months after my daughter asked why we no longer lived in the old house, I told her why, and that we were not moving back there. She replied with, "Good. Mr. Black was scary and he wanted to eat my face." My very first playmate was the blacksmith's son, who sang for me in the cemetery. Problem was, he died around 1900, as the local priest later confirmed to my parents. So when I was little, the very first house I lived in as a baby was the old 18th century townhouse that my parents rented from the local doctor. Suffice to say, that place was super haunted. It's a story for another day, but 3 years ago, they finally sealed the upper floors off entirely, and the doctor told my mom that nobody will ever set foot up there again. The bottom floor is now the general practice office and waiting room. Now, all of this aside, growing up in that environment left me with a major sensitivity to spirits that's kind of still active sometimes. But when I was a kid, it terrified my entire extended family with things that would come just at random. Anyways, one of the more popular stories my parents tell at barbecues and parties, and just to anyone who will listen, happened when I was 2. My mom wanted to pop in to visit her grandfather's grave. Her family are from a village about 20-minute drive away, and there's 2 graveyards, the new one and the old one. My grandfather is buried in the old one, in an old family plot. This graveyard has since been locked, and you have to get a key from the priest to get in. So being 2, I wasn't overly interested in sitting down by a graveside to pray with my parents, and they were happy enough to let me wander, so long as I stayed in their sight. And luckily for them, I didn't go far. I bolted down the path and stopped about halfway among the tombstones, where I started to sort of sway on the spot and dance as much as a 2-year-old is capable of. My parents watched me for a few minutes, but didn't think much of it, and then told me that we were leaving. My dad picked me up and he headed for the gate. But just before we left, I turned over his shoulder, looked around and smiled and waved at something. They obviously didn't think it was anything to be concerned about, because a week later they went back. My grandfather had died the day before their wedding 4 years earlier, and Mom had been very close to him, so they visited fairly often. This time when we went in, I didn't even wait for permission and ran back down to the same graveside, where I had begun swaying in that same spot again, looking up over the grave in the air as if something was suspended there. It's probably worth describing the grave, but there isn't much to describe. It was a very small patch of earth and didn't even have a border, fairly overgrown and with a totally rusted small iron cross at the head of it. There was no nameplate, no indication of who was buried there, and it clearly wasn't a recent grave. Keep in mind, Nobody's buried in the cemetery anymore, except a couple more of my family members who went into the family plot. At this point, my parents are creeped out. My dad, who swears blind that he does not believe in ghosts and never will, came down to ask me what I was doing and explained that I was dancing. I asked, or rather he asked me why, and I pointed above the iron cross, and the jumbled English of a toddler said, "The boy is singing, and he wants me to dance." My dad picked me up, ran past my mother, and got into the car to wait for my mom. They went to my great-grandmother's house across the street, told her the whole story, but they all agreed it sounded a bit ridiculous the more they thought about it, and since I was only 2, it was probably just a game. So they went back. They entered through different gates. They went over the wall. No matter what they did to try to confuse 2-year-old me, I always went back to the same grave. And once again, there was nothing special about it. It wasn't beautiful or impressive, and there was no reason for a 2-year-old to be drawn to this little patch of earth, but I always went straight there. I always danced while he sang to me, and I always waved to him before I left, regardless of which side we left from, or which winding path they took out of place. They brought other family members with them as witnesses. They had family friends question me about it. I always told the same story. My earliest memories of my grandmother sitting me down at the cemetery wall while I was trying to dance as instructed, while my parents looked at me, totally scared, and asked me to describe him or tell her what his name was. I don't think I answered her, but I remember finding the looks on their faces just so unbelievably funny because they were so scared of my friend who was only wanting to sing with me. What I didn't know was that my great-grandmother had told the priest, brought him in there to show him the grave, and asked if there was any way that we could know who was buried in the little unmarked plot. He went off and checked the burial records, and sure enough, 5-year-old Robert, the blacksmith's son, had died of tuberculosis almost a century earlier and lay there, marked only by the little iron cross that his father made for him. Funnily enough, my great-grandmother knew the blacksmith. He was their next-door neighbor, but he was an old man when she was a little girl, so she never knew the little boy. My parents stopped bringing me to see my friend after that. We only went into the cemetery for funerals. We also moved out of the doctor's house, but it was a few years before I stopped being a little creepy kid that terrified everybody that spoke to me. I actually did go back a couple of years ago and brought a friend of mine visiting Europe from Boston. She told me when we met that she could speak to ghosts, and after a couple of weeks I started divulging the hundreds of stories I have from childhood, and she asked if she could come to the cemetery with me. Since the gate was locked, we had to hop the wall. But once we were inside, she pointed clean across the top of the headstones and said, "Hey, is it over there?" Pointing at its location. I nodded and she started walking towards it and stopped right at the iron cross. "This one?" I nodded. I swear this is totally real. She stood there for a second and then started backing away. I didn't have to ask her why. It was the middle of December, and yet the air seemed to fizzle and get really, really hot. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and the pressure that built up on my head made it feel like my scalp would split open. She told me she wanted to leave, but I was already running out of there at that point. We vaulted like the wall, or we vaulted the wall like Olympians. I don't know what happened that day, since I'm not a child anymore and I didn't really see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling afterwards that my little friend there felt like I had brought her with me, so I could impress her. And he didn't like it. Not at all. My haunted high school. I've moved around states, but I grew up in Hawaii mostly, so it's like home. I do believe in a lot of different parts of Hawaii are very haunted, and especially schools. My middle school would always feel like I'm being followed, or even feel something or someone watching me, and I'd never tell anyone or ask anyone if they felt the same. The girls' locker room for, phys ed is always, it's like there's something wrong, and no matter what, even if all the lights are on, it would feel dark still. Every time I'd walk in, I'd want to leave that area. Just something about the locker room was off for me. I'd also hear about the cafeteria being haunted, that sometimes pots and pans would move on their own, but no idea if that's true or not. I also heard somebody was buried underneath someone's classroom, but no idea if that was true or not either. My high school years became worse with the high school I went to. Even before I went to that high school, at one night I was with my mom out for a drive. I was 11 at least, and I saw the bell tower from afar. It was 10 p.m. I looked at the tower, and I was 100% sure I saw a little girl, 7 to 9, maybe around those ages. She was in a white dress with long black hair covering her face. It was so creepy. I thought, why is there a little girl at this time, especially at that tower? I thought maybe her parents were worried, but I brushed it off, even if it didn't seem right. So years later, when I started school there, I learned that the tower's off limits for some reason. And it's always been off limits for years, and that door leading to the tower is chained up. I did hear some stories about a young girl who hung herself at that tower. Another story, but she wanted to be alone and was reading a book and people reporting her missing. When the people finally found her, she was hung at the tower, her body lifeless. Another time I was at my media class and my teacher would say that she'd have tons of paranormal experiences because she wouldn't have any other explanation for these happenings. She showed me a video of a little child's shoe print not going anywhere. And it happened when the auditorium was being fixed and the construction workers put cement in the front and let it dry all night. When the next day was there was a footprint of a child. Everyone was clueless why only a only a child's footprint of a shoe, but where it led. Another story my teacher would tell me about was a football coach that was walking to leave for the day, and all of a sudden he felt something was wrong. So he turns around to look, and there was all of a sudden students who were looking like zombies and walking extremely slow for some reason. He turns around again and no one was there, and he freaked out. He left and it was like 5 p.m., so from then on he doesn't stay past 5. He doesn't believe in ghosts or paranormal things, but that afternoon scared him to death. One time it was my classmate. My teacher and me, I was in the class early. So there was a random sound like something popped or broke. It was kind of sounding like an AC, and it's a couple feet off the ground and there's windows in that area, but no explanation of what happened or why it sounded like that. The AC didn't break or turn off. It was just odd. Also, the back door where the black room is for developing photos, it opens and closes randomly when no one's near it or in that room. One time, my teacher had to call the janitor to help her open the door because the door locked somehow. Another time, the bell rang for first lunch. We go to class, and the second lunch students start them. As I was walking to class while looking at something in my science book, I accidentally bump into somebody's shoulder. I looked and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." I looked to see who it was that I bumped into, but there was no one. It was weird, but I brushed it off, and then that night, I slept, and I had a dream that I saw a 6-foot-tall white guy dressed in green military clothes. Formal. I'd say maybe from the 1960s era. And he explained that he doesn't understand why he's trapped in my school or what happened. He said he tried to talk to people for years, but apparently I was the only person to see him or feel him. So he was surprised when I bumped into his shoulder. He told me since I could see him, and he knew and felt that I was a good person, he said he'd always protect me no matter what, and no matter where I am. And when I woke up, I looked in the mirror and saw a heart-shaped bruise on my cheek. I never really told anyone what happened, just kept it to myself. My teacher said years and years ago the school was a military hospital. So there was a military with, I suppose there was a soldier with injuries and wounds. And a lot of them died, and her classroom is where the supposed morgue was located. Someone from the school had a project. They went late at night and went in the area where the cafeteria is. The video, you can see a big trash bin being dragged across the cafeteria from one side to the other. They couldn't really get in since the doors were locked and chained up to the cafeteria. My other classmate, she went to a football game. And after she was talking to her friends, she looks up at the girls' restroom, and she saw the shadow of a lady, the windows opened and closed, the window on its own. Then lights turned off and on. Freaked her out she didn't see anyone physically in the restroom. At least that she saw, and the other class's windows, nothing, was all closed and the lights were off. But that restroom freaked her out. She told her friends that she had to go and left. Another thing that happened to me is I was filming the talent show with my media group, and I felt something or someone grabbing my butt. It was from behind a curtain. I said, "Really, stop it." And I look and no one was near me, and so I kept filming. It happened again. I was getting upset and I said, "Seriously, stop it." But no one was near me to do that, and the people standing farther away said it wasn't them. They didn't see anyone near me, so I don't know, just too odd and weird. I have more experiences with ghosts and spirits. If others want to share their stories and experiences with me, I'd be happy to hear. Ouija board. My family is different. We were raised Christian, but a lot of the family did witchcraft. Not your typical witchcraft. Most of us either kind of followed into it or just put that aside. I believe in things that most don't, but I don't practice anything. My brother, on the other hand, went into it hard body, and with that being said, here's the story. So I must have been like 23 or 24. I was living with my brother and my grandma. My brother at the time would leave the house and not come back for days. He had a massive DVD collection, and when I was bored, I would either, pick his door if the key wasn't available, and I would just go in there. And on this day, the key was there, though. So I go in, I grab a bunch of DVDs and lock the door because I didn't want him knowing I was in there. I watched like 2 movies, smoked some, got some bit paranoid from that, so I go to place the movie back into his room. I closed the door, locked it, and when I locked the door, I heard a sound that was like, "What the fuck?" So I unlocked the door, and the door slammed into the closet doors. The way his room was is the door opens to the left, and on the right of the door was his double-door closet. So if the closet doors are open, he can't get out of the room. Being blazed, I thought maybe something fell in the closet, so I pushed one closet door closed and made my way in. I look around and realized that there was nothing. I was like, well, whatever. Close the closet, exit the room, lock the door, heard the same noise. Thinking I'm just being paranoid, I unlocked the door, and once again the closet doors were open. I push one door closed and make my way in. Look around, only this time I felt the coldest shiver ever in my life. I was like, what the fuck, I'm out. Exit the room, lock the door, and that's when I hear the closet door slam against the room door. Not gonna lie, it made me jump, and I immediately run to my grandma and ask if she was there. She says no, and I'm like, "You sure?" She's like, "Yup." So now I'm like, this motherfucker's playing with my emotions. I unlock the door, close the closet door, and go in. I'm like, "Bruh, stop playing with me. I know you're in here." Nothing. Start looking around, though. I look underneath the bed, and I'm not so scared. Maybe he'll jump out and yell, "Ha, motherfucker." But there was nothing. I look behind the bed. "Ha, motherfucker." Nothing. Behind the curtains. Nothing. I'm like, well, this motherfucker is in the closet. I open the closet door. "Ha, motherfucker." Nothing. I move the clothes around and nothing too. I'm now convinced that I'm just lit and it's my imagination, so I repeat the process. This time I didn't lock the door. I run to my grandma. make her get out of bed, and take her to his room. I tell her to listen. I lock the door and the closet door flies open, slamming against the room door. She's like, "What was that?" I tell her, and I explained what was happening. She's like, "Well, he's in there." I push the closet door closed, take her in, show her the room. She's like, "Something must have put pressure on the door." We exit the room. I lock it and it happens again. I'm like, "See?" She turns, slaps me in the face and says, "Keep that kind of shit to yourself," and walks away. I push the closet closed, go in. I'm like, "Whatever you are, you're not welcome here." I exit the room, lock the door. This time I hear one closet door open. Curious, I open the door. The closet door furthest from the door was open again. I close it, and that's when his lights turn off. Mind you, this whole time the lights were on. That scared the bejesus out of me. I turn them on, exit, lock the door, hear it again. My dumb lit ass goes to look. Closet doors are open, lights off. I push in, close the closet doors, and look in. The room was a lot darker, almost like you couldn't see anything, even with the light coming from the hall. I turn on the light and run out, scared shitless. I leave the door unlocked. Around 11 p.m., my brother comes home. I rush to him and I'm like, "You want to see something creepy?" He looks at me with this pale face and says, "No." I'm like, "Well, you're gonna anyway." So I take him to his room and he's like, "Why is the key in the lock?" I come clean and I tell him the truth. I tell him, "Lock the door." He looks at me and says, "I don't want to." I squint my eyes, now knowing that he knows something. He makes a big fuss but locks the door. We both hear that shit and he starts spilling the beans. He's like some voodoo guy he knows gave him an original Ouija board. He's like, since he got it, he was having nightmares and hearing things. So he left the house for days. I'm like, "So you leave it here and don't say shit?" He's like, "I thought it was in my head." He takes it and I thought that he left with it. Instead, this motherfucker puts it in another closet that has a skeleton key lock. Doesn't say shit. Leaves the house for another 5 days. He comes home, spends like 3 days in the house. And for those 3 days, everyone is hearing a doorknob jiggling, but we don't know where it's coming from. I ask him, "Yo, you get rid of that shit?" He turns super slow and says with this stupid look, "No, I put it in the small closet." When he says that, we hear the doorknob jiggle harder. So we go to the closet, and you can see the doorknob moving. The thing with that closet is that there's no inside doorknob. I'm like, "Go in there and get rid of it." This motherfucker's like, "I'm scared. But what if it tries to eat me or take my soul?" I'm like, "Well, that's your fate. It is what it is." He takes it back to the old voodoo guy. That's when the old voodoo guy tells him that he found that Ouija board in the Amityville house in the late 70s, early 80s. After that day, my brother stopped doing his weird stuff and started going to church. Till this day, every time I talk about it, I feel cold shivers and I get goosebumps. My grandmother's house was haunted. For some background, my grandma, Yaya, and grandfather, Papu, must be Greek, bought a ranch home in the suburbs after moving from downtown Detroit in 1969. They were the second owners of the house, and it was built in the 1930s. My Papu passed away in 1981 in the home. My mother has 4 older siblings who had all moved out by that time. She stayed living with my Yaya until she married with my dad in 1986. Nothing weird ever happened that she can recall from her childhood. My grandparents were Greek immigrants. They were devoted and orthodox, and there were at least 5 crosses and icons in every single room of the house, so it always felt like I was in church and I was there. The first time I recall any odd goings-on was in the early 2000s. My yaya was in her early 80s at the time and told my mother and I one day, "Don't tell anyone, but at night before I go to bed, there's people in my bedroom that watch me." Immediately, my mom got concerned that this was a sign of dementia or Alzheimer's. Thankfully, it was not. We attributed it to her glaucoma. In hindsight, that makes no sense. Or that she was in a dreamlike state but not yet asleep. Didn't hear much about anything odd after that. In 2012, my parents separated and my 3 siblings and mother moved in with my yaya. My sister and I had our own rooms on the first floor, and my mother and brother stayed in the basement. Odd things started to happen. The motion sensor light at the bottom of the basement steps used to go on and off by itself in the middle of the night, according to my brother. The hallway linen closet would be open in the morning, even though it was shut previously. Some banging in my yaya's closet. All a bit weird, but nothing too crazy. One night I had a few friends over, and we were drinking in the basement when my mom was out and my brother was over at my dad's. All of a sudden we heard a loud crash from a downstairs closet, and when we opened it, the metal pole, which had 3 light jackets hanging on it, was split down the middle. It was odd because there was nothing in the closet itself that would have fallen to make that sort of banging sound. I let it go and I didn't think of it. In March of 2015, my yaya sadly passed away at the age of 95. She passed in her bedroom. We knew she was going to go soon, and before we went to bed, my siblings, mom, and I prayed over her. At about 2 a.m., I woke up out of sleep and to somebody saying, "Get up." And when I went into her room, she was gone. Maybe it was a dream. I don't know, but I was thinking about it. Just freaks me out. After her death, things went haywire. One night, my sister and I were watching television in the living room. It was probably 10:30 p.m. I went to the kitchen to get something to eat. The light from the TV was bright enough that I could easily find my way back to the kitchen. I looked at the back door because I felt odd. That's really the only way I could describe it. The back door had a peephole, and the light in the backyard was automatically set to turn off at 11 p.m. Normally you could see the light shining through the peephole, but I didn't. As I adjusted my eyes, I saw a large black shadow standing at the landing in front of the back door. I froze and turned my head and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, it was gone. Needless to say, after that, I felt extremely uncomfortable in the home. Prior to this, I never had any real paranormal experience. I was on the phone with my mom and simultaneously pulling into the driveway of the house. We were finishing up our conversation when I looked at the front door. It was the kind of screen door that had a white bottom and then a window that would begin about waist height of a 6-foot adult male. What I saw was my mom kneeling in front of the door, so I only saw her eyes and her curly black hair peeking over the bottom of the window. As I was still on the phone with her, I said, "Mom, what are you doing? Stand up." And she told me that she wasn't home and would be there in a few minutes. Again, I froze, shut my eyes, and when I opened them, the eyes and curly black hair were gone. I told her I wasn't going to the house until she came home, and she didn't even ask why. When she pulled in, I told her what I saw, and she said, "Honey, I was hoping none of you would see her." She went on to explain that since Yaya passed, a small girl with black curly hair and a red dress would often appear in her bedroom downstairs. She gave one specific example. She was watching TV on her laptop late at night, looked up and saw her standing in the middle of the room with a big smile on her face. All my mom said was, "Hello," looked back at the TV, and then she was gone. I guess this was their typical interaction. Things like the cellar door would open. I would latch it, come back down to retrieve my laundry, and it would be open again. The banging on the closet doors got worse. The microwave door and oven drawer would be left open. If we called my mom's phone, it would often sound like static gurgling if she was in the house. The worst of it happened one night, about 2 weeks before we were to move out of the house. We sold it roughly 5 months after my yaya died. My siblings, mother, and I were sitting in the dining room laughing and having a couple of drinks. Without saying a word to each other, we all went silent. The air in the room got heavy and it felt like the oxygen was sucked out of it. All of a sudden, we heard an ungodly wailing from the basement. The only way I can describe it is a mountain lion yelling. This was accompanied by stomping up and down the stairs. I hid under the table with my ears covered, my sister sat still, and my little brother cried. And my mom, the absolute badass she is, runs down the stairs and screamed, "In the name of Jesus Christ, get the f*** out of my house!" We were all absolutely terrified. Beyond terrified. That night we all slept in my room together. My mom, my brother, slept in the living room until we moved out. Nothing too crazy happened after that night in the 2 remaining weeks that we lived there. It's been 8 years since, and we occasionally talk about it. My mom's siblings don't believe it because they never had any strange goings-on in the time that they lived there. I sometimes wonder if the new residents have had anything happen. They haven't sold the house yet, at least. Since then, my family's not experienced any type of paranormal goings-on, but goddamn, I do not want to live in a haunted house again. Don't blame you. Story number 12. Something evil burned down my uncle's house. Okay, so I was around 15 at the time. I was super into demons and the occult as a teen. My siblings and I were staying at my Nana's house. I was in the middle of summer, so I was going to spend the day in the creek. That night we went to my uncle's house. He lived in an old farmhouse on a property. She had to work the next day, so we went there to be nosy kids. He was dating some woman who had 2 kids that were around the same age as my brother and his sister, so at some point in the night we went to Walmart to buy a shitload of snacks and hit the $1 DVD bin for some classic horror movies. We're all high on sugar and about 90 bagel bites. Telling ghost stories or horror movies sucked. At some point I bring up the fact that I know how to make Ouija boards and use them to talk with spirits. My uncle, this 6'4", 250-pound bastard of a man, eggs us on. So I make the Ouija board out of bagel bite box and magic markers. We use a shot glass from maybe Mississippi or Alabama, something like that's on it, and I remember the Dixie flag on the side of it. Mistakes 1 and 2. We didn't have a candle, so we used a disco ball. You know, the ones that have a lot of colored dots and they spin around. Not the mirrored kind. Us girls just start circling the board with the glass, inviting something to join us. A few moments pass, long enough for us to just all get around this board. Suddenly the glass jerks to say hello, and our fingers all slip off. Everyone laughs, and we told just, quit messing around. My uncle just kind of laughs and asks for a name. The glass spells out Ross. Full disclosure of all the events are true, but I don't remember his real name. I'm just guessing for the sake of storytelling, but I remember it was short, only 4 or 5 letters, and it was a classic man's name. My uncle fussed at us, telling us to quit messing around, that Ross was the name of the guy who built the farm. Ross would also happen to be a distant relative. We didn't know that, but, sure, we could have heard the name in passing maybe, but put our fingers back on the glass. The girl's too scared to keep going, but my sister and I do. We put our hands back on the glass and circle the board. Our hands get cold to the point that my joints are starting to hurt. I also feel dread, and the temperature in the room is dropping despite using a small window AC in the middle of the Kentucky summer. I ask if it's good or evil, and it jerks to E before our fingers are forced off. Everyone is uneasy at this point. My uncle's girlfriend kind of starts freaking out and tells us all to stop. I tell her that we have to say goodbye. She ends up getting mad and going to bed. So like any teens would do, we kept going. My sister and I pick up the shot glass, making circles in opposite directions. We tell Ross that we're done talking to him and thank him for his time. We all then do a small ritual claiming no evil and try to summon a new spirit. This time asking for a good spirit, and after circling some time we eventually get another hello. When we ask this spirit what its name is, it spells out Ross. We get a little angry and tell Ross to leave. I know my voice was shaking when I told him that we were scared and he was unwelcome. The disco ball starts spinning like someone has their hand on top, only the bass is spinning slowly, winding the cord until it unplugged itself. We all just kind of watched, dumbfounded. My uncle immediately stood up, says it's time to go outside for a smoke break. There's a door in the living room that starts shaking like someone's pounding on it. The door is only accessible from the living room. A trailer was placed next to the house to give it extra rooms and bathrooms, so the door is blocked off to the side when whatever's trying to come through. We scramble out, my uncle first and me last. On my way out, something grabbed my ponytail. My sister said something pulled it straight up. While outside, we tried to burn the board. This was just cardboard that frozen food came in and a Sharpie marker. My uncle is actively trying, but it won't light or stay lit. He decides to just douse it in gas, toss it in the burn barrel. It takes an uncomfortable amount of time to burn. I remember watching it after the initial whoosh from the gas. Goodbye was the last corner to burn. My Nana had a couple of farm dogs. They were friendly enough to us, but were aggressive, kind of hated strangers. These dogs were losing their minds barking at the house. After that, we're all a bit scared. Us kids go to my Nana's house. Us girls sleep in the bed, and the boys slept on an air mattress on the floor. The girls ended up wetting the bed, and at breakfast we all talked about having nightmares. They were different, but we all agreed our dreams had fire. Mine was being in a just burning bed, and I couldn't escape it. My Nana freaked out when she heard what we did. She called a priest and had holy water and oils within an hour. She took us to the creek and did a mock baptism with the oils and water while chewing us out. Then she took crosses to my uncle's house, putting them on both doors of his bedroom. We went back to my Nana's a lot. We'd see my uncle every time too, since he lived 300 feet from Nana. His house always felt cold and unwelcoming. Maybe 4 to 6 months pass. My Nana's getting ready to feed all our animals and notices my uncle's house is on fire. Luckily, he survived. His bedroom was the last to catch. The fire department took a long time to get there, and the house was lost. I think they said it was a cigarette that he dropped that started it all in the living room. My childhood teenager experiences. When my neighbor had died, I was about 8 to 10 years old, and I was sitting alone at home for almost all day because my parents were working till evening. Meanwhile, I had early sleep time and my spare time was while they had been in absence. I was hearing steps going downstairs a few times, with a shoe on, so it's loud and a characteristic sound. I was feeling watched. As evening approached, I was choosing for myself a room to sit in, usually the living room with television or the guest room with the computer. I was putting on the screen or something loud so I wouldn't be hearing any other sounds, and I was staring at these devices basically like a horse, because sometimes I was seeing shadowy figures in the corner of my eyes. I was concentrating on staring only in front of my vision without moving my head or my body, to not let anything be seen or heard. Sometimes windows and doors were closing and opening, but it could be a draft, and after these experiences I was too scared to check anyway. One day my grandpa had visited me. And when he heard these openings, they asked me if there's anything upstairs, a thief potentially. And I just answered, I don't know, thinking I'm just going to go check with Grandma. She went alone, closed all the windows, and it was good. I lived in my family home for 20 years, and these drafts were happening after my neighbor died. And never before or after, so I still find them unusual. I don't live in an area where storms or tornadoes can happen also. One day in the evening, in a day where my family were grilling and socializing, I had been playing on a swing, and I saw a very light, a concentrate of a shape of a circle, a figure flying fastly above me. I stopped playing and I asked if they seen something, and they told me nope. I probably just misunderstood what I saw, so I just went back. After some time, that bulb of light flew again, and it was much closer to me, so bigger too, and I got too scared to play. When I was older, a teenager, I learned to sleep in only one position, always the same side and facing the narrow of the bed, so if I opened my eyes, I was seeing only wall. That's because I was having lucid dreams, sleep paralysis, and nightmares almost every night. I don't want to be describing sleep paralysis because they are very similar for everyone. However, during them, I was seeing dark shadows chasing me. Sometimes I was feeling molested by them. They were touching me or lying on me, and they were calling my name. These times were the first when someone or something touched me like that ever. That sounds terrifying, but after I woke up, I just went back to sleep because that was only affecting me while it was happening. What scared me were things I experienced when I wasn't in sleep paralysis. Once I saw a very bright light, which looked like a phone with a flash, measured at me. I was hearing voices when I could move, so I wasn't asleep. My name, "Come here," from a room I was most afraid of because of its energy. And one time I had to make a phone call to my friend, which was like an emergency because I heard something stretching my door. Scratching my door. And a repeated melody signed by a chorus and a few voices, and I was, shh, everyone's sleeping, shh, everyone's sleeping. Well, I wasn't, and I was terrified because I was fully aware. I want to mention one dream, I think, where I was watching my own body from the room's corner, and I could move by think. I was seeing a 360 degree. That was interesting, because I can't even imagine looking in that wide vision, but I remember what I was seeing them. My body, some furnitures, walls, and ceiling, everything at once. At one sunny day, we went as a family to a bike trip, and I saw a male looking druggy in a dirty clothes, staring at me with fully dilated pupils. His eyes were black and seemed empty. I asked my family if they saw him. They told me no. Crying face emoji. I asked for every other person that we used to omit, and they confirmed their presence. Sorry, I'm reading this as is. Because of that, I was suicidal. During that time, I was having a dream where creatures looking like humans were transporting me out of my house, and they were talking with me. They were tall, physically attractive. Their energy was calming, understanding, full of love, I think, and very self-awarenesses, but also kind of robotic. At my last dream with them, they asked me if I want to join them or if I prefer to come back to Earth. I answered I prefer Earth because I have a human body. I'm used to entertainment, to culture, to society, that I don't think I would be able to, with that body and blocked mind, to perceive Earth's reality, to adapt to their conditions. He smiled at me and I woke up, feeling like I want to shit myself because that was so unreal. Psychiatrics used to assing my depression pills that weren't working. Psychiatrics used to assing my depression pills that weren't working. That's what it says. But I felt light after hypnosis sessions with a certified hypnoser. I don't experience any nightmares, any paralysis, and strange things in general anymore. I sleep well and I'm happy. That's what happened in my childhood. These experiences don't affect me anymore, but they were real when they were happening. My point is not to seek for validations or to deny that. I just wanted to share my perception at times. Haunted building in Denver. This is my dad's story from the late 1970s, but I'll write it out as if I'm him. I've heard the story so many times it's easier to just transcribe it from memory instead of retelling it, if that makes sense. I worked for a building maintenance company, HVAC, plumbing, electrical. We had a customer with a problem building in downtown Denver that had chronic intermittent issues. I'm pretty sure the building goes by the name of the XYZ building, but he can't remember the name now. Only that it was right across from the Denver Mint and next to a hotel. We had been called out to this building 3 days in a row that week and couldn't make a repair because it was always fine when we were there. I can't remember what this problem was, but it's immaterial to the story. This customer was really putting pressure on my boss that we had to fix whatever the problem was immediately. And the boss was mad that he couldn't bill anything out yet, so we decided to let the three of us who ran the unproductive service calls there and just spend the night there to figure it out. Great. The building engineer was always a crazy son of a bitch. The man had his way of fixing things and we had ours. He used very crude materials, and he had horrible workmanship on his fixes. We fixed things the proper way so that everything was up to code. Needless to say, it was usually his repairs that failed. For example, I was called out once to fix an ice machine. I found it was rigged with rubber bands and paper clips when the thermostat needed to be replaced. The building manager asked me if I found the problem, so I showed him how I found the machine and explained how it should be fixed. The building engineer also showed up, yelling. I told them it wouldn't work. They're always doing these shoddy repairs. They should be fired. When we got to the building for our overnight adventure, a maintenance worker told us that the engineer had died at his desk in the mechanical room a few days before. We were a little relieved to hear that we wouldn't have to deal with the bastard. We got to the mechanical room, set up our cots to prepare for the night, and double-checked that we all brought our tools in with us, because we were going to be locked in for the night. We were sitting there joking around about what we expected to find wrong with the building, and one of the guys noticed the building's engineer's sweater was still in its usual place over the back of his chair. The guys working with me absolutely hated him and threw the sweater on the ground and stomped on it because the building engineer was always such a jerk. Shortly after that, we were making rounds and all the electrical to the building went out. Yet, against all logic, we noticed the elevators were somehow in use. We could tell the elevator was a couple of floors above us by looking at the floor indicator. I'm thinking this was some kind of open floor plan, multi-floor department store office at the time. When the doors opened, we heard the elevator settle a bit, like a significant weight just got into the elevator. It went down a floor, still a floor above us, and we heard the doors open, and it sounded like a single person got off the elevator, walked a few paces in the store office, and got back into the elevator. Our floor was next, and we assumed people were up to no good, ended up locking the building with us. So we ran back to the mechanical rooms, that way we could grab something to defend ourselves with. I grabbed my .22 that I always kept in my tool bag, and the two other guys with me grabbed knives or big wrenches, not sure which. On our way back to the spot by the elevators, pipes just started bursting everywhere. I ran to find the main shutoff valve, and after I turned it off, I was back at the spot where we stood before the pipes burst. I looked around for the broken pipes. We found 2 broken peoples down 2 different corridors. Shortly after I finished welding mine, I believe that they autocorrected pipes to peoples, so I'm going to rephrase that. We found 2 broken pipes down 2 different corridors. Shortly after I finished welding mine, the plumber yelled, "Damn it, Jim, I told you to stop messing around." Then I saw the guy running towards me, pale as a ghost. He asked if I had just grabbed his leg when he was on the ladder. I hadn't, nor had the other guy that was with us. The welder said that he figured out when he turned around after welding the pipe where it had broken. He waved his torch and didn't see anyone else in the corridor with him. That was enough for the 2 guys who were working with me. They unlocked the doors and left. They were nephews of my boss, so they could do things like that and not really worry about losing their jobs. I wasn't related to the boss and had to support a whole family, so I locked the doors behind them again and went back to the mechanical room to get some rest if possible. As I laid on my cot with my .22, I heard the elevators going up and down all night long, but way faster than a normal elevator. I could hear what sounded like people running on the floor above me. I planned to just stay in the mechanical room hidden in the basement until the morning when the manager came in. Then I could go home. I noticed it felt a little chilly in the mechanical room, so I checked out the boiler. Definitely cold. The pilot light was out. I didn't smell a bunch of gas, so I just struck a match and relit it. The entire boiler exploded. I ended up with severe burns to my face and arms and never went in that building again. My addition to the story that we lived in Colorado Springs at the time. We knew my dad was working overnight in Denver and expected to see him first thing the next morning. His boss brought him home the next afternoon, and both of his arms and his face were covered in white bandages. That morning, I drew a picture that I said was of my dad, with white, fluffy arms. Something is knocking on windows. Some background on the first incident. My dad, a 55-year-old male, and I, a 23-year-old female, went on a trip across country to move me to a new state. One of the stops on the way would be my dad's uncle's, a 73-year-old male. We'll call him Mark. We went to his cabin. The cabin is situated in rural Illinois, about 55 minutes from the nearest town. There's no street markings whatsoever, and the nearest neighbor is a good 6 miles away. Mark is a farmer by trade, so his cabin is surrounded at least 200 acres of farmland, right in the middle of Shawnee National Forest. On 2 sides of the cabin there's woodland so thick you couldn't walk throughout, and on the other 2 sides there's fields of crops. Now the cabin itself is 3 stories. The basement just houses a small garage and a laundry room. The middle floor is the largest, having Mark's bedroom, the kitchen, the living dining room, and a bathroom. The top floor is just a landing, and 2 bedrooms that connect through a shared bathroom. My dad and I each got one of the bedrooms. The middle floor has a raised deck on 3 sides that are full of windows and has a massive sliding glass door. And you guessed it, when it's nighttime out, there's absolutely nothing to subset the darkness. You can't see a single thing out of the windows no matter how hard you try. Now let's move on to the creepy part. The first night we stayed there, I was sitting on my dad's bed chatting. He had his window open to ventilate the room, and you could hear lots of movement from outside on the ground level. Of course, we couldn't see anything. We could only hear trees swaying, branches and dry grass crunching by something walking on it. Don't worry, we assumed it was deer, as there's many in the area, and went to bed without any issues. The next day comes and goes after my dad and I spent it exploring the area on a UAV. The next night after Mark goes to bed, my dad and I were sitting in the living room watching an old movie on TV. This was around 9 p.m., and I remember getting this distinctly anxious feeling while sitting there with my dad. I routinely looked through some of the windows that were surrounding it, but as you guessed, I could see nothing but black. Around 10:30, my dad and I go to our appointed bedrooms, and he quickly falls asleep. I messed around on my phone till around 1:30. At this point, I shut my door, to the point where only a sliver of light is getting into my room and I could barely see out into the dim landing. I plug my phone into the charger, hop into bed, ready to go to sleep. Around 20 to 30 minutes go by of me trying to fall asleep, and that's when I hear it clear as day. There's a loud and forceful knock on one of the windows, 3 distinct knocks. I shoot up in bed and just sit there for a few seconds, listening and looking out through that small crack in the door. I get up and I'm hit with this overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't open my door and go out, so I end up going through the shared bathroom and into my dad's room. I wake the poor guy up from a dead sleep and tell him that I heard somebody knock on either the glass doors or the windows. My dad gets up and I follow him downstairs, and he checks the entire house before locking both of the doors that my uncle always leaves open. After turning on the porch light and checking the house, we found nothing and go back up to our rooms. I'm extremely unsettled, but could tell my dad was assuming I just freaked myself out. The next morning comes around. I go downstairs where my dad is sitting at the table with Mark. Apparently, the two had been discussing what I had heard the last night. That's when my dad tells me that Mark had heard the same knocking at the same time of night on 3 separate occasions. The first time he heard the knocking, he immediately jumped up from bed and grabbed the shotgun that he keeps in his closet. He knew there would be no one and nothing good knocking at his door in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. He saw nothing when he looked outside, and when the knocking came twice more, he didn't bother checking it. Now, Mark is a 73-year-old tough cowboy that's straight up fearless and doesn't find any enjoyment in lying. We left the same day to continue our journey across the states. The second event occurred just last week. My dad was visiting my mom and in her 2-bedroom house before he flew out of the city's airport the next day. Due to him being there, I spent the night on an air mattress on the floor of my mom's bedroom while he slept in my bed. My mom's bedroom is in the back of the house, with a small backyard and then a sloped 6-foot wall leading up to the, I guess you could call, the desert being all that there was. Around 5 a.m., I'm jolted away, and this is some extremely loud knock on my mom's bedroom window. I sit up and just stared at the curtain-covered window. My mom had already been awake, early riser, and had her earphones in watching something. She yanked them out and asked me if I'd heard it as well. The two of us just sit in silence. She tells me that if she opens the curtains, she just knows that something's going to be staring back at her. I go and wake up my dad. Poor dad. Tell him that the two of us heard something at my mom's window. He goes outside and finds nothing, but reports that he had heard the dogs barking off and on for a little over an hour. Strange. My mom and I heard no barking whatsoever. The sun comes and goes, and nothing else happens the next night, or any night since then. I'm feeling more and more scared. So I'd like to start by saying I had a paranormal investigation team come to my apartment. They cleansed it, and it all seemed to calm down for the most part after their 3rd visit. But just before Christmas, activity exploded. Doors slamming open in my apartment, voices, running footsteps, the faucets turning off and on by itself. Even my dog just sometimes what looks like slapping others. I also have a clear as day voice memo of my friend and I sitting on the couch while I can link it here if possible. On Saturday, while I was using the bathroom, it sounded like somebody broke into my apartment. I still have Christmas decorations up, and the jingle bells on my front door went ballistic, like someone swung the door open and shut it. Granted, I never heard the door shut, and it was locked. It was about 1:30 a.m. and I live alone with my dog and kitten. They were hissing and snarling, like someone they hate just walked in. I must stress my kitten and dog are very loving towards each other, don't fight each other ever. I'm 5'1" and about 110 pounds. I'm not big, but I tried to make myself as mean-seeming as possible, and I ran out of the bathroom with one of the little pocket tasers out. What I saw when I exited the bathroom was shocking, to say the least. The heavy tray full of random things on my coffee table was now on the floor. Mind you, the only sound I heard before this was booming footsteps. Not something that I have trouble picking up sometimes laying on the ground. All the cabinets on my side table and coffee table were open, and I think the scariest part was my bar stools were still when I passed them. But as I checked the still locked doors, I heard my cat hissing from behind me. Both of my bar stools were spinning. One clockwise, the other counterclockwise. Then it was like somebody had grunted in my ear. Mentally, I tried to reason that my boyfriend had come over and was messing with me, until I realized that he was at his place, and more likely asleep, and he doesn't even have a key. I was still holding my little taser and I hit the trigger and jammed it backwards, hoping to hit whoever was behind me. No sound, no nothing. No one was behind me. I then called my boyfriend, obviously shook up, not really wanting to talk about it when he asked. But today, things picked up a lot more. See, I work the night shift, therefore I sleep during the day. I was showering this morning. I live alone with my kitten and my dog. And the kitten was in the shower with me, because he's weird, and my dog was curled up on the mat next to the toilet. I turned around to reach for my soap, and it was like someone was standing in the bathroom pushing their arm through the shower curtain to touch me. I slapped it, not really knowing what to do. I think I made it mad. The curtain flung open and all the hooks came off the shower rod, and the whole thing hit the ground. My dog, who's normally tame, and a big scaredy cat, started growling and ran out of the room. I decided my hair didn't need to be washed, and I ran out, completely forgetting my towel. At this point, I was standing in the living room sopping wet, my dog crying with the kitten on the couch while I slowly spin around. It was like my apartment was alive. Everything seemed to be moving, the bar stools, the Polaroid camera on my coffee table. Even the leashes hanging from hooks by the door swayed. As fast as it all happened, it all stopped. It was quiet for a moment until my pet's food containers flipped over in the kitchen, and the water faucets in the bathroom and kitchen turned on full blast. I'd like to note that my kitchen has learned how to turn them on. My kitten, rather. So I kind of blame it on him, until I felt him walk up and start licking the water off my legs. I felt like crying at this point, like this horrible gut-wrenching feeling filled me, like something that felt worse than anything I've ever felt before. That's when I decided I'd have to go. I started putting on random clothes that I left hanging over my bar stool, and as I was putting on my pants, I noticed my extremely thick hair wasn't hanging over my head like it should when I'm putting my still wet body through leggings. A couple strands were lifted, like someone was holding them away from my face. I screamed and ran outside, holding my kitten and my very large dog in my arms. I could hear what sounded like growling as I closed the door. I sat in my car for about an hour and a half before I went back inside and put my dog in his kennel, which I shut both latches of. And this time I actually left. I was gone for about an hour due to an errand, and I had to run. When I opened my front door and my dog jumped on me. Mind you, I locked him in his cage, His collar was off, unclipped, and he seemed happy enough. The cat bed and blanket that stay on top of it was also on the floor, and the kennel door was still locked. I was in shock, to say the least. My dog is a big boy, very muscular, and this escape trick has only happened twice before. Once when I first got him, and today being the second. The entire apartment was cold, and truthfully, I feel like I tried everything to try to protect myself and my pets. If you'd like to hear about the stuff that happened previously, please let me know and I'd be glad to talk about it, get to the bottom of whatever this is. I'm strong to my faith. I pray every day. I've saged my apartment, as have a paranormal team that came 3 times. But nothing seems to be helping. But even with all this, plus the previous stuff that I've yet to post about on this page, I have to say, my bedroom is the absolute scariest place to be in my very small apartment. If anyone can offer advice or anything, please help. The experience that made me believe in the paranormal. I also should tell you my parents built the house my experience happened in. So no one died in there, but the village I live in got burned down in the past, and witches got burned. Also, there's a vortex and portal in the bathroom, mirrors facing each other. What I'm about to tell you happened 16 years ago when I was 10, but I still remember everything crystal clear as if it had just happened. As I said, I was 10 and always had the feeling of being watched and followed in the dark. Well, it was a bit more specific, but I'm going to talk about it again soon. I always calmed myself by telling me it would be nothing. Every kid is scared of something silly like that, right? At least I thought. Even though I didn't like the dark, I wouldn't say I was scared. I rather proved myself wrong by facing whatever thought was making me uncomfortable. So again, when there was a dark area around me, or if the lights were completely off, I often had very specific thoughts that tried to scare me. Like something is in there watching me reading my book, or something just waits till it's dark to grab me and scratch my arm right here. Like it was very specific what would happen in the dark, you know? When I was a kid, I loved documentary movies, so I knew about survival instincts and stuff. That's what I would tell myself to calm down. It's natural to be scared of the dark because we can't see. It's nothing there to prove it to me that I would do exactly what my instincts told me not to do. Most likely nothing happened as I told myself, but the next day I had scratched and blue marks on my body where my instincts told me it would be if it was dark. I ignored it. I think I just didn't want it to be anything, since it would mean that there really is something. That was just to explain the background bit. Let's talk about the night that changed my life. As I went to bed, I again had this feeling, this really, really bad feeling. It was way, way stronger than ever before, and something told me not to switch the light off. To explain, I was already in bed. I just had to reach out to hit the light switch. Before I could turn it off, I froze and I couldn't do it. My thoughts weren't specific this time. I just had this huge fear of doing it, and it was like, you'll regret it. It took me a few minutes to convince myself, but I was childish and just should do it. Eventually, I turned it off. It was dark around me, like really dark, and I had those glow-in-the-dark stars on my wall, but I couldn't even see them. It was pitch black. Again, this huge fear came over me, and I slept deeper underneath my blanket. Everything just felt off. That's when I heard it, a very creepy breathing right behind me in the room. I was facing the wall, eyes wide open. Again, I froze. I was scared to turn around or move myself. Geez, I was even too scared to breathe myself. I just hoped it wouldn't notice me. I can try to describe the breathing sound. It was almost as if it would growl in a very, very, very deep tone every time it breathed out. While breathing in, it sounded like it was kind of hissing at the same time. I can't tell how long I was laying there listening to the sound of this breathing. It felt like forever. Considering I didn't breathe the whole time, it can't be that long. Suddenly I heard the sound of something being moved through the air. How do I explain? Do you know the sound when you take your ruler and just move it in the air real quick? It almost sounds like the wind in the trees, but different. Maybe you know what I mean. After I heard that sound, something hit my face, or more like brushed over it. I had long black hair back then, and it felt like it being moved forward with the force of it, and then silence. All I could hear was my own heartbeat, still couldn't move. Not because I was paralyzed or something. It was more like I didn't want to move because I didn't know if it was still there, and if it would attack me if it found me. I think it was pretty aware of me being there the whole time, but back then I didn't know that. Everything would have been possible, you know? When my body forced me to breathe again, I was freaked out by the sound of my own breath at first. I thought it would be back. It took me a while to figure it was just me and everything else was still silent. But I still was just laying there, listening. This time I can't tell how long it took me, but I didn't move until I noticed my stars on the wall glowing again. I reached out and turned the lights back on. I was shaking so bad, and I remember how I couldn't hit the switch at first because I kept missing it because of this damn shaking. With the light back on, I realized this really happened because there was the, proof right in front of me. I had a teddy bear on my writing pult on the other side of the room. Now remember the sound of something moving in the air and how something slid over my face? Well, there he was, my teddy bear, laying between me and the wall, his eyes facing directly towards mine. Something threw him at me. I'm still living in the same house, and I'm convinced that whatever it was is still here. Over the years, I figured that there's several ghosts in this house, and most of them are friendly. But there's also this really evil entity. I'm not sure if this is just one or even more. Most of the time, it's just my old childhood bedroom, so I avoid going up there. My family and me tried to get rid of it several times, but every time there's something crushing our plans. So, it's still there. What made me a believer? My family believes in the paranormal. Growing up, they would tell me stories about past experiences in the family. There were stories that ranged from a ghost in the garage of my aunt to the more spectacular stories, like about a painting that my grandmother had bought on a market that was supposedly haunted and would eventually take the life of one of the 11 grandchildren. All are great stories worthy of their own post, but I always took their stories with a grain of salt. I was always very interested to hear them, but I never truly believed them completely. However, that would change. My grandmother lived in a grand old farmhouse from the late 18th century with a big and beautiful garden. My mother grew up in that house and would tell me that she believes the house to be haunted. My grandmother, mother, and aunts have all seen a woman in white at some point during their lives there. When we stayed over as a kid, we never wanted to walk through the house alone, especially at night when we had to go to bed. You'd always have the feeling of being watched when roaming the halls. Luckily, nothing more than that ever happened, and growing up, I just chalked it up to me being just a kid. 4 years ago, my grandmother's health started rapidly declining. Instead of bringing her to a nursing home, we decided to take her into our home. She still lives with us to this day. Her mental health started getting worse after living with us for a year. Because of this, we decided that it was time to sell our house, and it was remained untouched previously. We put the house on the market, and after a year, we found a buyer. Before the sale, we went to the house a couple of times with family to do some maintenance, but nothing out of the ordinary happened during any of these visits. Then came moving day. We had a small trailer, and we were going back and forth between houses moving all the furniture out. By the end of the day, only me and my stepdad were still moving. There was only one more piece of furniture to move, a big closet from the bedroom that we had just disassembled. Unfortunately, the trailer was already completely filled and we would need to come back to pick up the closet. We placed the closet in the entrance hall and drove off to unload the trailer. We came back to the house 30 minutes later. When we opened the door, we saw that a plate from between the wooden beams in the ceiling above, where we placed the closet, had fallen to the floor. I thought it was weird, but I didn't really think about it. I went to start moving the closet to the trailer. When we get to the closet, we both see a necklace of a cross laying on top of it. That necklace definitely was not there before we left. This closet was completely disassembled and carried sideways down the stairs. If it was there before, it would have already fallen off. It either was on top of the ceiling plate that fell and landed perfectly on the closet, or it was placed there. In hindsight, this isn't a smart move, but we took the necklace home to show it to my mother and ask my grandmother if she had seen the necklace before. We got home and instantly I tell my mom about what had just happened and showed her the necklace. We had a Dora the Explorer doll on the desk in the kitchen for my sister's children, and I kid you not, when I showed my mother the necklace, the doll on the opposite side of the room started speaking her voice lines. Weird, but okay. Coincidence, I guess. We asked my grandmother if she had seen it before, but she hadn't either. A few days pass, and I was going to be home alone for a week. Nothing had happened since, so I already was starting to forget about the necklace. Everything was fine for the first 2 days. On the third day, I decided that I was going to take advantage of being home alone for a week. I put on a movie, rolled up a joint, and lit it inside my room. The moment that I exhale the first puff of smoke, I hear the loudest bang that I've ever heard knock on my door. I immediately freeze up in terror, knowing that I'm home alone and that we have just kept this creepy necklace that we found at my grandmother's house. Time goes by. After about 30 minutes, I start to relax again, but hadn't yet tried to smoke. Again, that is. And I continued watching the movie. When a scene made me do a small laugh, and the second that I made this sound, another loud bang knocked on my door. It sounded like someone punched the door with all their power. I froze up again, and after about a minute, I mustered up the courage and decided to see what would have caused it. I opened the door but saw nothing. Inspected the door but couldn't find anything. For the rest of the week, I felt watched when I walked inside the hall. I could feel where it was watching me from, but I never actually saw something. When my mother got home, I told her everything and demanded that the cross would be thrown away. I tried to show her how loud the bang on the door is by punching it with full force, but shockingly, I never managed to get a bang as loud as the ones I'd heard that day, even though I'm a pretty strong guy. She agreed to throw away the cross, and she got rid of it. I believe that the ghost from my grandmother's house was attached to that cross, and that it followed us when we took that necklace home. Ever since then, I became a complete believer that there's something more to life than what we can see. There's one thing you can learn from the stories: don't take a creepy necklace home. Don't have to tell me. Loud voices, but no one there. This happened in 2012. I want to give all the context I can, so I apologize if it's long. It was the summer after my freshman year of college, and I was at my parents' house. It's a ranch-style house on a hill where you enter onto the second floor through the front door. And there's a staircase that goes downstairs when you can sit and exit the woods outside in the back of the house. My parents were away for work, and they worked together. and I was planning pulling all-nighter to meet a writing deadline for my internship. It was Saturday, and my younger brother, 17 at the time, was planning to go to some big party that night with a handful of his friends, including one of our childhood friends from the Netherlands who was staying with us for the summer. My best friend and I agreed to drop him and his friends off and pick them up. I'll skip ahead to when we picked them up from the party. There were 5 of them total, the 4 we dropped off, plus another one tagging along who I didn't know, and they were so drunk. I never heard the new kids say a word. We brought them back, and they crashed in various parts of the house pretty much immediately. My best friend and I took the California King in the master bedroom downstairs, where I would pull my all-nighter writing once she fell asleep. One of the friends crashed in the sitting room behind our bedroom. You had to go through our bedroom to get to it. Everyone else was upstairs. My brother was in his room, directly above the sitting room. His other friend was in the guest room directly above the master, and our Netherlands friend plus the new kid actually fell asleep sitting up leaning onto each other on the couch in the living room upstairs across an open floor plan from the front door and dining room area. So it's 3 a.m., and everyone except me is asleep. I had just come back downstairs after putting on a pot of coffee, and had seen the 2 boys on the couch in the same position they'd been in all night. I go into the bathroom and at the foot of the stairs, and I don't really bother locking the door. Just as I sit down to pee, I suddenly hear voices having a conversation upstairs, right near the top of the steps, which is also close to the front door, and it's clearly a man and a woman, so I assume something went wrong on the trip and my parents have come home unexpectedly. They weren't due back for another couple of days. Fearing they would immediately come downstairs to their room, I run over and lock the bathroom door, then finish peeing, washing my hands, and all the while I can hear this animated conversation upstairs, but I can't make out what they're saying, even though it's getting louder and louder. I finish up quickly in the bathroom because I need to go greet my parents and explain why we're in their bed and all these kids who are surely awake and confused now, at least the ones in the living room, why they're in the house. So I'm running up the stairs, and the conversation is getting noticeably louder and louder the closer that I get. As I'm a couple steps away from the top landing, they're fully yelling. The moment my foot hits the top of the steps, silence. I look at the front door and scan the whole dining room and the living room area for my parents. No one is there. Everything is exactly the same as it was a few minutes ago when I was upstairs, including the 2 boys sitting exactly as they were before, fast asleep. I start shaking and my heart starts pounding. I'm just keeping my back to the stairs, and I back into the kitchen all the way up to the coffee pot, too scared to turn my back on the area that the voices were coming from. With shaking hands, I pour another cup of coffee and I stand there in shock, desperately trying to rationalize what just happened. At this moment, the friend who was in the guest room comes into the kitchen, barely awake, still drunk, looking for water. I asked, "Did you hear any of that?" He had no idea what I was talking about. I gave him water and went back to bed, or he went back to bed. I told myself that the new kid I never heard must have a voice like a woman, and him and our friend must have woken up, had the conversation, and somehow fallen back asleep right when I got upstairs. Didn't make any sense, but I was so terrified I forced myself to accept it, at least until daylight. I went back downstairs, and eventually everything just got back to work. And once I finished, I waited until the sun came up to try to get some sleep. A few hours later, everybody was up, and I eagerly said good morning to the new kid to hear his voice. It turned out to be far deeper than anyone else's in the house, and a sharp chill ran down my spine. I asked him and our friends if they woke up and had a heated conversation in the middle of the night, but I already knew the answer. Nope. In fact, as soon as one woke up and realized that they were sleeping on each other, he moved to a different chair. As everyone gathered in the living room, I told them about what happened, and no one knew what to say or had any idea on how to explain it. This experience forced me to allow the existence of the paranormal or ghosts or whatever, because it's almost 10 years, and I still have no explanation. The property borders a wooded wildlife preserve that was originally the home of the Maniqua tribe. Minqua, perhaps it's pronounced. Along with the whole neighborhood, more land beyond that. I'm not sure where this tribe lives today, and I don't believe that this is even a name that they call themselves. I don't know why this thought kept entering my head as I tried to figure out what happened. Maybe because I couldn't make out the conversation. The house itself was only 60 years old or so. And to my knowledge, nobody died there. Though the woman who lived there before us swore it was haunted. Ask Reddit. Not something I saw, but something I heard. I was in upstate New York hunting in the woods during deer season last year. I'd gotten to the stand I was going to sit in during pre-dawn hours, so it was still incredibly dark. I wasn't scared. Even though it was my first time being in the woods while it was that dark, it was actually really exciting to be out there. And I was really looking forward to possibly getting a monster buck. I would talk about that for years, whose points would be just kind of keep growing with every retelling of the story, right? Anyhow, there I was, sitting in the dark, in freezing-ish autumn temperatures, with a rifle across my lap. I was like 10 feet off the ground, too, so that also kept my nerves in check. It was so quiet and dark. I wasn't used to that. I just wanted the damn sun to come up so I could start to warm up a little, and so I'd have enough light to take a good clean shot. I was dressed warm enough, but my father-in-law advised me against wearing thick gloves so I could shoot without them getting in my way, in case I needed to take a quick shot. So my hands were freezing cold, and I kept warming them up in my pockets, armpits, and by breathing on them. I'm not sure how long I was out there, but it felt like hours, and it was so damn dark. I think it was a little cloudy too, because I don't remember being able to see the stars, and there was a minimal amount of moonlight. My eyes kept playing tricks on me in the darkness. I was told deer can be unnaturally quiet, so I kept scanning the shadows and thinking I would see something moving, but it would quickly turn out to be nothing each time. There was no wind, no rain, nothing else happening. Everything was very still. After a while of nothing, out of nowhere I heard a thumping sound. It sounded like a deer thump, like one you could feel in your chest, and it started off slow, then quickly picked up pace like if someone was thumping on their chest. Something like that. I don't know what it was, but I assumed that it was a male turkey, a gobbler, drumming, because I heard something similar when looking up turkey calls. It only happened once, then it was quiet again for what seemed like another long stretch of time. I thought to myself, cool, I wonder what that was. And then something different happened. Another sound started up, but I couldn't for the life of me imagine what could make this sound. It started off low and then picked up volume slowly until it decently was audible, to where it sounded like someone dragging a cardboard box across carpet. It came from in a direction maybe like 50 yards away from my stand, and seemed to remain in one spot, went on for a very long time and would quiet down to a whisper, then slowly pick up volume again, over and over and over and over. I couldn't explain it. It was continuous, keeping the same rhythm and staying in the same spot. Thought maybe it was wind, but nothing was moving, no leaves, branches, or anything. And it wasn't raining either. Otherwise, I would feel and hear it all around, and the sound stayed in the same distance from me, only changing in pitch. I've never heard anything like it in the woods before and haven't since. After a while of this, the sound slowly quieted down until it was completely gone, and all was quiet in the woods again. Then a few minutes later, the sun started coming up. Birds started singing, squirrels started moving about in the leaves, and everything else started to wake up. It was the strangest fucking thing. I stayed in the stand another hour or two before my father-in-law came looking for me. We were on his land. He fetched me to head back to the house. which was quite a ways from the spot that we were at in the woods. We talked all the way back, and I told him how I didn't see a single damn deer and how chilly it was. He chuckled and gave me tips and other pieces of wisdom for the next hunt. Eventually, the house was in view, and we were walking out of the woods. I didn't want to sound stupid, and I didn't want to ask in case it was nothing, but my curiosity had gotten the better of me by that point, and I really wanted to know what I heard out there. I told him about the thumping sound, and he nodded and said it was probably some kind of animal, although he wasn't sure what. He didn't seem fazed, though. I nodded, and then I told him, I heard something else too, but I'm not sure what. I explained the whole thing to him the best that I could, and he listened without saying anything or nodding or making any sort of facial expression. And then he changed the subject. I wasn't unsettled about the damn sound until that very moment, because that was just strange to me that he didn't acknowledge what I just told him. I let it go, and I didn't ask again. I did ask my brother-in-law about it later, but he couldn't explain it either. He said it was probably everything warming up and all the vegetation defrosting, but I told him how the sound seemed to only come from one direction and stay in the same general area, and how nothing else was moving at all. It was incredibly dark, but I could still see enough to make out that there were no leaves, branches, trees, and nothing was moving. He couldn't explain it, and the only thing that he could say was, it's really weird. And that was that. None of my buddies at work could explain it. I haven't heard anything like that since. It was listening. My mother was an actress for decades. From a very young age, I had been in and out of many theaters. I was in on all the superstitions and behind-the-scenes stories that honestly were frightening, but I couldn't help but listen to what the cast and crew had to say. Theater people have a way of telling stories. Of course, I had some experiences of my own. Cold spots, the feeling of being watched, and disembodied footsteps or voices, but I had just chalked it up to being a kid with an overactive imagination like everyone else. Knowing what I now know, I wonder if it was more than just that. More than just my imagination. Anyway, following the footsteps of my mom, I began my own artistic ventures at the age of 7. I'm in high school now, and I've been acting for a decade as of this year. Throughout my career, I've been in hundreds of productions and in and out of countless venues. I'm not giving you this information to brag, so I'm just sorry if it comes off that way. I just want to give you an idea of how this particular theater stands out among the others. This particular instance, I was in rehearsals for a school production on an off-campus venue. I don't want to give out the exact name to protect the company and cast, but I can give you the building's nickname, The Wendy. I know it's not exactly striking or a chilling name, but it does personify the building in a way other theaters around town aren't. It's made a name for itself, you could say. One of the reasons why can be attributed to the fact that many in my city, particularly among theater folk, consider the building to be alive in a way. Although the entities that haunt it are very, very much dead. As I grew older, my interest in the paranormal grew, and it's been a fun thing to learn about. Growing up around these stories and places definitely had made me more and more curious. This particular day of rehearsals, me and a couple of friends decided to ask our director if anything strange had happened recently. It was January, the start of a new year. This was just before our lunch break, and we had to finish up all our work for the morning. Our director sighed and said that we would think that he was making something up or straight up just going crazy, but we insisted that we would believe him. He told us his experience took place that December, locking up the theater after the closing of the Christmas show that year. The only 2 people left in the theater was himself and another person from the cast. Only 2 people. Or so he would have thought. As he was walking out of the green room, which is a room where actors wait to go on stage, do quick changes, things like that, he heard an ear-splitting cackle, and it sounded like a classic stereotypical witch, It was crystal clear and sounded like it came from someone standing directly behind him. He whirled around to find no one. We went in search of the other cast members. Apparently, they were in the office down the hall from the green room. He asked what was so funny to make him laugh like that. The cast member looked confused. It had explained that he hadn't laughed in fact at all. No one else was in the theater either, and he didn't hear anything anyway. "It's been quiet since," he said. After our director had told us the story, he excused himself to go out to lunch, instructing the cast not to leave a mess in the lobby and not to go into the theater without an adult. Obviously, me and my friends decided to go in. After we made sure that he was gone, we snuck up the stairs. The doors were unlocked as we expected them to be, and we stepped inside. Since the theater wasn't in use, all of the lights were off, except the ghost light in the middle of the stage. If you don't know what a ghost light is, Google it to find out more. The history behind them is honestly pretty cool. It was incredibly eerie. The theater holds up to 1,000 people. The tiny light was not big enough to brighten the entirety of the auditorium, instead casting strange shadows across the audience. The three of us snuck and just went side by side, too scared to walk down the steps towards the stage. As the door shut behind us, it became even darker. We looked around for a little bit from our perch on the steps, and eventually started debating whether or not to go into the green room. We talked about our director's story for not even 5 minutes when there was a weird lull in the conversation. The air got tense and heavy. Each one of us just stared at each other. The hairs on our necks stood up. Then from the green room across from the stage and the rows and rows of seats, we heard it, a loud, bone-chilling cackle. I can't even describe the feeling I had after hearing that absolutely horrid laugh. It was evil, high-pitched, like a woman's laugh, and truly terrifying. After it had registered what we had all heard, we stood there in fear, eyes wide, before I broke the silence. "Did you hear that?" My friend replied. "You mean the fucking cackle?" So we all heard it. Once it was confirmed that we all experienced the same thing, that we weren't individually going insane, we bolted out of the theater. The realization of whatever it was had been listening, waiting for the perfect moment to taunt us, still haunts me to this day. And it's been quiet since. The Hat Man I described before in these forums was not actually the quote-unquote Hat Man. Turns out the apparition that I saw that night is not the Hat Man at all, but a trapped spirit. Let me explain. This is actually good news, at least for most of the people who have seen this being in night terrors and paralysis. I have no idea what it means for me in this point onwards. In my older account, I came back after a 3-year hiatus on Reddit and replied to a post to someone describing a solid black apparition that I saw several years ago. I described it as having an oversized fedora hat with a large overcoat. All of it solid black. Indeed, a blacker than night description by someone else in the forum, and how it looks much like the profile of the burglar on one of those neighborhood night watch number trespassing signs, located sporadically throughout close-knit middle-upper-class neighborhoods in the early 80s. That's how it was described by somebody else. And I thought at the time, I couldn't have described it better. I then got all these replies about the Hat Man. One after another, after commenting on a person's post about apparitions that we saw. I had no idea about this phenomenon, and I was extremely puzzled on why I didn't see this in sleep paralysis. But at 8 p.m. at night, while the group of people in a semi-public building, I didn't know what all that really meant, and then I theorized that perhaps this is perhaps a multi-dimensional being and not a spirit. And if the world of dreams is a dimension all in itself, then this being can perhaps travel in between dimensions at will, regardless. It's good conjecture. When I was taking a break from this forum, which I do a lot because of negativity, I was just browsing through YouTube channels, and after I was done watching one documentary, I was surprised to see the name of the building of where I saw this Hat Man on the head title of a documentary that was going to autoplay next. I watched the show with only mild interest, since I was taking a break from the sub, and within 5 to 8 minutes into the documentary, I saw it. A very old photograph of a man. Very old, I mean Napoleonic era times old. With that exact hat I described before, oversized, large fedora stovetop hat, perched on his head with a very large overcoat being worn. I gasped. For real, I really did. I couldn't believe it, for even though I saw it as a solid black apparition, there was no doubt in my mind those were the clothes it was wearing when I saw it that night. My blood ran cold and I got sick for over an hour. The quote-unquote blood ran cold. It's an expression, but the sickness is not. There was way more to this person than I ever thought possible. He was an alleged serial killer executed on the grounds of this building I was at. Perhaps that's one of the reasons why I got sick. The intuitive glands working on overdrive. Or maybe it's just my preconceived prejudices of the situation. I'm not claiming any special psychic ability, merely intuition. Speaking of preconceived notions, what if it showed itself to me because he was actually innocent, doomed to walk the grounds of this old building for multiple centuries since the day of his execution? Also, if he is guilty of the crimes he's accused of, I would think being trapped for over 200 years as a spirit doesn't seem to match the karma of a vicious killer, at least from a philosophical standpoint. In the East, there is no distinction between religion and philosophy, my father's teacher being a Tibetan Buddhist monk. The punishment does not fit the crime from the metaphysical sense, and perhaps being wrongly accused has made him a tortured soul. Perhaps he was wrongly accused and was thus executed, all of his money and property being forfeit. That would make me a real pissed-off spirit if I ever say so myself. I won't say the name of this place, nor the name of this alleged serial killer. The sleuths out there who are motivated by delving into dark history may find out the place I'm speaking of. I did slip up once, and I mentioned it a long while back. I'm going to try to find out if he's innocent or a killer, first by historical research, and then who knows after that. I was thinking about seeing if anyone here wanted to team up and go to this place or simply take turns on sessions. Skeptic or believer alike will be welcome for this project. This will be a great opportunity for each side to find some answers by working on a project together, with both sides having equal motivation in solving the case. As well, perhaps shutting down the discussion in question on whether EVPs are fake, misidentified, pareidolia, or random radio waves, or all the above. Even if it's just for a couple of weeks, that would be remarkable. Part 2. Strange shit's been going on over a year. Hard to carry lately. Sorry I took so long for part 2. I never really heard a voice again after that night. I heard that demonic rant, though. From then on, instead of getting better, things got more personal. The footsteps were getting so much worse than just outside my house. Night by night, the steps became louder, firmer, and consistent. Ultimately to the point that I hear them every single night, no exception, every single night. Then slowly transitioning from hearing footsteps to feeling them. I can literally look at a glass of water on my nightstand vibrating with waves pulsing from the center of each step. That's genuinely how I can prove that I'm not going crazy. I even got a security camera to see if that helped. The camera even sometimes shakes with the steps. After a month or two, these steps keep advancing, from the woods to the porch, from the porch to the kitchen, from my kitchen to the staircase, and finally from my staircase to me. The first time that they came in the same room as me was so strange. I felt and heard some walking through the kitchen, then the stairs, and I said, "Who is it?" This wasn't new. I was always losing sleep, anxiously waiting for somebody to walk around the corner or up the stairs. Mind you, that these are unmistakable footsteps. Rhythm and power are two things these footsteps don't need more of. The steps got to the top of the stairs and could immediately feel the atmosphere change. The steps continued coming towards me. Strangely, I wasn't all that frightened. I'm aware that's silly, but these steps are so mighty sounding that when you see it's nothing making them, it's almost funny. The steps got to me, and then I can only describe as something like an energy wave passing through me. It continued on a couple of steps and then stopped. I didn't hear them again that night. So the attempt to debunk these steps began immediately. This basically becomes like the new normal day when I wasn't working. Wake up, get up, read the internet, outside or inside chores, lunch, wouldn't hear or feel a thing. Then read the internet or organize again, work out, nap, still nothing. Basically, what I'm getting at is that I tried to make it all make sense. I would keep the same appliance on during the day as the night, trying to recreate it. But all too often, I would not feel a thing till about 11 or 12. Same time as when I heard those different voices. And this would happen every night. I'm to the point now that whatever it is almost like we coexist peacefully. I'll cuss it out when it comes in the room with me. I'll tell it to leave me alone, not to mess with it, so I don't want it messing with me. It listens surprisingly well, as it won't come upstairs, but once or twice a week now, trust me, I'm always aware that this isn't normal. Besides, and or coinciding with the steps, I've had objects moved. I have 4 maps on my walls, 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs. Downstairs is a poster in a frame, and upstairs is literally a rolled out, made of blue print paper that I use to tape to secure it. Also, I like flags. I have so many I can't fly or display them all properly. So I keep a Christian flag hung up on one of my deer mounts at the beginning of the stairs. I know I hung it on the left brow tine. I know this because I put pins of different places I've visited through my mount's ears sometimes, like they're wearing an earring. I deliberately put a flag on the left, be a pin, and it was on the right side. When I got home from work the next day, the first thing I saw when I opened the door was my framed maul on the ground, frame busted. I'm confused because I got these 2 35-pound capacity hooks that I loop the wire around. I know this frame isn't even 5 pounds. I fix the frame and hooks and put it back. Go upstairs and the paper map on the same side of the house as the other. It's also down on the ground. There's no way that tape wasn't strong. You could see the sticky still on the wall from the tape, like I don't see how it just fell down. No way it would. Stick it back up, kind of flustered now, and still brush it off. Next I go to get in the shower and boom, face to face with this deer that has this Christian flag hanging off its right this time. I honestly couldn't believe it. I pulled it off and unstuck the pin and flag, ironically because that's the entire point of me putting them on opposite sides the day before. One more thing. The steps sometimes follow me to my Nana's. I stay with her a few nights a week since my papa died, and the steps can be just as intense there. My house and her house are about 2 miles away from each other. Shadow People, Southern Nevada. So other than with my friends and family, this is the first time I'm sharing this story. Full disclosure. Before this experience, I've always been very skeptical of paranormal experiences, and a very, you could say, in quotes, there's always another explanation for those things type of person. Anyways, this takes place in summertime, 4 years ago, if my memory serves me correctly. On a trip starting in the Las Vegas area of southern Nevada and ending in Mammoth Lakes, California. My husband, then boyfriend, and I were taking a road trip, so I could show him one of my favorite camping and hitchhiking places in California, and I was so excited to do so. It's a moderately long drive, but I'd done it before, and it wasn't really worrying me. It was later in the day when we left, after we had both gotten off work for the weekend. The beginning half of the drive was normal, just like any other drive. But once we reached the town of Beatty, it got really weird. Really fast. After reaching, could be Beatty or Beatty, Beatty, you guys. After reaching Beatty, we both started feeling really uncomfortable, and for a brief moment couldn't figure out why. Shortly after, we started seeing figures that looked like dark, stretched-out silhouettes of people in the path of our headlights. They would appear to run in and out of our sight in the road, and then disappear very shortly, before making contact with them with the car. They would not appear behind us on the ground, so we knew there was no contact made. It was a constant barrage of them, and I didn't know what to think of this. At first, I thought it was someone playing a prank on us, but it continued on for an hour. We didn't stop, because by the time it was dark out, I was too scared that it would end up being a ruse for a dangerous situation, i.e. a serial killer or carjacking or something worse. We also smelled the very distinct smell of fire or burning. Due to the silhouettes that we'd been seeing, we were far too afraid to stop and see what it could be, so we kept driving to our destination. The smell persisted for the entirety of the drive there from Beatty. It never waned. We finally got to Mammoth. We debated back and forth on whether we should go out and check underneath the hood to make sure the smell wasn't something from our actual engine or something. It was pitch black outside. At this point, we were so terrified we actually considered just driving back home entirely. The smell of burning was incredibly strong and had no discernible source inside the car. Eventually, I got out and went to check outside the car, found no trace of the smell outside. We determined that the smell had to be coming from something inside the car and started investigating more. After a while, we located the source as a blanket that was between two other blankets in the stack that we had brought. The top and bottom blankets were ice cold and had no odor. The middle blanket smelled so strongly of smoke that it burned my nose to sniff it. It was very hot to the touch, too. We had no explanation for this. Scared but not sure what else to do, we dropped the quote-unquote weird blanket outside the car, locked the doors, and went to sleep. After doing so, we didn't experience anything else. We aren't sure if this is just a coincidence or not. We stayed and enjoyed the rest of our trip, and after a day we pretty much forgot about the experience until it was time to head back home. On our way back home, this time during the daylight, we passed a house in Beatty that looked like it had been burned down, covered in graffiti of various symbols and images that looked to be sigils, possibly. I wish I had the thought to grab a picture at the time, admittedly, but I was driving and just wanted to get home. We've always wondered if something at that house is what caused our experience. My best friend owns property there, and when I went back to the town with her, we couldn't find that house. She mentioned that there had recently been some kind of project to clean up the town and removed abandoned buildings, and I wonder if it had been removed already. To this day, we aren't sure what we experienced. A friend of my husband suggested that it could have been several things, shadow people being one of them. After looking into it a bit, I think they could be right, but I don't know enough about these types of things to be certain. Has anyone else had any similar experiences around that area of Nevada? Any ideas what this could have been? I don't know what he is, but he definitely wasn't human. I work in retail, seen a lot of shit. There was this man that walked in and I got a chill and my chest tightened. I got frequent panic attacks, but it was different. He was bad news. Of course, he approaches me out of everybody else. The conversation went like this. Me trying not to throw up. "Hi, can I help you?" Him staring at me with a terrifying, huge smile. "I need help with my phone." Me. "Actually, all I can do is make you an appointment." So he says okay, and I make him an appointment. I hate working with him, and I want to run to the back. He's with his wife, who's normal, and I got good vibes from. Lady, run. She could become a skeleton in his closet. He was evil. Still makes me nervous and feel like I'm being watched. I just freaked myself the fuck out. I tell him to have a nice day, and he said, "Thanks, you too." So I laughed and said I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic. He looked me in the eyes. Eyes are literally the windows to the soul for me. I look in someone's eyes and I see their darkest secrets. Any emotions they felt in the past, their thought process, and sense past trauma. I know it sounds fucking insane. Also intentions. I thought it was normal, but when I found out it wasn't, and my grandma said I had the gift, I was like, no, I don't. That's not possible. I figured I was just really observant or something, but no. I say shit I had no way of knowing about strangers. I feel like they're lying despite feeling genuine shock from them. I don't guess numbers and shit, but I know what people have been through. Strangers. Once I look into their eyes. I got tested for schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders at least 5 times. They call it an active imagination, but it's accurate. Always more on than later if you got questions. Behind those eyes was evil and hate, nauseated me, gave me goosebumps and a shiver on a hot day. His smile got bigger and he said, "You know when you ask someone if they're being sarcastic, nice men like me get angry." I don't know how I was calm on the outside. That felt somehow like a threat. I said goodbye and walked calmly to the back of the store and then had a full-blown panic attack. They aren't uncommon, but I never had, customers be that blunt. I've only genuinely given a fuck about 2 of them in my entire time in retail, so this was a big deal. He scared the shit out of me. My manager sent me home because I kept throwing up, not like that was uncommon, as I was kind of bulimic, but never have I at work or in public bathrooms, as I'm a huge germaphobe. But before they had said a man asked for me, I refused to help him. Normally I'm trying to get a raise, and unless they make me feel unsafe, will try to help the customer. They sent my friend who's 6'3" and ripped and protective as fuck over me. He said he got really bad vibes too. He did the guy that gave me the tech help, but not on the same level. My friend who had just gotten off work saw me and he walked me in my car because I was not laughing or cracking jokes, but I was completely serious for once, and it scared him. I'm like the equivalent of the class clown in the store. I'm normally the comedic relief in tight situations, as the eye thing tells me how to make people feel certain emotions, like happiness and make them laugh. Bad ones as well, but I've rarely tapped into them. I'm depressed, so I want to keep others from feeling like me. At the same time, I have a general disdain for other people. I know, a weird combo. I care about other people, but I don't want to be around them or interact with them. Being around them is exhausting because whenever I look into somebody's eyes, it's like an insight check in D&D. I have no control over when to do it. It makes people think I'm not paying attention, but I can't pay attention and look somebody in the eyes. But I couldn't look away. I was stuck looking into those evil eyes. This was not just the average dislike I have for people. This man was bad fucking news. His smile seemed too big to me and was more menacing, like a dog baring. I don't know how it's spelled. I'm dyslexic. Yeah, baring its teeth at you. You spelled it right, ma'am. He didn't feel human. His wife was lovely and a sweetheart. She was normal and had a beautiful, genuine smile. She was oblivious to him. Can't explain it. Other people saw a normal smile and human eyes. But I know what I saw. His eyes looked normal, but were not human. His smile was too big. Haven't told anyone because it would freak the people that believe in this stuff out, or they wouldn't believe me. I figure people on this sub would understand. I'm not sure what he is, but he sure as fuck isn't human. I hope his wife is okay. She was so sweet. Home invasion. My childhood best friend, we'll call her Nikki, came to stay with me for the week of my birthday. As teenagers, we would pull all-nighters and sleep all day. My ex-boyfriend, and we're going to call him Jay, was supposed to come over. The place was for Jay to come over, or rather the plan was for Jay to come over around 7 or 8 in the morning and hang out. Not sure why that sounded so exciting at the time. Now I'm here looking at it like, it's so lame. Anyway, it started to hit around 8:30 a.m. and Nikki and I were starting to get tired from our all-nighter. So we decided to try and watch a movie to keep ourselves awake. Even though it was 2015, my mom still had one of those old combo TVs that were popular in the late 90s and early 2000s. You know, the ones with the combined DVD and VHS features. It's slightly important to the story that I add that I had Titanic on VHS, and the VHS version is 2 separate tapes due to its length. About 45 minutes to an hour into the movie, I texted Jay and asked him where he was, just due to him being late. He said he was riding his skateboard to my house, since his mom wouldn't give him a ride and he was 30 minutes away. It was time for me to put the second tape in, but before I could, Nikki and I heard the doorknob of the front door jiggle pretty aggressively for a quick second. Now, it's important to note I always made sure everything was constantly locked, due to the anxiety of someone breaking in. This included the screen door. Nikki and I looked at each other completely confused, and we were 100% convinced that he was trying to scare us. So I called him to see if I'd hear his phone ring outside. I didn't, but when he answered, I surely heard all the traffic. He was riding by. That was a dead giveaway that it wasn't him at the door. He also said it would be another 10 minutes. I looked at Nikki, she looked at me, and then the doorknob started jiggling again. I ran across the room and locked the bedroom door and the bathroom door. The knob was still shaking like crazy, and Nikki and I started to fully freak the fuck out. I called my mom while she was at work, and she was crying how scared we were and asking her to call the police to come to the house. Once she answered the phone, the jiggling stopped. She was making the same assumption that Jay was pranking us, but after I told her the situation, she started getting worried. The next thing I know, I hear a slam and heavy footsteps on the hardwood floor in the living room, pacing around. Nikki and I are both completely frozen and stopped talking, which freaked my mom out. She kept yelling into the phone asking what the hell was going on, and out of fear of someone being in the house, I hung up on her. The footsteps stopped for about 10 seconds, and then stomp, stomp, stomp. I was running down the hallway and stopped at the door. The knob started jiggling like how you'd see in a horror movie. Nikki started crying and saying, thought you said you locked the doors, Kay, and now someone's in your house." The jiggling stops. The footsteps are pacing up and down the hall, and we start hearing what sounded like somebody rummaging through the kitchen. I paused and looked at her with my eyes tearing up from the fear. "I did." She then said, "Wait, we didn't even hear the screen door, and that door's really loud." Our chat was interrupted by Jay calling me. I answered the phone whispering, and he said that he was there and asked if I could unlock the screen door because he went to open it and it couldn't open. I looked at Nikki and said, "Here's what we're going to do. Jay's outside right now. We're going to open the door and we're going to run." She nodded, and we both visibly shaking like leaves in the process. I undid the lock, threw the door back, and we both took off running down the hallway to the front door, unlocked the deadbolt and knob, unlocked the screen, and Jay was standing on the porch. We ran right past him and into the middle of the front yard. Jay asked what was wrong. We both said somebody was inside. He immediately went into the house and looked in the kitchen, the laundry room, and every bedroom. He came out and said no one was in there at all. Feeling a little bit more comfortable, all three of us walked back into the house. I went to the laundry room to check the back door. It was deadbolted, and the knob was locked. I looked at Nikki and Jay and said, "No one's here and the deadbolt's locked." Nikki said they could have locked it when they went out the back. I said, "No, Nikki, they couldn't have. The deadbolt locks from inside." I called my mom back and told her the rest of what happened. She was sobbing hysterically that we were okay. Once again, words will never describe how scared we both were. So vulnerable due to not having a weapon and even being afraid to escape out the window if there was actually somebody in the house. But I know for a fact it wasn't an actual person, since this had happened months ago with my friend Mandy. Except when it happened with Mandy, all we heard was footsteps. Whatever spirit this was starting to seem more aggressive. I have a scary one. I have a creepy memory that I had between the ages of 14 and 18. In my culture, we call them jinns, and almost everyone has such a memory. I'll write the incident in a way that it's a little bit from myself using a little bit of translation, and I apologize in advance for any parts that are not understood. No worries, dude. If I will return to the subject, at that time I started to experience this along with a lot of problems, such as domestic violence, depression, anxiety, and all that. This made me sink even deeper. I'll try to keep it as short as possible because it'll be a long series of events. There was a dream I used to have all the time, and in my dream I was walking down a street. I came across a small house, and from the outside it looked like it was just a room. Then I entered this house, and the house is huge from the inside, like a really big mansion. When I open the door, a long corridor welcomes me. I start walking nervously. The house looks very gothic and depressing aesthetically. As I walk along, even though I'm scared, I start to hear quiet footsteps behind me, and when I look, I don't see anyone. As I walk, I see a few trinkets, faded flowers, and I ask myself why this house is like this. Someone calls out to me when I turn around. I see that there's no one again. I try to go back to the corridor and I walk down because I'm extremely scared, but I can't find the outer door, and this scares me even more. As I run in a panic, looking for the exit door, a vase tips over and breaks behind me. Something starts chasing me. When I turned around because I want to face it, I don't know how, but it disappears, and when I turn around again, I feel it close enough to grab me by the hair and pull me to the ground. This is the dream in general, and I had the same dream for about 4 years. I was 14 years old when I first started having it, and I had this dream 2 to 3 times a year. But as I got older, I started having it more and more often, and by the time I was 16, I was having dreams every night where something was chasing me until the morning. I didn't feel the need to tell my parents because it was just a dream and it wasn't something I thought they would be interested in at the time. I didn't tell anybody that I saw the reflection of this dream in real life. One night in my dream, 5 people, and I don't know how I know this, but 4 men and 1 woman, they were chasing me, and the woman threw a stone at the back of my leg, and I woke up with that fall. When I wake up, I was wearing shorts and pajamas. When my mother came and just saw what happened at the back of my leg and looked at my leg, realized that the place where the stone hit was blue. Then one day when we were gathering with my friends, when I put the glass in my hand on the kitchen counter in front of everyone's eyes, the glass hit the opposite wall and crumbled right in front of our eyes. I don't even remember how we escaped from the kitchen, but a lot of absurd events like this. I started to feel someone next to me all the time. Someone started to talk to me in my head all the time. But most of the time it was just noise in my head, like when you're sitting in an overcrowded place and people's voices blend together. When I was alone, I was constantly surrounded by things that scared me a lot, like cabinet doors opening, books falling off the shelves, but when I told my family, I don't think they would believe me, and that's exactly what happened. I got an answer like, "You're trying to attract attention." Since the situation was not resolved and there was nothing I could do on my own, I started to live with this invisible friend and decided not to bring up my issue with my family ever again. However, things started to get uglier. I started not sleeping at night out of fear, and if I did, I would always have the same dream. When I went to bed, this thing would lie next to me. Whenever I fell asleep, it would shake me, and it would wake me up, and since it wasn't a period when I was mentally healthy, I slowly started having suicidal and similar thoughts. I felt like no one else loved me but him. But at the same time, I was extremely worried that one day I would see him physically. And if I did, I would go crazy. There's so many things I know about him, but I don't even know how I know them. Over the years, I got used to his presence. Suicidal thoughts became too much. I was in a very severe depression, and the medication I was taking were not helping at all. I decided to bring up the subject to my family again. I told my father about the events, and it was a cathartic moment. And I didn't want to die because I couldn't get this thought out of my head. Do something about it. Then they resolved the issue, and I got rid of this friend. I'm now 25 years old, and I have interesting mystical properties. I can read people. My senses are extremely strong. But I shelved this feature a long time ago because I didn't want to get too involved because of what you went through. Don't take anything or any animal you find on the road. It was a December night, a very windy night. A lot of dust was in the air. My brother and I were going to eat at a restaurant which is far away from my home, around 30 minutes away. We don't eat outside, but for that day it was special because we cropped corns out of the fields all that day and we were tired. So we decided that, let's go eat outside. The place I live is really lonely and spooky at night because fields and fields everywhere. And the woods, though we've been living there for years, but nothing really scary about that part. Anyways, we reached a restaurant and we really had a nice dinner. Strangely, though, there were no customers except us. I don't know, but the lady from the corridor staring at us for some reason, though we talked and enjoyed it. We finished our dinner, and after finishing our dinner, my brother asked that we drive, back home. I definitely didn't want to drive because I felt exhausted and sleepy. He was feeling the same. And we kind of fought for it, but I couldn't win, so I decided I'd drive. I was driving us home, and about 10 minutes of our way, my brother, who was sitting behind me, screamed my name in a demonic voice, and I pulled my brakes and I got freaked out. I got out of the bike and about to punch my knuckles on his neck, but he pointed his hand in the woods and said, "Look." I looked in the woods and I saw 2 bright eyes. I was scared, but my brother seemed okay. He didn't even seem scared, seeing that this was on an empty, dark road going from the woods. So I turned my flashlight on and beamed it into the woods. And I saw a small lamb-like size of a bag. My brother just started walking towards it without saying anything. He grabbed it and asked me, "I want a pet." This night I was super worried, and I was in a hurry, so I let him. I can clearly see my brother's obsession over that lamb. I suppose this story is suggesting that this bag was actually a lamb. Sorry for the confusion. I'm confused too. I started my motorcycle again and started to drive home, and I had a really bad feeling about this rabbit. First it was a bag, now it's a lamb, now it's a rabbit. Anyhow, after a few minutes I sensed that we're slowly getting surrounded by a cloud, because I couldn't see, and I saw my brother was whispering something to that lamb. After a while I started feeling something odd, like something isn't right. I felt something heavy, and I saw my motorcycle and it was speeding down strangely. I saw brakes aren't pressed. I turned back to my right, and I saw the lamb with 5 feet long legs laying on the right side. Never seen anything like that. I never seen 5 feet of a lamb's leg. I doubted that and I rechecked, but this time I turned back with the left side. I again saw large, scary 5-foot-long legs. I could see symbols on its head. I got really scared, my body went cold. I couldn't drive because it was something odd I've never seen in my life. I told my brother, who was sitting back at the motorcycle, I told him to throw it away because at this point, my bike was really slow. Because I don't know if that thing was gaining its size unnaturally. He didn't want to let it go, and I was scared and I screamed, "Throw it away!" And he heard that I knew that he was possessed at some point, and he threw it. I felt my bike like cloud. I can speed up. And I turned around and saw a goat-faced demon who was about to fly. I didn't turn back after that, and I accelerated my bike like God's speed, and I know my brother just witnessed something of natural himself. He couldn't properly speak for 3 days. I drove us home, I locked everything, and we together were super terrified by the event. We didn't sleep and we hugged together all night. Later that night, I saw 2 very bright white-colored eyes peeking through our window. I don't believe in God, but at that night I was begging all gods to come and protect us from that thing. The next morning we met a few people which were locals and bandits and talked about that event. And they told us that we're really lucky that they didn't choose me. The place we found that lamb was materialized with witchcraft lockets the size of human voodoos. Not sure if this is true or a hoax, but we were baptized by locals and trying to forget the event that we've just been through. You'll have to forgive that writer. English is not his first language. Bear with him, with all due respect. A Fisherman's Tale. When my grandparents were still a young couple, they had a fisherman neighbor. Every morning, after fishing at the river, the fisherman will sell whatever he caught at his stall in the village. My grandmother, a frequent customer, became friends with the fisherman. Whenever my grandmother is short of money, the kind fisherman will let my grandmother borrow a fish. One day, my grandmother walked past the stall and noticed neighbors in front. The neighbors said it's been a while since the fisherman last sold fish, so they're hoping that he'll arrive today due to an upcoming feast in the village. One elderly suggested that she's going to go fetch the fisherman at his house. Since the fisherman is also her friend, my grandmother offered to come along. When they arrived outside the fisherman's house, all windows were shut and the door was locked. The elder called out and the fisherman shouted, "Get away!" The elder asked the fisherman what was going on, but the fisherman refused to open the door. My grandmother replied, "Dodong, it's me." Hearing a familiar voice, surprisingly, the fisherman opened the door and invited the elderly and my grandmother inside. Inside, they saw scattered salt and a bamboo spear. The fisherman looked dirty and disheveled. My grandmother asked why he hasn't been selling fish, and the neighbors are starting to worry. The fisherman said he thinks the family at the end of the river is going after him, and he's so scared he can't even leave his house. According to the fisherman, it all started a couple of days ago. While fishing in the river on his usual routine, the fisherman noticed a man watching him from afar. This happened multiple times on different days, but didn't think it was weird. He knew this man, and his wife lives at the end of the river. Since nobody at the village bothered to befriend this mysterious couple, the fisherman decided to visit the couple and say hi. When he arrived, the fisherman said, "Gusto kaba ug itza para sa poniduto." Do you folks want to fish for lunch? The man told the fisherman that they don't have money for the fish and he can catch a fish on his own. The fisherman said he didn't need their money. He was only there to introduce himself since he always sees the man at the river. The couple thanked the fisherman, and to repay his kindness, they offered the fisherman to have lunch at their house, which the fisherman gladly accepted. The wife cleaned the fish outside while the man gathered firewood. The fisherman was asked to wait inside the bamboo house. While inside, he thought to himself, they're going to need salt to season the fish. Without asking the owners of the house, who were both busy preparing lunch outside, the fisherman went to the kitchen to look for salt. He couldn't find salt on the containers on the shelves, so he began looking at the jars under the sink. That's when he smelled foul odor underneath. He continued to look through the jars still. He opened one jar and was horrified with what he had discovered. Inside one of the jars, he saw severed baby fingers. Scared for his life, he crawled silently towards the salon, which is a crawl space leading outside. For a second, he thought of going back for his fishing gears that he had left, but he was petrified that he may not come out alive. He ran as fast as he could without looking back. Knowing he had already ran far enough, he looked back and was shocked that he saw the man a couple of feet away from him. He said the man looked so angry, clenching his fists and foaming at the mouth. The fisherman felt a shiver run down his spine and he peed in his pants. He began running again while screaming prayers. When he arrived at the village, he locked himself in his home. Every night since then, he can see eyes peeking at the corners of his windows. Other times there would be footsteps at his roof. And what scars him the most is when he hears someone whistling or psst sounds, like it's taunting him to come out. He said these creatures cannot come inside the house as he protected himself with the bamboo spike that he made, and because the salt is scattered inside the house. After a week, the fisherman decided to leave the village. He didn't say anything to anyone, nor to my grandmother. He simply vanished and was never to be seen again. Rumors spread at the village like a wildfire. Some think the story was a hoax, thinking the fisherman had already lost his mind from losing his wife due to childbirth a couple years prior. Some believe it's true, including my grandparents. Most of the time, the story was only used to scare naughty kids to prevent them from playing at the river, or to prevent them from staying up late at night. As time goes by, these fears had calmed down, and everybody, including the couple at the river, just simply continued living. A few years ago, my mom went on a solo road trip. She doesn't usually like to travel alone, but I was in college and she wanted to visit some family a few states over. The trip went well, up until the last night on a drive back home. She had booked a room in a B&B that looked really nice online, but everything went off the rails when she actually arrived, which I witnessed since I was on the phone and FaceTime being informed with texts and photos from her almost the entire night. When she pulled up to the house, it was totally dark. There were no lights on the inside, and it seemed almost deserted. When she called the bed and breakfast to say that she'd arrived, she was told to take a key from under the doormat and unlock the door herself, as the innkeeper had been caught away in an emergency. She would be the only one there for the night. She was already a bit uncomfortable with the situation, but went inside anyway, since she had already paid the fee and didn't have anywhere else to stay. The interior was old-timey looking, with velvet drapes, thick dusty carpets, shelves full of photos and trinkets, and weirdest of all, many decorative plates with babies and children painted on them all over the walls. My mom locked the door behind her and went upstairs quite quickly, since she was feeling scared. Upstairs was worse, though, with the continued vintage furnishings and the unfortunate addition of about 15 ceramic dolls in each room, arranged on the beds and propped up on tables and shelves. At this point, my mom was really freaked out, but kept trying to convince herself that there really wasn't anything scary about the inn, or the dolls, or anything else there. So she picked a room and started trying to go to bed. She did find herself turning the dolls around in her room so they faced the wall, even though she's usually a stark disbeliever in anything paranormal. That's when everything got really strange. She started hearing sounds all over the house. Very human-like sounds. It started with creaking, then footsteps and whimpering. My mom was overtaken with fear in a way that she'd never experienced before. She found herself frozen in place, where she quite literally couldn't move whilst hearing more and more activity. The sounds eventually escalated to screaming, crashing, and banging sounds from all over the house. After a few minutes, my mom managed to shake herself from the paralyzation and realized that she needed to get out as fast as she could. She was so terrified that she actually tried climbing out of the window on the second story, but the roof below was too steep and she had to climb back inside. Then she took a fireplace poker, since she said she didn't know if there was any noise coming from robbers or something, gathered up her stuff and ran into the hallway and down the stairs. She was quite shocked to see that everything was exactly as it was when she came in, except for one thing. A single one of the baby plates had fallen from the wall and shattered on the floor. There were no people in the house, and the door wasn't bashed in. All the furniture was in the same dusty spots as before. She booked it for the door, threw it open, dropped the house key somewhere in the front yard, and drove away. She had never been more afraid in her entire life, and had never seen, or rather, never been less sure in her opinion that ghosts were fake. She drove around the town for a while and ended up in a Motel 6 where she probably slept about 45 minutes, then came home. Unfortunately for her, though, that isn't where the story ends. She had been looking forward to arriving home so that she could finally be done with this whole frightening occurrence, maybe get some sleep and watch some reality TV that had been recorded while she was gone. What she didn't account for was the ghostly hitchhiker that seemed to follow her back. That first night home, she fell asleep on the couch with the TV on. Around 2 a.m., the TV turned off on its own, and she woke up suddenly to hear loud footsteps running throughout the living room. She lives totally alone in a standalone house. Weird things continued to happen for about 2 to 3 months, including a constant problem with the TV turning on and off and changing volume by itself. She would hear voices, screams, and footsteps throughout the house, and would often wake up to having items in the kitchen and living room moved around, very weirdly, by the way, with no explanation. The most notable of which was when the toaster was mysteriously moved to the top of the fridge one night. Fortunately, my mom was really dedicating herself to 100% ignoring the ghost and trying to avoid feeding negative or scared energy into it. And after a few months, it eventually went away. She felt like she knew for sure, though, that it was a ghost and that it latched onto her that night at the inn. She certainly isn't much of a skeptic anymore, you could say. A ghost led me to my family tomb. This happened in early July. I was on a trip with my wife and mother-in-law through the United Kingdom, and we had a few days in Edinburgh to take in the sights. Now, I knew that my family was originally from Scotland, but I wasn't sure where. Edinburgh seemed a pretty safe bet, though, since that's where J.K. Rowling is from, and my last name, while rather uncommon, is incredibly similar to a minor character in the Harry Potter books. We had heard that she took inspiration for a number of characters' names from headstones that she found in local kirkyards, cemeteries. So we decided to take a look for ourselves to see if we could find anything. Long story short, we did. Early one evening, we visited St. Cuthbert's kirkyard near Edinburgh Castle. By random chance, we arrived just as the paranormal bus tour was leaving. The tour group were all lined up by the bus, but the tour guide was walking alone through the kirkyard to meet them. Clearly not one to miss the opportunity to spook some out-of-towners as we crossed paths. He told us to be on the lookout for a little ghost of a little 6-year-old. He said she likes to tug on people's jackets, which we took as an opportunity to make a few predictable jokes to scare each other once we were on our own. So we walked around the graveyard for a bit, talking about the various names that we saw, and I made a point to mention that if we did see any of my ancestors, the spelling might be different. After some time, I felt a small hand hold mine. My wife has pretty small hands, but she was standing to the other side of me, and this was smaller, childlike. There was no chill in the air, no eerie feeling that I was being watched, just a small child's hand reaching out and holding onto mine. I didn't say anything out loud because my mother-in-law is very religious, and I'm already on thin ice with her over some of my political stances, so it seemed best to keep my mouth shut about an ongoing paranormal encounter. So there I was, walking through a graveyard with my wife on my left, my mother-in-law behind me, and an invisible child holding my hand as we looked at the tombstones. I was completely silent. I wasn't afraid, though. This ghost seemed kind of friendly, and people say I have kid magic, so I figured, hey, this kid probably just wanted to hold my hand and take a stroll. It wouldn't be so out of the ordinary had the child in question been somebody I knew and, well, alive, but I digress. I slowed my pace to make it easier for the kid to keep up. I have long legs and people say I walk fast, which caused me to fall behind a little as my wife went on ahead. Mother-in-law was reading the headstones carefully, causing her to fall even further behind. And I realized I didn't want to split up our group, so I looked ahead and called out to my wife. I was going to walk over to her, but the hand pulled back on me. I kept my eyes on my wife and told her to wait up for us, and the hand started tugging towards the right side of the path, slightly behind me. It wasn't violent. It felt more like a kid trying to get me to look at something. I was still facing forward when I heard my mother-in-law's voice from behind me on the right side of the path. "Is this what you're looking for?" I turned around, and sure enough, she was standing in front of a large headstone engraved with my family name. About a dozen of my ancestors were directly beneath us, and a ghostly child's hand was trying to show me where they were. I paused and took in the experience. It was incredible, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude. After spending some time there, the grip on my hand loosened slightly, but it didn't let go. We continued on our journey and found myself swinging my right arm involuntarily to a slightly different rhythm than my own stride. If you've ever held hands with a small child while they're skipping rather than walking, you know what this kind of feels like. After a short walk, though, the swinging stopped, and I felt my hand released. There was a slight brushing feeling as the spectral hand took leave of my own, and when I looked in the direction that it might lead, I saw I was standing in front of the grave with the girl's name. She died at 6 years old in the early 19th century. For the life of me, I can't remember the name on that headstone. But if I saw it, I would know it right away. And if I ever return to Edinburgh, I'll make sure to bring her flowers to thank her for showing me around. Abnormal dreams. Looking for others that might have them. Just to make a point, twice I've dreams of children. Weird dreams. Like I held a small boy and it was not my kid. I looked around and asked, "Who's this kid?" And an old friend turned to me and said, "It's my boy." And I woke up. The day after I went to see him, thought I would tell him about the dream, and when I did, he laughed and said that his girlfriend, I didn't know he had one by the way, was pregnant, and they were going to announce it. Turned out it was a boy. When my girlfriend got pregnant, I had a similar dream. I held two beautiful girls, and I cried because I was so happy. They were my girls, and when I woke up, I laughed and told my girlfriend that we would have twin girls, and turns out we actually did. Here's a freaky one. I had just moved to Australia to study, and I had a vivid dream of a monster chasing me in a desert, and I went into a room. It's in the middle of the desert, trying to escape, but it had no windows except for the door I came in through. And then the monster came inside, and I was terrified. At that point, a man dressed in white said my name and told me I was dreaming, and I knew right away that it was a dream, and all the fear disappeared. I thanked him, and he said that he was here to warn me. He told me that I would die if I stayed in Australia. I asked him maybe 20 questions of why and when, and so many things, and he just replied on each and every thing. This was my first day there, and I came late at night. I asked him in the end if I would believe this when I woke up. He told me, some do, some don't. I begged him to show me a sign in the real world. He said it was very difficult, but he would try, and would see the sign over odd word. At that point, I had no idea what that word meant, and I thanked him, and we shook hands, and I woke up in that very moment. Later that day, I saw that word on the apartment building next door. Sure, my subconscious could have picked it up and created this vivid dream, but he told me that they warn everybody all the time. Here's a second one that's odd, and those odd ones I have difficulty forgetting. I had a dream, and it was a normal dream, but at one point I saw a door, and I was clearing my head, like I knew that it was a dream, but that door was not supposed to be there. It was in my town, and the door was misplaced, so the dream kind of just stopped, and I went inside the door where I met this weird guy that got startled and told me I wasn't allowed to be in here. But I remained, and he had this computer, quote-unquote. It was made of glass and lights. He told me that this was all of our lives, and he showed me my lives. It was hundreds of them. The glass thingies could connect them, and I could see moments from those lives. It had green and red, and those lights represented good and bad times. A red life meant I had a bad life, a tough one, and if you opened it, there could be both red and green moments, but the overall was red. I was shown that my younger brother and I shared a lot of lives together, but my other siblings shared only this one. I asked to see the last life that he showed me again. He told me that here time ends. He opened it, and I saw a fish-like person swimming in a dark ocean with a bunch of others. Kind of like mermaids, but not like anything I'd ever seen before. I thanked him, went out the door. Sure, it could be a dream. It was a dream, but it stuck hard with me for some reason. Then we have the last one. My very first dream I had as a toddler, over and over and over. And whatever I did, I could never change a single thing in this dream. It played like a movie until it ended, the same as it did every night. I had this dream for years. Lived in a house with a mom and dad. She was sick, always at home, and he, I think, was a carpenter. I had my room up the steps in the living room, and my mom would always walk into the kitchen and grab a knife, which my dad took out of her hand and cried and begged her to stop, but she was ill somehow. And this day in my dream, my dad was fixing the roof, and she chased me with the knife. I climbed the stair to reach him, and before I could, she stabbed me in the back, and I died right there in his arms. And I floated above him, holding me in this dream. I don't know, I remember it so well, every detail of it printed in my mind. Entity walking around the house. Hey everybody. So I had to sleep on the couch downstairs because my bed is broken, and I heard some weird sounds. So at 11 p.m. I decided it was a good time to stop working on homework and go to sleep. I spent about an hour talking to my friends, texting on the couch, and then attempted to go to sleep for real. It took me until around 1 a.m. to find a good position and also to ignore people messaging me. I decided on me facing on the couch and my back exposed because it's hot as fuck in Texas. So anyways, 5 minutes later, everything was really quiet, and I heard the floor creak upstairs like when somebody moves on the bed. I just thought it was my mom and sisters moving around in their bed. They're all asleep in the same bed, and the room is right above the living room, which is where I was sleeping. I hear it more and more until I hear someone actually stepping off the bed, and I guess moving. Again, I just thought it was my mom. I also heard someone being in the kitchen and moving around the stuff that we had cleaned, but not put away, and just overall walking in that area. There was some loud, pan clashing noises. And that's when I decided to turn around and cover myself fully with my blanket and try to go to sleep. At that point, it was 2 a.m. I heard whatever was there go upstairs and kind of just walk around. So that's what I heard. When we were having breakfast, I asked my mom if she had gone downstairs or something. She usually does to go get the baby a smoothie so she can go back to sleep. But she said she didn't at all. I told her what I had heard during the night and that I didn't sleep well at all, and she looked at me shocked. So here's what my mom said when she heard or experienced this. My mom said that around 12 a.m. she went to her computer to work on some stuff, and that the whole time she was there, she heard me gaming in my room, like me laughing and my loud keyboard clicking, for basically the whole duration of her working. That she even told me to shut up, but she said I didn't reply and just thought it was because I was wearing earbuds, which does happen when I'm gaming, to be honest. Anyways, at some point she heard me stop, and she looked in my little sister's room to see if I went to sleep there. Didn't see me, and she was kind of sad that I had walked past her without saying goodnight and how quiet I supposedly was going downstairs. She didn't even notice. She was really good at hearing for that, and I had been downstairs since 11 p.m. And at that point, she said she noticed at 2 a.m. When she was going to bed, she said that she heard walking all over upstairs, and that around 2:40 a.m. she started hearing hard galloping outside in our backyard. So as a person would do, I tried to rationalize it, then and now. And in the moment, I thought it was my mom, but obviously it wasn't fully her walking or doing stuff. Thought it was maybe the dog, but it sleeps outside, and he's pretty quiet and actually sleeps as long as it's not really mating season. But there's nothing to explain the galloping. My mom checked the backyard cameras and they saw nothing at all. She was also upstairs the whole time and didn't see anyone. I also found it kind of weird that we couldn't hear each other despite how aware we were. My notification sound is just a loud ass sound. And it sounded at 1:30 a.m. I had to turn it off or I would have not been able to sleep. Surely my mom would have heard it, and it sounded twice. She said that she didn't hear anything like that, and from where we were located at those times, she would definitely have. I should have also heard her calling my name and telling me to be quiet to go to sleep, which she did loudly so I could hear her from the office to my room. We honestly don't know what's going on, and we're both quite scared. We're planning on dousing the upstairs and downstairs with holy water. Right now I have to go to class, so my mom's driving me, and her boyfriend, who's Muslim, gave us some prayers to play over the TV while we're gone to try to help. If y'all find some reasonable explanation, please repost it. Or what this might mean. Really shook my mom hearing the horse gallop as it went around 3 times, and each time it goes louder. I'm wondering if this is like an urban legend or something that might have meaning. You know, hearing loud galloping at 3 a.m. Still can't explain experience from several years ago. I was talking to my wife today, and an experience that we had came up, which we still can't explain. In February of 2013, we were dating at the time, we decided to take a weekend trip to a resort in Lake Delavan in Wisconsin. The weather was cold, but not unusually so we thought it would be a neat getaway. To set the stage, the place was pretty much deserted when we arrived. It's mostly a summer attraction for families from Illinois to come and vacation. There's a beach where you can go swimming and also a nearby golf course. People also frequently use the resort for weddings. However, when we were there was a thick layer of snow on the resort grounds, and the lake was frozen over from months of sub-freezing temperatures. Not even Valentine's Day was enough to attract more than a handful of guests. We checked in and we were directed to our room, which was about 2/3 of the way down a long, deserted hallway. The hallway had a line of rooms on the left side which faced the lake. Walking to the room was kind of eerie because we passed an arcade that was completely deserted and there was no sign of anyone else staying in that wing for the night. The hallway was completely empty and silent. When we arrived at the room, it seemed nice enough and had a pretty view of the frozen-over lake. There was one bed adjacent to the wall, nearest the bathroom, which was on the right side when you entered the room. We decided to go out and walk on the ice, as my wife was from a warmer climate and had never done so before. When we returned, the first strange thing happened. As I opened the door to our room, I realized I'd left the light on. However, it abruptly turned off when we entered. It looked like one of those lights that has a timer and a motion sensor, so I dismissed it as a coincidence. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. We went to dinner at the resort restaurant and had a couple of glasses of wine. We were pretty tired, so we ended up going to bed pretty early. I awoke at 3 a.m. with an uneasy feeling. The room felt like somebody turned the heat off. As I shook off the fogginess of sleep, I noticed a figure standing next to the bed. My hair stood up as I tried to make out what it was. A woman with dark hair and a light-colored dress who was sort of glowing. Before I could make out any more details, she dissipated. I dismissed this as a dream and eventually drifted back to sleep. About an hour later, I woke again with the same feeling. She was back. However, this time I was able to make out more details. She appeared to be Native American and had braided hair with a light-colored traditional dress. I didn't get the sense that she wanted to harm me. She eventually dissipated again without saying anything or really moving. As I lay in bed, paralyzed by what I experienced, my wife abruptly sat up. Thinking she was awake, I said, "Honey, are you up?" I got no response. Her eyes were still closed, and she laid back down again. Later, she would tell me that she didn't have any memory of doing this. I didn't go to sleep for a long time after that night, but also didn't experience anything else. The next morning, we woke up and we were laying in bed talking. We hadn't been dating for that long at the time, and I was afraid of making her think I was crazy by telling her what happened. Finally, I decided to do it and see if she remembered anything from the night before. As I recounted my story, the lights on the headboard above us flickered on and off. They were turned off at the time, so I found this to be very strange. Later that morning, we went into the bathroom and also noticed that the sink was on full blast. Neither of us recalled even using the sink that morning. We checked out that day and asked the hotel receptionist in passing whether or not the resort had any reports of being haunted. I expected them to laugh it off, but instead, I got a very defensive vibe and denial from them. I later researched the lake and resort and found out that the grounds were home to Native American burial mounds and were known to be haunted. I had no idea that that was the case before we went. I even found a post discussing how staff reported seeing a woman in a white dress who would wander the halls of the resort. Ask Reddit. I'm 40, but back when I was 14 or 15, my uncle left my parents' chalet for a few weeks deep in the wilderness north of Quebec. Took bloody ages to get there. No civilization, no neighbors for miles. I love that place. Huge terrain. And best of all, there was a river running through the terrain. The water was cold and crystal pure. Came directly from the mountains, I guess. The river had a really strong current, too. And the deepest I had was about to my torso, which is probably 4 feet deep, and it was impossible to stand against the current. One day I grabbed my floating board, and I decided to go on a hike along the river on the shore for a good while, and eventually just hop on my board and let the current take me back to the chalet. I never really thought about what was in the woods. In all my times at the chalet, I seen a bunch of deer and a couple of brown bears. Pretty much it. Bears can be scary, but they never really do anything. None of that passed my mind when I started hiking. There was awesome sights on the hike. Saw a baby bear drinking water in the river on the other side of the shore. So cute. Then I remembered mother bears are always with their cubs and super protective. I was a bit scared, to be honest. But when the mom came out of the bushes, she looked at me, barely noticed, and just walked back away in the forest with her cub. I wasn't even a nuisance to her. Me and all my 125 pounds when wet, skinny kid didn't stress her at all. I walked 4 hours, carefree. What's the worst that could happen? Can't get lost. I just follow the river back to the camp. Friggin' idiot. I get to a spot where trees and branches start to get hard to pass by, and the water seems pretty deep. I want to remain as close to the river as possible not to get lost, but I cannot pass. Gotta walk a bit further away from the river and into the forest. I can somewhat see the river through the branches on my left side. Nothing to worry about. That's when I hear something on my right. I didn't even turn to look. Lots of sound can be heard in the forest all around. I'm used to it. But then, man, that feeling of dread. Something is definitely not right. I'm not hearing anything. No birds, not the wind, frickin' silence. But the air feels heavy. I just freeze in my steps, can't move, paralyzed. I look at my right super slowly. There's this huge black mass about 15 feet away from me. 2 bright little round glowing yellow eyes in the middle. And that thing is not moving at all either. Both completely immobile. Me and it. As I look at it more, it's a friggin' wolf. Pitch black looking wolf. It was bigger than that mama bear I saw earlier. Why the is it not moving? And the only thing that came to mind was one day when one of my cats was playing outside. I remember seeing and laughing as my cat became super immobile. I called it and it didn't respond. and noticed the cat was preying a bird not far away. The cat moved slow into position and then darted at the bird. That's what crossed my mind, but I was the bird. 15 feet away on my right, the wolf, still immobile, looking at me, about 10 feet on my left. The river, but there was tons of branches and bushes in the way. Forget it. I sprinted through the bushes and branches, smacking my face a dozen times, but minor cuts on my arms and legs from running directly through the bushes, and just dove into the river. It was pretty deep from the side of the shore. In my little floating board, I swam to the middle of the river, and the current took me right up. I don't even know if that thing came at me as I got away, or if I scared it. I never looked back. I told my uncle about the frickin' huge wolf. He laughed at me and said in all the years he's been at that place, he never saw a single wolf. That there's no wolf in that area, in fact. Must have been my imagination, he said. I often see those goddamn tiny glowing dots whenever I'm in the forest. Those glowing dot eyes. Business as usual. Let me say one thing. In my 35 years on this earth, I've seen some unusual things. I never went looking for ghosts. I didn't go to bed one night hoping that the thing that came to say hello was going to stand at my window, gurgling an ancient language I could not and did not want to understand. I didn't ask to spend an awful weekend with the possessed girl. I did not want to keep waking up to the sound of hysterical laughter and sobs, running to the door only to wake on the couch 3 more times, each time the entity drawing closer. Stuck in a loop that I could not escape. I didn't want 6 months of bad luck brought upon me by an owl. I didn't care to see the large sloth-like creature casually passing through my living room upon waking from a nap. The ghosts at work several times, I didn't want any of it. At first, these things scared me. By the time the event I will discuss today took place, I couldn't give a damn. I had been living in Miami for a few years. I wanted to go back home, to the Panhandle, to start a band with my uncle. Things down south had downward spiraled enough, and it was time to move on. So I packed my guitars and a few personal belongings and hit the road north in my truck. I moved in with my Mimi and my uncle in Havana, a small town outside of Tallahassee, not far from Greenwood, where my last post took place, not far from my hometown. It was great being with family. My uncle and I started working on new songs. He bought a new computer, microphones, and all this for recording music, and life felt better than it had in a long while. I had put myself through the ringer and was ready to focus on making music and just existing and trying to be healthier. I slept in the room where we recorded our songs. Across the hall was my uncle's room. I woke up one night to discover a dark figure stooped in the doorway. The light from the computer allowed me to see how defined its shape was. I could clearly see the shape of its head, slim and black as night. It just stood there, hunched over. It was tall, most likely 10 feet or so. I knew it had woke me up on its own to try and solicit a reaction from me. It wanted my fear. I'm hip to the grift. Gonna take a lot more than that to get anything out of me. I'm more scared of people than I am of these entities. It waited there, expecting me to give it what it desired, my fear. It was just hungry and looking for sustenance. At this point in my life, I didn't really care. I had come to the conclusion that strange visitors were going to show up from time to time. I had something along the lines of, quote-unquote, "Fuck off, I'm trying to sleep, get out of here." I turned over on my mattress and fell asleep shortly after telling it to leave. The next morning, I woke up and found my uncle sitting on the porch steps in the back deck having a cigarette. I greeted him and lit my own. "Man, I had something weird happen last night," I told him. His expression became solemn. "Let me tell you what happened to me first," he said. He began to explain. He had woke up in the middle of the night to a figure hovering over him. He told me that it felt like it was trying to suck the light out of him, or the life out of him, just through his mouth. He pushed at the air above him and felt resistance, like something was there, but not fully solid. He ran outside and waited a while before he could bring himself to go back inside. My uncle doesn't make things up. He's a straightforward guy. I trust him, and I know that he's telling me exactly what happened to him. He had never had something like this happen to him before. When I told him that I saw the dark figure in my room, he looked baffled. We both knew that we were having a visitor that night. My uncle was very much worried about it then, but I assured him that we would be all right. He was worried about it coming back and messing with his mother and my Mimi. Never returned, though. Not that I really care anyway. Business as usual. The Friendly Ghost. So I moved into my current house about a year ago after having a fallout with my previous roommates. It's a tiny house built probably around 1920, and you can tell. It's had a little renovation since then, though. A lot of work needs, but it's real cozy. My fiancé and I have been here for close to a year now, and since moving in, we've experienced paranormal activity that resembles something of a cat, which is kind of hilarious to us. We're not alone in this. We've actually had more than a few people confirm to us that they've either seen said cat or have felt the presence of said cat. Going back to the first experiences that we had, it would just be like seeing a little black ball dart around the corner or even up the stairs. One day, my fiancé and I are sitting on the couch watching TV. From my living room, the dining room table is to the right if you're sitting on the couch and you can see clearly into it. So we're chilling after a long day of deep cleaning the house, and there's a paper towel roll just sitting in the middle of the table, standing straight up. As we're watching TV, the roll just flies off the table. Well, not fly, just kind of like fell, but it's weird because it was directly in the middle of the table and nowhere even close to the edge. So it was more like batted off. I get up, pick it up, put it back to where it was, and go back to what I was doing. I don't think anything of it, so some 10 minutes later it happens again. So now I'm wondering what's happened. I'm thinking, was it wind? So I start crossing off things that it could have been. It's the dead of summer. So was the window AC unit on? Nope. Ceiling fan? Nope. Nothing. There was no reason for it to just be falling onto the floor like that. But regardless, I shrugged it off as maybe it just being some weird gravity phenomenon, or maybe the simulation of life glitching, But later that week, we have a friend over. He'd never really been over, and we never really told him about the experiences that my fiancé and I were having. Soon as he walks in the door, he kind of does this weird sidestep maneuver. So I ask, "What was that?" He goes, "I thought I was going to step on an animal for some reason." And of course, there was nothing there. A couple hours later, my fiancé and I and our friends are eating dinner at the table, and an empty grocery bag in the kitchen falls from the bag of bags. Everybody else does it, right? Do y'all save bags? But I just winds up sitting there for a minute, deflated. Then it just opens up like something crawled into it, and the top starts batting around unnaturally, like it's being played with. We all hear this and watch it happen for a few seconds. Then the bag returns to its deflated state, and we're all like, what was that about? But again, it doesn't look like the wind. Wind wouldn't have made a bag move around the kitchen. So we now tell him about our previous experiences, and we all came to the conclusion that it's most likely a cat. So we settle on the most cliche name ever. We name it Catspur. I spend a few minutes making fun of the name and ridiculing its antics. And later that night, around 4 a.m.-ish, I wake up to the sound of something move on my bedside table. I brush it off as I sleep and get back to the delirium as I go back to sleep. Then I just feel the gentlest whack on my head, like a paw swatting at me. Then I hear something jump up on the table and skitter down the stairs. This time I jump up, turn on the light, and investigate. Nothing. Not a single animal in the house. I know for sure it wasn't a mouse, so I exclaim, "All right, you win. You can stay." Another time we had a few friends over, and someone that we didn't know just showed up with another friend and asks my fiancé, "Hey, can I meet your cat?" And of course we tell her the whole shebang, and she goes, "Thought you guys had a cat. Saw it run up the stairs." And we're just like, "Yeah, it does that." So now we have a ghost cat. And whenever I give it a lot of shit for being a shithead, one of our decorative fake cactuses will just fall from one of the shelves for no reason, but on good days, we'll feel a gentle brush up against our legs when we're sitting on the couch and an overall sense of comfort from the house. We've never felt anything malicious or had any other bad experiences living here. Just the cat. And according to our landlady, the previous tenant had a lot of pets. It's entirely possible one of them passed, and their souls just stuck around. I'm not complaining, but the next time it swats my head in my sleep, I'm getting the ghost cat spray bottle. Grandma is still alive. Some backstory. There's a family of 5 staying together. Parents, 2 siblings, and my grandma. So my grandma has been staying with my aunt and cousins for a while before she passed on. On the day she passed, the whole family came down and everybody was greatly affected. My grandma was one of the nicest people in the world, and she took care of all of us equally. I frequently visited my aunt's house just to meet my grandma, and she would constantly give me pocket money and cook for me even though she was not well herself. However, it affected my cousins the most, since they've been staying with the grandma since birth, and at that point in time, they were around 12 years old and 9. After that day, my aunt realized that her younger daughter started spending less time with the family and locked herself in her room more often. Let's call my older cousin P and my younger cousin Q to make it easier. My aunt started to become suspicious of Q and thought that she had a boyfriend. So she decided to ask P to be her spy. The next day, P told my aunt that Q claimed to be talking to Grandma, and she asked P to keep it as a secret. After my aunt told her husband about this, Q received a very bad scolding, and they reinforced that Grandma was no longer around. From that day onward, she was forced to leave the door open, and P was forced to sleep in the room with her. A few days went on and nothing happened. However, about a week later, weird things started happening again. P claimed that Q started creeping out of the room slowly and started talking to Grandma in the kitchen again. She informed her mom again, but this time, instead of confronting her, my aunt and her husband decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. Initially, they thought that Q was developing mental issues like depression, but when they eavesdropped the conversation, they knew something wasn't right. Q was giggling the whole time while talking to Grandma. The conversation also sounded real. They talked about what she ate, what she did in school, and her problems. They eavesdropped for a few nights, and one day they decided to take action. When they stepped into the kitchen, what they really saw proved to them that Q needed professional help. In Q's hands was raw chicken meat, and she was reaching across the dining room table as if she's feeding someone. My aunt screamed and Q was startled. I wasn't there to witness this, but I can imagine how bad it was. Pete told me that Q started crying and asked, "Where'd Nenek go?" I forgot what happened next, but the next morning my uncle brought Ustaz over to help out. Ustaz is like a Muslim version of a priest, for those who don't know. The Ustaz came and Q immediately acted weird. She wasn't possessed or anything, but she kept on asking why the Ustaz came and said that she didn't like it. When the Ustaz started reading some Quranic verses, Q started shouting in Malay, "Stop, Nenek is in pain." No one else saw Nenek except for Q. Also, we Muslims do not believe in spirits of the dead, meaning once you passed on, you'll go to afterlife and you won't come back as spirits. The Eustas asked my aunt whether she kept any items that Grandma left behind. That's when my aunt realized Q kept the dress or maybe pajamas that Grandma wore on the day she passed, and to be honest, it was filthy. They took the dress and passed it to the Eustas when the uncle went to help Q in his arms, since she was getting restless and wanted to stop my aunt. The Eustas placed the dress in a bucket of water that had Quranic verses read into it, something like holy water. The Eustas explained that the filthy clothes attracted certain jinns, also known as demons, and it took the form of Grandma. The jinn took advantage of Q's emotional state to use her. After the whole ritual, the dress was disposed of, and Q was quite affected by the whole thing. Eventually, she became better, and now she's back to normal. Personally, I don't find this story scary, but I thought that it was a good story to share. I find this story more sad. Sad because the love of all of us had for our grandma, and especially Q. I know a lot of us still miss Grandma, but we all know that she's in a better place. Craziest thing to ever happen to me, and I live in Baltimore. So living in Baltimore, there's a place called Loch Raven Reservoir, and it's out in the sticks. Quick to get to, though. Baltimore's kind of weird like that. 10 minutes one way, woods, then next the ghetto. So we would drive out to Loch Raven and smoke while driving the empty country roads. Well, on those roads is a turnoff to a park. Been a while, but I'm kind of sure it's Cromwell Park. And it's not the kind of park you think. It's more just woods with trails, and you can only get there by driving. Roads way too small and dangerous to walk. Well, me and my friend went there one night to smoke. It was about 1 a.m. and we parked in the parking lot, which again is just a few spots for cars made from gravel. In front, behind, and to the right are trees leading to nothing but more woods. To the left, I'm driving by the way, it's a field. The field goes a little more than a football field, and I would say maybe a football field wide, till you guessed it, more trees. Yes, very good. So we have a CD case, and I was breaking the bud up and while my friend prepared the blunt. It's pretty dark out except for some moon and starlight shining, and I just look to my left, and on the edge of the field where the trees start, I see what appears to be someone with a flashlight. It's far away, so I'm not worried about it, and just say something to my friend like, "What the fuck is somebody doing in the woods all the way out here at this time?" I continue breaking up the bud, and when I'm done, I pass it over to my friend, and he dumps it in the blunt roll and kind of just lays the CD in the dash. While I'm waiting, I look up to my left again, and now the lights are up in a tree. Not real high, just a few feet, so I comment again. Why the fuck is somebody climbing trees at this time in the middle of nowhere? He's just like, if I know. Then he starts to hear some pops going off. Now I'm like, okay, he's lighting fireworks off. So weird. The pops keep happening more and more. I had no idea that all hell was about to break loose. I'm looking over there and a flash of light turns off and the pops keep going. For some reason I had thought that, and when I thought, or rather, for some reason I had a thought, and when I thought, it was my stomach. Got that scared feeling. Sorry, the writing's crazy. I got that scared feeling and I said out loud to my friend, getting goosebumps thinking about this, why can't we see fireworks going off? At that exact moment, the explosion got super loud and traveled across the field towards us, like a string of explosions coming right at us. It made it across the field in probably 3 or 4 seconds. The car was engulfed in explosions. I could feel them in my guts like fireworks do. The CD case vibrates off the dash and they're going off like crazy. My friend who's been through some stuff in his life, his mom stabbed his dad up in his sleep while he was in the room next to a 13-year-old, so he's not easy to scare. He's in tears, freaking out, begging me to leave, absolutely pleading. I'm saying no. I want to know what the fuck is happening. I turned my car back on because I felt bad for this clown in tears and was going to leave. But it all stopped as soon as the car turned on. I remember him saying it sounded like a stampede of horses going around the car. The area had fights from the Revolutionary War and redcoats and bluecoats in that area. It was known for being sympathetic to the redcoats and battles being fought in the area. Can't say that's what it was, if it was a ghost or what, just saying that's what came to mind. I emailed the park 10 or so years later and asked if anyone has ever said anything about anything paranormal to them before. They said no, not one thing ever. To this day, I'm left perplexed at what the fuck happened that night. It's mind-blowing. I thought only movies had this kind of stuff, but since then, I'm way more open-minded. I still believe a lot of people lie and are just crazy. I hear stories on here where you think, bro, come on, you're full of it, or you need help. But this is what happened to me, believe it or not, and I don't care. But it's the only thing to happen to me. Felt the urge to tell someone. Paranormal bathroom break. When I was in middle school, my parents sent me off to summer sleepaway camp. Your standard outdoor adventure, song singing, marshmallow roasting shit show. I was not a willing participant. Don't get me wrong, I love the outdoors, but a month away from home, my Tamagotchi collection, and my own bed was not my cup of tea at 12. The layout of the campground was fairly standard. To my recollection, there was a large mess hall, a ball pit, ropes of course, and a winding path leading up to 6 cabins that we called home. The cabin closest to everything was the bathrooms. The rest were all boy and girl separated housing. The weirdest thing about this layout, though, were the front doors to the cabins all faced away from the main path and towards the woods. Though it was easy to find your way around, it was definitely daunting when you had to go to a midnight stroll to go use the restroom. And that's really where our story begins. With my small bladder, my anxious mind, and a walk to the woods to go pee. When you had to use the restroom, it was a short trail along the right side of the cabin to a dirt path that led towards the larger buildings. At night, this path was lined with large construction lights and volunteer counselors that made sure none of the campers got any nightly shenanigans underway. It was very easy to find, heavily illuminated, and though still mildly terrifying, completely safe. It was also one of my biggest camp fears. I woke up roughly around 2 a.m. and couldn't wait until morning to pee. I was not happy. Walking out into the cold air, staring straight into the woods, and accepting my fate of an uncomfortable nightly stroll. The small path around the right of the cabin led directly to the larger dirt path, and though facing away from the lights, was still fairly easy to visualize. I made sure I was properly equipped with flashlight in hand and started my journey. Just a few steps, when it happened, everything went black. I mean, completely black. I couldn't see my hand directly in front of me black. I stumbled forwards, wondering if maybe the lights went out. My hands just hadn't adjusted. My eyes hadn't adjusted either. I knew where the path was, and I was flailing. But the more I walked, the more twigs and sticks I felt sliding against my legs. The further I went, the higher they became. I stopped. It had been about 2 minutes of walking, and I still couldn't see a thing. That's when I noticed the noise had also stopped. The drone of the forest. You know, the crickets chirping, your standard late-night ambient noise. It wasn't there. I panicked and turned. 2 steps toward the way I came, and all of a sudden I was back and standing directly in front of the door of my cabin. The lights illuminated the cabin itself, the trees swaying in the night air. Everything seemed normal again. Thinking I was dreaming or attempting to block out whatever the fuck I just experienced, I walked forward again towards the right. My will to pee was too strong to contemplate anything else. And then darkness. I was surrounded by nothing. The more I walked, the more I felt the woods surrounding me, but I still couldn't see. I turned more quickly this time, running towards the direction I believed the cabin to be in, and I was at the front door. My flashlight was gone. Now, one typically, after an experience like this, would not make the decision to continue attempting the midnight stroll to the bathhouses. I did. I felt smarter about it, this time for sure, trailing my fingers along the right side of the cabin as I attempted to make the turn onto the larger dirt path one more time. Nothing disappeared. I rounded the corner, got the helpful nod from the counselor on duty, and made my way into the bathroom and back with no further issue. When I curled up in bed, I chalked it all up to a dream, my mind playing tricks on me, and in the morning my cabin counselor did too, until she saw my legs. I was rushed off to the nurse for the large mud-covered gashes, multiple bug bites, and unexplained rash. To this day, I still don't know what I experienced, or if it was even paranormal in nature, but I remembered the quiet, the black, and the wonder. Does anyone know what could have happened to me that night? Or has anybody had a similar experience? Part 1. Strange shit's been going on over a year. So I've lived in my current house for a few years, going on 3. And for about the last year, things have been just off. For starters, it was nothing big, distant voices. At nighttime, always past 12, I would hear this girl talking in the distance, like she was standing outside my house. Now, her voice would be so low as it could easily be mistaken for something else, like a far-off machine whining or low wind howling. But as I would brush it off, it would get more distinct. I never could make out entire sentences, but sharp single-word commands. No, stop, there, now. Words like these were unmistakable. She always had a tone as if she was over it, like a boyfriend lied one too many times, and that was it. Well, periodically became every night. Like clockwork, she'd be out there, fed up. I do have neighbors, both close enough that I assumed them to be the cause, because both are family homes. One's actually my cousin. So it made it easier to open about my experiences. She was pretty shocked when I told her, especially the frequency. Every night past 11:30 or 12, I kept assuring her. Both my cousin and other neighbor denied even being out at bed at all during the night, especially at midnight. So, in an attempt to calm them, I acted unbothered by the, in conclusion. Fast forward 6 months and the voices start changing fast. No more did I hear the girl, but different men, young men, older men, 2 men quietly conversing, and the girl's voice came back one night, but with another man's voice being with her every night. At this time, I started hearing footsteps outside my house too. I lived in the woods, so when even an armadillo is outside, which sounds a lot like a person. I grew up hunting literally everything. I start to get actually concerned that I'm being gang stalked. At night outside my home, no less. Not by a ghost, but real people. I'm a realist. Why me? There's woods, yes, but who's going to wait outside my house every night? There's no point. Then shit changed fast one night. I get chills even writing about this shit for real. The voice for the night starts to churn up and it's different. A deep voice, so deep it can literally only be compared to a demon. Almost cartoonish, it fits so well. Every other voice before that night I couldn't understand or could only make out one word here or there. Not this voice. I could understand every word. It's like it was reading a speech off a teleprompter. How never-ending it was, really. I had been nervous from this shit before, but for the first time I was fucking scared. And not a sort of, oh no, a ghost scared. More like, there's actually a person doing cult shit somewhere close to me scared. And they are aware that I am unaware. I can't remember the exact words that this thing said, but one line I do remember specifically.
And in turning of man by which this revolution shall enforce, and amongst nations in accordance with predetermined judiciary.
I don't know, I have no idea the context. I just simply remember that clip specifically. It's really uncomfortable being alone recounting it now. It lasted hours. I don't know how I made it through the night, but I did. The most odd thing after that was the last time I heard any voices was like 7 months ago. But instead of getting better, shit got more intense and more personal from that day forward. I wish I could explain it all tonight, but I would never go to sleep if I tried explaining the rest. The scariest moment of my life. So back in 2013, 2014, I basically lived by myself. I was 14 at the time. Both parents were alcoholics. Dad was on the other side of town with a one-bedroom apartment, and my mom was always with her boyfriend. That being said, most of the time I'd have a friend come sleep over with me since I don't do well being alone at night. It just always made me feel uneasy. This particular house that we moved into, we'd been living there about 4 months. My brother and mom went together on the lease, but he ended up missing his fiancée, ultimately decided to just help mom pay half the rent and come and go as he needed to. He was a night shift nurse, and his schedule was all over the place. Anyway, on to the interesting part. My friend, let's just call her Mandy for the sake of the story, lived in my neighborhood, which made it easier for her to come and stay. We'd take turns at each other's houses. One night Mandy and I were doing some hood rat shit. Literally not even a hood rat, the worst, and I didn't really stay out and I smoked cigarettes. But anyway, we were at her neighborhood park hanging out with my boyfriend at the time, Alan, and some dude she wanted to hook up with, which he did in the park bathroom on the floor while I awkwardly sat on the bleachers 3 feet away from Alan because we had only been dating for 2 months. After she did her deed, we walked back to my house. Probably about a 30 to 45 minute walk, so we didn't get there until about 3 a.m. My brother was working that night, so we decided we'd take over his bed instead of my shitty-ass futon that would flip if more than one person was on it. Mandy and I were laying there and I heard her whisper something. I looked over at her and she said, "What?" Her eyes were wide. She said, "I didn't say anything, you just whispered in my ear and freaked me out." I started laughing because for some reason, that's my reaction to situations that scare me. "Mandy, I swear to God I didn't whisper in your ear. You're just trying to freak me out, dude. It's not funny." She jumped up and grabbed her charger and her phone and started saying that she was really scared by that and if we could switch rooms. So we get our shit and go to my mom's room across the hall. She plugs her phone in and starts calling her mutual friend MJ. She starts telling MJ how freaked out she was by what happened. And this next part is what made basically just made me shit my pants. As she's explaining the story to MJ, we hear footsteps that sounded like heavy work boots. And we had hardwood floors in that house, so you could definitely hear it more pronounced. The footsteps started at the far end of the hallway and made their way to my mom's door. Mandy and I were so scared we couldn't even talk. We just looked at each other and then looked at my mom's door, waiting for someone to start banging on it or open it. I tried to rationalize and tell myself it was my brother because he always wore those Danskos, even if he wasn't working. And for anybody who doesn't know what Danskos are, they're basically clogs. I peeked out of the blind since my mom's window was right in front of the driveway and his car wasn't out there. We hear 2 more steps. Kinda sounded like it went to my brother's room. I told Mandy we probably needed to call 911 since someone was in my house. Then it clicked. I had triple-checked the back door and the front door to make sure they were locked, all the windows and the screen door. The screen door was metal, and it had a loose panel on the bottom, so it was pretty loud when anyone opened it. It clicked, and I didn't hear the screen door, the squeaky front door, or the back door, and after about 10 or 15 minutes, we get the courage to go up and look. Nothing out of the ordinary, and every door and window was definitely locked. I can't describe the fear I felt that night, not knowing if someone's just about to burst your door open and murder you, or your friend. Shit was terrifying. Ever since that night, Mandy refused to come back. I can't say I don't blame her. That's the end of the stories tonight. As usual, see ya. He was friendly. Many years ago, when I was 12, my parents got divorced. After I moved in with my mom into her new house. The house was bought from an elderly couple who couldn't live alone anymore due to the age and were sort of heading to a nursing home. At settlement, once all the paperwork was signed and T's crossed and I's dotted, the elderly couple casually brings up, "Just so you know, we think our son Daniel is still in the house and has never left." Now, it's unclear if he died in the house or just came back to stay with his elderly parents. My mom was totally sketched out by this. Fast forward a few weeks. The second floor was completely unfinished. My older brother was in trade high school at the time for a senior project, and his project was to frame out the second floor. One night, while there by himself, he was working with the bedroom door closed and his music speaker on, when he saw the handle do about a half turn and the door very slowly open about a quarter way. He ran out of the house and had my other brother come pick him up. This was the first experience. About 6 months later, he was in a bad car crash and was lucky to be alive. After many surgeries and time in the ICU, he was sent home to recover and was in bed and wheelchair for an additional 6 months with very limited movement. He and his friends have many stories of what sounded like silverware dropping into the metal kitchen sink or a frisbee just rolling across the room, but nothing ever violent. Now for my experience. You need to know the basic layout of my house first. On the first floor, there were 2 hallways, and this formed a big L shape. My room was at the end of the short leg of the L, and the kitchen was at the end of the long leg of the L. Standing at the island in the kitchen gave you a perfect view directly down the long hallway to the intersection of where both hallways met. At that intersection was the bedroom door to my mom's room. There was also a pretty bright hall light at the intersection. One night, I was in a video game binge in my room. Honestly, I'd say 5 straight hours of playing without getting out of my chair, not even going to the bathroom. While playing, I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the intersection of the 2 hallways. It looked like a moving shadow and pretty tall. I looked over, and after a few seconds, I dismissed it as being our cat. The height discrepancy didn't make sense, but I wasn't too worried. I started playing again, and a minute later, I saw movement again. This time, I stopped and looked a bit longer, focused on where I saw movement. Nothing. I go back to playing for a few minutes, and I can see movement again. No way this is my cat at this point, and this time I won't break my line of sight from the hallway. All of a sudden, I hear my mom saying, Kyle, where are you going?" She comes walking down the long hallway from the kitchen and turns toward her room, but the door was closed, as she always left it. She looked confused, turned around, and surprisingly saw me sitting in the chair in my bedroom. She asked, "Did you just go into my room?" It's just so weird. We both saw the same shadow in the same spot at the same time. And over the next years, we had so many small, unexplained sounds, thumps, or out of the corner of our eye sightings. He was never violent, thankfully, or vocal, but it was always an ominous feeling. However, my mom was very unbothered by him and used to openly talk to him and just ask him how he was doing. I guess to be friendly with him. One day, my mom decided to try and help him. She said out loud, "Daniel, I'm going to where your parents went. If you want to see them, come with us in the car." We then got ready and got into the car. The nursing home where they went after they sold the house was only a 5-minute drive from our house. My mom announced every turn and road name. "I'm making a left onto so-and-so road." Turn by turn, she gave directions out loud, and when we got to the nursing home, she said, "This is where they are, but I don't know what room they're in." We waited a minute and headed back home. We never really saw anything definitive again. Knocking, voices, howling, and mysterious shadows. So this happened about 5 years ago now. To this day, I can't explain what happened to my quiet country neighborhood down a dead-end dirt road in the Oregon border. The following events occurred over a few months in the summer and over autumn. It started off with little things. The dogs randomly barking and howling. Mine in the homes across the lane, too. We lived in a fairly rural community, so it was really common for pesky animals such as coyotes, raccoons, foxes, or even larger predators to come close in search of livestock, or barn cats to eat. So we figured it was just the security team doing their jobs. It wasn't until we realized it would start and stop the exact same moment every dog either came inside or outside, spontaneously going nuts for several homes, that we just started to raise questions. Another time when I had, come home from town with my mother, we were just unloading the weekly shopping and I needed to use the restroom. I excused myself and I heard Mom leave, come back inside and unpack the last bag, putting things away in the pantry. So I finished my business, washed up, and heard the back sliding door open and shut. I figured that she was heading out to check on the horses. It wasn't until I left the washroom and went out onto the back deck that I realized something was wrong. My mother, the only other living person in the house, was all the way clear across the pasture, adjacent to our neighbor. She wouldn't have had to actually grow wings and fly over there several acres in the 10 seconds that it took me to head down the hall and out the back door. So who was messing around in the kitchen that whole time? It only got stranger from there, though. A mysterious shadow man kept appearing in people's homes. One time it even got recorded on a neighbor's girl's phone in the background of a video. It took a concerned family member who was watching them basically notice and ask, "Hey, why is there a man in the bedroom?" He would also cross the road at night in front of our headlights. You could also hear voices in the house and random knocking on my bedroom door. But nobody there when I'd check always. There was one time that my then boyfriend, who's now my husband, and I were watching a movie in the middle of the afternoon in the living room. We heard my mom call my name from her room across the house. We paused and I get up and nearly run into her as she's leaving her room to come out. Asks me why I was calling her. Jay and I shared dumbfounded looks and I said that I was just getting up to see her since she called me. She turned pale and said no, she hadn't. It all came to a head though when there was a knocking at the front door one afternoon. That same 3 knocks. It was so forceful that I heard it in my room, and when my mom heard it too, she yelled, "All right, I'm coming." I figured it was a neighbor coming to talk about a loose animal or something. But then it hit me. The dogs were totally silent. Nobody could have ever come up to the front door, let alone pound on it without our dogs barking. halfway across the room when I come to this realization and a chill runs through me, hard. I rip open my door and dash to the front room where my mom's standing, facing an entirely empty front porch. With our wide open driveway, there's no way in hell some random kid could play a prank on us in the middle of nowhere without us seeing them run away or the dust trail from driving off. I took one look at my mom's confused and terrified face, and I whistled for the biggest dog to go with me outside to search for anything I could find. The rest stayed in the house with Mom. I never found anything, but there was a very heavy weight being watched. After that, nothing else happened. No more noises, shadows, anything. Though every now and then I still can't shake that there's something unfinished about it all. To this day, the sound of somebody knocking on my door, as innocent as it is, gives me the chills. Story number 2. Monsters Among Us. This is a story according to my mother's experience when she was a teenager living in a remote village in one of the islands in the Philippines. This happened in the 70s. My mother told me when she first got into high school, she had a seatmate who shares the same name as her. Other than their names, my mother recalled they also share the same interest with music and arts. They instantly clicked, and they became friends. One day, my mother's friends skipped school without notifying their teachers. It was a small village, and most people already knew where each family lives. My mother, being a good friend, thought to visit her friend's house after school to check up on her. Before she got to her friend's house, which is located along the riverbank, several of her classmates stopped her on the way, telling her to never go to that house. My mother said, "Nah, no man." "Why though?" And her classmate said, "Que sila mo kwanong tao," because they eat people. Forgive my attempt at that. Now, this is not new to my mother. She knew about these rumors at the village, but she never believed these type of accusations. She even shared lunches with her friend. The food they shared didn't taste weird. Her friend acts like every other normal person, so she treats her like anybody else. As everybody should. My mother went ahead despite the warnings of her classmates. Now keep in mind that it all happened around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, and it was still bright in the riverbank. My mother wasn't scared at all until from afar she saw a woman crouching at the riverbed in the shallow part of the river. She initially thought this woman was washing clothes, or maybe peeing in the river. This woman had a long, frizzy, white-haired head and appeared to be wearing a long black dress with its hem already wet by the river's water. My mother kept walking, but when she came closer to the woman, she heard this woman was talking to herself. The woman was covering her face with her palms, whispering, "I hope the sun sets soon, I hope the sun sets soon," over and over. This scared the shit out of my mother. She began sprinting to my grandparents' home. Back home, she thought that the woman that she saw could have been a person with a mental illness, so she tried to forget about it, and she just slept. My mother lives in a nipa hut. Their source of light was only a candle lamp, and they didn't have a mattress. They sleep on the bamboo floors with several cracks on it. At 12 midnight, as my mother thought, she felt movements under the floorboards. She was laying with her back on the floor, but she could feel something or someone is crawling underneath. That's when on her peripheral, she saw long, bony fingers slowly emerging between the floorboards. The fingers were poking in and out of the floorboards as if it was looking for something to feel. It went away for a bit and my mother thought it was gone, until my mother felt the fingers now poking on her back. Then it felt like the fingers were digging into her skin, pinching her. It was so painful she couldn't breathe. She couldn't even make a sound because she was so scared. All she could do is endure the pain and cry silently. That's when the house cat, the hero on this story, bolted outside, knocking down their candle lamp, waking the grandparents. My grandfather, a hunter, took a bolo, a machete, and chased the house cat outside as it appeared to be fighting something. That's when my grandfather saw this big black bird trying to get away from the claws of the cat as it turned into a freaking wild boar before fleeing. My grandfather, even in shock, shouted, "Don't ever come back here, or I will hunt you all." My grandfather guarded the whole house, making rounds all throughout the night until sunrise. My mother never saw her friend since then. Experiences I've had since moving to the countryside. Next to my neighborhood, there's a campground just down the main road, and next to it is the foundation to an unfinished abandoned hospital that the town lost funding for its construction back in the 60s. Even further down the road, there's a small cemetery and a church. Services haven't been held in the church since at least the 90s, but the graves are in good condition. During the day, you can find a few rednecks drinking beer and stuff, but it's freaky at night. Not freaky in the sense of being spooky, more like something is truly offsetting about it, and the abandoned hospital is completely fine. A few months ago, my siblings and I went on a golf cart ride to the cemetery because we were bored and it was late at night. I kept getting this horrible feeling that something was very, very wrong. Like something, not a physical being, was screaming at us to leave. Then we noticed there was no sound of wildlife at all, which made them kind of uneasy, but I was freaking out. Then we heard whistling out of nowhere directly in our ears, almost like someone was directly whistling into them. No one goes to the cemetery at night, and this made them start panicking and made me almost pass out, and needless to say, we drove back home as fast as we could. We all fell asleep on the couch. Later that night, I had a horrible sleep paralysis episode, and I later came to find out that my mom, who knew nothing about the late-night activities, also had a sleep paralysis episode that night. We never drove past that graveyard ever again, even during the day. Another one I have is one that I experienced with my two friends, Sam and Haley. We were going to visit another friend, Maddie. This happened around 3 years ago. She lived at the end of a long stretch of dirt road with about 2 to 3 houses on it, and Sam lived in town, just a ways off. The road was on the outskirts of town, not the same one I lived in, but was nearby. I wouldn't even consider it a town, since all it had was literally just a post office and a convenience store. The plan that we had going was that we were going to walk down that road, visit Maddie, and walk back to Sam's house and spend the night. Maddie lived with her abusive dad, and he would have never let us spend the night. It was already a stretch visiting her, but we decided to anyway. We hung out, and after a few hours, Maddie's dad told us to leave. So we did. It was extremely dark out, and we were already kind of put off. We started walking, and all of us slowly began to feel this ever-pervasive sense that something was watching us. Then we heard whispers mixed with the troubled breathing and footsteps. It sounded like something was dragging along the road, and there was multiples of them. We'd all fling our heads back, but there's nothing, and it'd stop for a while, but would come back even louder, almost to the point where it was literally right behind us. We began to feel this sense of pure, raw malice. I don't remember what the time was, but we felt as if we didn't get off that road within 5 minutes, something horrible was going to happen. So we all started running as fast as we could. The footsteps began to turn into sprinting and the breathing, and there was more of them. But we quickly made it back into town and walked to Sam's. The rest of the night at Sam's was uneventful. Another thing about that road is that it always felt off, even during the daytime. I had been to Maddie's house before then a couple of times and explored the woods around her house as well. The road always littered with dead animals, either skinned or had big gashes in the middle of them. There'd be a section of the forest that felt extremely off. we found 3 skinned rabbits laying in the middle of a clearing in the woods in a circle of the rocks. Haley, Sam, and I never went to Maddie's house again, but we still talked to each other, and Maddie moved about 5 months after that. I looked up the town that both of them lived in and still live in, and the first thing that popped up were numerous articles about the 2 girls being murdered by a man near the abandoned train tracks around the town. I don't know if the entities drove the man to do it, or if they were already attached to the town before it took place, or if the entities appeared afterwards. A couple of my encounters. Encounter 2. My room at the time was decently big, I'd say about 14 by 10 feet across. So I was going to bed and I had dropped some stuff from a snack run in a plastic bag against one side of my room, opposite my bed. And I was sleepy, so I decided to go to bed. One important thing to note is that I only had one previous paranormal thing happen in the house, and it was almost 7 years prior to this. And it was voices from the main floor which I heard from the basement. Back to what happened. So I'm passing out, and about what feels like 2 to 3 hours after falling asleep, I didn't check the clock, I hear that plastic bag moving. I thought maybe one of my family members was getting into my snacks, so I was about to roll over and scold them. But right before I do, I hear the most blood-curdling growl in my ear, like a cross between a bear and a big dog, and it was close enough that I could feel the humidity off its breath. Nobody in my family could make a sound like that, nor would anyone do that to one another. Anyway, I'm on my side and I'm still paralyzed, but the weirdest part, right after I hear the growl, the bag continues moving, as though somebody's rifling through it. This continues for probably 10 or so minutes, felt like hours, till I pass out again. Honestly, I was so terrified from a long day I crashed hard. I worked construction back then. The following morning I wake up to not only see the bag moved about 4 to 5 feet, but its contents moved around in the bag. I've got a very good memory, especially when it comes to judging environments. Needless to say, I just about jumped out of my skin. 10 years later, I still remember what it sounded like. The fear of being so powerless, so resigned to the fate. Guess I'll die comes to mind. Now, since that happened, I feel like my body sleeps with one eye open. This kind of feeling of fear was not something I've ever felt before or since then. It does help that I'm a bigger dude, about 6'1", about 190 pounds back then. But to feel so overpowered really cuts at the core of your being. Now, this was the only encounter that truly scared me. Encounter 3. I was doing laundry and the lights flick off. I look over and see a hand, and the top of what I thought was my dad's head. Our family dynamic is a little bit of roughhousing with the parentals when I was growing up, so I was running over to pester my dad. Well, to my shock, nobody was there. I searched that basement low and high. Nobody but me. I bolted upstairs after and I got my dad. We cleared the basement a second time. This time I was armed with a knife. Like that would do anything, but nothing again. Encounter 4. Laundry again, but this time I had my laundry next to the switch, and I was putting hangers on them, folding, etc. And suddenly I feel a breathy whisper on my right ear. I flip around, and there's an older gentleman with a striped red and white shirt, horizontal stripe with jeans about 4 feet away from me. I glanced at him long enough to know that it wasn't somebody that I knew. I booked it. Thinking back on it, he looked so neutral, almost confused. Anyways, my dad again, and did a full clear again. Nothing. It's also important to point out that there is no way to get in or out of the basement without the whole house knowing, as the stairs are super loud and the basement windows all have bars which are locked. Also, there's no way that he would have been able to get behind me, as I was just working there. Also, the space between me and the entrance would have led to him bumping into me, as it's only about half a foot due to laundry baskets and clothing piled there. Welcome to a rainy episode of Paranormal M, the channel where we uncover stories that will challenge your perception of reality. Don't forget to leave a comment below to help us with that algorithm, and subscribe and hit that notification bell to be the first to delve into our latest eerie narratives. Prepare for a journey into the unknown. Encounter with my great-grandmother. My grandparents have always acknowledged that their house was haunted, and I've had several experiences there, so is pretty much everyone who spends enough time at their house. So it's definitely not a secret, though it's known that both my great-grandparents hang around. My great-grandfather actually passed in the house, and the previous owner of the land is supposed to be hanging around too. More on that some other time. But when I was still a kid, 14 years old, my brother and I had a shared experience in our grandma's art room that also served as our bedroom, and we would spend summers with them. My brother, being 12 at the time, and I were wrestling around in the bottom bunk of our metal bunk beds when we heard my grandma call down the hall and open the door next to ours. It was the back kitchen and living room, and it was a duplex, but they added a door to connect the two houses once my uncle was injured and they needed access both parts of the house. And that's where they kept my other uncle's dog because he had fleas. Sad, I know, but they would go to the back and let him outside. We heard her and George, the dog, walk down the hall, and the door to my uncle's room open and close. To get to the hallway, you had to go through the front kitchen and my uncle's room to get to the back hallway. My brother and I thought nothing of it because it was normal for us to hear the back and forth foot traffic in the hall, either to the bathroom, the closets, or the back kitchen and living room. But not long after my grandma and George had left, probably 5 minutes or a little more, we heard a knock on the bedroom door. We stopped playing and looked at each other a minute because we hadn't heard my grandma and George come back, and it was too soon for her to be letting him inside again. We said, "Come in," and heard the sound of the baby gate scraping. My grandparents put the baby gate up so my grandma could leave the door to her art room open without the animals getting in. Mainly the fat cats that were allowed to go anywhere, but the art room. We both saw the doorknob turn. It was one of those bar ones. I really don't know what they're called or how else to describe it. And the door swung open, but no one was there. We both panicked and ran down the hallway because there's no way anybody could open that door and just disappear before the door swung open. The hall was just too long, and we would have heard the footsteps on the old echoey hall floor. We found my grandma in front of the living room playing games on her Kindle, like she loves to do, and even though we already knew it couldn't have been her or my granddad, who was asleep in their bedroom connected to the front living room, since they took shifts to watch my uncle, who's handicapped, and my granddad was always on night shift before he passed 2 years ago. We asked her if she had tried to play a prank on us, and that it wasn't funny. She asked us what we were talking about, and we told her that I've already written above, or rather, what I've already stated above. And without skipping a beat, she told us that she wouldn't be scared because it was just our great-grandma Marion, my granddad's late mother, and that she was just saying hi and checking up on us. And she does the same for my grandparents by turning the TVs on and off randomly, and would do so persistently until whoever was experiencing it said hi and told her everything was all right before letting them go back to whatever it is that they were doing, usually sleeping. But needless to say, it still freaked out my brother and I pretty badly, and we decided to stay up in front of the grandma, or rather stay up front with my grandma for the rest of the day, and for a week or so after that, We refused to go to bed by ourselves, and we would wait until the other sibling was ready for bed before going back to the room to sleep. Looking back, none of the experiences anybody had in that house had been scary, so it feels foolish to have let the experience scare us so badly. But we were still just kids, and the idea of our dead great-grandma coming back to check on us, especially without us being able to see her, scared the living hell out of us. Singapore Ghost Stories. Chalet Incident. This incident took place recently in 2023 when I stayed in a chalet with my family for one night. This chalet is not in Shanghai or Pasir Ris, and nowhere near the east side of Singapore. Not going to disclose the location either. There were a few villas that we could choose, but we picked just the normal villa since it's just for one night. We reached there around 1 p.m., and to be honest, I already felt weird. The villa that was given to us was far from the other villas, and it was beside this forested area. For some weird reason, my grandma immediately said this when we arrived. If anything you see or hear, don't say anything. Even though it was weird to me, it sort of was normal for a Malay or Malay families to say this because we don't want to attract the attention of those things. We started to decorate the chalet for my sister's birthday party, setting up the balloons and unpacking our things. At about 4 p.m., some of our cousins started coming for the party, and my mom realized that we don't have enough ice for all the guests. So I was asked to go to the nearby supermarket to buy ice. When I was leaving the chalet, I have to walk out through the car park, and there was this man standing there, just looking at my villa. I didn't have any thoughts, so I just walked towards him since I have to walk past him to leave the compound. When I walked past him, he asked whether my family's staying there and just nodded. He said to me, "Be careful, huh?" This place quite active, if you know what I mean, especially your villa. I got creeped out, so I faked a smile and made my way. When I came back with ice packs, I noticed the man is now looking into the bushes behind our villa. He was just acting weird, but still, I chose to ignore him. We had a total of 15 to 20 people in there around 7 p.m., and everybody was having fun, nothing scary or whatever. That's when the same man appeared again. I was at the barbecue with one of my cousins while the rest of our relatives were inside enjoying the air conditioner and chit-chatting. He approached us at the barbecue and said, "Don't stay outside for too long. There's a grave here." Our reaction was like, what the fuck? We just thought that he was a psycho and chose to join the family inside just to be safe, you know? Still nothing happened, and all the guests went home at around 12 a.m. My grandma, parents, and siblings have already washed up by 12:30 a.m., and I was the last one since I was still eating and catering food. I totally forgot about the psycho guy and was eating alone outside near the barbecue pit now. That's when the disturbances start. I heard someone calling me in the bushes that the man was pointing out. Psst, psst. Initially I ignored it, but suddenly I heard a faint cry from that same direction. This was my last straw, and I ran up to the bedroom to sleep without even washing up. Thankfully, nothing else happened to me that night. But when we reached home, that was when everyone started sharing their experience. Firstly, my grandma said that she saw a woman staring at us in the forested area when we first reached. That's the reason that she said what she said. She described the woman as a faceless being. My mom then said that when she was showering, she heard the same faint cry as me at the point of the same timing. Nothing happened to my siblings, but my dad shared that when he went to smoke near the forested area, he constantly felt somebody caressing his hair, and when he left, he heard somebody calling out his name. After that day, my family and I decided that we are no longer going to book that chalet anymore. The first and the last. you know where this place is?" Bonded with an animal. Anyone know what it's called or have had a similar experience? As a kid, I was physically abused daily, beaten by many, an easy target. My stepdad was as evil as so many around him. Small town that just didn't like the scrawny kid that was me, that had a dad in a foreign country. Why I say this is because it's part of the story. I had no one in my life, my mother always away working, my siblings older or avoiding me, as no one wants to be around the kid that gets beaten because they will too. My mom once took me to see my aunt. She had kittens and went up to see them, and all of them were feeding except one, an odd-looking red thing that was away from his mother, making small sounds, all lost and so tiny. My aunt said that he probably wouldn't make it, as the small ones rarely do, as they struggle to find the tit and so forth and so on. So I helped him. Every day I begged my mom to visit, and we did when we could, and I always found him lost somewhere, blind, abandoned, and brought him to his mom, played with him, sat with him, talked to him, until one day, when I was there and my aunt said that I could take him home, my mom nodded, happy to stay my life. He was such a scared thing, always frightened, and he used to sit inside my t-shirt close to my body. Only place that he would be quiet and not cry out. He slept with me, ate with me, and I tried to leave him somewhere that he could just cry and cry and cry. So it pretty much ended up that I had him on my shoulder like a parrot. He loved it. From the start of the day till the end, until we got into my room. And then he went bananas, running wild. And I trained him for battle with my teddy bears and stuffed animals, and I loved him with all my heart. He followed me wherever I went. When I walked to school, which took 30 minutes, he would sneak after me, hiding in the woods because he knew if I saw him, I would take him home and lock him inside. Because I feared that he would get hurt, either by once beating me or the train or the cars. So I used to stand still, looking into the woods, and I'd say, "I see you. I know you're there, come out." And he would come forward, feeling busted, purring, and I had to grab him, run home, lock inside, and run back. I have thousands of stories like this. Like Christmas. I was sitting on the edge of the sofa, and he came inside the room, jumped up onto the sofa, and everybody tried to grab him and pet him. And he just ran past them all and threw himself down on my lap, purring. It was me and him against the world. During winter, I used to walk deep into the snowy woods, and he would sit on my shoulder or jump in my footprints. There we would lay down and watch the stars until it was frozen solid. Then he'd just lay on my chest purring. I truly loved him. And I always knew that he was around me. He just had to peek left or right or something, and there he was, sneaking around following me. Until one dreadful day, I was inside my neighbor's house playing tabletop games, and in a blink of a moment, I was struck with immense pain in my chest, and I knew something had happened to him. I told my neighbor that I had to go find my cat, that something had happened, and they went outside and he wasn't out there, waiting for me like he always did. I searched all day and didn't find him. My mom went to part with my awful stepdad, and I kept looking. When the clock was 4 at night, my mom came back, and I met her one night in the streets, and she was surprised to see me up. I told her I'm looking for my cat. With a drunk voice, she told me that he was dead, had been hit by a car, and they hid him from me because they knew how close we were. The next day, I buried him with the most precious things I owned. I felt like something was ripped from my chest. How can that be the moment it happened? How could I have felt that? What does that mean? I doubt I could ever get a bond like that again. I've had plenty of pets after. Nothing remotely as powerful as this. Story number 6. Werewolf in Texas, 2018. This story takes place in Texas in December of 2018. Weeks leading up to this incident, my mom didn't notice, I guess we'll call it a hand. The hand had a lot of fur and claws at the end of each finger. It looked like a mix between a human hand and a dog paw. My mom said it was clawing and scratching the window. She went back to sleep, didn't think too much of it, and there was a curtain at the window, so she didn't see anything else that night. A couple of nights later, I woke up randomly, and when I woke up, I noticed thick fur of something. I rubbed my eyes to make sure what I saw. I looked through the spaces of the curtain and saw a werewolf creature 6 or 7 feet tall. I remember it looked like the head of a husky, and that the fur was thick. The color of this werewolf was dark gray, brown, and red. The werewolf had pointy ears with some white on them, ice blue eyes. I was very intrigued by the werewolf. I didn't feel scared or threatened in any way. I felt the werewolf was curious. It had muscles all over its body, had abs, and it was on its hind legs. It stood up like a human. I did feel like I was hypnotized for some reason. I'm not sure if he saw me. I do say he because I felt it was a he, not a she. Hard to explain, though. I did feel the werewolf with ice blue eyes was coming back to see me again. I've never seen him, I never saw him again, but I felt like I knew those eyes, like I've seen them somewhere. I know, strange. Like a week later, I woke up to howls. In the area I live in, I don't usually hear coyotes or wolves. Then I checked my phone to see what time it was. 3:30 a.m. Thought it was an odd time to hear howls so deep. The howls were so deep the ground felt it, and I felt the shake. Then I heard something horrible. I heard a poor dog being torn apart by a giant werewolf. There were at least 4 in a pack, and they sounded big. The howls kept going. The poor dog kept crying and yelping as it was being eaten. I was too scared to look outside, but I didn't see that close, maybe a mile away. My mom heard the howling and the dog being ripped apart alive and the poor dog crying and yelping. My dad was in a deep sleep. My neighbors heard them too, and my next-door neighbor. My next-door neighbors were young people who would drink and party and go out late and do things like that. So they were about to leave and open the door. I heard them scream and one of them say, "Go back inside." I heard another one shut the door and lock it up. I'm not sure what scared them, but they don't usually get scared easily. I heard my other neighbor from downstairs talking on the phone saying crazy things happen late at night. He kept saying the stories of you being here when you were young just isn't stories, that it's real. He said he can't sleep at night anymore. I don't live in the countryside. I live near a mall with stores nearby. There's some spaces between the trees and some space in land, and I've seen cattle in the areas of land with fences. Luckily, I've never seen any werewolves, and I've never seen coyotes in the area or any of that. I still hear howls from time to time, but I hear it miles and miles away. It's weird that I do hear them from far away, I know, but I just wanted to share this story because it's something I never expected to happen, and those bloody screams from a poor dog is something I don't want to hear again. Never went back in the woods alone after this. This story happened 3 years ago when I was 15 in my village. I don't tell this story much because people tend to think that I'm making it up, but I've been thinking of it quite a lot this week, and I want people to know. My village is located in a rural area that's protected by the government because it's been considered a natural paradise for the last 30 years. This means that exploration in this area is quite difficult nowadays. since it is forbidden to cut trees, which means that it is a huge forest. I was spending my summer there, and my favorite thing was going hiking. Although I had never gone alone into the woods, just roads with people, my grandma had told me that cleaning services had opened and rehabilitated a path that had been covered in bushes and trees for the last 30 years because of a race that was being prepared, like runners and stuff. Usually I'd go to the nearest town about an hour away by foot, but the only way I knew was the road. On my way back from seeing friends there, I took a new path that my granny said was safe, alone. Mistake, by the way. The first part of the path was the easiest. Just too many obstacles and landslides, but it was nothing compared to the rest. The second part was a hill full of rocks that was the hardest thing to go up. Literally had to climb on 4 legs like a dog. When I got to the top, I looked around and found some animal bones. I didn't pay much attention to it since the area is known for its big population of wolves and bears that go out at night. I continued my way faster than before, and this part was plain floor, where the woods really begin. So it was a relief until I got to a dead end. Some huge trees had fallen exactly on a row on the path, and it was impossible to cross them. This seems really off to me because there were no other fallen trees. The weirdest part? Aside those trees there was a little barn. Yeah, a barn in the middle of the woods. Thought to myself that it was probably abandoned. It looked like it, so I decided to throw my bag into the little field that belonged to the barn and then cross the fence. I crossed it running without realizing the most bizarre thing. That field had no trees in it. It was clear, no bushes, no big plants, nothing. It really shouldn't be like that if it was abandoned. I started feeling concerned about the location of the fallen trees, and that it was pretty coincidental how there casually was a barn beside a clear field when that path had been closed for 30 years. Just seemed really off. I went on, and luckily I was reaching the last hill my grandma had described, the one that connected with the village. Suddenly, there was a silent moment in the woods, which allowed me to hear some branches cracking behind me. Thought to myself if it was a bird or something, but they came closer. They really sounded like footsteps. After trying to convince myself it was probably an animal, I was so afraid I couldn't look back, I started walking faster. Guess what? So did the footsteps. I just started running after noticing that, and so did the footsteps again. I was running for my life at this point. Suddenly I started hearing incredibly loud grunts. Everything was going really fast. Luckily, I got to my village in a minute or so after that. I got into the patio of the first house, and I found it closed and just closed the door. It was a relative's house, so no need to call the police. I stayed there for 10 minutes until I got my breath back, and then came back home. I get the chills just from remembering the place. Not having signal in the middle of nowhere and the grunts made me think that there was something following me, since the barn and the trees were just a distraction to slow me down. Never went into the woods alone after that, you could say. One of them spoke to me. Since I was young, I've been told I can see spirits. I moved around a couple of times while growing up here, and each house had a spirit, or more, in them. When I used to live in an apartment at 6 or 8 years old, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and seeing 2 white yellowish figures at my doorway. I rubbed my eyes to see if I was tripping, but I really did see them, and I saw them move. One was tall, the other was short. I didn't feel scared, but a disbelief, especially when they started dancing for me. My dad had always been a skeptic and still is, but apparently we drove past a cemetery one time and I was too scared to look because I said, "I don't want to see white people, ghosts." And he told my mom that. Another time, still the same age, we moved into a house by a forest, and I saw a huge brown figure pass me at the corner of my eye, and I legit thought it was a bear inside that house. I chased after it, but it was gone. Then my aunt's house caught on fire. Her first son passed away in 2000. My mom decided to take me to the burnt house. When I walked through the doorway, I immediately felt pressure or a force pushing me. My mom felt it too. My instinct was to go upstairs to my cousin's room. I went inside and I felt sorrow, even though I'd never been in this room, nor was I attached to it. The room also felt cold. I found myself in tears and I didn't know why I was crying. But maybe it was my cousin's spirit's feelings. Maybe he was sad his home got burned down. I remember seeing photos of the house right after it got burned. I saw orbs in the pictures and handprints on the walls with long fingers. I asked my aunt for the photos, but she doesn't know where they are. My aunt's friend was also a medium and told her that the house has bad spirits, or is quote-unquote bad luck. I don't remember which, and she should probably sell it. But she never sold it after many years. So years later, middle high school, I moved to this townhouse. I lived there until I turned 21. This house has always made me feel uneasy. I hear creaking of the floors upstairs like someone's walking. I thought it was just the house being old, but it was built in 1981. There were a couple of times my dog would stare up at the staircase and growl at it. I remember her fur sticking up, and after that she would sit by me like she was scared because she was shaking. My mom also had left food out purposely for spirits. She even cursed her coworker to death. I'm not sure if it's even related to the house. I used to pray every night because I knew I felt scared all the time when it got dark. I think that house was the only house I truly felt scared every night or whenever it was dark. But one time I was praying. I felt someone's breath on my left ear and I heard a male voice whispering in a different language. It felt sinister. I was so scared I froze. I told my dad, but he didn't really believe me. We then moved to Arlington by the courthouse in a new built apartment. I never felt or heard spirits since then, and I was never scared. More time passed and I decided to move to my aunt's house, which got rebuilt on the same ground. I remember seeing a white figure pass me that literally looked like someone in a white t-shirt go into my room. I tried to follow it, but it was gone. Another time I was eating with my aunt at the dining room table. We were just talking and I looked up and saw a black figure above her head. I froze because I felt scared, but then it disappeared after 2 to 3 seconds. It was weird because I saw it clear as day. Those feet right next to mine. It happened to me back in 2021. I was in my final year of high school. One day my room's AC wasn't working, so my mom told me to sleep in her room, so I took my mattress with me, placed it vertically to my parents' bed, and to my left was the door of the room, which was open, and I could see the hallway. Yes, hallway, like every second horror story in the freaking hallway. I wasn't sleepy, so I was just turning sides after a couple of minutes, and I was facing the hallway. I saw my mom going from the kitchen to the washroom. It was dark, but as a little reflection of light was coming from outside, I could see that it was her, and I could see her shadow that you get. You know what I mean. So I felt nothing unusual, so I just waited for her to come back. But she didn't. I was like, why isn't she coming back? Was I seeing things? So I just stretched my hand up to the bed, so I checked to see if she was there or not. My hand touched her hand. Then I was like, my mind might be messing around. Now, it wasn't around midnight, mind you. We usually sleep around 11 p.m., so I still wasn't feeling sleepy, but now I've closed my eyes, and after a couple of minutes later, I felt someone stepped onto my mattress. I thought that it was my dad as he wanted to go out, so obviously he has to cross my mattress. But then his feet touched mine. He stopped there, so I thought it was quite dark, so he's figuring out where to put his next step so he doesn't step on me. A couple of seconds passed, and he isn't moving forward. So I moved my feet from there, and he could move, but after a few seconds I put my feet back to where they were to check if he's gone or not. And to my surprise, he's still there. I felt a little anxious, and when I feel anxious, what my dumbass would do, I started kicking. I started kicking those feet to make him feel like, to move. Still not moving. So I opened my eyes to see what the fuck was going on, and as I opened my eyes, I saw him going out of the room, so I felt a little embarrassed that I kicked my own father. So I waited for him as well to come back so I could, make a way for him to pass by easily this time. But even he didn't come back. 20 minutes passed, but he didn't come back. So I felt a bit anxious, so I turned on my phone's flashlight to check if he came back or not, as I wasn't hearing any sound. And as I looked up, he's sleeping next to my mom. Felt creepy as I didn't see him coming back, but what could I have done? So I crawled back in my place. Next morning, I told my mom about what happened last night. She seemed to believe me, but my dad just said in the first place that I didn't go anywhere last night, and second, it was just your dream. Looking away, emoji face. I was like, no, because you know what you saw, what you felt was in a dream or not. At least I know that, and I'm sure that it wasn't a dream. I wasn't stressed out, I didn't watch any horror content during that point in time, so my mind will, fuck with me in that way. So my mom asked me that, and how I know that it was my dad. So I told her that a little reflection of light was coming from outside, so I could see his back. He looked exactly like him, wearing his white sando as he usually wears, and suddenly her expressions changed. I was like, what? She replied, but last night he wasn't wearing any of his white sando, he was in his blue t-shirt. I was like, my dad still doesn't believe me, but till today I remembered the feeling of touching those full grown-ass adult male feet. Still gives me the chills. And the narrator wants to know what a sando is, white or otherwise. Please answer my question in the comments. I'm sort of allergic to Google, but not allergic to good stories. And good info. Dad's goodbye. My father died at the age of 72. I had just turned 30. My parents were in their mid-40s when I was born. No small feat for the late 60s. Dad was healthy and active and had the blood pressure and cholesterol of a 25-year-old. He was a World War II vet who enlisted in the Navy illegally at 16, retiring from service at 39 as a chief boatswain's mate. Never heard that term, chief boatswain's mate? One of those two, I hope. He only went to the 8th grade, though my mom helped him get his GED back in the 50s. But he was the wisest, smartest man I knew. He was killed in a freak car accident. He was leaving his home one summer morning in 1999. And he had to turn left onto the highway. Looking to the east towards the sunrise, the highway was several bumps and dips, which is probably why he didn't see the massive Ford F-350 bearing down on his 92 Chevy S10. The best we can figure, Dad spotted the Ford and gunned his engine to get across the highway, and the driver of the Ford tried to go in front of him, crossing the highway into the opposing lane. He ended up T-boning my dad's rig, at least 50 miles an hour directly on the driver's side door. His little truck was knocked close to 100 yards into a field. The tough old SOB had his aorta literally severed among other catastrophic injuries, but still managed to live another 6 hours before finally giving up the ghost after the surgery. My first words when my brother told me how he died were, "That's impossible. Superman can't die in a car wreck." But he did. See, Dad and I would typically talk about once a week. And after the death of my mother, he remarried and moved across the country to where he'd grown up, and I later moved to another state myself. It would typically be Sunday mornings, and we'd chat for 20 minutes or half an hour, whatever was going on in the world. Movies we'd seen, how his beloved Dodgers were doing, that sort of thing. However, the week before he died, he called me 3 different times, all at distinct odd hours. I was on the West Coast and he was on Eastern Time, meaning that there was a 3-hour time difference. Yet these calls from him came after 8 p.m. my time, well past the bedtime of a, big word, septuagenarian, active, healthy or not. In each call, he only spoke for a couple minutes, dispensing with the regular pleasantries to deliver the same message. Son, I just want you to know I love you, I miss you, and I'm proud of you. That was it. The same message 3 times. I love you, I miss you, and I'm proud of you. He wasn't one of those men who was reticent about sharing his feelings, and he'd often told me and my brothers the same thing. But the timing and nature was so out of character. These talks, unlike our typical ones, lasted just a couple of minutes. And of course, there was the late hour of the calls. Monday afternoon after these conversations, I was on my way home from work. I got a call on my primitive 1999 vintage cell phone from my girlfriend, later to be my wife, telling me as gently that she could that my father had passed. I cried the whole way home and I was shocked into the statement about Superman by my brother's call. Yet, as I look back, I can only smile. I don't know if Dad knew something or felt something or just randomly decided to call his youngest kid a bunch of times to share a message of fatherly love. But it stayed with me as one of his greatest gifts, and one that I try to pass on to my own daughters as much as I can now that they've grown up and moved on themselves. I love you, I miss you, and I'm proud of you. Ask Reddit. This happened to me and my family very recently. My paternal grandma was dying of cancer, so I made the effort to fly out to see her one last time in December of last year. For some context, my grandpa died at home from his 4th heart attack in 2018, and I have a few other relatives and ancestors who died at the home as well. It's a very old farmhouse, probably built in the late 1800s, that my family purchased when they arrived in the States in the early 1900s. Needless to say, my family roots run deep through that place and the land surrounding it. Prior to my ancestors arriving, the land was heavily populated by the Wabasha tribes. Every year, the tractors till up buckets of more artifacts, so many in fact that neither the museums or the local tribal agencies have room for them and simply ask for us to keep what we find, so long as we find it on our land. Otherwise, leave it be. So as you can tell, there's a lot of history going on, I think contributes to the weird supernatural shit going on. Anyway, while my grandma was dying, the farmhouse was rife with paranormal activity. It was actually pretty damn freaky. Nobody could figure out why such things were happening. We'd hear everything from loud, obvious footsteps throughout the house that could last for minutes, to hearing things being shuffled around, seeing things move on their own, seeing figures and forms darting this way and that. They weren't just old house noises or animals running about. These were extremely obvious happenings with no obvious reasoning behind them. I got worried that we were all going crazy or dying of carbon monoxide poisoning or mold toxicity or both. But we had working carbon monoxide detectors in almost every room, and my family had done a pretty good job at locating and killing any mold in the house. I also hypothesized that it could be funky EMFs caused by old wiring, that we were fucking with us maybe, but the wiring was redone in the mid-90s to make the house safer, and my jack-of-all-trades family had been keeping it updated for electronics and safety shit. Finally, my grandma was having a lot of near-death visions of loved ones. Most notably, she told me her twin sister had come by to visit, saying that she and my grandma would spend Christmas together. I knew my grandma had a twin sister, but what I didn't know was her twin sister died in 2016. When I told my dad, who is a rather obnoxious atheist, I'll add, what Grandma told me, he was speechless for a moment before telling me that my grandma's twin had died several years ago from lung cancer. With all that out of the way, one of the strangest things out of all of this happened when me and a bunch of my family, my dad, uncles, aunt, handful of cousins, were all seated around the dining room table at night, playing cards and telling stories. My grandma had run out of steam a couple hours before and had gone to bed. Somehow our conversation turned towards the strange happenings in the house, as well as my grandpa's passing. Jokingly, one of my cousins said, "If Grandpa's here with Grandma, can you do something to make yourself known?" Right away, an antique cabinet drawer right next to my cousin's chair swung open with force, and a stack of papers slid out. Upon further inspection, the yellowed, stained papers that slid out were a handful of bird drawings my grandpa had done in elementary school. It was called My Bird Book, signed his name, and included 10 drawings of his favorite local birds. It was both freaky and comforting, to say the least. Ask Reddit. When I moved out at 18, I got my first apartment with my ex. It was a relatively large complex and we were in the middle level. Lucky 13. We had just gotten married and we were having a lot of problems. I chalked it up to my rushing into one bad situation to avoid another. Long story. But there was something weird about the apartment that seemed to bring out the worst in us. We fought a lot and my ex was both physically and mentally abusive. I was staying up during the night so we could spend time together and sleeping during the day when he was at work. Because we fought so much, many of these nights would be spent in the living room alone surfing the internet, while he would be in the bedroom playing games or sleeping. The layout of the apartment was like this. Slightly different. Oh, it says this and this is a link, but I can't show you the link, so... Anyhow, moving on. Slightly different, but we didn't have as big of a back bathroom, but that's the same layout. We had a computer desk set up in the corner of the living room, and sitting at the desk meant your back was to the small T-shaped hallway leading to the back bathroom and spare bedroom. This is important. The back bathroom always gave me the creeps. I couldn't go back there without feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. There was a small built-in wall shelf behind the door in the back bathroom. And there was a hole in the wall that reminded me of Silent Hill, because every time I'd see that hole, it seemed to get bigger. During many of those nights when I'd be up along the computer, I'd be browsing the internet, reading things like creepypasta, watching movies, playing games. I've always been sensitive to supernatural things, scary stuff I can't explain, if you will. I've been so scared I was literally immobilized with fear before, and I've had visual hallucinations at night many times. There was one instance that really sticks out in my mind. I don't know if it was a dream, a hallucination, or what. I was sitting at my computer desk in the dead of night reading something. But it was like the point of view was switching between myself looking at the computer and that of like a dome camera in the corner of the room watching myself at the computer and the room behind me. I'm scrolling, then the point of view switches, and I'm watching myself. I see myself scrolling, and I've got my chin resting on my hand. I can see that I'm reading something. The entire room is in view behind me, and I can see the kitchen and dining area behind me as well, and the T-shaped hallway leading to the back bedroom and bathroom. I'm just watching myself. And then I see a shadowy figure drift up the hallway and stop behind me. That's literally just behind my left shoulder. I'm watching from the aerial point of view and I can see this figure's just resting there behind me, just over my shoulder, as if trying to read what's on my screen. It switches back to my point of view. I feel tense and cold, and then I get that weird feeling like something's watching me, then go to turn around. The point of view switches back to aerial, and I see the figure bolt down the hallway before I can turn around and see it. The point of view switches back to my own, and I'm now aware of what just happened. I'm looking behind me, nothing's there. Just turned on all the lights in the house, and then went to the master bedroom, locked the door, and laid in bed. The next thing I remember is waking up the next morning when my ex went to work. It wasn't until after that we finally moved out that I told him about the experience, and he shared with me about how the apartment as a whole made him uncomfortable and just mad all the time for no reason. I still don't even know if what I remember was real or just some weird dream. I still get uncomfortable thinking about that apartment, all the weird shit that used to happen there. My shadow guardian and everything he told me before he left. Now that that's out of the way, I want to talk about Thomas. I haven't seen or heard from him in a year, but originally found him in an abandoned city outside the Bell Witch Cave. I was a Freemason's building, or it was a Freemason's building, I'm sure, and me and the friends I took had to climb into the second-story window. We had planned to go to the cave, but didn't realize it was seasonal. So instead, I had the awesome idea to just bring a Ouija board, light candles, and do the whole seance thing and talk to whatever was outside of the cave. A few minutes after we set up, whatever it was did not want us playing with it. I had driven almost 2 hours to get there, so we persisted. I've been to many, many haunted places in my life, but never before had I been yanked by my arm by something as a sign to get the hell out. I'll leave a bunch of details here in between, but fast forward and the shadow figure I was once afraid of had suddenly become a 9-foot guardian and informant. Most mediums can connect with the living and the non-living, whereas I can't. I can only connect with the dead and to a limited degree. Thomas helped me fill that gap in my mind, and was able to show me images that connected to other people asking me for advice. One night I was helping a friend who was out of state, and he asked me to ask some questions about Thomas himself. Thought it was a cool little idea since I didn't know much about him or shadow people in general. Here's where it gets strange, but try to keep reading or listening. When you meditate, the highest level is an area I call the void of the mind. It's dark, you can do whatever you'd like, and you're a beacon. I do this when I'm looking for spirits or trying to channel. Thomas claimed that he was, quote-unquote, born of the void. He explained that there are many more like him, but he was part of a separate mindset of a different mindset of entities. There were the ones who fed on human energy and incited fear and sadness to receive it. Then there were ones who traveled with humans to high-volume energy, as he put it. Places like funeral homes, nightclubs, schools, and other compressed areas is where they would reside. Specifically, Thomas hung around the cave when it was open to feed off the fear the cave-goers experienced, then retreated into the abandoned city to retain his energy until the next season. Because Thomas travels by the void, he can go anywhere at any time, but obviously prefers to be away from the sunlight, and they typically won't share a space with another shadow person, unless it's a territorial problem. He also told me that they cannot die as people do. They fizzle up when they grow weak, and they cease to exist. The lower-class shadow people, Thomas was about a middle in my opinion, typically get absorbed by other entities, separate species of malevolent energy. His voice gets picked up by a spirit box as well, as one time me and my friends were being berated by something and somebody yelled over them, "Shut up and you shut your mouth." Glanced over and Thomas was popping his head through the wall. He protected me insistently, and many things wouldn't even dare approach when Thomas was around. Little random fun fact. Sometimes Thomas was not physically present, but he could be in separate places all at once. He was there, but he wasn't, if that makes any sense. The girl haunting the apartment. This all started when I was 12. It was around late 2012. We met the girl. Let's call her Sarah, and her boyfriend at the time through my cousin and a bunch of his friends. Sarah was a really kind-hearted person, almost too pure for the world. She was black, although lighter-skinned in complexion, had short, natural red hair and freckles. She was also very heavy in weight. I believe almost twice my size, and keep in mind, I'm a plus-sized girl myself. And almost anyone that she knew, including her boyfriend, who was also cheating on her, and let it be known, made fun of her for her looks. I was going through the exact same thing and still am, so I understood. My family and I, as in my mom, my stepdad, and little sisters, tried everything we could to at least get a smile out of her, with varying degrees of success too. But we all knew that she was very depressed and her self-esteem was very low to the point of not being able to fix it. Sarah stayed in our apartment for a couple of months before moving in with my cousin's then girlfriend. Let's call her Susie. My building is in the front and Susie's was all the way in the back and the side, so Sarah would come back and visit on a regular basis. All seemed normal until one day she showed up. I don't remember everything that was said, but I do remember one thing vividly. She sighed and told my mom that she was leaving. I didn't think much of it at first, and one day I came home from school to the news that Sarah had committed suicide. I'm 100% sure that it was her boyfriend mainly who drove her to her breaking point. She was only 23. She was also pregnant at the time, and it happened a month after I turned 13. Susie moved out of the apartment complex very soon after that happened. If you don't already know, when you commit suicide or die a violent death or unexpected death, your soul tends to remain trapped here on Earth for various reasons. The experience I'm about to explain in a minute made me believe in that even more strongly. So in other words, she's stuck in the apartment in which she died and haunts it. Several months later, everybody pretty much has moved on. I made the dumb move of taking a shortcut through that particular building. When I walked past the apartment door, I started catching a smell that I very much associated with Sarah. I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me at first, but the smell was so strong that I started feeling dizzy. I felt like I was being watched, and I started hearing heavy, lazy footsteps. The hairs on my neck and arms were standing at attention. Something urged me to turn around, and that's when I realized it wasn't my imagination at all. I saw a huge, shadowy figure at first. Remember, I mentioned she was very large in size. And then I saw the edge of a blue Lilo and Stitch blanket that once belonged to me emerging from the shadow. I remember giving the blanket to her months before she died, and because she loved it so much, she always covered herself in it. The closer the figure was coming to me, the more I got scared. The sadder the atmosphere was, and the heavier the air was too. I booked it the hell out of the building and was pretty amazed at how fast I got home. To this day, I get chills and the feeling of being watched when I walk past that building. I never saw her physically again, but I still try to avoid that building when I can. As for her boyfriend, I rarely hear from him now. Maybe he settled down with another woman, and he's now laying low. Maybe he moved. Psychic Medium Story. I, a 20-year-old female, am a generational psychic medium, trained with the very experienced psychic medium for several years before starting my own practice. I wanted to share a story that happened a few years ago and was my first big encounter. In 2021, the ex that I was dating at the time was super interested in what I practice. She liked to bring it up in conversation with people that she knew frequently. Maybe because of this is because I'm not ashamed of my practice. This is all within the first 5 months of us dating, and we were at her grandmother's house. Granted that this was the first time that I was meeting this woman and her grandma. Told me that my ex told her about my gifts, and that she was curious if there was a presence in my house, because she had weird occurrences on a regular basis. I told her that I could walk around, and if I sense anything, we could do a session since I always carry my stuff with me in my car. Long story short, I did feel a strong presence in that house. So, we decided to do a session. We preferred the method of communication with the spiritual realm as dowsing rods. I'm clairaudient, so having a conduit for communication allows me for better clarity in communicating. We opened the session with basic questions such as, is there a spirit in this home that's willing to speak to us? The answer was yes. We moved on to more specific questions such as, were you an original resident of this home? It answered yes again. We asked for a name and it gave us Robert, and the name of the road that the house was on. We're going to call it Smith Road, because the original name is very specific. As we spoke with this Robert, the ex and the grandmother were asking their full share of questions while I turned in to see if anything was to be heard through my clairaudience. It was discovered that the spirit was a stillborn child of the original homeowners, who remained in the house to grow up with his siblings. He shared that he was stuck at that house because there was nothing to remember him by, so he stays. The grandmother asked if there was anything that we could be doing in order to help him pass over, and out of nowhere I blurted the word, bluebells, like the flower. This older woman whom I was meeting for the very first time looks at me with the most shocked expression before she just starts sobbing. I was quite confused because I didn't know the woman well enough to know of any significance. But when I looked at my ex, she was just as confused as me. After the grandmother collects herself, she quietly says, I dug them up, and stands from her chair before going into the kitchen of her house. I closed the session with the spirit before I allow myself to get more drained, and after I'd say 10 minutes or so, the grandmother returns. She hands me an old local newspaper from decades past, and the front article is titled, The Bluebells of Smith Road, Smith in quotes. It was basically a story about a man who came from a different state because his mother told him the story of a farmer's wife who planted bluebells at the now grandmother's house, and they spread through the entirety of the ditch along the road. My guess is that the original owner of the house planted her stillborn son beneath the bluebells, and the spirit felt trapped within the house once the only reminder of him was gone. I told the ex's grandmother that she should plant some bluebells somewhere on the property. She did, and didn't have any encounters since. Poltergeist in the house. This took place a lifetime ago as I was still a kid living with my parents. I'll recall the event to the best of my memory, but an order of such events might be different, so bear with me. The experiences took place during the span of a year or so. It was very traumatic for me while not being excessively scary for the most part. Remember, I was around 12 or 13. We used to live in a big semi-detached house spanning a 4th floor for a total of 400 meters plus a garden. I'll skip the basement. Sounds as I think that those were suggestions of my mind and not worth reporting. Besides, they were unexplained sounds from the basement, which was converted to a playroom and where I didn't really feel the need to spend much time. Anyway, the ground floor was the living room with a big pendulum clock. It was missing the internal weights to prevent it from ever going off. Decorative, let's say. A kitchen, a service toilet, and a small bedroom. That was for an au pair living with us and taking care of the house. The second floor was the night area, where we had my parents' room, my brother's room, my room, and a guest room, which was closed most of the time as it was unused. The third floor was an attic where we had a table tennis and a computer and 2 small rooms for all the stuff that we didn't want to trash. I used to spend my afternoons with friends playing Super Nintendo and stuff. And one afternoon I was still playing on my own as I was in the house with the cleaning lady only. She was in the garden doing some stuff, when I clearly heard the clock going off. It was day and I was busy, so I didn't really pay much attention to it as it wasn't really scary. I didn't mention it during dinner, and I was jokingly deemed as delusional as my father opened it, clearly showing that the mechanism was blocked, and sounds from it was impossible in the process. I took it like any 13-year-old, and I left the table pissed off, heading to my room. A couple of days passed, and one evening I was playing in my room as always, while my parents and brother were on the ground floor watching TV. I was on my way to the toilet when I heard a very loud laugh, coming from the upper attic level. That scared the living shit out of me, as it was so real that I started calling my father in a panic, saying that a man had a very loud laugh in the attic. He rushed up and went up for inspection, while I was holding my breath. Again, it was a no-show, nothing there, and I started double-guessing if there was really something wrong with me. Following these 2 events, I became not paranoid, but reasonably scared. Hence, I stopped sleeping with my door open like I would save from, a horde of ghosts. I didn't think that, hopefully having the door open a bit would really save me. So a few nights later, must have been 3 or 4 a.m., I wake up for no reason. Always been a light sleeper, and I saw the window curtain moving, like there would be a significant wind blowing on it. I stood up and closed the window just to realize it was perfectly closed and there was no wind nor leaks. That was spooky enough to switch the lights on and wait for the sunrise to show up. In the following months, I tried to ignore minor events like curtains moving while walking to my door, like to inform that they saw me coming. Lights and open doors, which I was sure that were closed. Eventually, we moved out due to some financial complications. Not to mention, I was the only happy person in my family of that happening. To this day, and I'm 40 now, I remember that house with terror. I was never hurt in any material way, so at least I acknowledge that. Multiple cases of lost time at my university. So I go to a relatively old college, built in the 1800s. There's a bunch of stories of it being haunted, but I don't really buy into it that much. I've been here a couple of years already and haven't seen anything too weird, minus what I'm about to say, which is possibly the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. My roommate is never here. She always just stays at home and commutes to school for classes, which means I basically live alone in my dorm. And as an introvert, I couldn't be happier. After dinner, I usually just go back to my room, lock the door, work on homework. So a few nights ago, I was at my desk working on my paper in the dark and listening to music on my phone. All of a sudden, the music stopped, and my laptop switched off on its own. Neither the computer nor my phone would turn back on, like something had just disabled all the electricity in my room. At that point, I just kind of accepted my fate and decided that it would be a good stopping point for homework. It was probably after midnight anyway, and the next day was a Saturday, so I just didn't need to use my phone to set an alarm. I decided I'd probably just go to bed and let both devices charge. Less than a minute after everything shut off, there was a knock at my door. I remember walking to the door and going to look through the peephole, but after that I remember nothing. I woke up in my bed the next morning on top of the sheets, which I never do. I didn't even remember going to bed. On top of that, when I checked the door, it was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked, even when I'm in the room. I'll check the door 3 times an hour out of paranoia just to make sure I didn't forget to lock it. I've even turned around halfway to class to see if I remember to lock the door. I Figured it must have just been my roommate who came to the room that night, and I was just so tired that I don't remember. So I texted her to tell her if she'd forgotten to lock the door last night. She responded by saying that she's never at the apartment. I thought she was lying or something, but then she FaceTimed me, and she was in a completely different state. The only two people that would have opened the door were her and the campus security, and I have no idea why security would have been at my door the past midnight, especially since I was making zero noise, and no one else has a key. So I would have had to be the only one to unlock the door. Nothing in my apartment was out of place or missing. I finally assumed that I must have dreamed the whole thing, and that I'd somehow unlocked the door in my sleep. My phone and laptop were working fine after all and showed no signs of damage. A couple of days later, though, I started telling my friend in class what had happened, and as soon as I mentioned that my electronics stopped working, some other girl that I didn't even know butted in and asked, "Was there a knock on your door after?" This girl proceeded to match my story almost exactly. She was alone in a room and all the electricity shut off. There was a knock on her door and she went to check through the peephole, and she remembers nothing after that. Her only difference is that she woke up on the floor next to her bed and not on top of the bed. She says she also knows somebody that's had this happen to, but she won't tell me who. I'm just thinking that if there's 3 of us, this may have happened to a lot more people that we don't know about. Has anyone experienced anything similar? Is there anything I should do about this? I don't think campus security would do anything about it since nothing was stolen. I wasn't hurt or anything, and there aren't even any cameras in the building. Great security plan, I know. They barely even do anything about actual crime, so I'm pretty sure I'd get laughed at if I said anything. What was this, and what do I do? Old Boone Lay Disturbance. Recently, I came to know that Boone Lay is a famous place for ghost stories. Being a huge fan of the paranormal, I read a lot of stories and listened to a lot of horror podcasts. That's when I came upon the story that claimed Boone Lay to be a paradise for ghosts. And the reason for this is that many of those who practiced black magic left their things there when they shifted, meaning they moved. I guess this explains my encounters back when I was staying there. My family and I used to stay in Boone Lay way back, and now Boone Lay looks better with the new blocks and other infrastructure. Back then, the whole atmosphere actually felt gloomy, and no offense, some of the people there seemed a bit peculiar as well, especially those living in the old apartments opposite the church. When I was young, around the age of 7 or 8, my parents were strict on curfew timing. I must be back before 7 p.m. no matter what, and if there's any instance that I have to go back past 7 p.m., one of my parents will fetch me. This was due to a few stories that were famous back then in my neighborhood. These stories included paranormal sightings, and a majority of it was just talking about bomos and witches that were living in my area. At my age, I didn't know what all that meant, but I still followed the given curfew. Even though I was obedient, I remembered having a few disturbances. In one instance, I was home alone that night for about 1 hour, since my parents went to buy groceries. I don't know what went on in my parents' mind since they already knew about those stories. The windows in my room were facing the corridor on the 4th floor, and since I was a scaredy cat, I kept it closed 90% of the time. While I was watching TV, I heard shuffling noise outside the corridor. The shuffling sounded like someone sweeping the floor using a sapulidi. Search on Google if you don't know. It's spelled Sapulidi. I didn't think much of it until somebody whispered Malay from my window. "I know you're alone in there." I immediately ran to my living room, and my parents came home around 2 to 3 minutes later. I told them what happened, and they said that there was no one outside. Keep this in mind, the sweeping sound carried on and only stopped when I heard my parents unlocking the gate. There were other disturbances, such as the typical marble sounds, hearing my furniture move on their own in the middle of the night, but as a kid, I just slept through it. However, my mother had the scariest encounter. She went out in the middle of the night to use the toilet, and when she went out to the living room, she saw me entering the toilet and the toilet lights were already on. She sat in our dining room table for about 5 minutes, and I was still inside the toilet. She started calling out for me from outside, but there was no response. She realized that the door wasn't closed properly and decided to take a peek. There was no one. After that incident, we made it a point not to leave our rooms after 10 p.m., but I find it weird that we didn't bother cleansing the house. After we moved, we no longer have any disturbances. However, one question remains in my mind. Is the whole Boonlay haunted? Or was it just my house? Or was it just the block? I guess the question will remain unanswered. Peculiar Facebook Marketplace buyer told me my headboard was possessed. A seller messages me, looking to purchase the headboard for their new room. They come out, look at the headboard. My daughter touches the headboard and then goes and whispers to her mom. Mom says, "I don't think this will match our room." I politely say goodbye and they drive away. 15 minutes later, presumably they returned home, I get a series of messages from the person. Yeah, this is the conversation. Person: just wondering, have you lost somebody recently? Has someone close to you died recently? Me: no, family's all in good health. Person: well, I'm not sure what you believe in, or don't believe in, but my daughter has a spiritual gift, and she's a medium. That headboard has an angry spirit attached to it, and that's why she doesn't want it. And now she's in excruciating pain. It's like the spirit doesn't want you to sell it. So, think outside a close family member, anybody else that you may have lost recently, maybe a friend, or maybe the spirit was already attached to the headboard when you got it. Where'd you get the headboard? Me: I purchased it from the original owner, a family in the suburbs with 2 kids. They got it from some store. Person: well, they may have lost someone, or they may have been someone in one of those 2 houses, but there is an angry spirit, a male, attached to that headboard, and does not want to leave or for you to sell it. So if any other medium comes to look at it, they won't buy it either. Since now the spirit is attached to you and doesn't want to leave you, and lets the medium know with anger, heat, and fire. Best of luck to you for as long as the spirit stays inside the headboard. There's no way to get rid of it. My daughter's hand is still on fire with spiking pain. Will be that way for a while. Me: I do hope your daughter's headache and hands, all those aches, pass soon. Thank you for the information, although it doesn't seem to align with anything that we know about the headboard. I don't believe in spiritism and mediumship. However, my wife does. She's not a medium, but some of her family are, and have visions of deceased people. Person: not a headache. Her hand where she touched the headboard is on fire and has spiking pain running through it, as this is what angry spirits do to mediums. Person: none of the mediums you know will probably be able to feel or sense this spirit, as he is quite strong if he can place himself inside wood and cause heat and fire transfer. Tell your wife if she will believe it. Me: thinking hand pain equals allergy. Me: okay, for what it's worth, I did wipe down the headboard with a diluted lavender cleaner similar to Lysol. Person: means nothing. Me: although you're certain of your daughter's assessment, I figured I'd mention it. Person: no, I'm positive of her abilities, God-given. At this point, my attention was called away for 3 hours. When I got back, The kind lady had blocked me. Anyway, that's the story. Wife found her account, and all my means that she seemed like a pretty normal person. Anyway, I'm not posting this to shame the person, her daughter, or the alleged abilities. If I did, I'd have posted this to some other sub. Something in the neighborhood. When we first started this trend, we saw it as a way to try something new, to explore the boring and strange neighborhood where we live, with the hope to see an unforgettable and creepy happening. What we saw, I'm sure, could definitely be described that way. It was dark and it was around 11 p.m. We were spent after trying to find something cool with the Randonauts app. We had tried to manifest something scary, an abandoned building or an entity. But the randomly generated points would always lead us to the countryside, and even trying to reach them was impossible as they were private properties. After some hours, we decided to surrender. So we just walked around my house and we never really explored those old streets. We found a weird and chained gate that blocked the way to a huge, seemingly abandoned house. There was a couch in front of the front door on which a black cat was comfortably sitting. There was a dim light that came from a window. It made it look as if there was someone inside. Near the couch there were some objects from the 50s, like a baseball basket covered in rust. The atmosphere was spooky, and there were bats flying around, but we decided to keep walking until we found something that looked like a dead-end street. A street lamp started working at once, making 3 gates visible. The first gate was right at the end with a small road. The second one was on the left, and the third one, the most important one, was on the right. I saw another black cat behind the first gate, but I turned around, and after a little bit I looked back at the gate. As soon as I did that, I literally jumped after seeing a black sheet on the ground, which was basically being dragged, but it quickly disappeared. I asked my friends to leave, as we had previously seen a weird shadow, who could have been somebody else or a person. Maybe they were behind bushes and it was just giving me anxiety nonetheless, and we decided to stay and check behind the third gate. There was something strange. It was sitting against a wall, as if it was at rest, and it seemed like it was holding a huge stick even though no hands were visible. Now that I think about it, it may have looked like a Grim Reaper's sickle. A little far from it, there was an old chair, and a drawing resembling a face appeared right on the wall. It was smiling, and it had eyes, a nose, and a curved drawn line, which represented a smiling mouth. There was some sort of noose close to it on the same wall, and the house which was behind it had a 5-pointed star on the balcony. After I saw that, I really felt as if I was in the wrong place, so I started panicking and convinced everybody else to leave. We went back home safe, but still with many questions regarding what we saw. These questions had let us basically go down this creepy street some days later. We thought about going there in the daylight, but somehow we ended up there even later than 11 p.m. We met a different scene. A huge white van was resting in the exact same place where we had seen the hooded man, and the drawing on the wall wasn't there anymore. I still can't explain what we saw and probably never will, but it's a mystery that'll probably haunt me forever, and my friends. Story number 11. Unexplainable things that happened in a newly built house. First, I'd like to establish some context. I'm not exactly a believer in the paranormal, though I try to keep an open mind. Really, I kind of want to experience something that makes me believe. But until that happens, I remain agnostic on the subject. That isn't to say that I haven't had some experiences that fall into the realm of the unknown, though. The house that I grew up in was built 2 years before I was born, which makes it in the late 80s. My parents were the first occupants. The plot it was built on was just some northern New England farmland bordering on some woods. No Native American burial grounds or anything as far as I know. The unexplainable experiences I had could both be explained as auditory hallucinations. If they were, then good Lord, did they sound real. I'm going to start with the more benign and less freaky of the two events. It was probably about maybe making me somewhere around 12 years old. And I was staying up on a weekend playing video games and watching Newgrounds cartoons on my dad's computer. It was probably around 10 p.m. I believe specifically I was playing StarCraft. And while I went about cheesing my opponents with Nidus Canals and Hydralisks, I was singing a song in my head. Kind of embarrassing, but I'm pretty sure it was Limp Bizkit. Anyway, I'm just reciting the song in my head when suddenly I hear a young female voice very clearly say, "I know what you're singing." Like I could hear the song in my head, but my ears actually heard this young woman's voice. It's not the voice of my mother or sister. Totally unfamiliar. I immediately look around and start freaking the fuck out. My parents were asleep, my sister's off at college, and I look around the house, even went outside to see if there was any sign of somebody being there, and nothing. Nope. I heard this voice clear as day, and I never found the source. The second instance was much more menacing, seemingly. I can't remember the exact details, but the circumstances were similar. I believe this was a few years later. I was probably about 14 or 15. I believe my parents were away for one reason or another, and my sister's still off at college, so I'm home alone this time. Another late night of gaming, and I finally decided to go to sleep. I fall asleep but wake up not too long after to go pee. When I go back into my room, I start hearing the sounds of heavy breathing. I started out having it being somewhat faint, but I hold my breath to try to hear it better and make sure that it isn't just me breathing weirdly without realizing. It gradually, over about 20 seconds, gets louder and louder. I'm looking around the room trying to figure out where it's coming from, and while it's getting so loud, it really sounds like somebody's right behind me. They're breathing deep and with rage. It felt fucking terrifying, and it was loud. This went on probably a minute or two before it eventually stopped. Scared the absolute shit out of me, and felt very clearly malevolent, whatever it was. My best friend is convinced that I'm possessed, and I'm afraid he might be right. I've grown up very religious. I consider myself a Christian and strong in my faith. I also believe in a very powerful spiritual energy in the world, one that isn't exactly spoken about in the Bible, but I believe it to be true. I'm 19 years old and I've struggled with insomnia, severe depression, and anxiety since I was very young. By the age of 8 years old, I believed it was just normal for every little kid to want to kill themselves. It was just another one of those things that kids aren't supposed to talk about. I often had terrible nightmares and have placed them in a place I affectionately call them the vault. The vault is a coping mechanism of mine that I've always had. I also have PTSD from a variety of events, but I didn't know about some of them until I underwent hypnotherapy, which was quite a shock. This vault will be important later. I've recently been having a very strange feeling, like I'm in a trance, like I suddenly gained consciousness in the middle of a common pastime or activity, or a feeling of déjà vu or a memory that never happened. One of these occurrences I remember very vividly dying. I I don't remember how, but I remember the actual death, what it felt like. Then nothing. Like, literally nothing. Then the next thing I know, I'm trucking along a hiking trail. I feel like the death occurrence is somewhere in the vault. Next, we have my best friend. He's another strong Christian, and he has a hypothesis that there's something in me causing my depression. I often get these thoughts, and I don't call them voices because they're not audible, but they are certainly not my main conscious. They often take control of my train of thought. My train of thought often goes like this. What a beautiful day. Some days aren't that great, though. I should off myself. That's just the default, out of the blue, kill yourself. 10 years of this and it's more of an annoyance than anything. My therapists and psychiatrists have all said that my depression is because of a chemical imbalance in my brain. The same reason I have insomnia, but none of them have really told me anything about these thoughts, nor could they explain them. The Bible gives Christians the authority to drive out demons. The other day, my friend and I were driving. We started talking about this, and he said, I'm going to try something. And he put a hand on me, and he said, in the name of Jesus Christ, get out of my friend. I expected to feel nothing. I haven't told him this, but I felt an incredible sense of humor, anger, and disgust. Just an absolute swelling urge to mock him and the name of Christ. I resisted. Next thing I know, it's gone, and I feel normal again. I also have involuntary movement. I don't have Tourette's or neurological disorder, but my body just twitches, jerks, or shakes at random. Most commonly when I'm driving or in church. Sorry for going on for so long. I know this was a bit of a mess, but honestly, I'm quite scared. Unforeseen creatures. When I was 12 years old in about 2013, I moved to this old house, built in about the 1940s. No one had lived in this house in over 30 years, and it was the first fall I've seen at this house. I was taking trash out to our back porch, and from there I could see a tree line that's normally very green and hard to see through, but seeing how it's fall and the leaves are almost all fallen. As I walk out to take trash out, I look at the tree line, about 30 or 40 yards away, and I see 4 to 5 of these at least 7-foot-tall pure white humanoids with no faces. I stand there in awe, not knowing what to think. It honestly looks like they're talking with hand gestures, but I couldn't hear anything. Now that I think of it, I heard nothing at the time, no birds, bugs, or even trees moving with visibly moving branches. I screamed, "Hey!" to which the creatures became motionless, like a statue. Then I proceeded to ask, "Who are you?" To which I stand there for a second before the creatures dispersed. Now I could see far into the woods, and they all went their separate way, not even hearing a leaf or twig crack when they fled. They quote-unquote ran off so quick that it seemed like a blur. To be honest, after that I completely forgot about that experience, until later that night. As I said, I was young, and at this time my mom worked night shift, and wasn't there for when I screamed at these creatures. FYI, I lived on essentially farmland, but my neighbors could easily walk up my driveway in a matter of 2 to 3 minutes. So later that night around 9 p.m. I heard knocking on my back door, the one where it leads to the back porch where the creatures were. And I thought maybe my mom told the neighbors to check up on me, so I go check it out. I go to the back door, turn the back porch light on, and open it to where no one was there. Casually, I chalked it up to maybe one of my dogs hitting the door or something around it. Now, after this knocking kept coming from the door, and it was weird, because every time I rounded the door to where I could see the back door, the knocking stopped. Now, this happened a few more times every few minutes, ranging from when I turn my back from the door to when the moment I sit back on my bed, to just waiting 5 to 10 minutes before it happened again. After about an hour of this and increasing anxiety, I got fed up and I went outside to scream, "I don't know who you are, but you better stop." And to my surprise, it did for about 30 minutes. Then knocking came from around the house, on windows, doors, and walls from the outside for about another 30 minutes. I was scared, curled in the corner of my bed. After the 30 minutes, there was one last bang beside my window that I felt like shook the house and was shocked that the window didn't break from it. That was the end of it. Nothing for the rest of the 5 years I lived. At least, I lived there. The shocking part was the outside was old, as stated, and could honestly be broken with one good swing to the exterior. But where that final bang was, there was no sign of any impact. Honestly, I think that's what scared me the most. That this creature could full force shake my house and leave no damage. I lived in Tennessee, by the way, if this maybe helps figure out what this thing is. Clementi Woods Park, Pekong. Everyone in Asia will be familiar with the term Pekong, or what many of us refer to as Gula Gula. What if I told you it doesn't sound like what you expect it to be? We usually associate Pekong to a ghost wrapped in white cloth and jumping from one place to another, but it's wrong. It's usually covered in filthy cloth with zero hint of whiteness, and is floating instead of jumping. Back in 2012, if I remember correctly, I had 2 separate incidents and encounterings with this Pekong. The first incident took place during my friend's gathering. There was around 5 of us and we were chilling in this hut, you could call it, gossiping and laughing. The typical teenager stuff. It was getting late and there wasn't as many people, but we stayed up until the late hours. Nothing supernatural happened until we took a selfie. The first picture we took looks normal, but the second picture, the Pekong was in the frame. At first glance, you might not suspect it as a Pekong, as it just looks like a brown spot. But upon closer inspection, we realized that there were slight facial features. The scariest part was that the Pekong was about 8 to 10 meters behind us, floating beside a street lamp. None of us said anything because we didn't want to, quote-unquote, alert the Pekong. I mean, most of our parents usually remind us not to acknowledge its presence because it's similar to inviting it over. But one of my dumbass friends says, "Hey, look, got something, say like a Pekong, haha." When he said that, there was a quick gush of wind and a foul smell. A better way to describe the smell is rotten eggs. Already uneasy, all of us stood up and made our way to the nearby HDB block to La Pac, and there, instead, we sat. Nobody opened up about that experience, and we all deleted our pictures, even the ones without the Pekong. Luckily, none of us had any disturbances that night. The second incident took place a few months later. I could still remember the Pekong incident vividly, but I still made the decision to go for a late-night run. I was actually going through a tough time and really needed some fresh air. I had no intentions to run into the Clementi Woods Park, but somehow I ran and appeared there. There were a few other joggers, so I wasn't that scared, but there are times where I appear to be alone. Everything was fine until I ran past this playground in the park. The Pekong was playing peekaboo with me. As I ran past, the same-looking Pekong peeked out from the back of a pole at the playground. I sped up and felt like my stamina was back at full tank. As I was making my way out, the Pekong appeared 2 more times, once behind a tree and one more time behind some bushes. I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, but luckily I managed to reach home safe. Again, there were no disturbances at home, but I really couldn't sleep that night. And this is the first time I'm sharing this story, really. Thankfully, the Pekong doesn't follow people home, and I wonder if there's other people who have similar stories regarding the Pekong. Now, I still live in the West, but I made it to a point to never visit that place again. Sometimes when I really have to drive past that area, I still will get the chills and I always feel somebody peeking at me. As promised, my scary experiences. Okay, so it started about 2 years ago. Fairly short story. I love a bubble bath. It's my way of relaxing. It's always felt safe and comforting. One night I was soaking in the bath, nodding off a bit, enjoying the silence. Then all of a sudden I had the strongest feeling. When I say feeling, it was like a vision, a flash, that a woman was going to rush into the bathroom and hold me under the water. I can still see her when I think about it. Young, blue eyes, pale, dark hair. I had a vision of her kneeling next to the bath, holding me under. The feeling was so strong and I felt so scared that I got straight out. After that, I felt a bit uneasy in the bathroom, like she was watching me. I just tried to put it in the back of my mind, tried to convince myself it was a silly thought. Nothing else happened for a few weeks and I was starting to feel comfortable again, until one night I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, getting ready for bed. There's a huge mirror on the side bathroom wall. I glanced in the mirror and I saw her. She had her arms stretched out towards me, like lunging towards me. I could feel a breeze, like the vision was only there for a few seconds, like a flash. I was scared and it stayed with me. That was the second time I had seen her, and she did not feel friendly. I did what a lot of people do. I spoke to her. I told her firmly that she had no permission to be in this house or to harm me or anyone in it. I repeated this message round the house whenever I felt uneasy. And I was home alone and my partner would think I was just crazy, but I haven't seen or felt her since, and I still feel uneasy in that bathroom though. The most recent scary experience was only last year, late last year. I was in bed asleep. I remember I was having a nice dream, can't remember what it was about, probably Johnny Depp. And I remember I woke up with a start. You know, like when you have that feeling of falling. When I opened my eyes, I saw a man coming towards me. He looked so angry. Again, it only lasted a few seconds. I remember feeling like I needed to protect myself. He was tall, he had a dad bod, brown hair, brown eyes, and a pink polo shirt on. I remember closing my eyes, and when I opened them again, he was gone. Didn't sleep for the rest of that night. After that happened, I spoke aloud. That no one good or negative was allowed in the bedroom, and I still visualize a barrier across the door, stopping anything from getting in. I also now have selenite in the room. Nothing's happened in that room since. On a side note, I do have a dog that sleeps in the same room as me, and it did not react. Makes me feel that it could have just been a bit of a dream, you know, like a dream imprint. It felt very real to me and still does when I think back. Make of these stories what you will. I don't normally have things like this happen, and I feel I have a very good grip on my emotions. When I'm freaked out because of a film or whenever it's a real danger, I can understand which emotion is real and which is my mind playing with me. As mentioned previously, I usually get feelings, smells, hear voices. The stories I've told are just kind of the only times I've seen something. And that's just 3 times in over 30 years. The Glowing Lady, a boy and his father. The story is about the Glowing Lady. When I was around 10 or 11, I stayed over at a friend's house and we were feeling a little bit rebellious, so we decided to go outside past midnight because we thought that was cool for some reason. Anyway, my friend and I left his house and went on to the open street in the neighborhood. And at the end of his street, there was this old house no one lived in for a long time. It just sat there pretty much the whole time I lived there. So we looked toward that house and we saw a lady in a white dress. And since it was so long ago, I can't really remember a lot of the details, but I do remember her glowing really bright like car headlights pointed at us. Since it was so bright, I couldn't see her face, but I knew it was a woman and that she had this dress on. She started coming towards us. So me and my friend, being kids, said to each other, "Run, she's gonna get us." We laughed it off and ran inside his house. And I got the idea to check out the window to see if she was still coming, and she was gone, and that was it. We just got on the PlayStation and forgot all about it. Now, years later, when I'm nearing 17 years old, me and my family go pay a visit to the old friends and the neighborhood. And when we reached the end of that street where the old house was, I jokingly said, "Nobody ever lives in that house." And my mom tells me, "Well, yeah, because people have told me a long time ago a woman that used to live there was having a wedding, and her husband never showed up and left her. Then she came home, killed her kids in the bathroom, and killed herself." And everything clicked in my brain, and I just froze. This second story is about a boy and his father. My mother has this friend, we'll call her Beth, that had all these stories about this guy and his son that she sees in her home from time to time. Nobody believes when she tells them that she's constantly telling my mom that she just wishes somebody else would see them. Anyway, she described both of them as wearing a plain white t-shirt and blue jeans. But the odd thing was, they both have no head, like it stops at their shoulders. But she said that she sees them, but they just stand still and look in her direction. She wakes up and sees them, or they'd just be vibing in her house, and she told my mom that they don't scare her, because they just stand there, and understandably, it was probably their home before hers. Moving along, one day a friend of Beth comes over for dinner. Beth tells her that she has to use the restroom, so she goes and takes care of that. And when she gets back to her friend on the couch, the friend says to Beth, "I thought your husband gets off in an hour." Beth says, "Well, he does." And the friend says, "Well, I just saw him walk to the back bedroom and I said hi, and he just kept walking and didn't answer me." Beth realizes what just happened, and she starts clapping out of excitement and asks, "What was he wearing?" And her friend says, "A white shirt and blue jeans." And Beth gets excited and says, "Yes, finally, somebody else finally saw him." Because she was starting to think maybe she was just going a little bit crazy. In conclusion, one day Beth finally says, "I'm tired of this. I understand you once lived here, but this is my house now, and you can no longer stay here." And then she stopped seeing them. My sister woke me up at 3:26 a.m. to tell me she felt like she was being yanked away. Not safe for work warning. You've been warned. Don't blame me. My sister, M, 28. I'm going to just call her Mary. That's the narrator, just putting a name in here. I don't like reading letters. And I, N, I'm going to go with Nate, came to visit our family here in Mexico. When we were younger, weird things happened, but as we got older, we brushed them off as coincidences and wild imagination. Just to be safe, Mary and I shared the same room and the same bed. Even though there's 2 full beds in the room, we haven't had any bad experiences until tonight. Around 11ish tonight, a fight broke out between the 2 of us. She yelled, I yelled, and we ended up physically fighting. We told each other off and somehow managed to stay in the same bed. I mention this because it's absolutely not typical behavior for us, because it's the only thing that's different from the other nights here. At 3:26 a.m., Mary tapped me on my shoulder and was shaking. Her eyes were wide open, looking past me. Instantly, I hugged her, and she latched onto me, crying into my chest. She asked me to look and see if there was something behind her. Her body was literally attached to mine, so I had to lift my body to peek. Nothing. Through her sobs, she managed to tell me that something tried to take her. She said that she was sleeping, woke up and felt her body extremely heavy. She could see me sleeping face up, but I seemed far away. As she was trying to process what was going on, she felt a massive yank that she described as her soul being pulled. She compared it to what she imagines being kidnapped feels like, feeling scared, shocked, vulnerable, uncertain of where you're headed. At this point, she's on one bed and I'm on the other facing each other. As she's crying and sharing her experience, we hear a chime from a bell coming from behind her. She leapt onto me in a fraction of a second. I got up to try to see if it was something that could have just fallen or maybe moved. Again, nothing. As I'm walking back, we hear it again, and this time a bit fainter and from a lower point, somewhere closer to the wall facing the bedheads. It's now 5:50 a.m. We had a family member say a prayer and come to sleep in the extra bed. None of us can sleep. That's why it's in parentheses. She keeps trying to throw up to shake the bad feeling that she has in her stomach. We aren't really sensitive to ghosts or spirits. To be honest, we're skeptical of the paranormal. I'd love to dismiss this as sleep paralysis, but this was more than just not being able to move. She's literally sick now, and the bells. Also, it's 3:26 a.m. Or also, the 3:26 a.m. thing somehow stands out to me. I feel like it's somehow important. Does anyone have any insight into what this could mean? Palau Ubin Kids. Have you heard of OBS, Outward Bound Singapore Camp? Almost every secondary school student would have gone to this camp, and this incident happened to me so many years back. Back then I was 15 and my group was one of the groups that had to go to the Palau Ubin for the most part. There was another group, but they stayed on the mainland. Boring, in my opinion. I wouldn't say that the campsites there are run down, but the atmosphere there was definitely different. While it's surrounded by beautiful nature, it was somewhat spooky, especially at night. The main campsite was the best because it was the most modernized. However, there was another campsite that was quite bad. I forgot the name of the campsite, but I remembered my group kayak to that campsite. So, in the other campsite, we slept in the middle of this forested area in our tents, and our kayaks were placed at one corner. There were no toilets, and we had to do our business in the dark with only 1 or 2 glow sticks lighting up the area. Thankfully, we had to sleep there for only one night. That night, I didn't even bother cleaning myself up. I went straight to bed. I was too shagged out because my group had a lot of girls and some useless guys. Being the only bigger-sized dude, I was tasked to carry all the heavy jerry cans around. Little did I know going to bed straight wasn't the best decision. In the middle of the night, I had to take a piss, and I was the type that you can't really hold. So when I woke up, the other guys were in deep sleep, and I wasn't the scared type, so I decided to walk out alone. Let me tell you this. The outside was so dark and the moon barely did anything to light up the area. I used my torch to make my way to the makeshift toilet, quote-unquote. Everything went smoothly. When I was peeing, that's when I heard children laughing. I almost shit my pants because who in their right mind would be playing in the middle of the night? Also, it couldn't be any of them at the campsite because it was giggling of a toddler, not somebody who's 15. There was no way it was a prank as well, as all of our phones were confiscated. After the giggling, it was followed by the sounds of bushes rustling. I don't know why, but my instant reaction was to shine my torch in that direction. Guess what I saw? I saw 3 kids running away from me into the forested area. Why do I say running, you may wonder? They had legs, but none of their legs were touching the ground. They were, quote-unquote, running with their legs about 4 to 5 inches above the ground. I ran back to my tent, covered my face with my sleeping bag. Eventually, I went back to sleep despite being scared. I kept this to myself and only shared it with my friends after the whole OBS camp ended. When I went back home, I searched online and found out that there were other similar incidents where they all saw kids roaming around. That's all that happens to me and my friends, which I'll submit when I'm free too. Hope this story is scary enough to be featured. Well, it was here. And that's the end of today's stories, and please forgive me for any pronunciations of anything in Malay. I'll work on it. Have a good night. See ya. Army outfield disturbance. This happened around 1 to 2 a.m. when I had to do my prowling with my buddy at that time. We were supposed to do our rounds in a circle, but we got lazy, so we decided to create our own route, which only involved us walking to the latrine and then walking back to the starting point. It was a straight route. Everyone was asleep, including our sergeants, and to be very honest, I was so tired that fear didn't even enter my mind. Everything was going well, until our third round when I had to use the latrine. I was damn Backup 1. I could literally shit anywhere, unlike my other platoon mates who held their shit until we came back to our company. So I was doing my business peacefully, and my buddy was rushing me. Faster, Lay. He repeated this every 1 minute for real. After a while, he stopped and I was so relieved because the shit as well as the silence. When I was cleaning up after myself, my friend spoke again. Finish already? I walked out of the latrine and guess what? My friend was just staring at me blankly as if he saw a ghost. I told him to stop fooling around since it really wasn't the right time. He whispered to me, "Let's stop patrolling. Let's just go to bed." Even though I was back up, I would never go against the rules because I wanted to keep my records clean, you know? I told him no, but he was legit getting pale. Then he said to me, "I swear I saw a head continuously peeking out of the latrine area when you were inside, and I know it wasn't you because it wasn't wearing our uniform." I finally realized the reason he asked me to go faster. After hearing that, I quickly turned to face the latrine, and what I saw creeped me out. So in order for us to navigate the latrine, glow sticks were placed around the area. What I saw was the glow sticks sliding along the string back and forth at a constant speed. No such animal could do that, and if there was an animal, we could clearly see it, but it was clear that there was nothing there since we were only 5 to 10 meters away. There was no wind either. We went straight to the HQ area and woke up one of the commanders. After telling them what we encountered, he just told us to go to sleep and not to tell anyone anything. That night I didn't get to sleep at all, and being in a confined sort of shell scrape made it worse. Thankfully, it was the last night there. I'm too lazy to type out the full encounters of my friends, but I'll just share some of their encounters. One of my friends said that he heard the Muslim call for prayer at 12 a.m., which doesn't make sense since it's not the time for Muslims to pray, and we were pretty sure that there's no mosques in that area. Another one of my friends claimed that he heard children giggling during their taking cover exercise, which happened around 7 or 8 p.m. The last disturbance was the sound of bells following my friend. He was doing his patrolling a few hours after me, but he was doing his patrol alone at one point, as his buddy also had to use the latrine. He said that he didn't see anything, but when he was walking around, he heard this constant bell sound following from behind, and judging from the loudness of the sound, he said it was almost directly behind him. I had a deja vu moment, and it's not just my mind playing tricks on me. So I know people talk about deja vu a lot, and people love to explain it away with science like, your brain is tricking you because insert logical reason here. You just feel like this scenario's happened before, but it didn't actually happen yet. I do agree with this to an extent. All of my deja vus initially occur in my dreams when I'm fully asleep and unconscious. When it happens again in reality, I always stop and I think about it, but I dismiss it, because it's most likely just my mind recreating a sense of familiarity. I always try to find simple, logical reasons for unexplained things, because not everything strange has to be paranormal. However, I had this one deja vu moment where I can't explain. It's nothing spooky, just strange, but hear me out. I was 14 to 15 at the time, and I was visiting my sister's boyfriend's family in their vacation home. I was having a lot of trouble sleeping at the time because it was just really hot, humid, and I was uncomfortable as hell. I would only get like 3 hours of sleep a night, and I'd never go into a deep sleep. One morning I wake up, but I don't fully wake up. My eyes were half open and I was just staring at the wall in front of me. But it felt like I was in a trance. My brain wasn't registering that I was conscious. I was in a state between being asleep and awake. I can't explain it well, but that's the first and last time that that's happened to me. I imagine this is what the beginning of lucid dreaming feels like, if I had the ability to lucid dream. So I'm staring at the wall and a picture of a little girl pops in just right in front of me, floating on the blank space of the wall. I've never seen this little girl before in my life. She's white, has blonde hair, is wearing a black and red uniform, a black blazer and button-up top, red skirt on bottom, and has a star hairpin in her hair. She has a super distinct red birthmark on the left side of her face. In my dream, I'm confused because I've never seen this girl before and I'm wondering who she is. After I fully wake up and I actively think about what I had just dreamed about, I remember everything and I write it down, what she looks like on the notepad in my phone, jotting down everything I mentioned in this post in case I would forget. The whole day I'm thinking about her. Later that night, my sister's boyfriend's daughter, who is the same age as me, they're showing me her school yearbook. She flips through several pages and I see that little girl's picture. That same exact picture I saw that morning in my dream. The red and black uniform is her school uniform, and she's in second grade. The hairpin and birthmark is all there. I'm super freaked out and I start to tell her about it. She's obviously very confused and skeptical, so I show her the notepad on my phone and she's like, "How do you know her?" I said, "I don't know, it's just that I saw her in my dream." So understandably, she's creeped out. Doesn't believe me, and I'm pretty sure she thinks I'm kind of a weirdo. What just happened to me? I live in Peoria, Arizona, and currently am on summer break after my first year at university. And I love to take walks around the neighborhood with my little brother and also the back of the house, which has all sorts of dirt trails. Last night, 5/8, I decided to take a walk around 11 p.m., just to stroll around the block. It lasted about 25 minutes and the weather had a soft breeze. My little brother didn't accompany me because he had fallen asleep. A few hours later, this is just 2 hours ago, 5/9, I got bored and decided, why not? Why not take another walk? Sounded fun and the weather was perfect, and this time I took a different route, a dirt road with no light. I did have a flashlight. That alley sort of led to an adjacent neighborhood. I took a walk around the new neighborhood and then went back to the dirt road that led to my neighborhood. This dirt trail has some brush right at the beginning of the way down. Now at this point, I had not seen a single person and it was 3 a.m. Just some cars whizzing by every now and then. As I begin to go around this brush to the dirt neighborhood, I notice a man walking up the dirt road towards me. Now he's not that far behind the brush, maybe only 15 feet away from me. At this point, everything happened so fast as we're walking down and up each opposite end of each other. Now this guy was 15 feet away from me, so of course I was going to say something like, "Have a good night," or "Later, bro." But as I stop, he keeps walking towards me, and I repeatedly say, "Hey," to him, trying to get an acknowledgement. But this man, mind you, he looks like he's a mid-30s wearing flannel and hat, walks right through my body. I mean, literally, it's like he just phased through me. This scared the living shit out of me because I knew I just saw a bearded man with a hat covering his face walk through my body. It is unexplainable. Suddenly I felt adrenaline and pulled out my knife. I turned around and I see nobody there. Then I pull out my flashlight and aim it at his direction to see nothing but brush. I wanted to run home, but something in my mind was fascinated. But that feeling was nothing compared to the fear. And so I started walking back down the dirt road to my home as I hear voices from probably neighbors. Then I instinctively look back behind me again, wouldn't you? And I see the same man as he starts to dance like a weirdo. At this point, I'm spooked and I start speed walking home with knife and flashlight in hand. And as I look back with the light again, he's still dancing creepily, but not walking toward anywhere. I sprint a little bit more down the road and turn my head and he's gone. To me, I don't know if this is explainable. When his body went through mine, I felt a cold breeze. Does anyone have any ideas on how this man walked through me, didn't say a word to me, and then danced near the brush? Maybe I just experienced a supernatural presence for the first time. Either way, I am doing that walk again every single day till I see something like that happen. My grandma's goodbye. For a long time, I've had encounters of the paranormal kind, mostly while awake, but there have been a few instances that the spirits of loved ones visit my dreams. Back in 2005, I was living in New York. I moved there from Texas due to heavy involvement in drugs and gangs. I was there for about 5 months, met a girl, and moved in with her and her family. One night, I had an incredibly vivid dream about my grandmother. In my dream, I was walking on a beautiful beach with white sands. Just ahead of me was a canopy or something that, those things that pop up and people put at picnics and barbecues to give you shade. Well, I walk up to it and there was my grandmother sitting in a folding chair in front of a folding table, wearing a beautiful black dress, totally out of place for where we found ourselves. I sat down in the chair opposite of her and looked around confused. It was an odd scene, to say the least. "Oh, hey," she said, realizing I was there. "Want to play some Uno or Dominoes?" We used to play one every other time that we went together. I'm still confused, I said, "Sure, but what are you doing here?" As she set up the dominoes and did the whole shuffling thing, she said, "Well, you weren't around and I wanted to say goodbye." "Goodbye? Where are you going?" I asked. She didn't answer my question, but did say, "Please promise me that you'll stay out of trouble, be a good man." "I promise, but where are you going? What are you doing here?" I asked as I looked out over the ocean. "Remember, I love you," I heard her say. As I turned back to her to say, "I love you too," she was gone. I stood up and looked around and saw her walking into the surf. I walked after her saying, "Nanny, Nanny." That's what we called her. "Where are you going?" She didn't answer but kept walking out into the ocean until she was completely gone. I was stricken with a sense of panic, but only for a moment because, as I looked around, I realized the canopy chairs and the table were gone, and they'd been replaced with a set of wide white stone stairs or stadium-type seats. Sitting on all of these were all of my family, uncle, aunts, cousins, and my mother. I woke up gasping for air with a totally weird feeling of urgency. I had to call and check on my grandma. I called my mother immediately, and before she could say anything, I asked, Is Nanny okay?" My mom paused, and I heard a sniffle. "Son, Nanny passed away about an hour ago. I was about to call you and let you know," she said through restrained sobs. The dream suddenly made sense. She had come to me to say goodbye. See, I was raised around my mother's side of the family as a bunch of white country folk. I'm mixed, and I'm a little more brown than the rest of the grandbabies. Growing up, I was treated less than welcome by quite a few family members, but never Nanny. She loved me like I was one of her babies. Never made me feel unwelcome. If anything, she made me feel more loved than some of the others. We were pretty close. It was so heartwarming to know that before she left her plane of existence, she came to say goodbye. To be thousands of miles away was a moment in my life that I woke up at 4 a.m. and felt like there was an evil presence in the house. To give some background, last night, it was my birthday. My girlfriend and I went to her apartment after some drinks. She has one other roommate who was not there at the time. When we got there, everything was fine, felt like normal. We eventually fall asleep. Recently, I've been having horrible nightmares. Probably because I'm a little tea break from weed right now. Anyway, this dream I had a girlfriend, and she's not herself. She was rude, judgmental. We were also homeless. And at a point in the dream, she grabs my hand almost as if she broke the fourth wall and says, "We are not alone, get out." I wake up very distraught. The first thing I notice is the sound of her roommate closing her door. My girlfriend was already awake, and it was about 4:30 a.m. I ask her to check her roommate's location because they're close friends. She has access to that. So her roommate turned out to be there, and we brushed it off as just getting to work. So we're laying there in silence. That's when I start to notice things a bit odd. Everything was dead silent. The room itself somehow felt and looked different. The shadows and the lighting of the room were strange. Granted, I've never been up at 4:30. It was just different. And this is when I started to really freak out. Every alarm bell in my mind was going off, telling me to go outside to get out. The room felt like it was closing in. To try and calm myself down, I ask my girlfriend if she's okay, and she says no. And she says, "Something feels very wrong. I feel like I'm being watched." That statement alone put the fear in me I've never felt. I told her I feel the same way. I get out of bed trying to rationalize what's happening, and I'm thinking maybe it's just a nightmare and maybe she's just freaking out a bit and we're playing into a narrative because we have some anxiety. My mind was not letting me buy it. My mind saying, "No, this is different. You need to leave right now." I go into the living room. The first thing I notice is that it's very hot, very hot. And it's not a shock that we live in a state where it gets very, very hot, but this time it felt like somebody left the oven on, like heat was generating in the room. Standing in the living room, it felt like I was being watched by someone or something much bigger and evil than me. I rushed back into her room and asked if we should stay at her mom's tonight. My girlfriend was more than happy to, as she was at the verge of crying and said that she wants us to leave right now. We get dressed, grab her cat, get in the car, and drive like hell was behind us. On the way there, we discussed what happened and came to the conclusion that something was definitely very wrong, and it wasn't just one of us. We both felt like we were in danger. I'm trying to rationalize what we felt last night. We're waiting on word back from the roommate to see if she felt anything. Listen, any advice would be appreciated, spiritual or scientific. I want to know what we went through. Did somehow my dream warn me, or did we just freak ourselves out? Whatever I felt last night, though, felt it like it was bigger than any of us. My piece of scientific advice is, please add more periods and commas and such. No offense, sorry. I think I have a cursed rock. Me and my girlfriend love going to castles and exploring. We live in the UK and had an English heritage pass, so we'd go to a few castles when we could. June or July last year, we go and visit Beeston Castle. It's a fantastic castle on a hill, and there's a whole knights tournament taking place. We sat on a wall at the bottom of the hill and noticed a rock was loose. My girlfriend laughs and says that we should put it in our pocket as a memento. I had cargo shorts on, so laughed about it and put it in the pocket where I forgot about it. Until we got home. We had a lovely day until we leave. She starts to feel unwell, and on the way was sick, so I had to pull over. She has a rough week before going to the doctors and finding out her kidneys are failing. This was an issue that she suffered with in the past, but for over a year had no issues. She made a recovery after about a month. We went on holiday in September, and while away, my granddad had a fall and banged his head. He healed up before I returned, but has bad knees and needs surgery, which keeps getting pushed back. My car broke in October and was taken off the road as the engine broke and couldn't be reasonably replaced. Still without a car, having to borrow my mom's until I could afford a new one. November comes and my girlfriend's mom, who has a number of long-term health conditions, gets sepsis and is in the hospital where she nearly dies, and a DNR is placed on her by the doctor. She does come out after making a recovery, but has had several more stints in the hospital through this year. Each one of them, she has a time where she can't breathe and is close to death. My nan has had cancer for a while and finishes her radiotherapy in December. All seems to go fine, but is told near Christmas that it didn't work out and the cancer is basically now all over the body. She's still fighting and on medication, but it seems nothing will clear the cancer. January, and our cat gets hit by a car and dies. We had him less than 12 months. February, and my girlfriend's grandma is unwell and dies on Valentine's Day. March and April, our dog gets unwell and has to be put down. May and June, her nan is unwell with cancer and dies after a short battle. July, my mom is now unwell and her muscles wearing away after drastically losing weight and not being able to eat much. She's been diagnosed with liver thrombosis, but having loads of tests to see what else. She has a lot of falls, can't make it upstairs all the time, and needs a bit of care, which my dad struggles with as he has spinal problems. Also, my granddad is admitted to the hospital as he has a long-term blood infection. He has no idea how he got it. This is prolonging his surgery again, and this morning my mom's car goes in for a service, an MOT, and it fails with the timing belt needing replacing. They haven't gotten one, so it could be weeks. I need transport for work, so trying to arrange a courtesy car. We also are waiting for money for my girlfriend's grandma's house sale to come through, as we're going to be given some money for a car, but last night we were told this too is delayed. That sounds like a series of more than bad luck, sir. A knock on the door. This experience happened to me around a year ago. I had just moved into a new apartment with a few roommates. We'd been there about a month or two at the most at this point. I had just come home from an excruciatingly taxing day at work. I walked through the door to the apartment and realized that nobody was home. Awesome, I thought. Dropped all my stuff by the door, pet the cat, grabbed a towel, got into the shower. It was one of those days where you just kind of sit down in the shower and just let the water pelt you, just to let the muscles relax a bit. And I was in the shower for no more than 5 minutes before I hear a loud bang on the bathroom door, followed by the jiggling of a doorknob. Naturally, I'm shocked. The bang was loud enough to sound like a gunshot went off. It was too loud to be the pipes. It sounded like somebody trying to kick down the door. I'm thinking, did somebody break in? Then I made an executive decision. I'm going down, disorienting them. So I jump out of the shower and rip open the door while unclothed. And then there's nobody. Not a single person was there. Grab my towel and I start checking rooms, windows, and doors. Still, nobody home. All the doors locked, all windows still intact. Hell, even the cat was still asleep. I reluctantly go back to the bathroom to finish my shower, and I don't think anything of it. And later that night, I'm just chilling in my room, still nobody home. I left my door open for the cat just in case it wanted to come hang out in my room. My roommate's room was almost directly outside of mine to the right, and I hear the cat in the hallway, just hissing and angrily meowing at their room. Their door was closed, so I'm thinking, what the hell could she possibly be meowing at? I walk up to Esper and I say, "What's wrong, sweetie?" "There's nobody in there." As soon as I say those words, something falls and clatters onto the bedroom floor, and the cat bolts away. Just in case somebody had gotten home without my knowledge, I knock on the bedroom door. Get no answer. I peek into their room and there's a bunch of CDs on the floor, seemingly ripped off of their disc rack. I pick them up, put them back, and leave the room. I leave the door open this time, just to make sure I'm not being crazy if it happens again. My fiancée stopped by an hour later after she'd just gotten off of work. We were chilling in the living room just watching TV and talking. By the way the apartment was set up, if you were sitting on the couch to your left, you can see all the way down the hallway and into my roommate's room if they had their door open, which it was for now. My fiancée got a sudden chill, and to my left, I can see just out of the corner of my eye an all-black silhouette of a man, just standing in their doorway. I took a look at him, and he walks away to the right, where their closet is. I ran to their bedroom and slammed their door shut. I look at my fiancée and say, "Did you see that too?" She nods her head with a scared look on her face. I tell her that we're just gonna leave for a while, so we grab our stuff and head out. I call my roommates later and ask them if they've experienced anything weird since we moved in. They told me that sometimes while I'm at work, they hear people talking in my room, even though nobody's there. Needless to say, I'm happy I don't live there anymore. My brother died in jail. Trigger warning for drug use. Noted. My brother was in solitary while in jail. He had a dental visit with the jail nurse, and he was awaiting trial on misdemeanor marijuana charges, and he was 25. He was someone with no concept of consequences, and he absolutely hated authority. When he went to prison at 18, he was told to clean the bathroom. He put the sponges on his hands and knees and just sort of crawled around just to irritate the corrections officers. I was in high school while he was in prison, and he wrote me a letter. If I died, would Les Max cry? I hope so. And that his teachers would ask where the students saw themselves in 10 years, he said, "I don't see myself in 10 years. His parole didn't go well, so he finished his 5 years. It was just a multitude of misdemeanors. Then he got a job and happily worked double shifts at a gas station. They loved his work ethic. When the guy he was living with got a girlfriend, she wanted my brother out, so he found some greaseball to live with. Then the drug bust came, and my brother was caught up in it over marijuana. As he was awaiting his appearance before the court, he had his dental visit, and he'd been caught making hooch in his cell. He was put into the only cell with no camera. When you're in solitary, you get 1 hour a day to shower and clean your cell, under supervision. If you need something like shampoo, you submit a written request. If you're lucky, you get it, eventually. He was known for whistling, tapping, and drumming while in a solitary cell. 11:20 p.m., he asks for the aerosol cleaner. A corrections officer gave it to him. His rig was a rag with a toilet paper holder, and he'd written on his clothes, "You should delete yourself," as a message to the corrections officers because he despised them so much. Around 2 a.m., the aerosol can hit the floor, and the guy in the cell next door started yelling for help. He was dead already, but they called my mother to tell him that he was in critical condition at the hospital. He was on a gurney in the hallway, covered by a sheet. She just was called to identify his body. The officer who gave him the cleaner was not reprimanded, but when they mailed his stuff to us, they included the rag in the toilet paper holder. They offered to send us the video of them dragging him out of his cell and doing CPR. A friend's husband started working at that jail as a corrections officer. He said, every night the same whistling, tapping, and drumming kept happening. Everybody heard it. People would ask, "Who's that blonde guy walking around?" Several years after his death, his driver's license was found on the floor of the correction officer's storage room. I started finding pennies right away after he died. I was having dreams where I told him, "You died." He didn't believe me. Then eventually they changed. I'd be excited to see him, and then I'd say goodbye again, and finally in a dream he told me he was ready to go. I still mourn, and this was over 20 years ago, but I'm still mourning, and occasionally I still find pennies. I saw something on the reservation. I moved to Texas, but had to fly to Utah to pick up my car. It's February of 2020, and I leave Utah at approximately 6 p.m. with a friend who flew with me. We decided we'd spend the night in Albuquerque, New Mexico, so we could get some sleep, and we'd arrive there around 4 a.m. So we're driving and things are fine. You have to pass through a reservation to get to the main highway for Albuquerque, and something felt off from the second that we entered New Mexico. It's maybe 2 or 3 a.m. at this point, and my friend was fast asleep with her head against the window while I played music loudly. We had to drive slowly as the speed limit was only 35 or 45 miles an hour. As we got further into the reservation, I heard a sharp knock on the roof of my car. It was hard enough to be clearly heard over the music. My friend was startled awake and asked what happened. I shrugged because I didn't want to stop. This might have been intuition, but I'd rather just have rock damage or drive on a flat tire or anything else than stop on that road. It was dark and something just felt wrong. I had really absurdly bright LED headlights on my car, and as such, I could see a few miles ahead where my car was going. My friend was watching the road, and I slowed down to get a better look while it was still a good distance away. What I saw freaks me out to this day. The best way I could describe it was the body of a human, half contorted downward. The hair and head was upside down, and its arms were like large stalactite-looking things. That thing was so dark that my headlights couldn't penetrate it. However, it illuminated everything around it. Its face wasn't looking at us originally, but it twisted its head around to look at us. It didn't have facial features, but it looked distorted, like it had a broken jaw or something, and it was almost blurry. I pride myself on my photographic memory, but it was like it didn't want me to see it. At this point, we're no more than 50 to 75 feet away, and I step on it. My friend asks if I saw it, and I nodded my head. I didn't even want to talk if I was being honest. I didn't want to breathe. I was shaking so badly. It felt ominous, evil. I can't even put my explanation into full detail, the fear that I was feeling. It was like it penetrated my bones. It was a primal instinct to run, and run as fast as I could, away from it. I told her not to look back. We don't want it to follow us. I swear I drove a solid 120 plus miles an hour. I just got off the reservation completely. We didn't end up stopping in Albuquerque. I drove all the way to Lubbock instead and spent the night there. My work asked for paranormal stories, and I told this. A coworker mentioned putting it here because she thinks that y'all will like it. I can also attempt drawing it, but I feel like if I do that, I might give it the ability to find me, or even power to do whatever it is that it's doing. So if anybody has any advice on that, let me know. I don't want to encourage it. Something watched me sleep. This happened about 7 years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. I was maybe 16 at the time, and super into the paranormal. I grew up in the church, and I was told time and time again that the paranormal didn't exist outside of the realm of just demons and angels. So, as any curious teenager had to find out for themselves, my friend and I snuck out to buy a Ouija board. The two of us then drove out and parked on a deserted road, so there would be no chance of either of our religious parents finding out what we were doing. Because, as you would assume, a Ouija board was a big no-no. The two of us climbed in the back seat of our car and set out the board. I think about an hour went by of absolutely nothing happening besides one of us getting jittery and just kind of moving the planchette slightly. Then it did start moving. It was slow, but it gave us a year and spelled rape. That was it. We tried to ask questions, but no response. We said goodbye and drove to a grocery store and threw the board away. I looked up the year and the sexual assault cases in our area and had fortunately found one. The case happened in the late 1970s, so I couldn't find much information. But I was definitely unsettled and overwhelmingly confused on why this was communicated with us. Went home that night, felt super anxious, and I had a hard time falling asleep, but nothing happened. Nothing did happen for 3 weeks following that night. Before I get into what occurred, I need to describe my bedroom at the time. When you come in the door to my room, there's a closet on the left, and then my bed is a few feet away, tucked into the corner of the wall. Straight ahead is a big window, and to the right is a desk and a dresser. On the left wall, starting at the door and going around to my bed, there is a line of posters and records, with a bulletin board right above the head of my bed. The right side wall is covered with even more. So anyway, I come home from school and I go about my business. That night I go to bed still feeling uneasy, but fell asleep rather quickly. When I wake up in the morning and roll over, I feel multiple sharp stabs on my side. I sit up and see that the bulletin board had fallen down right next to my head, and the tacks were all over my bed and stabbing into me. I look around my room and I felt chills. The posters and records from the doorway to my bed on the left had all fallen off. The ones on the other wall were all still up, but not even crooked. I checked around the rest of the house, especially rooms sharing that wall. Nothing else had been displaced in the slightest. So to me it seems that something had come into my room, knocked everything off the wall moving towards my bed, and stopped when it was right over my head while I slept. The rain is one thing, but Mr. Bird over there. Dreams that are too real. Too real. Sometimes I have these dreams when I sleep, and bear with my lack of writing luster, so I wake up in my dream and it's reality. I wake up in my bed, just as it was when I went to sleep, but time is still in this reality. When I return to my bed and body in this dream, I wake up in actual reality, but there's signs of what I did in the dream world, and it's starting to freak me out more. Let's start with my oldest memory of it. I would wake up in my bunk bed, and I would walk outside my house. I had this ability to basically double jump, and would float and fly, kind of. I would hover myself to the playground, which was attached to the grade school behind my house, and would stargaze or move the school toys around. So when I actually woke up, I would know where my favorite toys were hiding. When I actually woke up, I had full memory of this dream. I would have dirt on my clothes, or my hair would actually be tangled almost like it was windswept. The weirdest part is the toys sometimes would be where I hid them the following morning. Kids in our grade school didn't organize the toys after recess. We'd check in. And yes, we had a check-in and out system. And then a big trash can and go inside. Next big milestone was middle school. I had similar dreams with the floating ability, except it wasn't the playground or toys. I would instead now just float to the retention pond area next to my house and would just look up at the stars from atop the giant willow tree. It was my favorite spot and I would frequent this place. Now with this one, only like twice out of 100 times I found willow leaves in my bed with me. This continued for years until high school, and my stress and depression was so bad I stopped dreaming altogether. I talked about it with a therapist during high school who said I was most likely sleepwalking. However, I disproved that easily by tying myself to the bed, setting up bells on my doors and windows, and asking my parents if they've ever noticed me sleepwalking. The answer was no, and none of my safeguards ever moved or changed the mornings when I woke up. I'm now 27, married, and living with my husband, and my dreams have returned here or there. I quote-unquote wake up my husband next to me. Our cats are on our bed, and now for some reason I'm floating around aimlessly and feel miserable and lost. I look up and it's just this hazy purple-black sky with no stars anymore. I begin to feel extremely detached and almost warp back to my body and actually wake up feeling exhausted, drained, and empty. I've noticed bruises forming on my back and legs more often too, like 3 bruises in either a straight line or a triangle-like pattern. Unsure if related or not, just thought I'd put that here too. It's so odd because if I don't have these dreams, I'm extremely happy, healthy, and doing great. Singapore Ghost Story 2. From 2010 to 2014, I lived in this house in West Street 42. I'm not going to name the block, but it was located near a supermarket. Throughout those 4 years, I had always felt uneasy living there. The houses there were quite old. I lived on the 6th floor and getting home was complicated. Back then, the lifts in my house only stopped at levels 4 and 7. Hence, in order to get home, I had to walk a long corridor and go 1 level down to reach home. At night, I could say at least 80% of the time there were faulty lights along the corridor at level 7. Walking along the corridor never felt good. You know those types of chills that you get? I always felt cold and my hair would stand on each time I'd walk through that corridor. That's the reason why I run along the corridor most of the time, especially at night. I always feel like somebody's following me from the back all the time. Now here come the hauntings that my family and I faced. I faced 2 incidents back at that old house. One incident happened when I came back home from school and I was alone at home. I was preparing for my PSLE at that time and alone at home around 4 p.m. When I was revising, the earpiece I hung on one end of the wall hooks started untangling on its own at a very high speed before falling onto the floor. No questions asked, I ran straight to my grandparents' house. The second incident happened when I was eating in the kitchen with my helper. We were eating and she asked me whether I felt weird about the house. This was around 7 p.m. When she asked that question, the microwave immediately flew open on its own. I forgot what happened next, but we shifted 2 to 3 months after these incidents. After we moved, my dad said that he didn't feel anything in that old house. But my mom told us her stories. Throughout the years, she frequently sees a hand waving at her from the kitchen window, like just an arm waving. We lived on the 6th floor, so there was no way anybody could have waved at my mom. She also complained about the feeling of being followed at level 7. When we told her grandma this, she told us that she knew something about that apartment, but she didn't want to tell us so that we don't, become too scared of living there. She said that when she came out of the lift at level 7, she always would see this dark figure waiting at the corner, and that dark figure will always follow anyone back to their house. Sometimes this figure will follow all the way into the house, and sometimes it'll just follow back to the doorstep and leave us alone. I'm just thankful that I didn't see anything there except for the small disturbance, but for sure I wouldn't want to go back to that house. My friend actually runs a blog that shares ghost stories from Singapore, and since I'm not allowed to promote here, you could check out my profile and leave me a message if you're interested to know more. Swapped houses from a small apartment to an old house. Weird things started happening. Yesterday, when I was going to sleep, I walked up the stairs to my bedroom at about 1 a.m. I live with my parents, so my mom was sleeping in her room, my dad fell asleep on the couch, and my dog was sleeping in my bedroom. When I closed the door, I heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, and I have a very creaky staircase, so you can hear when somebody's walking up. I checked and there was no one in there. My mom was still sleeping in a room, my dad still asleep on the couch. So I just moved in from an apartment building to a quite old house a few months ago, which was at first quite strange to me since the apartment I lived in was small and the family wanted to quickly swap even though they had a bigger house. And they have, I think, 3 children that will have to share one bedroom, but they still really wanted to swap with us. So we did the swap and there wasn't much going on at the beginning. Things began starting to be a bit weird after about 3 months. At first, I started only hearing some weird sounds, like footsteps coming from upstairs. Didn't really pay much attention to that. After some time, occasionally doors in the house, mostly to my bedroom, started opening by themselves. One time on Halloween night, the doors to my room busted open like somebody kicked them in. I then started waking up sometimes at about 3 at night by my dog. And he sleeps in my room every night, barking and growling at nothing in the room. This happened a lot, not every night, but maybe a few times a month. I started hearing heavy things being dropped in my bedroom from time to time, but when I went to check, I could never find anything that might have fallen, although sometimes I can see things falling on their own. One night, a cabinet opened itself and a jar dropped from it. I remember a few days ago I woke up in the morning to get ready for college and my dad's guitar started playing by itself. It wasn't any song, just like something was hitting random strings. After that, the guitar just fell. The guitar was standing there for about a month without anyone ever touching it. A few nights ago, I remember I woke up at around 3 a.m. to see my dog again growling at nothing in my room, when suddenly the door opened by himself. The dog walked out of my room, through that door, and started barking at something at the bottom of the stairs. I told her to go back in, close the door, but she did not stop growling. This might also sound a bit weird, but sometimes you can feel like something's staring at you when you walk up the stairs. I've also got an Alexa, and sometimes when nobody says anything, she would randomly go, "Sorry, didn't quite catch that." Or she would start saying random Wikipedia articles when no one was even talking to her. I have an EMF, so I tried to leave it on my shelf and record through the night with the night vision camera, but I didn't manage to capture anything. One night I did record something that looked like an orb, but I thought it was just a bug. As I said, I don't know if I'm overreacting or maybe it's just a thought that I might ask for some help. Singapore Night Safari Ghost Story. This incident happened to myself back in 2010 or 2009, if I remember correctly. Back then, the night safari had a Halloween special, and in my opinion, it is way scarier than the Halloween horror nights in the US. We had many decorations from hanging haunted dolls, Chinese zombies, realistic tombstones, and many more. The main theme was spooky tales of Asia, or something along those lines. I was working there back then, and there were many ghost encounters that were reported to us, the staff. The reason I say reported is because many of the guests do not know that they actually encountered something. Here's some of the stories. Firstly, my personal encounter with the supposedly realistic Pontianak. Back then, I was one of the staff roaming around the compound near the boardwalk. I found what it was, and it was called, but it was something along those lines. When I was there, I frequently received this compliment that the decorations on the trees look realistic. Initially, I just smiled and nodded to them for compliments, but suddenly I thought to myself, what is this decoration that so many people are attracted to? After about 4 to 5 compliments, I was approached by this couple. I'm not sure whether they're Japanese or Korean. They said to me in English, though, "The flying lady, very good." That's when I realized that it was not any of the decorations. There was no flying lady involved at all, and in my mind, I immediately thought of the Pontianak. I wasn't really scared since there were a lot of people there, but I definitely had the chills being in that area. The second story happened to one of my friends who was working at the train attraction. If I'm not wrong, it's called Train of Horror during the Halloween event. What she experienced was similar to me, but it's way scarier. She was one of the scare actors there, and as usual, they will naturally start jump scaring the guests. The creep started coming when one of the tourists on the train said to his friend, "These two are by far the scariest ghosts we've seen this ride." She thought to herself, "These two?" She was alone in there the whole time, and at first she believed that the tourists were playing a trick on her. Slowly, she realized that some of the tourists were recording something else each time they passed her zone. Instead of pointing the camera to her, they were pointing it to the area behind her. The last story is a famous one, but I just thought of sharing it since it's one of the more creepy ones. No one told me this story specifically, but I managed to eavesdrop the conversation between the other staffs. They were making jokes about how some of the scare actors were really into their role, and one of them even decided to sit on top of the tram. However, none of them did. The drivers insisted that they clearly saw someone sitting, but no one admitted to it. Or maybe there was actually no one there. I think I'm possessed. My story starts off a couple of months before I was born. My mother told me that my dad was into demons and thought that doing a ritual on my mother and myself would make us luckier. I don't know much about what was used except skulls, candles, and weird liquid my dad put on my mother's stomach. Nothing much happened after that with my family except when I was 2 years old, I was crying and pointing at a corner as my family asked what was wrong. Growing up with my little brother, that's not really regular behavior for a 2-year-old. All I can remember about that was a big spider with the face of an old white man. I addressed the color because my dad didn't really like white people all that much, and the memory is kind of a weird one, because I remember it through a different person's perspective. Fast forward a few years, and I'm around 5 or 6, and my entire family, even people I don't talk to, bow at my grandparents' house for about 7 hours. And to me as a kid, I wasn't really paying much attention and just playing around until my grandma told us all to gather around the table. She was just talking about how she and all the women in the family were having dreams about losing something important, like money or family. In all their dreams, it would be an old white man who was taking it from them. At the time, I didn't care because I was bored, but the thing I remembered so clearly was my grandma saying that her family was cursed. When I was 7 years old, I moved into a new house. I've had the worst experiences in my life in this house. One of them was when I was sleeping on my couch and I woke up and I couldn't breathe for a good couple of minutes. I was just there, screaming for help. Another one where I'd seen a pair of shoes in my house that were just too big to fit anybody, but I was a kid. I didn't care, but, I was sleeping and woke up around 7:30 and I seen the outline of a man looking at me. And the last one I had seen was a headless thing run into my sister's room. 4 years later, we moved into our last house, and this house wasn't the scariest or the worst, just a lot of stuff happened here. And the 3rd month my grandma died, which broke my family apart like bad. About a year in the house, I had a weird experience with my brother, and it was summer and around 3 a.m., and I was lying down when I heard sounds coming from my brother's 19-year-old bed. When I look at his bed and I see him looking down at something, looked down at what he was looking at and I saw him sleeping. That scared me. So I went to sleep and I told him what happened, and he just said he had a bad dream. I have some more, but I think that's another time. When I was 12, I had sleep paralysis and I'd seen that spider with a man's face and also seen my grandma, but nothing about her, and she was just a big smile on her face, but didn't look human. I also see people I didn't recognize. But they looked the same as well. I always joked about my dad doing voodoo, but he confirmed it a couple months ago, and the day after he told me that, I watched a video of someone having sleep paralysis and seeing that spider with a man's face. Super run-on sentences, but interesting nonetheless. The girl standing at the front door. When I was 11 years old, my dad took me and my brother to a party. He apparently knew the people, but me and my brother didn't. They had just moved into this house, and that was what the party was for. After about an hour, a man came up to me and a group of kids, asking us to go to his house to grab some more firewood because we were running out. Us, all being trusting kids, all said okay, and we ran to have fun. I remember feeling uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside and kept moving onward until I reached the house. Each person grabbed 2 pieces of wood, but I only grabbed one because I felt that I was too small to carry 2 pieces. Everyone got mad at me and said it was only fair, so I went back for another piece. I made them pinky promise not to leave me, but when I came back out, they were all gone. Realizing I was alone, I started to panic because I didn't know my way back. I'd never been here before. I started to scope out the area thinking somebody had to stay behind with me, but no one was there. I was about to give up and aimlessly walk around looking for my way home when suddenly I saw a girl standing by the front door. She had big curly red hair, big blue eyes, red little freckles, and a white nightgown. She wore nothing on her feet. She looked like one of the girls in the group, so I called out to her, but she just stood silently, staring off blankly. The more I stared at her, the more her body seemed to fall apart. Her hair seemed missing in certain areas. She was skin and bones thin. She had twigs and leaves in her hair, and her skin was pale and soaked. I feared she was getting too cold, so I shouted over to her, shouted again. She ignored me. Finally, I took a step toward her and she smiled. Her eyes went jet black and empty. She turned around and ran inside laughing. I followed her and searched the whole house for half an hour. When I came back out, everybody had come back for me, asking where I was. I was panicked and I told them about the injured girl that needed help. They just looked at me confused. They assured me that there was no girl before laughing at me like I was bonkers. I kept telling them about it and they were just as confused as I was. We went back to the party and acted like nothing happened. but I had this bad feeling. So I went to the mom in the party and told her the whole story, and she asked about the man that sent us for more wood, because they never needed more in the first place. I gave her description. Well, she said that that man had never been to the party. She didn't know who I was talking about. She gathered all of us who told the same story about the same man. She said that she didn't know who he was, but she was drunk and didn't seem too worried. So she just told us to be safe. My deceased loved ones send me messages through my dreams. My best friend died in 2017. I still don't know if it was suicide or an overdose, but yeah, he left our world when he was 18 years old. But it felt like he never left my side. His presence was almost more intense than when he was alive, especially in my dreams. I won't go into details, but thanks to him I found my passion again. After his death, my dreams changed drastically. The location in my dreams was always the same. A very abstract but peaceful place. Sometimes I was alone, sometimes he was with me, and sometimes there were many beings. We were both beings too, genderless, pure, and almost childlike. We both met when we were 14 or 15 years old. So I don't know much about his childhood, but the theme of my dreams was always adventurous. I felt love, sadness, anger, happiness, fear, and all these feelings in the most intense way. I was one with everything. I really wish I could explain my dreams better. I wish I could show you all what I saw in these dreams and what they taught me. But I can't find the words for it, not even in my native language. As I mentioned before, I found my passion for art again. He loved my artistic side. He even told me shortly before he died that he really wanted to see me creating art. And he would buy me a piano, as a joke, but in a loving way. I really wanted to learn piano at that time. He visited me in my dreams for about 1 to 2 years, and it suddenly stopped. I never dreamt of that place or beings again, and my dreams were never the same. And I think my cat did the same too. My cat also died suddenly in 2021. His death was just too painful to bear, and I felt like I was just about going crazy. I wanted to die with him. He didn't visit me that often in my dreams, but one dream stuck with me. He told me over and over again that I needed to stay alive, that I'm strong, that I have to fight. His voice was almost like an angel, sounded like neither masculine or feminine, and he looked me intensely in the eyes while he spoke to me, and since then, I truly believe that he was our angel all along. He protected me from myself. He showed me what it means to be strong in his lifetime and in my dreams. He taught me to be kind to myself and to others. He taught us what it means to be a family. A few months after his death, our whole house smelled like him. It was such a strong smell, as if he was right next to us. My family had these experiences too, dreams, his scent, and his presence. I don't know if I'm just imagining things, but even if it is my imagination, it helped me. I found my purpose, and much as I want to die, as weak as I feel sometimes, I feel blessed for these experiences. It puts a smile on my face when I read my dream diary too. I think something else moved in. Sorry if this is all over the place. Any advice would be appreciated. I think I'm going slightly mad, but who knows? I bought my first house 2 years ago. It was built in the 40s or 50s, a terraced house with a converted attic. At first I lived here alone and everything was okay. I felt watched sometimes, but I figured it was just me living alone for the first time. I then started looking after my family dog during the first lockdown. I didn't feel watched as much, but whatever it was felt further away. I mentioned it to my mom and sister, but they thought I was just being odd as I wasn't scared. Whatever it was didn't want to hurt me, they just observe. So it was dismissed. My partner moved in and I started feeling watched at night, as I'm a night owl, but I just closed the door or I would feel whatever it was peeking in through the crack in the door. We got a puppy who just seems sort of oblivious, but is always around me, especially when I go upstairs. I've always been sensitive when it comes to these things, and I've only seen something very scary once, but that was a very long time ago at a different house. My mother moved in with my partner and I pretty much stay in this converted attic. She used to be a sound sleeper. Since she's moved in, though, she can't get a good night's sleep. I'm pregnant and things have been getting creepier. Firstly, I keep seeing something standing in the corner of my eye, no matter what I'm doing. I'll look to where it should be, but I see nothing. When I go back to it, it's gone for a little while, and then come back and I have to check again. Today it was while I was working, and it was stood by my window, but each time I looked it was gone. Second, when I was awake at night, love pregnancy insomnia, there's something peeking from the bathroom. The dog sleeps on the bed and he ignores it, but then I started getting an image in my head of just out of nowhere something crawling from the bathroom down the hall. This has only been since I've been pregnant, and only when it's dark. I have to check the door, and I swear it opens more. Probably an overactive brain and wind. Third, so my mom hasn't been sleeping well, waking up a lot. She thought it was stress from work. Last night she feels something tapping her on both sides of the chest. She was awake, and the next thing she feels when she turns over is something tapping her on the arm, keeping her awake. She feels that it may have been, just waking her up for a while, but this is the first time she's been awake for it. Pretty sure that it's been more of what I have put in, but nothing springs to mind. So what do you guys think is going on with my house? Moving out is not an option at this time, even though I do plan to move in the next few years. The young girl that follows me. Since about 2020 or so, I've been seeing this girl. From the age I am while writing this, she's quite a bit younger than me, maybe 8 or 9. This girl, though, she kind of looks like me or my sister when we were younger. The thing with me and my sister, M, is I've grown up looking just like she did when she was my age. My parents had 4 kids, including me. Bit with some pictures that they could easily get away with saying that they had 3. As I've reached teen years, I've drifted away from how she looks a bit, but I could still pass as being her doppelganger for 10 years younger. I'm not sure if this is relevant, but she looks like a blend of us both, from when we were younger. Having my 7-year-old face, but some of her features in the height of a 9-year-old. What's even stranger is she wears the Sam's pink nightdress. I think that she meant same. What's even stranger is she wears the same pink nightdress some pictures of my sister show from when she was that age. Not only this, but she has the exact same teddy bear I got for Christmas back when I was 9. The only thing is, she's drenched. Like she's just gone swimming in the lake and done 25 somersaults in the process. It's freaky. Then just last school year, about midway through, there was a small time period, about a week, where my friend Sam saw this girl following me around at school. It was break time in my school, start of the week, and I was waiting in the playground for my friend, Sam. When they were walking over, they stopped for a moment, and I could hear them mumble. What the fuck? I walked over a bit and asked what was wrong. When they told me, they swore they saw 2 of me, but I was younger, holding a teddy and in a nightdress, and I looked soaked. I froze when I heard this. At first I thought they were pranking me, but I never told them about my ghost experiences. Over the next week, Sam kept seeing the girl. About halfway through the week, I explained that I'd been seeing her since 2020. That's why I was so freaked out by the description. Sam said that the girl was always next to me or behind me, following me around, sometimes a clear apparition, and sometimes a silhouette. After a week, Sam said they didn't see her anymore, but it freaked me the hell out. Well, that's it for today's stories. I implore you to check out tomorrow's stories. And whether you're taking this, or rather, whether you're listening to this to go to sleep, or you're listening to it to wake up, I just want to let you know that I appreciate you hanging out with me, even though we can't speak to each other. So as always, sweet dreams. See you later. Ask Reddit. I grew up in rural South Carolina. My mother comes from a family that's had several experiences with the paranormal. She would always tell me about her experiences growing up in her mother's house. For whatever reason, the paranormal experiences didn't stop with my grandmother or my mother, because I too had several run-ins with the paranormal while growing up directly across from my grandmother's house. When I was around the ages of 3 to 5, both of my parents worked long hours, so I would have to babysit my mom's first cousin, a woman who had been known to be trouble on the family. But my parents reluctantly allowed her to babysit me out of financial convenience. While she would babysit me along with her own stepdaughter, who was my age, she would abuse me verbally and emotionally. If I didn't want to eat, she would call me horrible names and make the girl laugh at me and call me names along with continuous verbal and mental abuse. As a child, I remember it being traumatizing, and I thought she was the meanest person I had ever met. However, as a small child, I was never able to articulate her actions to my parents to the point where they could really understand my fear of her. During the times that I would be babysat by this woman, things started getting weird. Several times when I would walk into my dark bedroom, or even a dark hallway, a tall, short-haired woman with glasses would appear to me out of nowhere. It was almost like she would rise up from the floor and just stare at me. I don't think she ever said anything to me, but it was like she wanted to talk to me. But I'd always just run out of the room as fast as I could once I got out of my frozen in fear state. The thing is, I would become so paralyzed with fear that I would block it out of my mind almost immediately to try to convince myself that it wasn't real. These sightings happened numerous times over those few years, and I still remember it vividly. I never told anybody about this until a few years ago when I told my mom. I described the woman with enough detail that she said, "That sounds like your great-aunt Maddie who passed away before you were born." It just so happens that Maddie was the mother of the woman who was babysitting me, the woman that many in our family believed that she had something to do with Maddie's mysteriously quick death. That Christmas when I was about 20, after I told my mother about this, she told me to tell her sister, my aunt, about my story. I began to describe what I saw, the tall woman with short hair and glasses. My aunt also confirmed that I was seeing my great-aunt Maddie. That night they showed me the old pictures of her for the first time, and sure enough, I was looking at old photographs of the woman who used to appear to me as a child. A woman who several other members of my mother's family has reported seeing over the years after her death. I truly believe that to this day she was appearing to me to protect me from her daughter. Met my guardian angel. I was raised Christian, but somewhere along the way I decided I couldn't buy into it without real evidence. It all seemed very suspect, that we were just supposed to believe because of faith. So I considered myself agnostic. I couldn't presume to know either way if God or paranormal things existed, so I didn't really think about it and went on with life. Anyway, that's the mind frame I was at 19 years old when I went to a rave with my boyfriend at the time. I had been drinking, and we had an argument that pissed me off, so I went to sit in the car by myself until he was ready to leave. I was aware of my surroundings and I didn't pass out. I had never drank to the point of blacking out ever. I sat in the passenger seat and remembered the CD I was playing. I hadn't been sitting there long when my passenger door opened and someone crouched down and put their hand on my leg. What struck me is that I didn't feel threatened at all. This person didn't knock first, just opened the door and bent down to touch me like they knew me and knew I wouldn't be afraid. When I looked at this person, I got the impression it was a female. But then I wasn't sure. Maybe it was a feminine male. It was unclear. They looked androgynous with short, dark hair. And even though I was looking directly into their face, I can't remember any of their features. I just get the impression of a light figure dressed in dark clothes with dark hair, but a peaceful presence. I wasn't scared. They said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Who are you?" "Did my boyfriend send you?" And they said, "No, he didn't. My name's Star. I don't know how to go about explaining who I am." I said, "Okay, well, can you try?" They said, "No, I just came to check on you if you're okay. I must be going now." I asked them to stay, but they shook their head and said that they had to go. At this point, I had to come to think I was speaking to a woman. So she closed the door and I watched her walk off in the rearview mirror. A little while later, my boyfriend gets in the car. I asked him, did he send that woman to check on me? He asked who I was talking about. I explained the interaction and he said that he'd been watching the car the entire time as I was sitting in it, and nobody came to the car. In fact, the doors were locked and he had to unlock them to get in. He was shocked because the experience had seemed so visceral and real. He was raised Catholic and told me that angels were often described as featureless and androgynous the way I had described them. Like looking into a bright light, but it didn't hurt my eyes. I scoffed at first, but then realized I had no better explanation. Ever since that night, I've been convinced I met my guardian angel. I know how crazy that sounds, but it was so real and I don't know how to explain it otherwise. I'm positive I didn't black out. Has anyone had a similar experience? Good evening and welcome back to Paranormal M. Help us work the algorithm by dropping a comment below, respond to stories, or leave your own 6 cents on the matter. Your narrator enjoys reading your comments, good or bad. Get ready for a journey of awe and wonder. Accidentally gave lift to spirits. This happened to my dad around half a decade ago. He was coming home around midnight from his work on his bike. There's a blind turn on the road. He saw a family standing there asking for a lift. He stopped his bike and they said, "Will you please help us?" My dad asked them, how did they end up there so late at night? They replied saying like, "Oh, we missed the late bus and now we're just stuck here." My dad asked them where they were headed. They told him the address of a person saying that they are his family. That family consisted of 2 kids, their parents, and an old lady. The 2 ladies were healthier, like really healthy. They weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. My dad was on his bike, obviously. All of them couldn't fit on it. So he told them, like, we can do one thing. I can take these kids and grandma with me. One kid can sit in front of me and the other one can sit with his grandma behind me, and both of you, the couple, can walk to your destination. They agreed. After coming halfway through, he felt that sudden weight on the bike increase. If you've ever rode a bike, you know how it feels. I won't go into details. Back to the story. So he felt that, so he just looked into the rearview mirror. He saw something that made him shit in his pants. He saw the whole family was sitting behind him, which is practically impossible. Like there's just no way that that many people can sit on that tiny little seat, which is just meant for only one person to sit. Max, maybe 3 or 4 can sit together on one bike. But if you insist, but 2 ladies who weigh around 200 pounds each, 2 kids, 1 full-grown man, and my dad? He said when I saw that, my mind was about to explode. I was about to shit in my pants, but I just knew one thing, that I can't let them know that I'm scared. And I believe that if you won't disturb them, they won't disturb you. So I just continued driving and dropped them 500 meters before their destination, telling them that I have to make a turn from here, and now you can just walk straight from here. He came home as fast as he could next morning. He told my grandmother and my mother about what happened. She looked terrified. He asked what happened. She replied the person's address they gave him died years ago, and that whole family died in a car accident on their way back from home. Or rather, their way back home. On that same blind turn from where my dad had picked them up. And that turn is said to be haunted, as my people have died there. When you pass by it, you can still feel some sort of heaviness. Actually, that whole road is haunted. There's different points where many people have experienced some paranormal activities. I think it was a good thing that he helped those trapped souls to reach their destination, though. If you were in his place, how would you have handled it? I probably would have crashed. Weird stuff during second shift, and I'm still at work. So I work armed security in a rich neighborhood near Fort Worth, filled with old houses. Specifically, I work at 2 houses. One is occupied by a widowed lady in her 70s, while the second house is unoccupied. Co-workers and the lady herself have reported seeing and feeling apparitions in the first house. I haven't heard of anything in the second house until tonight. I'm still here. I'll be off in a little over 30 minutes. We have cameras all over the place that we're supposed to observe for any abnormal movement or activity. Usually, all I see are the occasional raccoons or squirrels. Tonight has been different, though. One camera in particular looks towards a set of oak doors. This is one of the only 2 that doesn't kick over the night vision when it gets dark. There's 4 trees in view, as well as some shrubbery. It's a calm night here. No wind, no rain, nothing. Periodically, I've seen one particular branch start shaking violently, like something is grabbing a fruit tree trying to make stuff fall to the ground, right? And this is right above where there's been a shadow in the brush. It's not the brush itself. I can see through all the leaves to the wall, since the brush isn't that thick. The shadow is in the form of someone standing there. Whenever I go out there with my flashlight to look, the vigorous shaking stops and the shadow isn't there. Keep in mind, there's no wildlife moving about in this part of the property. They're always in the back, where there's the least amount of movement. I walk back there every couple of hours, but that's about it. The part where I'm seeing the movement is in the driveway, where my truck is parked. I'm the only one here. My relief shows up at midnight. At one point, I saw what looked like the shadow bending over and reaching down for something and then standing back up. Whenever I go out there, I talk, whether to myself or to whatever entity is moving about here. I'm not sure if I should be talking to it because I don't want to make it think I'm instigating it. This kind of stuff scares the shit out of me. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or other stuff like that. My brain has always tried to explain it away, or see some rational reason behind whatever's happening. But this stuff is beyond my explanation. My mind plays worst-case scenarios crap over and over, making me even more scared. I'm afraid something will actually appear, something will interact with my voice when I'm out there. I talk because it calms me, though. I don't know what to think of it. I just want to get the hell out of here for the night. And then I worry about, what if whatever this nonsense is attaches itself to me and follows me home? Ugh, my brain hates me. There is something else living in my house. This started around 5 years ago, shortly after my youngest turned 1. I've always been sensitive, but this had started to frighten me. One night I was getting ready to put my youngest to bed. He had fallen asleep on the couch. We kept all the bedroom doors closed at the time, as he was walking and had already brained himself on the door multiple times trying to close it. I had picked him up and asked my middle, 3 years old at the time, to please open the door for me. As I waited for him to come into the hall, I watched as the bedroom door clicked open and swung into the room. I was frozen in shock, and the only thing was snapping me out of it was when my middle had asked why I asked him to open the door that was already open. I had shrugged the question off at the time, telling him I was sorry and I'd forgotten I'd already opened it. No door in my house just swings open. It stays exactly where you leave it. When I told my husband, he brushed it off, saying I must have imagined it, or there was a breeze that pushed it open. The next day I tested it, wanting to be sure of what I saw. I left it cracked and carried my youngest back into the same area, and the door didn't move. I opened the windows and the door still didn't move. Over the last 5 years, I've seen and heard many things happening in my house. I'd be happy to share those stories as well, by the way. As no one sees or hears it, they brush me off and tell me I'm imagining things. That is, until this last week. I had given up trying to explain what I was seeing and hearing to my family as they didn't believe me. I had gone to take a shower, and my husband was watching a movie and eating ice cream with the kids. The lights were off because you can't have movie night in a lit room. When my daughter came back from putting her bowl in the kitchen, she sat down next to her dad. As soon as she pulled her feet onto the couch, the lamp in the corner of the room turned on. My husband, being the skeptical man he is, thought it was my middle child. He asks if he was, back behind the couch, and seconds later he walks into the room from the kitchen. Now, this is a crank lamp. You have to really turn the dial for it to light up. I had turned it off before getting into the shower, as I knew that they would start the movie without me. When I left the bathroom, my husband looks at me and says, "I think you were right about the ghost." He pulled up the security camera footage and you can clearly see the light on. Rather, the light turning on. You can hear him ask for my middle child and see him enter the room a few seconds later, too. Now I feel smug that I'll no longer be called crazy, but the activity's picked up quite a bit in this last year, and it started to make me uneasy. Especially since my youngest has started seeing the same figure I see in his bedroom. Outside opinions or thoughts. First post. Not necessarily an encounter, but certainly scary. I'll also point out before starting the story that this may be a little all over the place, so to speak, or discombobulated, so I apologize. And number 2, that I've never been scared of cemeteries at all, or the deceased for that matter. I've always found cemeteries to be peaceful, even at night. Crazy, I know. I had to spend much of my young life knowing I was going to be a mortician, and while I haven't gotten there yet due to money and school stuff, I hope to be soon. But let me jump right into this. So my girlfriend and I usually go to the cemetery when her roommates are in the dorm at her school, and there's 4 of them. So we go quite often to the cemetery to, well, you can use your imagination to guess. But that's clearly not the point of this story. But to us, it's no big deal. I've never gotten a bad feeling there before, and neither has she. But this cemetery is off the beaten path. And I've been creeped out there, maybe. But nothing bad, not anything that sticks with me. However, tonight, it was different. I could feel it when it pulled up. But I was like, no big deal, I thought. Well, we do our thing and we usually just sit and talk for a few minutes after because, like I said, this place is off the beaten path in a rural area. But tonight, we both, without even talking to each other, just got ready quick and got up to the front of my Buick. And as I was getting situated trying to get my coffee cup in the cup holder and stuff, I look over and my girlfriend's crying. She says calmly, "We need to go now." And I said, "Okay." And I was still screwing with my cup trying to get it situated in the little cup holder, and she yells, "You're not fucking hearing me, fucking drive now." This may be a time to point out that she doesn't swear at all, hardly. But like I said, I had the feeling the whole time we were there, but hearing her panic and knowing that she just was that panicked had me scared to death. "I'll never go back there," she agreed. I don't know what this was, but it was tangible. You could feel the sensation of, if you don't leave now, you're going to die, accompanied with the very feeling of being watched. It's been an hour now, and I'm still shaken as she is. We both had a feeling of dread and doom for a while after leaving, and we stopped at a gas station to get some water and get our bearings together. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't want to go back there. I've only felt this way once before. If you made it this far, thank you so much. If you have any idea, kindly post them in the comments. You heard the man, folks. In the comments section, boost that algorithm for me. Singapore Canal, Hungry Ghost Month. This incident took place a few years ago when I was still in primary school. Back then, my family and I were still living in one of the, apartments in the West. There was a large canal behind our HDB block, and there's a secondary school. I believed it's already merged with another secondary school near my block. Since it's the Hungry Ghost Festival now, I thought it would be perfect timing to share this story, as it took place during the Hungry Ghost Month. Since I was young, my family made it a point to prepare offerings during the Ghost Month, and we always prepare the offerings facing the canal. After doing what we were told, my siblings and I loved playing at the canal area, where we play catch and sometimes spot fishes. Although we couldn't really see any, we did it anyway. Over the years, nothing much happened, until something happened eventually. As usual, we started playing after placing the offerings, and since I was already older, I knew about a lot more things. I read somewhere that you could see ghosts when you look in between your legs, which is a common Asian belief. I didn't know what I was thinking, but I thought that it would be the best situation to try out this myth. I took a deep breath and decided to do it. I spread my legs apart and looked in between it. My view was the offerings that were placed earlier, but I didn't see anything. In my mind, I thought to myself, my parents are liars. Why are there no ghosts? Although I didn't see anything, little did I know I have influenced my younger brother. The next thing I saw was my younger brother mimicking my actions while giggling to himself. Since nothing happened to me, I thought it would be the same for him, but I was wrong. His giggling turned to a loud cry. He started shouting, "Booyah!" repeatedly while crying, which translates to, "I don't want." As soon as he started crying, all the candlelights faded, even though there was no wind. As usual, I was laughing because my young, dumb mind thought that he was joking. Not long later, my parents came and I got an ass whooping for influencing my younger brother. After much consoling done by my parents, my little brother opened up to us. He said that it was crowded and there were many people squatting. What I remember was him describing a large group of people squatting around the offerings and began moving towards him when he looked in between his legs. After hearing that, I couldn't sleep the whole night because I was scared that those things followed us home and was watching me sleep. Although nothing paranormal happened that night, my parents brought us to the temple to cleanse ourselves and get rid of any negative energy. I moved a few years later and saw some articles claiming that the area is supposedly haunted. Maybe that's the reason why I had the chills at the time when I was there, but thankfully, nothing happened to me. Strange 911 call. I'm a male in my 20s and I do medical work from home. Therefore, my internet is a need for my job. After phone issues, I never reconnected my number since what I need is for Wi-Fi anyways, and I rarely travel, so I figured it doesn't pay financially when there's access to most needs. Anyways, all morning long, my programs were running slowly and things weren't responding. While currently living with my grandmother, as I'm working, I kind of hear when family call her to check in on her. My uncle normally calls earlier than normal on this day and claims that he called her multiple times before while no calls came through. Around 1:50 p.m., everything crashed completely. No phone nor internet was available. I tried to restart the router multiple times, completely shutting off and checking wires. Previous DSL wires were spliced and managed to be fixed, but after all, still no phone or internet, no service on my cell phone, so all means of communication were down. You got the rundown, so this is where things get odd. 2:50 p.m., a state trooper shows up at my door claiming they received a 911 call from our landline number. Confused, I asked her what time she received the call, and she replied 15 minutes before she showed up at the door. My grandmother does have a life alert for when I'm not there, so I informed her of it. She did restate that the call did come from the landline number, also confirming the last few digits. She asked to come in and we sort of talked some more. She made conversation with my grandmother and I went to go grab the house phone. I seen the screen still displaying check telephone line stating that it was still down. I went back to her saying that we couldn't possibly make the call while giving her the phone. She picked up and it was dead air, no sound. 11 p.m. as I'm writing this and still no connection. I told her about the situation this morning and that's when she received the call. It was within the time frame of not being able to receive connection. Her face said it all. I still have no clue what happened and I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. We have internet back but still no phone. Internet came back about 15 minutes after the trooper headed out. I've dealt with paranormal events my entire life and even more. Recently I found a familiar painting known as the Crying Boy in an antique shop near me and I have photos of it. TCB is known as a cursed painting. Not sure if there's any relevance of having these photos of it on my phone or not, but maybe this is just another paranormal experience to add to the list. After all, the trooper did mention my deceased grandfather's name, who I've had another very visual experience with after missing him some night. Would love to tell you more stories about my life, have photos and more to go along with them. Have more to go along with some of them. I'm convinced my house was haunted when I was younger. When I was younger, around 12, my dad moved into a house. Now, this house always gave me weird vibes. I constantly felt like I was being watched. I couldn't sleep with my door open or without the TV on. Now, this is going to be two separate stories put into one. The first experience I had was around 2 a.m. I was in the living room watching TV and it was the weekend, so I was living it up, not having a bedtime. Now, the layout of the house was slightly weird, and the living room was dead center in the house, surrounded by dark hallways and rooms. My started hearing noises in the kitchen, but thought nothing of it because we had dogs. A couple minutes go by and I can faintly hear my parents in their bedroom doing stuff. Gross, I know. They were being loud, so I went to turn to look in the direction of their room. I was sitting with my back to the hallway, and as I'm turning, clear as day, I hear a child's voice in my ear say, "Don't turn around." I froze in place, absolutely paralyzed with fear, and then I just felt a tug on my hair. I promptly jumped up and turned on every light in my house as fast as I could. I didn't hear anything for the rest of the night, but needless to say, I didn't go to sleep until the sun was up. Fast forward a couple months later, it's Christmas Eve. Me and my sibling were sent to bed to prepare for Santa to drop off presents. It was around midnight and I was laying in bed watching TV and I was too excited about presents to sleep. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked over at my closet door. As I looked over, I saw a bright blue mist figure float through my door. It was glowing, but not enough to light up my room. I watched as it floated from my door and through my closet door, which was closed. I once again just was absolutely shocked. I covered up my head with the blanket for a couple of minutes until I felt better. I then laid on my side to face the other side of the bed. The blanket took the shape of someone lying next to me. I laid there and watched as the blanket moved as if something was breathing. This went on for a couple of minutes and then suddenly the blanket laid flat on the bed again. This all happened 12 years ago, and at the time I told myself that I was just imagining things. However, the older I get, the more I'm convinced that something was up with that house. When I talked to my dad about it, he told me some stories that they had about hearing a little boy when no one was there. I've done research on the house and never found anything myself. However, as we moved out, we found handprints made in the concrete on the driveway. 2 sets of child's handprints, with 1978 written underneath. The Man on the Stairs. I grew up in a 60s, 70s house, about 45 minutes outside London. It was your usual creaky floorboard, barely carpeted sort of place. The first time we saw the man on the stairs, it was me. I was around 10 at that time, and I used to dry my hair on the landing, next to the banister, which had slats so you could see through it. I had my hair flipped over my head and I saw who I thought was my dad, in his raincoat and carrying his briefcase, walking up the stairs. I flipped my hair back over to give him a hug like I usually did, but he wasn't there. I assumed he'd turned around and gone back downstairs, so I ran down and asked Mom where he'd gone. Only she told me that he wasn't home yet. I felt a bit creeped out, but it obviously went out of my head and I didn't really come up with it again. The next time I heard about him, I was 18. I'd met my now husband maybe a year before, and my parents had divorced by this point, so it tended to be my mom in the house with us there in the week. One Sunday morning, I got a call from her, asking if I was okay. I assured her that I was, and asked her what was wrong, and she said that there had been banging on the front door at 3 a.m. Our front door had 2 frosted glass panels, top and bottom, so you could make out shapes through it. And we had a street lamp opposite which lit it during the night. When she came to the top of the stairs to have a glance and see if she could see anything, she said she saw someone with a bag, waiting. She started downstairs and stopped herself. She turned back to her bedroom and looked down toward the glass porch. I couldn't see anyone. When she went back to the top of the stairs, they had vanished. She thought we had an argument and I'd come home since they were carrying a bag. But once she started playing it in her head, she realized the person was taller than me, a bigger build, and was wearing a raincoat. The only other time I heard about him was from my brother. Now, he's very scientific. He doesn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal at all, which is what amazed me even more. When he was younger and still living at home, he used to stay up until the late hours playing Xbox, like you do. And one night he finished up, didn't bother turning on any lights, went to the bottom of the stairs and started walking up when he saw him. A man in a raincoat and a briefcase standing at the top of the stairs. He blinked a couple of times and stepped back to the 2 steps and tried to click on the light. And when he looked back, he was gone. The weird thing here is that me and my mom never mentioned anything to him, as he's very vocal about how daft he thinks all this is, but the description was perfect. We never found out who he was. As far as we could find out, nobody died at that house. My mother passed away in 2020, and we sold the house. So I always wonder if they're seeing him or if he moved on without her. Or with her. What the hell did I just experience? I'm right now in our family cabin in the middle of a forest in Sweden. I'm in a bed on the first floor while my parents are on the other side of the house, and some relatives are on the second floor. We're celebrating Christmas here, and we'll be here for additionally 4 more days. Okay, so I fell asleep around 12 a.m. and I woke up at 1:30 a.m. feeling absolutely amazing. I'm doing a lot of inner shadow work, and last night relieved massive amounts of things that I've been holding on to. I was feeling completely at peace, almost blissful, and I called for my cat. He jumped on me and purred like never before, obviously feeling my good vibes. I pet him for about 5 minutes as he suddenly jumps down from me and stops purring. At the same time, I start feeling some weird feelings in my throat, almost like electricity. The air got more dense and the temperature in the room was suddenly a lot colder. My cat jumps up on my chest again and I pet him when he starts to purr again. In the dull light in the room, I can see the mirror in the door that's half opened. My cat can see something. His head is turned to different spots in the room. Not only where the doors are, but on the other side of my bed as well. Not only that, there's strange sounds in the room like it can be when staying inside of an old house like this, from 1850-ish. When it's windy outside, but it's not. It's silent and still, but the sounds are there and my cat looks at the exact same spot as the sounds come. I have goosebumps all over my body. Next thing that happens is that I see small, subtle light balls in the room. One in the mirror, one that comes around the door from the outside, and one more inside of the room. They're almost green and very subtle, but I can see them. The air is thick and it's almost hard to breathe, and I barely manage to be grounded and not freak out. I'm about to go up and turn on the light, but decide to be still and see what happens. My body feels almost electric and tense, and the room is cold, hard to breathe, feels like breathing electricity in. Suddenly it stops and my cat jumps down and leaves the room. It's still cold in here, and I'll have to take a sleeping pill if I'm ever going to be able to sleep. I'm a bit scared, but I'm okay, and because the dense air, lights, and sound is gone, I feel safe. My cat surely protected me there, thank God. It helped a lot even though he was staring at something in the room, freaking me out. What could it have been? I have never, ever experienced something like this. I'm happy it's over and have to say I'm proud of myself managing to be so calm during whatever this was. Story number 1, The Old Man. Since I'm a kid, I've been experiencing some paranormal things, but the one that I want to tell you is one of my first real, unexplained experiences. It started when I was around 13 years old. I came back from college, and I was living in an apartment on the second floor. Every day I used to take the elevator, walking with a heavy backpack plus long day at school. But this day, even though I grabbed the elevator handle, I let it go. I've never been able to tell why, but something deep inside me told me not to take the elevator. Nothing happened with it, just so you know. So I took the stairs. When I arrived at my floor, in the door to the corridor, there was a small window so you could see the stairs through it. It was kind of tall, so kids couldn't look through it. Don't know if that's clear. I froze for a second. I saw an old, creepy man standing in the doorway, looking at me. I froze for a second, and then immediately think it was someone visiting one of my neighbors. There was 4 apartments on every floor. I'd never seen this man before, so I knew it was not one of my neighbors. I grabbed the handle, and I was about to say hi, but as soon as I grabbed it, the face completely vanished. For as long as I thought it was hallucinations or pareidolia, but after that, I didn't tell anyone for years. Some weird stuff started to happen. Things, even an apartment, you can't debunk it. But I kind of try to forget about it. Forget his face looking gray and empty, but 6 years later, my adorable nephew, aged 1 and 1.5, when it happened, was genuinely running in my house while we were in the pool. Her mom was checking on him, when suddenly he walks backwards, pointing at the sofa, starting to cry. We immediately asked what was going on, and he asked who the man was under the sofa. I literally have goosebumps writing this. And at first, we thought maybe an intruder, because we had to, the entrance door one day next to the garden on one of the back of the house where my dad comes after work. But, of course, my sister didn't see anything, so he starts to cry, and he said word for word, "But, Mommy, there's an old man lying under the sofa." He's very advanced for his age, and so he was already starting to talk very well. 3 years later, he claimed to see the same guy. This time, he didn't get scared of him. He told us it was an old man with gray skin, tall, and he was just standing right next to me and my mom. The way he described him immediately reminded me of the man I saw. Today, I'm pretty sure that's the same person we both saw, but I don't know who it is. It stood at my window. It was 2007. I was 19 years old, living in an old country home in the town of Greenwood, Florida. Beautiful wood floors, large front porch, a nice back deck. It was built in the late 1800s. One night I was home by myself. My 2 roommates were out and about in the next town over. I decided to get some sleep. The head of my bed was up against the wall of the room. There was a big window at the head of the bed. My back deck was to the left of me, directly on the other side of the wall. The home is built up off the ground. You could get under the deck as it was open. We used it to store rakes, shovels, and a couple 5-gallon buckets. I first heard it run into the yard from the field, heavy and fast, like hooves on the ground. It ran under the porch, and I heard it knock over one of the buckets. It came straight to my window. It stood at my window. The foot of the window was up off the ground about 4 or 5 feet. It was a tall window, as the house had tall ceilings. This visitor must have been 8 or 9 feet tall. It began making a sound, a low, growling language that was completely unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was not an animal, and it was far from human. It put me in a trance. I couldn't move. I didn't particularly want to move to alert it of my presence. But it knew I was there. Why else had it come to my window but to say hello? It must have seen me before, or could just smell me. I barely even drew a breath. How long I lay there with it speaking through my window, I'm unsure. 10 to 20 minutes is my guess. Its voice was terrible. Exactly what you would expect an evil thing must sound like. Over and over it spoke to me. I had never felt fear like this in my life. knowing that it stood inches from me, separated only by the old, thin pane of glass. It still fills me with dread, but I'm also filled with wonder. It eventually ran off. I heard its departure just as I'd heard its arrival. It was a tall thing and must have some weight to it. The next morning I looked under the back desk. A 5-gallon bucket was on its side and sticking out the deck, knocked over just as I knew it would be. There's nothing but wood for miles behind that house, pasture and woods stretching along the highway till Kingdom Come. Down that highway about 40 miles is my childhood home where I live today. The thing that came to greet me is still out there as far as I know. Wouldn't take long for it to get here. Does it know I'm here? Will it ever visit me again? The thought sends chills down my spine. Weird encounter in California. A little bit of background. I was driving from Washington to California in 2021 to visit my grandfather. I had a little red Honda with 200,000 plus miles on her. Good little car. Anyways, I'm driving through one of the national forests in the late night hour, looking for a place to park my car and sleep. I was pretty low on cash, so I figured almost anything would work. I see a sign that looks perfect. Campground up ahead to the right half-mile. I turn down the first right turn that I come across and make my way down the road. It's a really rough road, but I figure some campgrounds work like that. Go about a mile down the road and realize this is probably not the campground road, but a logging road or something. There's a small clearing to the left of the roadway, and I figured it was just as good as anything else. So I parked my car and killed the lights. I had left my blankets and pillow in the trunk of my car, so I got out to retrieve them. I noticed that I can hear my heart beating regularly, loudly, and I don't question it. I continued collecting my things, and a thought ran across my mind. That's not my heartbeat. I don't know what I was hearing, but my mind flooded with fear and adrenaline, and I got back into my car as fast as I could. Scared at first, I just listened because I thought the heartbeat could have been footsteps from a very large something. Then I got the idea to turn on my headlights. I could see nothing around, hear nothing around. The headlights were facing the opposite way of the direction I assumed the noise to be coming from. But with brake lights on, I saw nothing. Well, I started to wonder whether I had heard anything at all. I had blanket and pillow, shut off car, and was so tired I decided to try and lay down. This lasted less than 2 minutes. All of my senses were telling me to leave, so I did. Made it back to the highway, took a right turn back onto it, and found the campground shortly after. This part has nothing to do with the story, other than being what happened between when I went back to see if I could find footprints. When I reached the campground, there was a group partying that started shouting at me and asking if I was Roy. They were loud and sounded to be having a good time. I said no, but they couldn't really hear me, so I just drove a bit further and found a place to sleep. After trying to sleep for a bit, but the noise being loud, I had tried just walking up to hang out with them, but got scared and went back to the car. Fell asleep and go back the next day to the clearing on whatever road to see if I could find footprints. Nothing. No heartbeat sound. Walking skeletons on top of a train car. When I was 6 or 7, we moved out to a ranch on the countryside of Laredo, Texas. Not a lot of people with good income lived out here. Most houses were isolated and surrounded by woods. My mom and stepdad decided to rent this house because rent was cheap. Only $350 a month, no indoor plumbing or central air. A lot of low-income families lived out here. There's a family that lived next to us. A family of 6 kids, all girls and 2 adults. They were also low income and often didn't have much to eat. My mom would often help them out with food, and in return, the kids would come over and help my mom clean the house. This one day they came over, ate dinner with us, helped my mom clean, and me and the youngest girl that was about my age fell asleep on my bed. After a while, my mom woke up because it was getting late. She needed to go home. Her sisters had left her behind because they didn't want her awake. It was a good walk to her home, as there was a dirt road leading to our house to get to hers. My mom was going to send my brother to walk her, but I butted in and said, "Please, can I walk her?" As we were friends, my mom said yes, so I then walked her to the gate. And we departed. I started on my way home. When out of nowhere she comes running behind me, crying, throws herself at me and pulls me down by the shoulders. I ask her what's wrong, what happened. She points up and says, "Look up there, look." She was pointing up to the top of some abandoned train cars. And what I saw till this day I can't explain. There were 3 skeletons walking back and forth. I was like, what? The one was laying on its side. It had clothes on too, like a tank top and shorts. The other 2 were standing up and walking back and forth behind that one, stopping and waving high. We looked at each other and then ran to my house. I quickly told my mom what we just saw. My mom and 2 brothers plus us went back to look, and they were still there, waving high at us. We threw rocks at them, but the rocks didn't faze them, just like they went through them. Either that or we were just bad at aiming. After a while, we went home and never saw them again. Till this day, I can't seem to understand or be able to explain how those skeletons were moving. Some will probably say that we were hallucinating, but how can 5 people see the same thing? Some have said that it was Halloween props, but nope. It was the 90s and never seen no Halloween props that moved like that well during that time. The technology wasn't really yet for that kind of movement. Halloween props like that cost a lot of money, and that family couldn't even afford to eat. We were in dirt poor country. I used to see things, but the scariest one I think of often. When I was younger, I used to be very in tune with my ability to see beyond the living. For example, my mother had an aunt who I had met one time. She was at my grandparents' new house, leaning against the support column on the front porch, watching me play in the front yard. She had a very warm, white, and inviting smile. I vividly remember her outfit being a white t-shirt that was tucked into her waist-height pants and all white shoes. What stood out most was her golden cross necklace. She waved to me and I waved at her back. A few weeks ago, my mom was looking through family albums, and she showed me a photo of my great aunt. I told her I remembered her, and I had met her before when I was about 7 years old. My mom was taken aback because, come to find out, her aunt had died in May of 1996, 2 months before I was born. The one thing I saw as a child will forever haunt me and wonder what it was. I want to say I was about 4 or 5. It's very blurry to me. I was born with a medical condition where my bladder was a lot smaller than children my age, so I had issues with bedwetting. One night, my dad told me to go get my nighttime pull-up on and get ready for bed. My room was dark, and I walked in and I felt this terrible feeling of something wrong. I walked across my room to my dresser to get my pull-up, and I heard a faint little whisper. I have no idea how to describe this whisper other than to say it sounded like a starfish in the Aquamarine movie with Sarah Paxton. It was whispering mean, hurtful comments to me. The comments were so mean that I ran out of my room crying, told my dad, and he, of course, didn't believe me and told me it was just my imagination. So I went back to my room and looked in my closet. There in the bottom of my closet were a pair of eyes. They were green and yellow, I called to my dad to my room to show him, and as he came in, he said he didn't see anything. "They're right there, Daddy." Then the eyes started mocking me in a whispering tone. "They're right here, Daddy. Stop mocking me. Stop mocking me. Daddy, they won't stop. Daddy, they won't stop." Once again, he told me that it was my imagination. I slept with my mom and dad that night. They were back again the next night. I told my dad, and he said it was impossible because he flushed the eyes down the toilet after I went to bed. They were still there, though, and very much real. I ended up ignoring them because I noticed they enjoyed getting a rise out of me, and eventually I stopped seeing them. Other strange things would happen in that house, but that by far is the one that stuck out to me the most. I'm sure my grandpa is still with us. So my grandpa died because of cancer on a new year in 2021, and it was a shock. He didn't feel sick before. Doctors found out that he had his last stage, and there's no way to help him. Only he can live a little bit longer, but he would suffer a lot. And at the end, he died 1 month after being diagnosed with cancer. We spent 1 week at Grandma's house because she's lonely now. We wanted to be her support. And the day after my grandpa died, my dad was sleeping on the couch and he woke up because someone was walking next to him. He thought that it was my grandpa, but he turned the lights on and there was literally no one. He heard loud footsteps coming from the kitchen at 3 a.m. My grandpa was always up at hours like this and ate food late at night. He told us in the morning what happened, and the same night I had a dream with my grandpa, where he came home from the forest, and we were all in shock because we thought he was dead. He looked younger in my dream. My aunt had dreamt with him too, where he looked younger as well, and she woke up from that dream at 3:40 a.m. Coincidence? Same night as my dad heard the footsteps at 3 a.m. My aunt had a dream at 3 a.m. and I had the same dream, but I don't know what the time exactly. This isn't everything why I believe that he's still there. This happened after 4 to 5 days after he died. Only me, my dad, and aunt had experience with him. No family members saw him in the dream. My mom was sleeping with my young brother in the room where there's a PC. My grandpa very often used the PC in late night. My mom woke up exactly at 3:15 a.m. because something woke her up and told her to head to look at the PC, and boom! Exactly when she looked at the PC, it turned on. She called me and Grandma to come and see what happened. And we had a feeling like someone's there, but for me it was creepy because it was 3 a.m. and we started to pray. Mom told me to turn off the PC because she wanted to sleep. I turned it off, and after a few seconds, it literally turned on again in front of me. Also, after this computer turned on the second time, my grandpa didn't have a classic keyboard, but it has LED lights, and all of a sudden they started flickering. This was crazy too. After that, my other family members started to have signs from him, like his smell. Also, the last thing to say is my grandma was alone after we left. She was very sad and thinking about Grandpa. And then her glass cracked for no reason. Something strange happened to me, and I'm looking for answers. Not safe for work warning. You've been warned. I had something that's been bothering me, and it happened recently. To start off, I look for any possible explanations and everything, but I'm not really finding one here. 2 nights ago, I was sleeping when I heard my best friend's voice talking to me, and it woke me up. As soon as I heard her, I immediately woke up and I looked at the corner of the room where I saw a figure. Since I was half asleep, I assumed it was her because I had heard her voice wake me up just seconds before. I flat out asked it my name twice. I'm going to change her name, and I'm going to change it to Sam. So, Sam. When I asked whatever I saw if it was my best friend by name, it started to disappear. At that time, I assumed maybe my eyes were just adjusting and I was still pretty tired and went back to bed. When I woke up in the morning, I started thinking about how weird it really was, so I decided to tell my brother about it. As I'm telling my brother, both our front door and screen door open and shut like somebody was coming in. Mind you, they were completely shut moments before. We both looked at each other and was like, yeah, that was definitely weird just now. I decided to sleep with my lamps on at night just because I was a little spooked. At one point, I woke up to use the bathroom and I realized my lamp was turned off, even though I had specifically left it on. I was also the last one awake, so no one came in here and turned it off after I fell asleep, as if they were already asleep themselves. This one can be explained, though, as it might have turned the lamp off, or maybe I might have turned the lamp off and not remembered. However, it's still weird when taking everything else into account. Back to what originally started this, the figure. This is driving me absolutely nuts, because at the moment it didn't occur to me how weird it would have been for my best friend to be standing in the corner watching me sleep, and instead, I accepted it as normal and even asked if it was her. And here's the thing. It wasn't because it didn't even look like her, it was simply a figure. Just a dark figure with barely any characteristics. When I asked the figure if it was the name of my friend, I was filled with an unsettling feeling of split-second fear. For the slight second in that moment, I was scared that when I asked if it was my friend, it was going to step out and reveal itself as something else. But instead, it started disappearing. Phew. Did my friend's doppelganger just try to kill me? Happened last week, but the situation is still ongoing. I pranked a friend by stealing his phone and returning it the next day. It was all good, some laughs and high fives. The next day, they approached me, asking me to ride with them and go look for his phone, the same phone that I pranked him with. He apparently lost it in a motorcycle crash the night before. He has bruises and wounds on his face, between his eyebrows, nose, bridge, and upper lip. He was very persistent but also polite, but I can feel something different. He can't look straight to my face and he was stuttering, and he just points to the direction where he crashed and lost the phone when I asked him, instead of saying the name of the place. It's a small town where everybody knows everyone and everybody knows the whole place. I asked him where the motorcycle that he used was, and he said it was a friend's motorcycle, and he said it was damaged very badly. Please remember this part about my other friend's motorcycle. And also, by the way, I just kind of laughed it off with my mom. How can one get those frontal bruises from an off-balance motorcycle accident, as he claims? I would imagine erased dimples and sideburns. You get it. I'm not sure, though. I said I can't go with him. He's still pleading. Then my mom came out and I said I can't. Got some errands to do with my mom. He looked surprised, as if he didn't expect that I was with anybody. He was clearly disappointed and he left. Then I thought it was going to be a quote-unquote normal evening, but the next night I came upon my friend with a clean face, no bruises. The phone was in his hands. I couldn't process it, and I went home still dumbfounded. Then came the bad news. My buddy did get into an accident. Pictures came in from when he got taken to the ER and now the ICU. And he has this frontal wound, forehead, nose bridge, lips and all. He was all right that night. 2 stars written here. About the part with Jay's motorcycle And why I'm connecting this is because the doppelganger directly said that he crashed, said that the motorcycle was there and just brushed it off. He was using Jay's motorcycle that night. But when I looked and asked, Jay's bike was sold long ago. I so want my friend to survive just because, but also to confirm that he was with G that night and that the accident was a freak accident. Confusing story. The Bedok Auntie, Singapore Horror Story. This incident took place a few years back in the Bedok area. I don't want to disclose the area because this incident is probably a one-time thing, and I don't want to attract unnecessary attention, you could say. I still live in the same house now, but after all these years, the area still feels off sometimes. When I'm going home in the wee hours, there'll still be people loitering around my area, but I've always had this feeling of somebody following me back. But one particular incident proved my assumptions. I was going home around 10 p.m. after my football training in secondary school. I didn't feel anything off at all, but there was fewer people hanging out and just hanging around in general as usual. Surprisingly, I enjoyed the peace, and I didn't feel scared at all. When I reached my deck, around 50 meters away from the lift, this Malay auntie stopped me. She looked normal, hunchbacked, a tudung covering her head and had no teeth or dentures. She asked me, "Do you live here?" in Malay. I nodded my head and she smiled. "Do you need my company?" she continued. I shook my head and apologized to her. I made an excuse of needing to rush home and just left her there. When I left her, I could hear her feet shuffling. I tilted my head a little and saw her walking with tiny steps tailing me from behind. I continued to take glances and I realized that her shuffling pace increased. I didn't think twice and ran to the lift, and luck was on my side. The lift was on the first floor. I got in, pressed the fourth floor, and I was on my way. When I reached my level, I still heard the shuffling sound, and out of curiosity, I looked down the staircase. I saw the same Malay auntie making her way up, and she was already on the second floor. How did she walk that fast? At that point in time, I knew something was off, and I quickly went inside my house. Thankfully, my parents were still awake, and I told them what happened. They asked me to recite some prayers and forced me to take a shower immediately. When I thought that everything was over, the disturbance continued. When I was about to fall asleep, I heard the same shuffling noise in the corridor outside my room window. I covered my ears and my face, but the fear stayed inside. In the end, I slept in my parents' room. Thankfully, after that day, I no longer see that auntie, and I heard that shuffling noise ever again. Since I still stay here now, I made it a habit to blast my music and brisk walk home from the bus stop every single time without fail. Anyone from Bedok have any similar experience? Haunted house in Ireland. To begin, before living there, I was always pretty skeptical of haunted houses, and for good reason. As a teenager, we would often visit quote-unquote haunted houses in our locality, which never really proved to be so, at least while we were present there. A few days after moving into our new college house for our final year of college, me and my friends went out to do some shopping and get some food. Upon arriving back, we noticed someone had left the oven on. We each denied it, but we knew somebody had left it on. Looking back, this was probably the first unexplained incident as thinking about it, and nobody even had put food in the oven. Over the following weeks, we started to notice odd things happening. Creaks, groans, and movements from the side of our eyes. And at this point, 2 of the housemates were convinced of a haunting. However, myself and another were still not convinced. It was soon only me that was left unconvinced, as one day, while the other non-believer was home doing study, they looked up to see a face peering at them before vanishing. It finally clicked for me when I woke up one night, just before Christmas, to see a very large man, or what I believed to be a man, staring at me from my wardrobe. Then things started to get really strange. Boot prints started to appear on the ceiling, making tracks across the roof by year's end, and one of my friend's girlfriends swore she saw him upstairs in the room when he had been downstairs with me all along. Our shower, for which there are 3 switches, needed to be turned on, and it would come on in the middle of the night, and one room off the kitchen would send shivers down our spines any time we went in there. There was one night in particular which really scared me. I always locked my door before going to bed, and distinctly remember doing this that night. When I awoke in the night, I could see the large man again, and this time at the end of my bed. I shut my eyes, telling myself it was a dream, and went back to sleep. The next morning my door was wide open, so were all the doors on my wardrobe, and the guys had told me it sounded like I was dragging my school bag from one end of the room to the other all night. So many other things happened in that house. But this thread's gone on long enough, and I decided to post this after telling a Galway person about living in the estate without saying which house I lived in, and he told me of a creepy haunted house at the back of the estate, which a family he knew had moved out of a few years prior, and when I told him which number it was and how I knew, he almost fell off his chair. Visited by my guardian angel in a dream. So it's April 2020. I'd recently fractured my leg, and I had to keep it immobilized in my bed as it healed. A friend of mine's father had contracted COVID and was being kept in ICU, the intensive care unit. They were in critical condition. He was deeply concerned for his father's well-being, as the staff had said the chances of pulling through were slim. He and his mother would cry, expecting to hear the worst as his father's respiratory function was declining. My friend informed me of the situation one evening, and I was too worried on my friend's behalf. I then went to sleep. I should preface this by saying I'm no stranger to vivid dreams, at least pre-pandemic and during lockdown. But nowadays, they are few and far in between. In my dream, I was in my room, but there was no light or color. I could still see the objects in my room, but everything was in black and white, sort of like I had infrared vision. I quickly noted someone sitting at the edge of my bed. It was a Caucasian man in his mid-30s, with what looked like blonde hair, wearing a gray pinstripe suit. I felt a calming presence emanating from him, and he smiled at me. I then sat up from my side of the bed, at which point the man spoke. Now, I'm from South Asia, and it's not often you see Caucasian people speaking my mother tongue, but what he said to me still sticks with me today. He gave me a simple instruction. Pray. Upon finishing speaking, he placed his hand on my forehead and gently pushed my head back onto my pillow. I instantly jolted back from my bed and took note of the time. It was 4 a.m. on the dot on my alarm clock. I didn't recognize the name of the person the man was referring to when he was telling me to pray. But given the fact that I am religious, I decided to pray for this person regardless. A few days later, my family informed me that my father's friend had made a rapid recovery and has now been discharged from the hospital. I told my mother about the experience, and upon mention of the name, she had a look of shock on her face. The name was what my friend's father was known by in his childhood. To this day, I'm convinced that the man I saw in my dreams was my guardian angel, or at least an angel of sorts, who wanted me to pray on my friend's father's behalf. I haven't had any subsequent experiences of the sort, but I suppose it's comforting to know that there's somebody watching over me. Can someone tell me what this is? I'm a 22-year-old female, and I currently live with my boyfriend and 2 cats. At around 18, when I lived with my parents, I started having some paranormal things happen to me. It started with hearing my cat's bells. Now that I'm thinking about it, this cat was a gift from my best friend. He was an elderly cat, and that's owner's passed away. Unfortunately, I had to give him back to my best friend because I was moving. But the fact that his owner passed away has me thinking now. I would be lying on the bed with my cat and I would hear his bells from his toys underneath my bed or on the wood floor. It always creeped me out a bit, but I just tried to tell myself it was my grandparents letting me know that they're here. I started to see blobs of color. Very hard to describe, but I know I wasn't crazy because my best friend would assure me that she could also see them. Then the most significant thing happened. We were home alone, just got back from school. My parents have a dog who's very territorial and will always let you know if something is knocking on the door or coming inside. We heard someone rush through the front door and start playing the TV, washing dishes and using the microwave. But the dog hadn't made a peep. I yelled, "Anybody there?" No response. We looked outside. Still, no cars parked. I never went downstairs because I was terrified. But yeah, that happened. I moved to my sister's house. Still saw the blob. Still heard the bells. Mind you, I didn't have that cat anymore, from when I started to hear the bells in the first place. I did have a new cat, and I still heard the bells. Tried not to scare myself whenever I saw or heard these things, though. Then I moved again, into my boyfriend's house. There was definitely some spirits before we moved in. I would see figures out of the corners of my eye all the time. I was terrified there. And I still heard the bells. Now I live in a different apartment, and I still hear the bells yet again. I haven't seen the blob since I lived with my sister, though. But it's currently almost 4 a.m., and I heard the bells going crazy. It's not my cats. They're on my bed, and they don't have collars with bells or anything. There's one single toy in my apartment with the bell, and it suctions to a wall that's not in my bedroom where I always hear the bell. For some reason, it freaked me out a little extra tonight. I just want to know if this has ever happened to anyone else. How I found out that the ghost in my house hated the name that I gave him. I've lived in this house since I was 8. I'm 19 now, and I always knew there was something off about this place. From the cold spots randomly appearing in my upstairs, to the slightest movement of anything hanging around my house, I always figured there was a ghost here. I eventually started calling this ghost Patrick, a namesake given after a dickhead I knew in my high school. Mainly given since he was being quite a dick to us in the house. He didn't like it that much. He was resorting to such measures as just fucking with the lights on at random occasions, to even going so far as to push in my ribs until I couldn't breathe. I still have an indent from where he pushed my ribs in very badly one time. Eventually I'd had enough of his torture, resorting to using a typical ghost app, I know how original, to try and ask him a few questions. Firstly, I asked his name, to which he replied, Charles. I addressed by the name that he'd now given, feeling a tingle of cold run behind my neck. After asking a few more questions, is there anybody else here? No. Where did you come from? King. Mass. London. How did you die? He didn't answer that one. I eventually went to turn in for the night. I jokingly said good night to Charles, to which the app said, bye. I had a few nightmares that night, so I kept waking up and going back to sleep constantly. It was annoying, and upon the 5th try, I had my hand sticking out in such a way that the palm was sticking up toward the ceiling. An intense cold rushed over it. My fingers suddenly curled together as if someone were holding it. And that's when I realized, as I was drifting off, that Charles was holding my hand. Probably seeing how I was having such a shit time sleeping in an attempt to help me. And you know what? It actually did help. I went back to sleep without any problems after that. Waking up the next morning only to find that he must have left at some point since there was no longer cold. There wasn't anything on Charles from London that used to live in this house, as far as I could research. I don't know if that's truly his real name, but for whatever reason, ever since it started calling him that, he's left me in the house alone, only appearing when I call for him. Dream visitation from my dog that passed away. Last night I had a dream of my dog who passed away about 2 months ago. My dog died very, very suddenly. He got sick randomly, and within 3 days he had to be put down due to having brain cancer and tumors. He was in otherwise perfect health, fairly young, and just an overall happy dog. It was extremely traumatizing and took weeks and weeks for me to come to terms with it. Sometimes it still doesn't feel real. Let me start with, I am spiritual and I believe in the paranormal. I'd like to believe this was a visitation, but either way it was very comforting. In my dream, I was in a forest. It was very bright and green about midday, and it was right at that sweet spot temperature where it's not too hot and not too cold. There was a calm pond of water near us. He was in my arms, so happy to see me. He had his happy ears on. His ears were pressed against his head, and his tail was wagging so hard his butt was wiggling. He wasn't whimpering or yelping anymore like he was before we had to put him down. He was yelping with excitement like he used to when he'd see me, and he was kissing my face nonstop with his super stinky breath. I remember feeling his hind legs and being so happy when we could move them without pain. He lost the use of his back legs in the last few hours. Everything was super real feeling, and I rarely have dreams that feel so realistic. It felt like I was actually holding him, and no other dog has quite felt like him. The strangest part of this dream was that I was aware this wasn't happening in my day-to-day reality. I knew that this was just in passing, like my Pongo was dead, and when I woke back up, he would still be gone. I didn't feel sad, though. I was so unbelievably happy. I heard a thought in my head that wasn't actually my thought, but it wasn't anything I heard out loud either. It was something along the lines of, I'm happy and at peace. I am no longer in pain. I struggled with guilt ever since I put him down. It felt like I just could have done more to prevent it. Or if that I've given him more time, he would have been able to pull through. The reality is that it was his time. He wasn't a good candidate for any form of treatment, and he wouldn't have gotten better with no treatment. It was so nice to see him again and hold him again, though. Noises late at night. An object moved right in front of me. For some context on this situation, I live with 4 roommates, and several days ago, at around 2:30 in the morning, it sounded like somebody was moving pots and pans around in our kitchen very loudly. At the time, I thought nothing of this, as we're all college students, so someone was surely making a meal that late at night. I asked all of them in the following days, and nobody was out of their rooms or was awake at that time. One other roommate heard this and had the same thought. After this, we searched the whole house and even checked in our attic to see if someone was living there. No one was up there. Nothing's really occurred since, besides the gaping hole where one of my roommates fell through the ceiling. He's okay, and it was hilarious, by the way. That's weird. Until I had a very strange occurrence earlier in the day. I'm still pretty creeped out as this happened a little less than an hour ago. I was sitting at my desk just doing some work, and I'd been there for a couple of hours not doing much. Just in the flow of work and in my own little world. I have a journal with a pen resting next to it that's been stationary for hours. I noticed the pen start to move slightly and move back to its original position. I think nothing of it, but once I take my eyes off the pen and back to the monitor, it rolls to the middle of my desk and stops in the middle of my mouse pad. This may be a tiny thing that I chalked up to me doing something that caused it to move. I was looking for a song on my TV and it was completely motionless when this occurred. I proceed to stare at this pen for a minute or two and I say out loud, "Roll back, please." I was hoping for something, but unfortunately nothing occurred. I put the pen back in its original spot and started messing with it, seeing what caused it to move and if maybe something minor could have caused it. I can confidently say that it took some energy to get this pen rolling from my side of the journal. This was not a gust of wind that caused this and was not caused by a banging on the desk or any other type of motion in the room. There was none. The other very concerning thing about this is that the pen continued to roll down the entirety of my mouse pad until it hit my keyboard, unlike what it did when the first time it moved where it stopped in the middle of my desk. I've tried rolling this pen repeatedly for the past hour and a half and can't recreate it without stopping the pen myself. I know this is pretty minor compared to other people's experience here, but it was enough for me to sage my house and hope for the best. Ask Reddit. When I was younger, I used to take naps upstairs, but by the time I was 8 years old, I absolutely refused to go upstairs. The upstairs had 2 large closets or attics. They ran from one side of the upstairs all the way to the other side on both sides. It was essentially a crawl space that was maybe 30 feet long. It started one day when a friend and I went crawling from one side to the other with flashlights, like kids normally do. Then I saw a girl sitting there in the corner acting like she wanted to play with us. I know a lot of people say when they see a ghost they aren't scared, just interested, but nope, I was beyond terrified. This girl looked normal, had blonde hair and nice dress and seemed friendly. I stayed silent, kept crawling behind my friend and got out of the closet. Told him what I saw in there. He said he didn't see it, but felt like he didn't want to go back in. Then my parents would occasionally send me upstairs to get something. And when I would go up there, I would see the doors swing open, as if they were trying to get me to come inside. I would lose toys and wouldn't be able to find them anywhere. Suddenly, my parents would be fishing out Christmas presents out of the attic and we would find some of my toys in there. I remember being 8 years old. My parents are asleep still in the morning and I leashed up my dog to go take on the monster in the attic. My dog, usually up for anything, refused to go off to the top step into the attic. My parents never believed me with all the weird things that happened in that house. I would get blamed for things that happened all over the house, leaving lights on, toys all over, things I knew I didn't do. Well, anyway, we moved out of there when I'm 10. Not a week passes before the new owner calls us up and asks if the house is haunted. Their daughter sleeps upstairs, and she says that she's been playing with a blonde-haired girl at night. My parents laughed at how crazy these new homeowners must be. To make an already long story short, the girl started appearing in other parts of the house for them. They kept in contact. They would look over while watching TV and see the girl sitting on their daughter's lap. They looked up on the computer the past owners of the house, found an old dressmaker that lived there, and yep, a picture of the little girl wearing one of the ladies' dresses. The family that moved in there were absolutely torn apart by the events. Got divorced, Dad stayed living in the house and ended up taking his own life in that house. I spoke to a spirit on the phone. For context, I've been friends with someone for a couple of years now, and we had a very rough childhood, to say the least. One of the reasons was that he spent a large portion of his childhood without his mother. That's important. As he got older, he tried to look for her and the reason for her disappearance from his life. I promised to help him look for his mom, and I did try, but my research was pretty much fruitless until 2 weeks ago. He lives in a different country, so we can't physically meet yet. We went from texting almost every day to not texting for weeks at a time, so naturally I was concerned. I hit up another friend of mine who reads tarot cards and asked her to tap into his energy for me to check if he was doing okay. Things were normal until she told me that she kept hearing a woman crying and saying, "Sorry," and "Mommy did not abandon you," in Korean. The guy is ethnically Korean. Immediately after... Somebody outside my house. Immediately after, my friend tells me that she was starting to lose control of her movements. And all of a sudden I hear what sounded like completely different women crying and talking to me completely in Korean on the other line. In other words, my friend was possessed. At that point I was freaking out because I didn't expect a random entity to pull up during a tarot reading. I'm a scaredy cat by nature, so normally I would hang up right then and there, but this time I felt compelled to stay and listen. Spirit didn't feel like a bad one anyway, so I thought, what's the worst that could happen? I felt deep in my soul that I was speaking to my friend's mother, and I couldn't shake that feeling off. So I said her name and asked if it was her that I was speaking to. She confirmed that it was. She understood what I was saying in English, but replied in Korean. Because I didn't speak Korean, she would let my friend come back to her normal self to translate what was being said to me. We spoke for a while, and I learned quite a lot about her. She seemed to be quite fond of me and explicitly stated that she didn't mind that I was from a different race and culture from her son. She was a very sweet lady who was a victim of life circumstances and was looking out for her son even in death. This is my craziest paranormal experience to date, but it's also one of the most wholesome experiences I've ever had. I don't think I'll ever forget about it or her. Four paranormal encounters at my grandparents' house. The early days of my childhood I always spent going to my grandparents' house for the night every fortnight. The house is very large and spacious. It has an open staircase with no floor above it, so the main room on the top floor essentially has the center of it missing. 1990s. My mother lived there for most of her childhood as well. I never recalled seeing anything strange, until one night when she was sat in the living room by herself with the fire going. She may have been tired as she was laid on the sofa at night, but she recalled one thing: whispering. She never told me what she was being told. All she knew was that it was coming from the fire, and that the whistling was human or human-like. 2006. This next encounter was from my sister, when she was extremely young. She was at the main hall on the bottom floor of my parents' house with my grandma and grandmother. With my grandma and mother. My grandma and my mother were talking, which possibly would have been boring to a child her age, so she most likely started wandering around as they chatted. However, an extreme enigma was created, as when she entered the dining room, she saw two people sitting on the radiator, a man and a woman wearing modern clothing. My grandmother didn't know these people at all, and our family never knew anyone that these people could have been, so I dubbed them ghosts. 2018, my encounter. This was probably the most reliable and jaw-dropping of the stories. As I was getting ready for bed at my grandparents', I walked over to the bathroom and right next to my room to brush my teeth. As I stood at my doorway, I saw a man in a black suit with no face. He stared at me for enough seconds and seemed translucent, but I just knew it wasn't my imagination as he was there, and I tried to imagine him not being there, to which he stayed. After seconds, he disappeared, and I simply thought I was tired and my brain was tricking me. 1970s to 1990s. I never asked the date. The next morning, as I was curious, I asked my grandmother if she had seen any ghosts at the house, to which she responded that one night she came back from a bar early and went straight to bed with the door open. She then described to me seeing a man standing at the door with a black suit, a blank face, and this time a top hat. Ghost girl who lives in my house, and more. Since I was a child, I always had some kind of perception. I often felt like someone was watching me, as if I wasn't alone in my house. Or, just perceiving weird energies around me. I was little, so I didn't pay any attention to it. I never told it to my parents, and even if I did, it would have been odd because the house in which I lived, and still live, where what I'm about to tell you happened, was new. It had no history of deaths or murders. When I was around 11, I used to sleep in the same room as my parents. Don't judge. And basically, my bed was attached to the opposite wall of theirs. So when I looked at the ceiling, I could see the corner where the walls met. One night, I randomly woke from my sleep, shifting uncomfortably and feeling a huge sense of fear. I was uneasy as it was very late, past midnight. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the detailed silhouette of a girl, which was around my age at the time or even younger. She was basically floating in the exact corner in front of me. She wore an expensive-looking dress from the 800s. I'm guessing they mean 1800s. And she also had a hat in the same style, while her hair was in curls. I could only see the outlines of her figure. They were white and bluish and felt as if I was about to die because of how scared I was. For the same reason, I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. And only some seconds later, I could run into my parents' bed. For many years, I had been reassured because I had successfully convinced myself that this was sleep paralysis. But two things made me realize that it probably wasn't. First of all, when I climbed in my parents' bed, I turned around and for some seconds to check on if it was still in the corner, and I can vividly remember that the mysterious girl was in fact still there. But the most important thing is that much later I discovered that the land on which the house was built previously belonged to a rich family from the 1800s. And they had a daughter who died very young. I'm still afraid sometimes, but I still sleep in the same room without my parents. And I often feel as if somebody's sitting on my bed as soon as I lay down. I can literally feel the mattress bending from an unknown weight. And I still feel something watching me when I'm by myself. The Utah House Woman. Spelled E-U-T-A-W, nonetheless. As a local water treatment specialist in rural central Pennsylvania, USA, I've had some unique experiences while in some pretty creepy locations. Turns out water treatment equipment is usually in the basement, along with those things that we often feared when we were little kids. Nearly 30 years ago, I was an apprentice to a soon-to-be retiring tech. The man was solid, no bull, and not really somebody you'd mess with. Our day's work schedule took us to the Utah house. The softener needed repaired, and of course, the basement. We each had our tools and headed down a very obviously circa 1700s to 1800s set of steps, dark as night and musty. Already something felt ugly. I had a nausea come over me, but thought it was maybe just the fast food that we ate. My mentor worked and looking over his shoulder holding a flashlight when somewhere in the room a groan was uttered. I'm not kidding you. I wheeled around with that light fast to see what it could have been. The old tech spun around with me at the same time. In the narrow light cone emitted by the flashlight stood an old woman in complete Victorian attire. No bullshit. The mentor was hightailing it up the rickety steps before I knew it, leaving me with the specter. Nah, no way, I'm out. As soon as my foot hit the first step, I shined the light back towards where I had seen her. Of course, gone. The old mentor was waiting for me up in the kitchen when I finally reached the top. I must have looked as pale to him as he did to me. He fumbled his words but managed to get, "Did you see that?" to come out. I think it was pretty obvious that the answer was yes. We never mentioned it to the current owner of the inn, but later I read about the history of the place. I don't know who the old woman was, but in hindsight, and I mean true hindsight, as that's where she was to both of us when we climbed out of the basement, I don't think she meant any harm to us. I'm not even sure she meant to scare us, now that I reflect back upon it. Kind of sad that she's caught up there somehow, but I think I'll pass on any future opportunities that may present themselves to me as it relates to service work there. My first ever paranormal experience, which made me a believer, but I'm still skeptical. This happened just 3 months ago. I was trying to sleep at around noon and just pulling an all-nighter. The moment I fell asleep, I started suffering from sleep paralysis. I had people in my house and all sorts of noises were also coming through. I tried very hard to open my eyes, but I couldn't. I was fully aware. I could make out where I was, who was talking and saying what and everything, but I couldn't open my eyes for a while. Then I did open my eyes, and I literally saw a black, shadowy figure running back and forth in the room. It was black and smoky. I couldn't make out its body, but it seemed small and kind of shapeless. Then I said some prayers and tried to sleep, and I started dreaming immediately. I saw that I'm in a war, wounded, and I'm fearing that I'm going to get captured by the enemies. And I know they'll torture me horribly, like dismember me and all. Then I woke up again and felt something touch my face. And that was the point where I believed that I'm not alone in the room. I was terrified, but I forced myself to wake up and stayed awake for the rest of the day. Then, a couple of days later, I was trying to sleep in my room. Previously, I was not in my room, and my room is secluded from the other rooms. So I'm all alone, and I was about to fall asleep, and I felt a sharp pain on the side of my chest, as if someone's pushing a finger against it. I felt the pain and I woke up, turned to see who it is. I saw a human figure standing right next to my bed. I thought it's one of my cousins, and I also tried to ask who it is, because I couldn't make out in the dark, and then I woke up fully and realized it's gone and there's no pain at all. I was scared, but I dismissed it and slept, and right then I felt somebody grab my neck with their cold hand, and I stood right away, turned on all the lights in a panic, and noped my way out of the room to where my siblings were hanging out. I was telling them all about what just happened. I told them I can't sleep in my room, so I'm just going to sleep on the sofa for the night in the living room. These were the two main and very realistic incidents, but I felt taps on my shoulder multiple times after this, and I still have skepticism about the incidents. Was it paranormal, or could it be something in my head? I don't know, but I'm just a guy, and I don't know for certain what that was. Strangest sound I've ever heard in my life. This happened to me quite a few years ago. I was probably around 11 years old. I'm 19 now. I used to enjoy making blanket forts and sleeping in them. This particular night, I decided I was going to make one in my mom's room. I would sleep in my mom's room pretty often at that age. All was good. I was just hanging out in my fort, browsing Yahoo Answers because I was a weird kid. I don't remember ever what exactly I was doing when this happened, but all of a sudden I heard the most horrifying sound. I've never heard something like this again, and I can't describe it for the life of me. It was unlike anything I've ever heard before. I was wide awake, and I don't believe I was dreaming or anything. I remember it like it was yesterday, because it scared me that bad. It was loud. My mom's the lightest sleeper ever, but she didn't even move a muscle. She swore that she was going to wake up, but she didn't react. Or I swore she was going to wake up, but she didn't react. It was so loud, like whatever made the noise was right beside me. It didn't sound natural. I can't explain it well. Like I said, I have genuinely tried to find anything that replicated what I heard in any way, but I truly have never heard anything like it. I guess it sounded like a shriek from an animal, maybe. It went on for maybe 5 or 8 seconds, and then radio silence. I also wasn't the kind of kid to spook at weird noises. I always brushed everything off, like the house settling or whatever. But this paralyzed me with fear so bad I don't think I moved an inch for 5 minutes. Then I tore down the blankets, hopped in my mom's bed, and hid underneath the covers the whole night. I live in a quiet neighborhood with little to no neighbors. I also don't have a huge forest around me where wildlife may be. I have no explanation, and to anybody reading this or hearing it, it probably doesn't sound that scary compared to other experiences, and people will tell me it was an animal. It was a TV in another room, but trust me, I've looked into every possible explanation, and I truly have no idea. I've never heard something so horrifying that sent me into shock so fast. Maybe it was nothing, but it still shakes me to my core, and I'll always remember it because I remember the pure fear I felt in that moment. The Black Isles, a Scottish paranormal encounter. My mom and 2 other brothers would visit my auntie and 3 cousins around Christmas. The whole family would get together too. Uncles, aunties, you name it. Anyway, they lived up near Inverness in Scotland. It's a place called the Black Isle. It's actually in a place called Cromarty, but Inverness is more well known, so I'll say that one. The Black Isle was said to be used back in the day as a place where witches would meet up on Halloween and perform satanic rituals, animal sacrifices, that sort of stuff. Whether or not that's true is another story. On to this one. We all rented out a holiday home just down the road from my cousin's house. It had multiple bedrooms in it, so perfect for a lot of guests. Me, one of my older brothers, and his friend from Africa were all staying in one room. They were fast asleep. I, however, was not. I woke suddenly. I didn't know why. I scanned the room with my bleary eyes, and it was just dark. I couldn't hear anything but the snores from my brother and his friend. The door to the room slowly opened with a creak. Swear to God, I froze with fear. I didn't see anything enter through it. But as I tried to scan my eyes around the room, I started to see shadow-like figures pulsating and hovering around the 2 adjacent beds, hovering and pulsating over my brother and his friend. There must have been at least 3 of these figures. The third one stood over my bed, although this apparition didn't have any human-like features except for maybe the shape of something human. I could feel like it was staring, just staring right at me. I decided the only course of action was to turn over and face the wall and go to sleep. The morning after I told my experience to a few of my family members, they joked that it might be witches that performed those rituals in the past, and generally didn't believe me except one person, my brother's girlfriend. She told me she experienced something as well. She was only sleeping next door, and she told me that she felt somebody sit down at the end of her bed in the night, and said that she could feel the weight of something on her legs, but she couldn't see anything. Very frightened by this, I decided to read the guest book to see if anybody else had reported anything weird and unusual. Nothing of the sort was there, though, and I'll never forget what I saw, though, and if you're ever up near that Black Isle or stay in the same holiday home I did, just be aware of any strange figures entering your room at night. Warning from dead loved ones. So this has happened twice. I suffer from anxiety and get really bad adrenaline dumps. So that paired with hypochondria, I'm almost always feeling weird. I'm almost always like that, and it's been like this since I was 9, and I'm 36 now. So I've gotten used to talking myself down, you could say. Unfortunately, when things really get messed up, I tend to either ignore it, or if it's too bad, pop a Klonopin or two and ride it out. About 8 years ago I did that. I was feeling super dizzy and kind of sick. But during a panic attack, I always feel super dizzy and kind of sick, so I just did the thing and laid down and put a movie on. About 10 minutes later, I smelled my grandpa. My grandpa had a very distinctive smell, like sandalwood and something else that was just him. And I heard, I want to say, him say, "Turn off the stove," but in my head. He had passed 3 months or so before I thought. Maybe it was just from a sweater. But you don't ignore your grandpa, dead or not. So I checked the stove. The gas was on. I lived with 2 smokers. Turned it off, aired the house out. The second time wasn't very long ago. Maybe a month or so. I'm diabetic, but not insulin dependent. But my sugar still tends to run high, so I don't generally worry about it getting too low. And again, the whole anxiety thing. Anyways, I wasn't feeling very good, so I went to bed kind of early and had a dream. A dream where I was in the house I grew up in. The entire house was dark, and I was standing in the dining room watching the kitchen, which was bright and a bunch of people were wandering around, which was pretty normal as our house was kind of a family hub and where everybody went when they needed a place to go. My stepdad and my aunt were sitting in their usual places. My aunt eating pizza, and she loved pizza, like Ninja Turtles level love. And I wanted to go into that kitchen so bad because, holy crap, that's home. My aunt gestured to a pizza box, and I was just about to walk in when my stepdad looked over and was like, "Poke your finger." My aunt looked kind of sad, and then I woke up. Went to check my blood sugar, and it was 50. Which isn't deadly, but it's pretty damn low when you run it 130 most of the time. They are aware of me. I've always had strange experiences my whole life. I used to think most houses were haunted, but the older I am becoming, the more I think it's just me. I often hear whispers directly into my ear, smell odd things that are unexplained, like perfume and tobacco and herbs, and get the sense that someone's watching me, see things in the mirrors. From my ex-boyfriend's houses, friends' houses, and many houses that I've moved to, there always seems to be some sort of activity or strange feeling. I've had too many to mention, but I will mention one that has stuck with me. It was about 5 years ago. I was renting a house. It was a very comfortable house, and there wasn't much activity. It's in a mining village, by the way. I got a strange feeling in the back bedroom, but it didn't stop me from going there. Just a bit uneasy. Anyway, one night I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the loo, you could say. I was half asleep and nothing seemed unusual. After I was done, I came out of the bathroom. The bathroom was directly opposite the front room, so you could see right into it. I looked into the front room and saw a man standing there. He didn't look completely solid. I could see through him. I could see the TV behind him. He was short and like an adult. I can't remember his clothes, but I can remember his face, and he was wearing a flat cap. He had a sort of a broad smile and kind eyes. Not that I could see the eyes as normal eyes. There were no pupils or color, he was all gray. But it was night and there were no lights, and he was looking at me. I couldn't believe what I was looking at and really wanted to make sure I wasn't just having my eyes playing tricks on me, so I stood there for a good solid 5 minutes just staring. I didn't feel scared, just curious. He moved and started looking at the TV. Felt like he was curious about it, like he had never seen one before. I'm 100% sure of what I saw. I spent the time to make sure what I was seeing was correct, and after 5 minutes I felt he was doing no harm, and meant no harm in general, and I felt comfortable to go back to bed. I really didn't feel scared, but I felt scared on other encounters. The scary ones happened more recently. Ghosts and entities. I, a 26-year-old female, used to stay at my friend's, 35-year-old female's house in Alabang, here in the Philippines. Since I'm currently working in a different city from my place, the first time I stayed there, I'm always having headaches and it feels like the energy in the house is heavy. I didn't mind it at first, but things got worse than I expected. I never experienced any of this from any other place. It all started there. I always sleep on the bed with my friend. Then it always feels like somebody is watching me. I always shrugged off that feeling at first. Then I keep on seeing a woman with long hair and a white dress watching me sleep. I always wake up at 3 a.m. and it scares the shit out of me. I ignored it at first, but one time I woke up and she was beside the bed, standing, and when I checked her face, her head is crooked and she was looking at me. I immediately shook my friend to wake her up and she said that no one was there. I keep on seeing her and even had a nightmare about it, so I got used to it. I asked my friend since I keep on getting headaches whenever I walk the hall beside the stairs, and that's when she told me the story of the house. The last owner of the house hung herself on the second floor. I got chills after hearing those stories. I even told her to get rid of the doll facing the stairs that leads to that room. Since I got used to her, I just always try to ignore her when she's there. Then one time I was preparing my coffee at 3 a.m., and if I didn't walk on the hallway beside the stairs to go to the kitchen, I had to go around the dining area with the big mirror in it, like the mirror that you have at a dance studio or a ballet studio. I'm done with my coffee, so I decided to go back to our room. When I was walking back to our room, I was looking outside and I saw a black figure beside the pool with a yellow glowing eye. We were staring at each other for like 15 seconds. Because I want to make sure that I'm actually seeing something real, but I was frozen on what I saw. I walked and acted normally. When I went back to the room, I decided to wake up my friend and I was just shaking. So yeah, that's when it all started. So whenever I'm in a different house or a different place, I always choose to go home instead of staying in an unfamiliar place. The ink blot. So, I've been witness to a lot of paranormal and unexplainable events in my life. It's not that I go looking for it or anything, I just always seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Honestly, I would think myself of kind of a Looney Tune if others hadn't shared some of these moments with me. One day, my wife, a friend, and me were all sitting on the couch watching God knows what, having a discussion about something, when my wife stops mid-sentence and says, "What the hell is that? Is that a spider?" She pointed at something, but at first, me and my friend didn't know what she was pointing at. Then we saw it. In the center of the living room, there seemed to be something small and black hanging in the air. We all at first thought it was a spider or some bug. My wife is scared of spiders, so being the man of the house, I step up and remove the pest from the premises. When I got up and approached the quote-unquote thing, I quickly realized it was in fact not a spider or a bug. What I was looking at was, to me, what seemed like a drop of tar, black ink suspended in the air. I was like, "Guys, this is not a spider. Look." I then proceeded to wave my hands around it above and below, and there was absolutely nothing holding it in place. Being either incredibly brave or stupid, I went to touch it when my wife screamed, "No, don't touch it, are you crazy?" I stopped short, but not because of her. As I was going in to touch it, I kinda saw movement from this ink. It was your typical teardrop shape, but the skinny top part of the teardrop was moving around like a squid tentacle. This was some for real Marvel's Venom symbiote-looking shit. I pulled my hand back and I sat back down on the couch between my friend and wife. For the next 5 minutes, that felt like an hour, the three of us sat in total awe as this black ink floated about 7 feet from the center of the living room. Past all three of us through the storage room door. It was closed. It just materialized right through it. My first question was, we all saw that, right? Of course they had. My wife was the first to see it. My friend then immediately after, and my wife and I still to this day talk about the mysterious ink blob that floated through our living room. Crazy stuff, man. Story number 1, The Bro Fairies. The story may come across as silly or likely a very normal scenario, witnessed under the guise of a drunken young man. So I apologize ahead of time for the length and potential lacking payoff. I moved to California for the first time as a 19-year-old, and less than a few months later, I was 20 when celebrating one of my best friend from college's 21st birthday. We graduated around the same time, and got our first industry jobs in the same studio, so for a celebration all we did was share a bottle of Captain by a crappy apartment pool. We've never laughed more. By the way, I don't condone drinking heavily, nor carelessly, but I was a dumb kid. It was an unopened bottle, but the two of us started fading in and out of consciousness way too early on, like second shot early, and realized right away that something was up. Now, even though we recognized this, we were both pretty underexperienced with drinking and figured maybe our tolerance was just whack. I remember a handful of blips from before I made it safely back into my apartment. Mindlessly scrolling Tinder, my body just kind of feeling sick, and was going to my place and crash on the couch. Me explaining that I was going to go stay outside a bit longer, and finally what I refer to as the Bro Fairies. 3 young men, close to my age, in a way reminding me of myself, wearing matching garments of clothing in different colors, tank tops, shorts, and baseball caps. 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 pink. I can't at all recall their faces, but I do remember them helping me up off the ground after I must have blacked out by the pool and helping me up the stairs to my apartment door. They brought me the last of my liquor and said, "Thank you," in a sincere, albeit stumbling fashion. My college buddy was passed out on the couch, and I stumbled to the bedroom. The next morning I regaled him of the 3 helpful gentlemen, and he couldn't help but comment how bizarre their description was, and if I was sure I hadn't dreamed it, even though we both blacked out from the alcohol. I know they were very real, and did me a great service. I'm sorry if this is long-winded, but I've always thought back on how helpful they were. And I've since dubbed them my Bro Fairies. Many weird occurrences in fairly new house. I want to preface this by saying the house itself is only 15 years old. I'm not very versed on hauntings, so I don't really know if it could be the area beforehand that haunted it or a spirit being attaching itself to this place. But I digress. I'll list everything that I can remember. Probably the most significant was my father hearing the voice of his deceased friend shout up to him from downstairs. He said he heard him clear as day and he walked down expecting to see him. That's how clear it was. And this happened not long after he moved in 15 years ago. He's also heard people generally speaking in the other room. He and my sister have all heard footsteps upstairs that sound like kid ones. Light running around, you know? My siblings sometimes visit, so you'd think it was them if they were here, but I live alone most of the time. I felt someone tap my shoulder while I was eating, turned around to expect someone and then realized I'm still alone in the house. I heard what sounded like a whispered scream in my ear once, but I was half asleep in the morning. Thought this could have just been a high-pitched wind, but even last night I heard what sounded like a woman's voice in my ear before I sort of stay asleep, and something that I'm hearing is pretty unintelligible, though. My younger sibling says that she gets bad vibes from the house and doesn't like sleeping alone when she's here. I've heard things move in the kitchen. Recently, my father walked through the front door expecting mail. Nothing. He said he heard someone slip a package through the letterbox and hit it, the sound of it hitting the ground. I was woken up by the loud bang downstairs one morning. I went downstairs with a massive night watchman torch expecting someone to be there, but there was nothing. This one could perhaps be down to a window being opened upstairs, but still no idea how it could have caused the bang. Even this morning, I was woken by the sound of a doorbell, but it was too early for the postman. Shrugged it off, went back to sleep. That's the end of today's stories for tonight. Sorry about the thunderstorm outside causing some issues here and there, but my chickens are quiet and no geckos yelling at me. So as always, see you guys later. I'm starting to believe in past lives after this. Has anyone had any similar experiences to mine? So as a preface, I've always been drawn to Europe and 1980s and early 90s since I was young. 80s and early 90s era Eastern Europe in particular has always fascinated me for some odd reason. Ever since I was around 10, I've listened to 80s era pop music from the former USSR, and I felt a connection to it and a bizarre nostalgic feeling from it despite the fact that I'm in my 20s and I grew up in the US. So I'd have no reason to feel any connection to it, and I've been into 80s fashion since I was young, and for some reason it feels way more natural to me than contemporary stuff. Apparently the way I dress is so accurate to what people typically wore back then that my mother, who's about 60, has told me that when she's seen some of the stuff that I wear, that she remembers seeing people wearing clothing like that when she was younger. Besides that, I'm weirdly able to copy, don't know how to say this word, Cyrillic writing and letters as neatly, if not neater, than I copy English, despite the fact that I never learned or know any other languages besides English. I never thought anything of these facts until recently, since I've always been a skeptic, and I lean towards atheism. But after what happened a couple of weeks ago, I'm really starting to question things. So a couple of weeks ago, I stumbled upon some videos of Riga from the 90s and early 2000s, and everything just felt weirdly familiar despite the fact I'd never seen Riga up to that point. Then in one of the videos I saw an old bridge, and it shocked me, because it looked exactly like the one I saw in my dream I had a year ago. Also, in that same dream, I remember driving to an old glass market hall near the water. And weirdly enough, because I was curious, I Googled it, and there's a market hall in Riga. And apparently there is, and it reminded me of the one in my dream, and it's also located by the water like in my dream. All of this is honestly kind of creeping me out and making me question if I had a past life or if this is just a bunch of bizarre coincidences. Fire alarm ghost. In the last few weeks, my fire alarm has been randomly going off, and I think it's a ghost. It all started a few weeks ago while in my kitchen. The downstairs fire alarm started going off. I assumed it was a fire and I panicked. I ran downstairs, but there was no smoke. I got the alarm down and pushed the button for hush mode. It would quiet for a few seconds and then it started again. I was getting increasingly worked up, extremely noise sensitive, you could say, and kinda yelled helplessly, "Please stop!" And it immediately stopped. The second time happened 2 weeks ago. I was sleeping and at exactly 3 a.m. I woke up to the alarm going off downstairs. Or so I thought. I got up and ran down, panicking again, thinking there was a fire. My cat was in danger. But when I got halfway down the stairs, the alarm wasn't coming from there. I was so disoriented from the abrupt wake-up that I went back upstairs and it wasn't coming from there either. And then it just stopped. My house is quite small and only has 2 alarms. The third time I was mid-shower. Alarm is outside the bathroom, with the door locked. The alarm went off and when I jumped out, the bathroom door was open. I took it down and pushed the hush button and it wouldn't turn off for about 10 minutes. I was in tears, having a panic attack, and it just stops again. After I finished my shower, standing in the bathroom, the locked door opened again. 4th time was this morning. Sitting in my office, the alarm starts. I can see it from my desk, and I got up and brought my chair over to hit the button, and just as I'm about to touch it, it stops again. At this point, it feels like some cruel game. Every time it goes off, I get hit with this wave of insane panic. House fires are one of my oldest and deepest fears. I feel like I'm being toyed with. It never happens when other people are around, too. Before anyone suggests it's the battery, it's both alarms. And they're 10-year alarms that were replaced a little over a year ago. The low battery has a specific beep and says low battery. The fire alarm double beeps and says fire in English and French, and this is what keeps going off. It is not a CO2 detector. I lived in a house that had all sorts of things happen, but one stands out to me the most. Back in 2013 and 14, I lived in a house with 3 other roommates. In this house, I can recount dozens of seemingly paranormal experiences, ranging from scary to odd to almost normal. But this one really stands out to me the most because I've never been able to figure it out. One night, I was in bed with my boyfriend in my room. We went to sleep early-ish because we both had work in the morning. We were both asleep, but suddenly, not sure of the time, my boyfriend wakes up gasping and freaked out. He's almost yelling. There was a face right there, a face. It was getting in my face. I'd never seen him so terrified. He's always such a relaxed guy. He was sitting up in bed, sweating and breathing hard. I figured he just experienced sleep paralysis. That would have been his first. I tried to calm him down and he eventually went back to sleep. I rolled over in bed and was trying to get back to sleep myself, but I'm the type of person who just can't go back to sleep after waking up. As I'm laying there, I started hearing tapping in 3s around the room. The first 2 times I thought that the tapping was just the house settling, but the tapping in 3s would change locations and pitch every time. It would be above the bed, on the ceiling, and go tap, tap, tap. Then it would be next to my head on the wall. The bed was next to the wall. Tap, tap, tap. Then it would be by the door. Tap, tap, tap. Then on the other wall. Tap, tap, tap. Then on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. This went on for a while, but I'm not sure how long. It felt like hours to me. I was honestly so scared that I didn't open my eyes or even move. I just stayed frozen under my blanket. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I asked my boyfriend if he remembered the nightmare, and he said yes. I don't remember if I asked him about the tapping. The first thing I tried to explain it with was some sort of pest, like a rat or a bug, but I don't understand how it could have traveled from room to room so fast, or make such strong taps. If we never had any pests in the house to my knowledge. I still can't explain this happening to me. So this happened to be a few years ago, but I always mention this story to friends and family. When I was about 18, I was still living with my mom. We have a normal 2-bedroom home in Scotland. My dad passed away when I was 16, and I had some stories that revolve around him, but this one I don't think is related. So it's probably about 12 or 1 p.m., and I'm drifting off to sleep slowly until I hear 2 voices, a female and male voice whispering in my hallway outside of my room. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand, and they sounded like they were talking on my stairs. Now, I've never heard any outdoor noises through my bedroom door. If it was my neighbors talking, I would 100% hear them through my bedroom window, and this sounded direct, like there wasn't much space between us at all. At this point, I'm hoping that my mom didn't turn off the radio and TV downstairs. I get up from my bed, and the talking doesn't stop as I do this, and I go to my wardrobe where I take out the only thing I thought of, my fencing sword. Really embarrassing choice now that I think about it. You can't actually do much harm with it. I think it's cool. I stepped up to the door, and the talking didn't stop. It sounded like a European language, maybe German, Turkish, or something. I live in Scotland, and I speak English, Polish, and Spanish, and it didn't sound like anything I'd recognize. I even heard the seeking of the stairs, as if somebody was slowly moving around on them. I genuinely at this point mentally prepared myself to face 2 intruders. I swung the door open, there was nothing, silence. I ran up to the hallway window. Nobody was outside. No neighbors, no nothing. I ran downstairs. Nothing's on, everything's off. Complete silence. All doors locked, etc., etc. Needless to say, I barely slept that night. I've been thinking about it to this day, and what trips me out is how I consistently heard them. From the bed to the wardrobe to the door. I couldn't hear noises that whole time, and I can guarantee you I was wide awake. Story number 10. Angel in the Sky. After a long car trip at night, I and 2 other friends decided to spend the night in my grandmother and grandfather's house. It was around 2 a.m. and we couldn't drive anymore. Since neither my grandmother nor grandfather was home, we thought it would be perfect, and because it was halfway to our destination. For some reason, we all felt unusually happy during the whole evening. Everything felt easy and good. And at that time in my life, it was unusual for me to feel good because it was really having a hard time. I had a very destructive life, and was kind of in the criminal area. But now to the event. It was a crystal clear Swedish winter night with a beautiful night sky, so we decided to sit on their large terrace for a while and take a look over the big lake. A while into the conversation, our eyes were drawn to the sky, because as the sky began to change color to a brighter blue hue, the sky became brighter and brighter in a very beautiful shade. Finally, an outline of a church window came up in the sky with an extremely beautiful blue harmonious color, the most beautiful color I've ever seen in my entire life. Now to the big one. At the point in the sky where the contour of the church window was located, there was a large contour of an angel that flew past the church window itself. The figure in the window seemed to be wearing some kind of dress, and it was huge. Me and my two friends froze, and our body hair stood straight up. After we observed the phenomenon, we felt extreme love, happiness, euphoria, and harmony. None of us really understood what was happening, but we felt extremely happy until we buzzed a few hours later at 3:30 a.m. It was the sickest thing I've ever been through in my 22 long years of life. I hope somebody else gets to experience what I did. I've become 100% more religious after that. And today I'm free from the destructive pattern of my life. I feel that this was the beginning of a brighter time for me. Today, I'm a person who wants to help others. Ask Reddit. When I was 13, I had to go live with one of my older brothers because my dad had passed away and my mom had a nervous breakdown. My brother and his wife were renting a house, and it was sketchy from day one. They put me in a room farthest from theirs, and this room was always cold. Heat up on 90, and the register hot enough to burn you, and you could exhale and see your breath. Things would just disappear for days and show up in a different spot later on. A couple of times my brother woke up to someone standing in the doorway to his bedroom. But when he would check to see if I was sleepwalking, I was asleep in bed. The door to the room I was in would just not open sometimes. There was always anxiety in the air and you could feel it wasn't right. Just weird feeling shit. Excuse the expletive. The wood paneling in my room had changing patterns. Never had a mosquito or a fly or any kind of insect ever in the room, and we're talking a house backed with a swampy bush. My brother got 2 German shepherds from a friend of his. One was trained for personal protection, so pretty fearless, but still a good dog, friendly to people in the family and used to being in the house. But man, not this house. You couldn't get that dog to enter the house at all. This dog that could take down a full-grown man would whimper and cry like a puppy who didn't know what walking on a leash was. It was surreal, man. This dog was scared of nothing and was strong, real strong. One day we were sitting in the dining room having supper, and all 3 of us watched a loaf of bread that flew out of the bread box and whacked into the wall across the kitchen. Maybe 15 feet or so, flew straight, level, and fast. The next day, the young man who lived across the road decided to take his life with a rifle to the chest. I was done after that. I told my brother I was going to go somewhere else. I really didn't care where, just somewhere else. There was too much odd shit in that area of 3 to 4 houses. I've had other strange things happen when I was younger at my grandma's house, like doors opening by themselves and rocking chairs starting to rock back and forth by themselves. But my grandma always said that the dead won't hurt you. I really believed that. But living in the house was messed up. And I'm 51 now, and it's still the most messed up house I've ever been in. I'm not making this up. Everything is the God's honest truth. Ask Reddit. When I was a theater studies student in the Midlands of England, we had to take our little theater company on tour around the local rural countryside as part of the practical side of the course. Being a proper London girl, I wasn't best pleased with the prospect of quote-unquote roughing it. In a 10-person van, there were 15 of us in the company, but for the sake of my art, I stopped being a silly tart and threw myself into it with enthusiasm. One day we broke down in the middle of nowhere, and by the time the AA bloke got to us, and in turn by the time we got to the campsite, all the spaces in the campsite had been taken. We had 3 performances locally the next day. It had gone from 8 p.m. and it was almost pitch dark. We didn't have many options left open to us. Our director said it would be best if we drove the van into the nearby forest and all sleep in the van for the night. And as it was too late to continue driving around and having an early start the following day, we reluctantly agreed. We found a quiet part of the forest that was open with not many trees, and by 9:30 we were settled in the van, if a little cramped and cold. We were all 19 or 20-year-olds, and it was a big adventure. At around 11:30, I was stirred awake by one of my colleagues screaming and another bloke saying, "This is so bad, we're so screwed." To my complete horror through my sleep-blurred eyes, I saw that our little van was completely surrounded by about 50 men, dressed in what appeared to be old-fashioned rural farming clothes, with homemade torches all burning brightly. I started panicking but didn't scream, couldn't take my eyes off the men. They were moving an inch, didn't have any expression on their face, not even when they bibbed and horned at them. Two of the blokes even got out of the van and shouted at the men, to the total horror of everybody else. Nothing. Needless to say, we were all terrified. Every time we tried to move the van, the men moved a step forward. At 1:30, all the men suddenly just turned around and walked away through the trees. We were absolutely knackered, too tired to drive anywhere else, so we took turns in keeping watch in case the men came back. They never did. I got pushed out of a place I was staying at. I was living in San Diego when this happened. My mother, myself, and her boyfriend decided to stay at his mother's house while we were looking for a place of our own. I was staying in a room that was attached to the hallway, which leads to the front door. In the room there was a lamp, a TV, and a bed. The bed had wheels, meaning that it could be moved out if needed. So I was fully in bed when the paranormal activity started. It was small at first, with strange feet movements on the sheets like an animal was walking on top of them. But the mother had no animals. I tried to ignore it for I believe, and that giving the ghosts attention would just make things worse. That didn't work, because the next thing to happen was creaking noises from the wheels, as if someone was moving the bed. The bed wasn't being moved, though. I had turned on the lamp and the TV to try to calm myself down. That didn't really stop anything, though, because the sounds were still happening. My mother had noticed the light on and maybe heard the TV because she opened the door and came in. She didn't seem to notice the sounds because she had just told me to go to sleep. I was having trouble staying awake and had fallen asleep when the animal movement had returned. Something told me to open my eyes. I don't know what, but I did. And when I did, I saw that I wasn't in the room anymore. I was in the hallway. The bed had been moved there by some unseen force. The bed where I had my feet were facing the open front door. Then it ran with the bed in its hands towards the front door, basically pushing me and the bed out to the dark outside. I woke up and I was in the room again. The noise and animal movements had stopped. After this, everything was fine. I hadn't had an experience since this one. One last thing. I asked the mother about the room I was in. She had told me her husband used the room before he died. She then told me that she had events happen in the home since then. When she had visitors stay in the room, her husband would mess with them to scare them out. I don't know why I'd forgotten that detail till now, but I thought I'd put that here too. Any ideas on what I could have seen? This story takes place in 2014. Not positive on the month, but both myself and the person I was with have tried to look up information regarding what we've seen, but nothing quite lines up exactly. I lived in a rural area in northern South Carolina at the time, but worked in southern North Carolina. I lived with my boss at the time, and I would have driven us back to the house every night. We had a tattoo shop, so most nights we didn't head home until it was pretty late. The route we took was basically completely secluded country roads. Most late nights we wouldn't pass more than 5 cars on the entire ride. One night in particular, as we were coming through a part of the route that I only knew as Green View, due to the name of the church and a street in the area, I noticed an animal in my peripheral vision. Being in rural areas, it wasn't uncommon to see deer, dogs, even sometimes hogs by the road or in the woods. This particular animal seemed to be running alongside the car, however, which was rather concerning when it didn't immediately fall behind but seemed to keep up. As I realized how odd that this was, considering it was probably going at least 65 miles an hour, I started to turn and look to see if maybe I was just seeing a shadow. At this point, whatever it was seemed to run ahead of the car and run across the street into the woods on the opposite side. It was then that I noticed as my headlights hit the creature, instead of illuminating it, it seemed as though it absorbed the light. It appeared to be roughly the size and general shape of a wolf, but the form wasn't exactly visible. There was no reflection from the light hitting any part of the creature that I could see, not even where its eyes should have been. As it disappeared, I was extremely startled and turned to ask my friend, "What the fuck was that?" He asked what I'd seen, and I told him. He told me to tell his wife exactly what I'd said when we got home, and I did. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped, and that's when my friend told me that he'd seen the same thing as me that night, and he'd seen it once before, but with somebody else who didn't admit to seeing it then. My TV was possessed. This occurred around 2008. My brothers and I were watching Scary Movie 4 up until late hours of the night on Comedy Central, until I eventually fell asleep. I woke up to a show where a man was sprinting through what appeared to be some sort of concrete shelter. I couldn't see most of his surroundings because it was pitch black dark. All I could see was where his flashlight was shining. I remember the man screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." He eventually found himself in a four-way junction, or maybe a larger room, it's hard to remember. I do remember shadows swiftly moving around the guy and eventually surrounding him. Then I heard something I'll never forget, a loud, high-pitched cackle. It felt like my TV went from a normal volume to its maximum volume immediately. In my bed, I tried to move or leave the room, but was completely paralyzed. I looked around and saw shadows darting across the lower half of the walls by the TV in the corner of the room. Fortunately, I was able to pull the sheets over my head as the cackling continued. After what felt like an eternity, I gained the courage to crawl out of the corner of the bed, hitting the ground. I then crawled to the door, where I saw my dad with a Bible in his hand. I immediately regained my strength, and I was able to finally sprint out of the room into our kitchen. Crying, I told him that I thought my older brother was pranking me, which made my dad very angry. However, as he went into the room to turn in the light, I saw him pause. In my life, even now, 10 years later, I've never seen my dad frightened, except for this moment. He just stopped. Out of curiosity, I peeked from behind my dad and saw that the TV had the show Family Matters on, with the family hugging each other. It wasn't until years later that my dad told me his side of the story. He was reading the Bible in the middle of the night since he couldn't sleep. He heard a TV getting very loud, so he decided to turn it off. When he entered the room, he actually saw 2 cops in a cop car. One of the cops had no skin, just raw muscle. That cop had a giant grin on his face, turning over to smile at my dad until he saw the Bible in his hand. The cop seemed to immediately become terrified, and then the channel changed. Living in a Catholic volunteer house proved hauntings to me. I spent August of 2019 to August of 2020 living in a Catholic volunteer house. While I was religious, I didn't really believe in much of the paranormal outside of cryptids and extraterrestrials. The church was more of a social thing for me, and I was deeply drawn to the ritual of it all. I point this out to make it clear that I was not looking for an experience in this house. It didn't take long living there to start noticing odd things. It started off as the sound of footsteps. That was I guess you could say that was easy to write off, and it was just an old house. Perhaps the house was just shifting, as some people say. These footsteps became so constant that it clearly couldn't be the sounds of an old house. The footsteps were loud. They were during the day and the night, and when the house was full, and when it was just one person inside. I stopped denying this when the steps were obviously coming from the stairs. The clear sound of the top floor windows closing and opening started, and nothing sounds like that other than just that. The basement door to the outside would open by itself after us knowing for sure that it was closed and locked. Not even a minute before, it's suddenly being opened. It was like these sounds were well thought out. They would lead me to the attic only for me to be immediately hearing rushing steps down the stairs on the floor below me. So often that I would be led into the basement and my attention couldn't shift from the doors. Looking at those doors filled me with an odd dread that would go away the moment I walked away. That was called the coal room. My housemates were scared, and being the only male in a Catholic program put a bit of pressure on me to do something. Just a cultural expectation. I tried getting a priest out to do a blessing, but he couldn't because of COVID. Strange bummer given the theology. I ended up trying to, I guess you could say, my best to bless the house myself with one of my housemates. That did nothing to stop any of it. My own personal experiences. I'm 22 now. My life as of the last many years has been devoid of paranormal encounters, minus maybe one or two instances which I can brush off. I have, however, had two very vivid experiences that have been firmly planted in my memory since I was a child. One, I was maybe 6 or 7. Parents had brought me along to the after celebration of a passing of my father's best friend's wife's father. I'd never seen this person a single time. No framed pictures or anything, as far as I remembered. The family had rented out a bar-like building for the night, and everyone was enjoying the pleasantries. I was standing next to my parents, whom were, at one of the sitting booths in the building. I turned around, and I saw a man standing behind a completely enclosed serving area. Striped shirt, quite large in stature, suspenders going over his shoulders with a beaming grin on his face, staring directly forward, completely still. I turned back to my parents, pointed back at where I saw this figure, and asked them who this man is. They said, "Who?" I turned back a mere few seconds later and he had vanished entirely. After describing what I saw to his daughter, in quotes, sometime later she said that what I had described was a perfect description of her father. 2. I was laying in a bunk bed on the bottom, and my brother was laying on the top as usual. I witnessed the top half of a very vivid, dark humanoid figure lean over the bottom side of the top bunk, as if looking down from the other side. Now, I had obviously assumed it was my brother fucking with me and asked, "Is that you?" My brother's voice, coming from directly above me, simply said no, whilst this figure was still in the same position. A few seconds later, it slowly rose back up and out of vision. These are my only two pronounced encounters that are core memories in my head, and are utterly terrifying. Haunted Fort of St. Augustine, Florida. I, a 25-year-old female, grew up for about 9 years in Florida for the first part of my life, living in St. Augustine in the Jacksonville area. For those of you that don't know, St. Augustine is one of the oldest and most haunted cities in the USA. In particular, there are 2 different forts located on the main island and on a smaller island across from each other. I cannot fully recall the history of the 2 forts, but they would fight on a daily basis, with the mainland firing cannons at the island fort and so forth. I was about maybe 6 or 9 years of age when this happened. My parents had taken my brother and I on a day trip to tour the fort of the mainland. This fort was also a popular spot for ghost tours, telling stories about the prisoners kept underneath the fort, and how they would be brought to the outside walls to be executed and burned in a stone oven as well. Assuming this all happened during the early settlement of America, with colonists and whatnot. My brain can't recall the history, so don't hate on me. Common ghost appearances would be uniformed soldiers marching around at their stations and the like. The fort never employed real-life actors to dress up or anything, so if you saw a uniformed period-styled person, it was likely a ghost. The day we went to the fort to tour it was just like any other, with plenty of visitors meandering inside and outside the walls. Since it was relatively small, my parents let my brother and I roam inside on our own. I had gone to the center of the fort and noticed 4 to 5 men in period uniforms on the right staircase, hauling a whole cannon up the stairs like it was nothing. Nobody around me seemed to take notice of these men doing this, and I stared in utter disbelief that they suddenly appeared and began to drag a cannon upstairs to the ramparts. Not a minute later, I heard a loud cannon boom and jumped. I went running to my mother to ask her if she heard the cannon as well, to which she replied that she heard nothing. Nobody saw anything or heard any noise except me, in the middle of the day no less. Saw my old high school friend. Turns out he passed last December. To give some backstory, this person and I had a few connections while he was still alive. We went to high school together, did a club together for a brief time. And then we did hook up at one point in my very early 20s. We're early 30s now. After that, we hadn't spoken or seen each other for around 10 years, although I'm learning that we both had several close connections in life and somehow always managed to just barely miss one another. Wasn't until my oldest daughter needed therapy last year that he re-entered my life. Not in any significant way, but it just shocked me because I sort of forgot he existed. I was unsure if it was actually him, but I just had that feeling in my bones that it was him. He would always pass one, or we would always pass one another, him on his way out and me on my way in, and awkwardly make eye contact without saying anything. The last time I remember seeing him was around February or March. I admit, it's been a few months since I've seen him, but color me shocked when I was scrolling through Facebook on Sunday and saw an old post on a friend's page that spoke about his death. My blood went cold. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. Upon learning of his death, I quickly Googled his name and found out the details of his passing. He died late December, 5 days after his initial accident. So I went to his Facebook page and finally got the nerve to see where he worked. To confirm it was him that I'd been seeing all these months. After Googling the address, it was confirmed. It was him. Like I said, it's been months since I last saw him, but I don't know what to make of seeing him in the halls those few weeks after he passed. I've also come to learn that I saw him 30 minutes before he had a heart attack on the road and sadly never regained consciousness. I don't know all what he was doing that day, but I do know he was at work, heading somewhere, and I don't think it's much of a reach to assume I was probably one of the last few people to see him before his accident. Not sure what to make of it, but it's been racking my brain for days and my heart hurts for him. The loss of his future and his family. Ask Reddit. I may have written about this in the past, but it's relevant here. I feel like I have a time traveler looking out for me. I've joked around that I became gay and he's my future husband trying to keep me from dying. Maybe he's like a low-stakes Terminator sent to protect me. I was a latchkey kid, and this would have been early mid-90s, home alone, made eggs, was watching cartoons. It's probably like 6 or 7 p.m. in the summer, so the sun's still out. Doorbell rings. I go open it, and it's a black man in running clothes. I only mention his race because there are very few black people where I live. He's younger, I'd say maybe mid-30s, and in shape. He's jogging in place and politely asking for a glass of water. Well, I'm like 7 or 8 years old and I invite this man into the house. No one else here. Show him to the kitchen, he grabs a glass, fills it up, guzzles it down. He pauses after drinking, holding the empty glass near his face. He smelled gas from the stove. I must have bumped one of the other burners or something when I made eggs because the stove was leaking gas. He turned the burner off and said the gas was on. He thanked me and left after that. Then another time when I was probably 14, before I could drive, I left my girlfriend's house. It was snowing heavy but calm. About halfway home, the wind really picked up and was basically blizzard conditions, but at no point did I feel like I was in danger. It looked worse than it was, and I was a few minutes from my house. I hear a car horn and there's a car next to me going slow. It's a black man. Again, these rare majestic people where I live. He has his window rolled down and he says, "Come on, I'll give you a ride home." I said, "No thanks, I'm good." He continued to drive slowly behind me, his eyes darting between me and the road. I didn't feel in danger, I didn't feel like he was pulling anything funny, but what struck me was how familiar he seemed, and the tone of his voice made me feel like he knew me. The only reason I declined was because I was trying to be a tough guy. Eventually he goes, "Okay, if you're sure you'll be okay." And I said, "Yeah, it's not that bad." He drove off. I got home okay, no frostbite. The story of a drowned landlord. It all started in 2019. I and 8 other people created an organization dedicated to the history of our city. The town is no larger, only 18,000 people, plus adjacent villages. In one of the villages, a few months later, we were invited to a village where the landowner Zembrodsky lived. People told stories that they constantly see a landowner walking by the river, and that he cannot calm down until he drowns someone. Fortunately, the landowner's estate itself was destroyed, and the new houses had already appeared in its place. But we still walked along the river. And to be honest, I'm a person who's skeptical about ghost stories, but walking there was unpleasant. I was tormented by some kind of unpleasant feeling of anxiety. History haunted us, and we started digging through the archives. As it turned out, in the 1800s, the landowner Zembrodsky actually lived there, who drowned in the river near the estate. But what became surprising was that 30 years later, in the 1850s, another person was drowning in the same place, and after a while, another and another. And so the last person who drowned there turned out to be my grandmother's nephew, about whom we don't talk much. I kind of knew that he drowned, but I didn't know where it happened. The details were that 2 children, 5 and 6 years old, were walking in winter. But then they went to a river, which was about 1.5 kilometers from the house. A man passing by saw 2 floundering boys and ran to save them. He managed to grab one and somebody pulled the other way. The second boy said that they went to look at his uncle, who was walking along the river, and he didn't remember what happened next. To this day, he doesn't tell the details of that day. This is where our research ends for now. I don't know if it was a paranormal phenomenon or if there's an explanation for everything, but as a historian, I liked the story, because thanks to it, We have on our lips the names of people who died tragically. My dad and I saw the same UFO 35 years apart. I was 10 years old. My brother and I were the last ones off the bus from school every day. We were nearing my house, which is in the Midwest countryside. Lots of cows and trees and fields. Anyways, about a mile away from my house, I look out the window and saw an orange blimp in the sky. Standard American football-sized blimp, in shape. Surprisingly, didn't think anything of it, because a day or so beforehand, me and a bunch of kids at recess saw a blue blimp in the sky. I watched it, thought it was cool to see a blimp this far outside of town, especially near my house. And after a few seconds, the blimp shifted from a football shape to a star. Literally shrunk before my eyes into a tiny, shiny dot that resembled a star in the night sky. Except it wasn't a star. It was just a blimp a second ago. Not even 2 seconds after it shifted, it launched even further into the sky, shot down to its original height, and then shot completely off into space. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever experienced. I was kind of a quiet kid, but being the last kid on the bus besides my brother, I shouted about it. And when I got off the bus, I ran to my mother to tell her, like a crazy old man yelling at the end times. My mother said I was crazy, naturally, and I never told my dad because my mom shut me down pretty hard and it killed my mood. Fast forward 22 years later, shortly after I turned 22, my dad and I took a short road trip to go pick up a car that he bought halfway across the state. We talked about it a lot and somehow got on the topic of UFOs. He told me when he was 12 or 13, him and his brothers were playing down by a creek near their house, which, by the way, his old house is only a few miles away from our house, and they saw an orange football-shaped object in the sky. I was absolutely blown away when he said that. My father is skeptical and doesn't believe in this kind of stuff, ever. But when I shared my story, he paused and admitted that it was very, very odd to have seen the exact same thing more than 30 years apart. Story number 7. I had a shared dream with my mother in which we saw the ghost of a child and her premonitions. Some say that while dreaming, we can travel without any time and space limitation. And we can happen to share a peculiar experience with someone with whom we have a strong and close connection with, meeting them while being asleep. This is what happened to my mother and I. We always had a special relationship, as we talk about pretty much everything. I can say that she probably transmitted me her gift, being able to have different perceptions related to the paranormal world. That's why we happened to meet in a dream more than once. It was very scary. The first time it happened, it was nothing scary. We were just at the beach. So I'm not going to explain more. The second time, though, we were in our living room. It looked like a normal dream at first. We were just chatting about unimportant matters, and then I said something out loud which really stuck out. We must pay attention to children's ghosts. I remember seeing then a woman's face in my dream after this sentence, right before waking up. During breakfast, I always tell her about what I dream about, and it's always something scary or weird anyways, and while I started narrating, her facial expression changed a little bit after I started. She said that she had the same dream, chatting with me in the living room, but instead of hearing my weird and creepy phrase, she saw the woman's face and the one of a child from the 1930s. He had straight hair, set with a row to one side, and he didn't look mean. He just had the typical facial features and clothing of, a random child in those years. She also felt a little pressure on her right before some sort of grab on the arm, but She was still sleepy, so she brushed it off and fell back to sleep. While talking to each other about the experience, we felt as if somebody was watching us, so we no longer bring it up. Thinking about it, though, still haunts me. Life bleeding. I'm what I consider to be a very regular man in my early 30s. I have a stable job, I'm in a solid and happy relationship, and I enjoy traveling, eating out, gaming, hiking, and culture. But my entire life I've experienced something which I've called life bleeding. I've really struggled to find anything similar online, so I decided to put the sensation out into the open world to see if anybody else has experienced something similar. It's a very broad yet subtle sense of memory and emotion, so apologize in advance if there's not much to go off of here. Every now and then, it could be minutes apart, weeks, months, or maybe even years, I get this sensation out of nowhere that I'm living another life. This life could be happening parallel to mine or in the past, but I've never had the sensation of anything happening in the future. It's also never the same life, at least never the same life that I'm feeling when it happens. The feeling itself is super hazy. I'm fully aware and in control of everything, and I'm basically in control of everything that I'm doing in the present as myself. But my mind and memories for a brief moment open up. The most similar sensation I can describe it to is déjà vu, but it's just as I'm experiencing something from a different place, a different perspective, and from a different being. And it's either happening now or has happened in the past. The events themselves are mostly mundane. It could be that somebody driving somewhere, eating a meal, or having a conversation, but I've had on occasion where I've experienced traumas such as bereavements or physical harm. I want to clarify that this isn't just me thinking and imagining these things. At least I don't feel I am. I always just feel like it's distant in my mind, and it's a struggle to bring it kind of closer into view. It's just something I've had with me for as long as I can remember, where for a second or two, my life is bleeding into someone else's, and perhaps vice versa. Death in the family and signs. Earlier this month, I returned home after dropping my sons off at school. Except for our 2 cats, I was home alone. I was washing dishes in the kitchen while the cats scuttled to and fro in the living room playfully. After a moment, I realized it was curiously quiet, a strange sort of quiet, and I turned away from the kitchen and went in search of the cats. I couldn't find them. I called to them and walked around the house. I went through the study towards their favorite window in the front hallway, but they weren't on the windowsill. I turned to go back into the study to see if they were in one of the shelves in the credenza and stopped short. There in the center of the doorway, between the study and the front hall, was an old, thick, heavy encyclopedia-type dictionary, L to Z. I stared at its askance. It hadn't been there just moments before. I would have seen or kicked it as I stepped through from one study into the front hall. I left it alone for the moment, stepping over it and back through the study into the living room. From here, I could now see one of the cat's tails under the sofa. This was very strange. They haven't gone underneath the sofa since they were small kittens. They had to have struggled to even get under there. Tried convincing them out, but they wouldn't budge. I just kind of left them alone and then went back to the dictionary on the floor. It hadn't been there when I stepped through the first time, and in fact, it hadn't been there when I had tidied up in the morning before I started before I started in on the dishes. I picked it up and around the corner to the shelf of the front hallway where it belonged. The book is positively archaic. and we have it just because it was gifted to us more than 24 years ago by my parents, along with an entire set of encyclopedias for their then future grandchildren. We've lugged them around with us each time we moved. As I was mulling over how it could really have come to be, I heard my phone ring. It was my sister calling to tell me our cousin had a stroke and passed away. Finally making communication. So there have been some paranormal experiences I and my family have experienced in our house. I first noticed it around 2 years ago. I was in the garden and I was home alone. I had this feeling to look up, and in the window I saw a figure. I was stunned, but it's never scared me. They've knocked photos down, rolled objects, and made noises. Whenever something happens, I try and talk. In other words, a room spray bottle was knocked off the shelf upstairs, whilst me and my were downstairs. You guys decide. So I got it, sprayed the room, and said, "Hope that's better. Please don't knock things over." There was no way it fell off, and my mom and I have tried debunking it. Lots of things have happened. If I go through each, I'll be typing for hours, but everyone in my house has experienced something. My mom knocked on the door and she felt and heard something knock back on the other side. I was there and we both were kind of like, damn, okay. Guess they are here right now. My sister saw somebody coming up the stairs and thought it was me, since it was just the both of us home. But when she looked, it disappeared in front of her eyes. Whenever something happens, I'm not really scared. I don't feel attacked or uncomfortable. It's just life and death, I guess. I got an auto-scan radio for doing the Estes method, and so far I've got "your mother," in quotes. Then when I asked about what my mother and my children, I got why. My mom thinks there's a possibility that it's my dad who died 9 months ago, but this is all slowly starting around 2 years ago, so I don't really think it's likely. I want to be able to understand why they're here and what their intent is. It's done nothing to harm me that I know of. I don't know if they're going to interfere with my life or if they're just going to continue vibing behind the veils. If there's anything I need to know or a way I might need to protect myself, my family, and my house, please let me know. Also, if more information is needed about experiences, also please let me know about that. A simple ghost story. Do you have one like it? One summer during college, I moved into a new dorm room for about 6 weeks. A fellow student told me it was haunted. I didn't believe him, frankly, I still don't. However, it's been about 20 years and I can't deny it was an odd room, because little things kept happening. The first thing I noticed was the sound of spare change settling in my jars. Allow me to explain that. I used to keep quarters in jars so I could quickly grab a few on the way to the vending machine. I kept the lesser coins in other jars so I could take them to the coin bank when I had enough. And the first night in that room, I noticed the sound of all the coins shifting in the jars. I didn't think much of it. A simple temperature change will do that. But it kept happening all night, every night. It seems like they couldn't settle all that far in a jar that small. Then a pencil would roll off my desk. No biggie. Air conditioner draft or something. Then a poster would fall off the wall. Probably cheap tape. Then the change would rattle again. It just kept going. One night I woke up because the guy in the top bunk above me was moving around so much that it shook the whole bed. Then I remembered I was alone. I jumped up and checked, but no one was up there. Of course, that's just a dream, right? Or midnight leg spasm, surely. Overall, not a single thing was really strange about that room, but I eventually found it unsettling that the little noises and movements just kept on going. I've never heard a room make so much noise ever since. In fact, that room gets creepier the older I get, as I realize how unique that situation really was. I'm not saying it was haunted, but I am saying that I finally understand those old poltergeist stories about the house ghosts who go around touching things. Weird situation, would like some opinions. Before I start, I'd like to mention that I don't suffer from any mental disorders that would cause hallucinations. Only borderline personality, which I'm a skeptic about myself. Anyways, I think my parents' house might be haunted. Let me explain. First odd thing I noticed was yesterday morning. As I was about to walk out of my room, I saw what looked like one of my parents' cats, clearly moving around in my laundry basket out of the corner of my eye. Now I figured maybe I accidentally locked it in with me when we went to bed last night. And as I look to turn to it, it fades away. Not outright disappearing like a hallucination would, but when I turned to look at it fully, it just kind of faded out of sight. Second thing was today, and I was working out in my parents' garage, and I see what looks like a dark head peering and moving to my right, then ducking out from behind a pile of junk right in front of me. No corner of my eye crap. I thought maybe some asshole had gotten into my parents' garage and tried to steal my younger brother's motorcycle. So I dropped the weights immediately, and I'm in fighting form. Fight or flight response too, I suppose. I go around the pile and look everywhere, and a person could hide, and there's nothing, nobody. For now, that's everything. Now I need to mention a few things. I'm currently living at my parents' waiting for the lazy John Howard Society to get back to me about living arrangements. I have a cross hanging around to the left side of my bedpost, and this is where I sleep, and I try not to do this at my parents', but because I've been here for over a month, I wasn't able to fully avoid M asterisk 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 patient. And it just recently crossed my mind that maybe I shouldn't be doing that with the cross hanging from my bedpost. I don't know if maybe my mind is going on me or if there's some other explanation for these occurrences, but I'd like to hear what you guys think might be going on. Edit. I forgot to add that about a week ago, just before I was about to head to bed, I heard inaudible, most likely because I wasn't paying attention, because I didn't expect it, whispers in my left ear. My ghost is an asshole. My house is haunted, or has some kind of spirit attached to it. I even saw it one day. It was between my house and the old church next door. Thing is, I was walking between them, and it walked strangely, and it was very hunched. As I got to the end of my yard, it looked up at me, and this thing had zero facial features. I was not impressed. Just saw it the once, though. Here's our activity. Sitting in my room with the Roku remotes on the chair beside me. My TV started switching between apps on the Roku and was even picking them from the home screen. It was weird as fuck. My little sister and I were hanging out in the basement because that's where her room is. And there was a cup sitting on the table, and as I'm sitting on the chair, I sort of talk to her, and it flies across the room like somebody threw it. We were both silent for a couple of minutes, and then she told me she finally believed me that there maybe was a haunting. Fast forward to this morning. I'm sitting in my chair by the window smoking a cig. My dog is laying on my bed, sleeping per usual. I don't have a dresser. I have a shelving unit I put folded clothes on. As I'm smoking my cigarette, admiring the beauty outside her house, I hear a loud crash. I look over and my entire shelving unit had fallen to the ground, as if somebody had pushed it. Yes, it was put together properly and has been holding up well since I purchased it 5 years ago. At first I didn't mind the ghost. It played a few other tricks like hiding things from us and sounding like Children are playing and nobody's home, calling our names when no one else is around or awake, and stuff like changing channels or throwing cups. It clearly wants to make itself known. I think I'll use the law of dominion, so if it's bad, it can go away. If it isn't, I guess it can enjoy fucking up my house in the afterlife. ETA, my niece just told me a few days ago that she made a PB&J and left it on a plate in the stove while she did something else. She came back and the plate was on the floor. Nobody had been in the kitchen. She was here with me at home, and I just hide in my room. Something I think was a demon, but not entirely sure. This scenario happened when I was younger, maybe 8 or 7. My older brother and I shared a bedroom since we lived in a pretty small apartment at the time, and it was next to a really busy road, so there was always a lot of noise. It was time for us to go to sleep since it was a school night. So I go say goodnight to my older sister and parents and head to bed. My older brother's bed was by the window and mine was up against a wall. Since we lived next to a super busy road, the street lamp would shine through our window because our curtains were really thin. A little while goes by and I struggle to fall asleep because I could hear drunk people screaming and shouting at cars that drove past. Then all of a sudden, everything goes quiet. No cars, no people, nothing. I find this odd, but don't think much of it when my cat runs up to the window. Before I could question why she did, I hear the weirdest, loudest, unexplainable screech. I go to grab my cat away from the window because I didn't want whatever made that noise to see her. This noise obviously woke my brother up. We both look out the window to see what it is. There was this weird pterodactyl-looking creature sitting on top of the street lamp with its wings widespread. I look at my brother and he looks like he's about to cry. I grab him and my cat and run to my bed and hide underneath the blanket since it's the furthest thing away from the window. When we wake up the next morning, I tell my older sister about what happened. And she said that she heard the noise too. She looked out her window briefly and saw it fly out of view. I drew what it looked like just to make sure that she saw the same thing as I was seeing, and it wasn't just a bird. She said that it looked exactly like it. We told our parents about it, and they really didn't comment much on it since my siblings and I have a history of telling our parents weird, abnormal things, like seeing a tall man walk up and down the stairs at night, and another man standing at the edge of our beds looking at us. Let's just say, I hope I never hear or see that thing again. I experienced something and I can't logically explain, and I need opinions before I lose my mind. As an avid horror enjoyer, across all media and otherwise, I've always been interested in the paranormal. That being said, I've also always been a huge skeptic. I poke holes in other stories all the time. I always have. I've just never been on that side of the fence, you could say. I swear by science and logic and whatever, but earlier something fairly small happened that completely rocked me. I woke up at around 1:40 a.m. and went to the loo about 10 or 15 minutes later, at which point I was already properly awake because I'd let my dogs out into the garden and been on my phone for a little while. My bedroom is at the bottom of my stairs. My loo is at the top. Anyway, when I came back downstairs and into my room, I checked my door so my dogs didn't get out of the room when I went back to sleep and sat down. Not 20 seconds later, I hear Diamond coming down the stairs. This isn't uncommon in my house since 5 people live here, so somebody's always coming up and using the loo to get a drink or whatever. But when I got to the bottom of the stairs, my door opened and the hallway was empty and the lights were still off. I went out to look, and everybody's bedroom's door was shut and no one was up and about. Someone mentioned my stairs creaking in their own because, yeah, there would. But I've lived in this house for nearly a decade. They creak on their own all the time nowadays. But anyone with old wooden stairs would probably know the difference between that and somebody literally walking down them. My door, when literally shut, can't be opened on its own because of the type of latch, or whatever it's called. I know no one's here has any reason to believe me, but I'm hoping somebody would humor me and just give me their take on it. Being a skeptic, a big part of me for a long, long time, so I guess I'm pretty rattled by this. Strange stuff happens around me all the time, but I'm always able to come up with a logical explanation. But I can't for this one. The weird dreams that become reality. I'm 21, and since I was a kid, I always suffered from insomnia. And every time I sleep, I have terrible nightmares. Sometimes I dream with things that'll happen in the future with extreme precision. I used to write about the future in some notes, and when those things happen, I show my friends. They always get scared with the precision of the facts. But the point here isn't that. I'm here to share some of my nightmares with weird creatures, and sometimes they come to reality. I remember that I had a dream that I tried to fight a putrid creature that feeds on sadness and depression. That weird creature looks like an old putrid man with pure gray skin, sneaks into the house and attacks you while you're sleeping. This creature can hide anywhere. Doesn't matter the size of the place, somehow he fits there. 2 nights after I had this dream, I was alone with my girlfriend watching TV in my room, and then I look at the window, and I saw this creature, but I wasn't dreaming. I just saw it. Thought that I was getting schizophrenic due to the lack of sleep. I was pretending that there was nothing there, until my girlfriend saw the same creature in the window and starts to scream. I was just telling her to calm down, and the creature suddenly disappeared, just like a smoke in the air. She told me about what she saw, and I had a note written about the creature, and I'm used to creating histories about my dreams and nightmares, and I create stories about the creatures I see. After that, she got terrified and started to read my little stories, and basically just got worse. I have more weird histories to tell about parallel dimensions and some totally vivid dreams, and the things just get weird. If you guys want to see more, tell me before I die. I've been suffering from insomnia and nightmares since I was 6 years old, and sometimes I see some weird stuff that I can't tell if they're real or not, due to the lack of sleep and stress, I bet. I'm bleeding from my mouth every day, so I'm dying because of that, but I have a lot of histories to tell before it happens. Something pulled me from my bed at night. This happened 15 years ago. I was a college student, lived with my now wife and our dog in one room together with other students in other rooms. My girlfriend had to work one evening and she was coming back around midnight. I've had school next day, so I went to sleep a bit earlier and I was in our room together with our dog. We slept. I was laying on my bed next to the wall, and on my right side was an empty bed place for my girlfriend. Suddenly I woke up. I didn't sleep anymore. I felt the presence of something else in the room. I felt something very dark. I was laying on my back, then opened my eyes, and something threw me from my bed on the floor. I did 180-grade flip, and I was on all fours on the ground. Then I saw in front of me on the floor a huge dark circle, and that something wanted me to fall inside into that dark circle. I didn't see that person, I only saw that dark circle, and I felt the power of something very strong that pulled me from my bed. I thought, this has to be a demon that wants me to fall into hell. I started to scream and cry very loudly, and in that moment came my girlfriend inside into the room. Everything was gone, but our dog started to bark exactly on the spot where the dark circle was. He barked about maybe half an hour and was very excited. This is absolutely true, but was no dream, as I can remember everything and I was 100% awake at the time. I didn't do any drugs or alcohol. I've had no bruises and scratches, or rather I've had bruises and scratches on my body. there's no way that I could alone jump from my bed place, laying on my back over one empty bed, and on the end of and this writing is brutal, and on all fours without help. Sorry, my English. Apology taken. This scared my ass off, and it's only 100% true. Maybe something wanted me to do sins in my life and fall into that hole, which meant hell for me. That was the scariest thing that ever happened. I became very religious after that. Story number 14. I was being watched by the Hat Man for most of my childhood. When I was around the age of 10, I felt like I was being watched all the time, every day. That feeling never went away. Sometimes this thing, quote-unquote, or spirit, quote-unquote, did show itself. It was a tall man wearing all black with a black hat, and sometimes had glowing red eyes, if I remember right. I was very scared and didn't know if this man or spirit would do anything to me, but he made me feel unsafe, and it felt like he was going to harm me in some way. I don't know how, but something like murder or give me some very life-threatening injuries, maybe kidnap me, I'm not sure. But as a 10-year-old, that scared the living shit out of me. I remember some nights I couldn't sleep in my own room. When I couldn't have the window closed, even if it was very hot outside my room, because there was a chance that he might come in through the window. If he wasn't under the bed, in the closet, or behind my curtains. Some days I couldn't be alone anywhere, like I couldn't be in the living room and my mom was in the kitchen. I felt like this man could come and get me. This kept going until I was around 14, I think. Even the not sleeping in my room, I was sleeping on the couch in the living room with my mom. But over the years, I felt the presence of this man or spirit, and it only got worse. He could be anywhere from behind a door to the smallest cracks, like between the sofa and the floor. I'm not sure how, but he went away, and I just kind of woke up one day and he was gone. But lately, I felt his presence slowly coming back. Not how it was when I was a kid, but I still know he's watching me. Not that long ago, I got to know about the Hat Man and did some research and found out that I'm not the only one who's seen or felt like I've been watched by this unknown man. And it's quite scary to think about that. This is even happening to many people, so it's probably not just some weird illusion or some weird brain thing. Ask Reddit. I spent a lot of time in my mother's father's house in the woods. This was in the woods of Michigan. My brother and I got lost a lot, but if we could find the train tracks, we could always get back. One time when I was about 8 and my brothers were like 11 or 12, he didn't want me bothering him and ran away, leaving me alone in the woods. I was crying and just wandering around when I came to a house with 2 horses in the pasture. I went and knocked on the door for help. This lady who looked like a fucking older librarian answered and looked really shocked. I whined about my brother leaving me, and she told me to stay at the door while she went back for something, and then she came out to walk me home. I was telling her about the train tracks. She said that she knew where they were. So we get to the tracks, and I'm cheering and pointing in the direction of my grandpa's house. And I turned back, and she was just gone, no trace of her. I went ahead and crossed the tracks and followed the path to the house. My brother was already back, and they were literally all outside about to go looking for me. Grandma had made dinner, and we all went in to eat. I told Grandma that I just wanted to bake cookies for the lady that helped me. She thought that it was one of the neighbors, until I said she had 2 pretty horses. Apparently, none of the neighbors had horses. When I said her house was on the opposite side of the tracks, she said that that was all thick woods and there were only houses on this side of the tracks. I was adamant about what I saw and where I saw this lady and her house. So the next day, Grandma packed a bunch of sandwiches up for a picnic in the woods to see where I saw the lady and her house. It was a long walk, but we made it to the pasture, except there was no house and no horses. The only thing in the pasture was my hat that I lost while wandering around before finding the lady's house. We still had our picnic, not sure if it was a ghost or fae. Ask Reddit. Was at my grandpa-in-law's cemetery. I had just gotten into my first huge ever fight with my husband. His grandpa became my father figure in the short time he was in my life. So I went to his grave and I talked to him and told him I was upset and why. I needed help. Our family tradition is to always clean it up, the whole thing. So we bring small plastic shopping bags or trash bags with us to put the trash in. Well, I'm alone, and I was headed towards a section that I sort of just bent over a soldier's grave, and I was cleaning it up, when I suddenly felt like I was being watched by something evil and negative. I stood up quickly and looked around. Mind you, where his cemetery is, it's nothing but cow fields on 3 out of 4 sides, so it's open. Well, one side has woods and goes to a person's property. It felt like whatever it was in those woods. There's nothing there, not even a squirrel. I went back to work on the soldier's grave. I suddenly hear the wind pick up and something run at me from the woods. I spun around quickly and literally felt somebody grabbing my shoulder and telling me everything was going to be okay. And like I was in some force field of a bubble and I was going to keep going, but the voice said, "I can't hold this much longer. You have to get out of here." I'm now running back to my car at this point. I get in my car, lock the doors, and turn on my Pandora, and it literally glitched down the playlist to turn on Blackpink's song, "See You Later." My grandpa-in-law never said goodbye, but always, "I'll see you later." Didn't matter if it was on the phone or in person. I sped home and told my husband. It's never happened again, and outside of one person and my husband, no one believes me that this happened. Never have had weird feelings like that again from the cemetery either. We still do clean it. We just cleaned it up back in October after my mother-in-law's funeral was over. Husband's family thought that we were weird. Others were saying that we were super nice. My house guest loves infants. I've been watching my nephew for the last 2 weeks, as my sister's been trying to get her stall ready for the Ren Fair, which ends today. My nephew's only 6 months old, but he's very vocal and very active. I first noticed it last week when I was working from home to watch him. I had looked back and he was still taking his nap. So I had decided to put my headphones on for a few minutes and listen to music. I finished up the email I was working on and turned around to see he was awake and laughing at something. I got up to go check if he was laughing at his toes and watched his eyes flick from me to something right next to me. I just brushed it off at the time, thinking he was just laughing at a wolf head plaster on the wall that I had. It continued to happen. He would laugh at something over my shoulder, especially if I would pick him up. I didn't think too much of it, though. Steadily, he stopped looking at me and continued looking at this other thing that stands around me, laughing and giggling all the time. That is until yesterday. I was downstairs making my kids lunch when he suddenly starts crying. I quickly go check to find he's just grumpy because he's hungry, so I tell my oldest to watch him while I finish lunch. As soon as I had the big kids with their food, I grabbed the mush they call baby food, walking back into the room, and I saw he was once again laughing at an empty corner of the room. Only thing I can think is my house guest really likes babies. That, or they really are just trying to scare me in the nicest ways possible. They still move my stuff around, and have lost 4 of the necklaces I made for my sister's stall. I know it wasn't the kids, as it was left up high, in the workroom, and me being short still has to climb a ladder to get up there. And no, my husband doesn't enter my workroom willingly anymore. Helpful Ghost, my first positive paranormal experience. So this just happened today, so it's super fresh. A little long also, by the way. A little background. I've had paranormal experiences before that were super scary. It always occurred when I'm half asleep or even dead asleep at 3 a.m. I've heard whispers in another language, and the next day having the worst day of my life. Maybe I'll tell the bad experiences in another post. So I learned in the past few years that these things are real, first-hand experience. Coming to today, I moved to a new country, and ever since I moved to this home, I'm getting weird dreams every day. I don't usually dream much, and I know it's this home only because last week I was on vacation in another place and had 0 dreams. But it never felt evil here, it just felt weird. So today I had a major interview which I was preparing for about a week. I had to put an alarm on, and I'm the type of person who needs a single alarm to wake up. My interview was at 11 a.m. Alarm was at 9 a.m. I snoozed, unfortunately, but once I did that, I was still remembering my preparation and answers for the interview while resting my eyes when I was half asleep. This is when I feel a distinct someone poking my shoulder from behind to wake me up. Twice. It was like poke, 2-second gap, poke. My eyes immediately open and I see that I'm lying facing my husband, so the wall is behind me. I can still feel a little pressure on where it poked, and I start praying because at first I thought it's another bad entity like the last couple of times. My heart's exploding and I'm praying, but unlike last time, I felt the vibes weren't negative. So I turn around, grab my phone, and see the time. It's 10:30, and the ghost woke me up in time for my interview. I just thanked it and told it, please don't help or come in front of me because I'm scared of this stuff. First and only encounter with my uncle. I was about 8 when this happened. Me and my parents were living in a nice 2-bedroom house with a fully furnished basement. My dad would be down there often, which is why one day I went down there. One of the lights was on so I could see half of the basement, but my dad wasn't there. But there was another man though, and I remember him clearly, balding, round glasses, soft face. I'd never seen him before, but I was afraid of him. He didn't speak at all. He just stood in front of me, looking at me. It was a weird feeling, but I made my way back up the stairs and didn't tell anyone for a few years. I told my grandmother for the first time, explained that the man and how he was just standing there. She was more surprised than I thought she would be, considering that I assumed it was just my imagination. She asked me to describe him. She got even more surprised when I did, but not entirely scared. She told me that I described perfectly my uncle, a man who I'd never seen, even in a picture. He was my grandfather's brother, making him technically my grand-uncle, who died when my dad was about 13, meaning that I had never had the chance to meet him since I was over 10 years yet to come. My grandmother thinks that my uncle just wanted to meet me, since he never got a chance to while he was still alive. Another thing I remember is my dad always talking to himself while he was in the basement, a habit that he still has, and that I picked up on heavily. I wonder if my dad ever saw or spoke to his uncle down there, while he still lived in that house. This was my only encounter with my uncle or a ghost in general. I have another ghost story that comes from my grandmother that I might post here eventually. weird little creatures playing beside my bed. I've experienced a lot of paranormal activities in my life. And that one happened 15 years ago when I was 7. On the weekend, I used to visit my grandparents. They live in an old house not so far from where I lived that time. I remember that I've heard kids playing a game before I enter my grandparents' home, so I thought that were my cousins. When I got inside, I saw that none of my cousins were there. I got confused and asked my grandma if she had heard something. She said that it was probably my imagination. I felt okay and didn't ask anything more. Late at night, after watching some cartoons with my grandpa, I went to sleep, and when I entered my bedroom, I felt a different sensation, like I wasn't alone. But I wasn't the kind of kid to get scared easily, so I went to sleep. And then when I was sleeping, I woke up suddenly. I heard children's voices near me, and everything was so dark I just could see some silhouette of a little-sized person or whatever it was. They were about 40 centimeters, 1.3 feet tall, and they were running and laughing. I got scared that time, and I've closed my eyes and started to run to the direction of my grandparents' bedroom. I told them what happened, and of course, they didn't believe me. They said that was probably just a dream. I slept with them because I was that scared. On that night, I could hear them from the other room. They were really loud, and the next morning I told my mother about that. She believed me. She said that it happened to her too. When she was young, she said that there's some kind of fairy that lived with my grandparents, and that they're somehow trapped there. And also only kids could see them, by the way. She also said that when she was younger, she used to leave candies to them. So they don't disturb you to sleep at night. And the other night, I did it, and I haven't heard anything anymore. Night buggy. When I was a kid living in a rural town, my room was on the ground floor, making that whole sneaking out thing all the easier, and I never got caught. One night, my buddies and I snuck out on our bikes. We lived close to the Interstate 80 in central Pennsylvania, and we headed towards one of the underpasses of that highway. Next to this bridge was a huge billboard, always lighting up the night sky with its advertising. It was a good place to hang out, and this night, it was pretty dark. Not a star or a moon in the sky. The only light was provided by that billboard. We all sat underneath this bridge around 2 a.m. when we hear hoofbeats in the distance coming closer. That in and of itself didn't frighten us. Hell, we live in the square heart of Amish country. But 2 a.m.? Very odd. As the footfalls came closer and closer, we laughed and shot the bull about this girl or that one, when suddenly our giant billboard went black, just as the hoofbeats were on us. We freaked out when we saw the darkest buggy we'd ever seen in our young lives pass under the bridge where we were now sitting. The horse's eyes seemed to glow red, and due to the chill in the air that fell that evening, the steam puffed forth from the horse's nose. From there, it was free-for-all. We all scrambled to mount our bikes and get the hell out of there. As we each headed our separate directions, in our wake found the billboard lighting back up, and the horse and buggy to be gone. What the hell? Where did it go, and why did the billboard go black? It was all too much for us, junior hires, but most likely just a coincidence, right? Doesn't explain the sudden disappearance of that buggy, though, and that sign going dark at that very moment. That stuck with me all these 4 decades later, but it's a cool story to tell for sure. Unexplained happenings from 2022 till today. Last year, I was 4 months postpartum and had a girls' night out, ending up getting a hotel room. Well, we went to sleep, and a couple hours later, I woke up with all the lights. They were all off except the bathroom light. I saw my quote-unquote friend walking to the bathroom, so I just went to turn around, and we were sharing a bed since it was cheaper. I remember thinking, wait, her hair is really long and it's dark, but my friend is super blonde and that hair looked black. Well, I turned all the way and my friend was still sleeping, and I'm about to flip my lid. I grabbed my purse and pepper spray. I think a woman got into our room, so I quietly walked to the bathroom and there's no one. The door's still locked. I checked everywhere, no intruder, nothing. Okay, maybe it was just a fluke. I did have a shot while playing pool, first drink in more than a year at that point, but now for today. I'm putting my son, he'll be 2 in 4 weeks, down for bed, and his toddler bed is pushed up against our bed, and the wall he's standing, just trying to get to our bed like a kid and he wants to cuddle. I'm holding strong like, nope, gotta sleep like a big boy. But he stops freaking out and looks past me and starts smiling and waving. So our door is behind me, so my first thought is that maybe his dad's came in and just tried to help put him down, hearing him freak. I turn around and 1, I see the door still closed, and 2, something like an adult shadow moved across the wall towards the TV. I'm like, nope, my son's already across the bed and trying to let me hold him while he's now blowing kisses on the other side of the room. I get the hell out of there and I go get my fiancé. We're back in the room now while I type this, and my son's now sleeping, but damn, am I crazy? Got a good ghost story? I love a good ghost story. Let's hear yours. I've got a few, but here's a moderate one from a few years ago. I was staying at my buddy's house in Massachusetts. Right near her house is a famous old abandoned mental hospital. Naturally, we went trespassing in daylight to check it out. There were lots of buildings on this site. It was like a whole campus. Of course, the buildings were falling apart and boarded up and covered in spray paint. Some windows were boarded up, some had glass still. Some were just giant cutouts where the windows used to be. Some windows had been milky white, thick plastic coverings too. Anyway, we went upstairs, and this one building, we saw old beds and hospital-like equipment. Then we went back down the stairs to the exit, and we went to go explore the rest of the campus. My friend was walking in front of me, and her friend was behind me. It was just us 3 girls walking in a line, and I was in the middle. We were walking against the building that we were just in, about a foot or 2 from beside the building, and it's an empty window. It's just basically all empty window openings, rather. The first 2 windows were openings in the walls. They were not covered, but you could see through into the building. But the 3rd window was shielded in white, mostly opaque plastic wrap. My friend walked by first. Nothing unusual occurred, though. But as I was passing by the window, a forceful finger came through from behind the plastic wrap to poke me in the face. It didn't make full contact. However, it came close, about an inch or 2 from my cheek. And oh yes, one could audibly hear the plastic getting manipulated while the poke was in contact with it. All I said was, "Whoa," and the girl behind me witnessed it. She said, "I saw that." A few of my more minor experiences. I have too many to count. The other day I was playing Dungeons & Dragons. I was rolling for a saving throw so my character wouldn't die. Right as I was about to say I failed it, my dice that had just stopped rolling for 30 seconds rolled over to the side. From I think like 9, it just barely failed. It rolled to 15. My DM thought I was fucking around. Safe bet, to be honest. Then I saw my reaction over Discord, so I saved and we won, still dumbfounded. I was cooking something and the oven fan turned on randomly. I was like, hey, kinda coming in clutch, you know? Then something pushed my laptop and a bunch of magazines really hard off the counter and threw a teapot across the room. I was like, oh shit, I need some sleep. Until my mom asked me why I didn't clean up from the night before and why the tea kettle was in the middle of the living room. This one is the big boy, the most unsettling. It used to be every night, but now not as much. I'm asleep. When my door opens, the doorway is foggy and there's an orange and red light flashing in the background. In walks one of the best-looking men I've ever seen. He wore a simple but classy black three-piece suit. His black hair is slicked back. He has a fantastic face and ice blue, almost gray eyes. He walks in and I can't move. He stands over me just looking at me for a few seconds, before leaning down and kissing me on the head. Then he says, "I'll see you soon enough," before leaving and closing the door gently. In each of these situations, I've tried to find other reasons, and no, there aren't any. The guy who died at the convenience store. I started working there in the 90s. Shortly before that, the owner's son was working, and a man rushed in to ask for a knife. He'd been in a car accident, and his girlfriend couldn't get her seatbelt off. Owner's son turned around to grab the bagel knife, and by the time he turned back, the dude was dead on the floor. His seatbelt had done something to his esophagus, crushed it, I believe, and while adrenaline helped, he suffocated and died right there at the register. I did not know this when I started working there. I found out after I asked about the things I was experiencing. Bird, you're sounding like a car backing up. I found out after I asked the things that I was experiencing, and I'd get kicked or poked in the leg or shoulder while nobody was behind me. I'd walk through cold patches that moved throughout the store, see the reflection of someone in the cooler door but turn to see nobody there. Felt like I was being watched while I was in the cooler filling sodas. But the knife, the bagel knife, while working by myself on camera with nobody else there, that knife would be gone the minute I turned around, and then I'd find it back a bit later, maybe somewhere else. The other staff said similar things were happening to them. The overnight shift was one person, and often the store was empty. The people who worked that shift heard whistling sometimes, but mostly they heard crying. Turns out the girlfriend was a teacher at my high school. Started talking to him while I worked. I let him know that she was okay, she survived, and he can let it go. And things started to calm down. I stopped getting poked. The knife stayed where I left it. Definitely the most intense experience I've ever had. Ask Reddit. In Wales. More like a story of what I didn't see, but still. I was 13 years old and I lived in a tiny little village. And one day my dog escaped the back garden and went on an adventure by himself. Concerned about him getting into a field with livestock, I went looking for him around the village and remembered that there was a patch of woodland up on a hill that I'd never been to before. I could imagine the dog would love it there, so I went to check it out. I reached the woods and began to call out the dog's name, hoping he'd come bounding out of the woods. But no sign, so I went further in. I came to a pretty large clearing, and suddenly I felt a little creeped out. I suddenly didn't want to call out for the dog anymore, thought I should be getting home. I left the clearing and began to hurry back the way I came. Only this time I could hear something. There were very clear sounds of footsteps in the dry leaves following behind me, and I mean right behind me, as though someone was walking close enough for me to touch them. Only there was nothing there. I kept stopping to look around, and the footsteps would quickly stop as well. My skin was crawling, but I had a strong sense that I shouldn't run, so I forced myself to keep walking calmly, but I was completely terrified. I managed to walk about 10 steps with the mysterious sounds keeping pace until my nerve went and I broke into a mad run. The worst part is that the moment I ran, I heard a weird, high-pitched little giggle coming from behind me. Got the hell out of there and I never went back. The dumb dog was waiting for me, having made his way home. I'm glad he didn't go into the woods. Might have been dog-napped by the pixies. The Whistling Entity. I'm a service tech who gets into a lot of homes, businesses, and abandoned warehouses. 20 years ago, I had a work order for local residents to service their water softener. I entered the home, met the missus, and headed for the basement, where the equipment was located. As I worked, I could hear the Mr. working in his wood shop a few doors away. He was cheery. I could tell from his pleasant tune that he whistled over and over. I finished up after about 25 minutes and wrote up the billing invoice, and at that, I walked over to the wood shop to explain it to him. When I approached the door to the shop, all the noises stopped. I peeked my head inside to find the room empty and dark. The saws and equipment neatly stowed with little evidence that it had been used recently. Could have sworn, but must have gone upstairs when I was working. So I proceeded to deliver the slip upstairs to the missus. I mentioned to her that I was going to explain the repair to her hubby, but he left his shop before I could see him. It was at this point that nearly all color drained from her face and distress obviously appeared. I kept hearing the tune that he was whistling in my head and blew a few phrases out so she could hear it. She began to tear up. Told me that her husband had passed away suddenly a few weeks back. The tune I whistled was so familiar to her, as he had whistled it over and over for many years, but especially when he was woodworking in his shop. As I left, I couldn't help thinking about how that spirit must be watching over his living wife. And I wasn't fearful. Nice, huh? It was. My childhood home. My family lived in this home from the mid-70s into the 90s. The house always had a creepy feel to my brother and I. So many strange things happened there. Toilets flushing at night, stereo coming on. My brother and I were terrified of the basement for some reason. My mom would send us down there to get a loaf of bread out of the freezer, and you never saw a kid race up and down stairs quicker. Nothing unusual happened in the house according to the oldest members of the neighborhood. One Saturday morning, I got my bowl of Fruit Loops and plopped down in front of the TV to watch Bugs Bunny. Everyone else was asleep. I could hear the chair that was 12 feet behind me moving. It was a regular 1970s living room chair, but it was on a base that allowed it to swivel side to side or rock back and forth. I assumed my cat had just jumped up to sit in the chair, as he often did. But moments later, my cat came in and sat by me, and the chair kept rocking. A few spoonfuls of cereal later, and it was rocking so hard I could tell the wooden base was coming off the floor. My brother and I had done that from time to time because we were dorks. I was too scared to turn around to look at it. Oddly enough, the night before, my family and I watched a 60-minute special about a haunted house. The people told the ghost that they wanted to be friends with it. Then the scary interactions stopped, and there were only a few mischievous events after that. So I repeated their speech as best as I could remember it. The chair stopped moving. I went back to bed, still not looking at the chair, and tried to go back to sleep. All the strange events stopped, but the house never lost the creepy vibe. Ask Reddit. A About 2 or 3 years ago, I was working for Cox Communications. It's an internet service, and being one of the representatives, they would send me around to different Best Buy locations as a third party to sell internet. One of the locations I was going to, I'd never been to before, and it was, I want to say, a few nights before the day I was going to be going to this new location that I had a dream about already being there. In my dream, I had to walk into the back room where it was like a warehouse that had all of these washers and dryers and dishwashers. And in my dream, I had a conversation with somebody I couldn't really see their face, but I kind of remembered the conversation. Fast forward a few days later, and I'm at my normal location at my job. My boss calls me and tells me he needs me to go to the Maryland Parkway store. That's the store that I've never been to. I go, and once I'm there, a customer needed to speak to the manager and saw me and asked if I could help her get to one of them. So I saw a manager go into the warehouse in the back of the Best Buy, and I went to go get him. I felt this tingling feeling when I was walking and ignored it. Then I walked into the back, and bam! Washers and dryers and dishwashers everywhere. I was standing right where I was in my dream, seeing everything I was seeing. I thought I was dreaming again, but then the manager came to me and said, "Do you need something?" And just like my dream, even though I didn't see his face in the dream, we had the same exact conversation. It's been happening here and there lately, but that was the strongest connection I've ever had with the dream. Don't know if anybody else experiences this. Not the crone, but maybe her counterpart. I debated even posting, but it's 4 a.m. and I'm afraid to fall back asleep. Hoping for some genuine insight. I chose the title only because of a documentary premiere I recently saw. The film was about a female spirit, and I'm definitely getting aggressive male energy, but it's a long shot and I couldn't think of anything better. I did have a couple weird dreams and some panicky thoughts after, but I'm dealing with something I've never had happen before. Last night I had a dream where I was on my couch talking to a friend, and her eyes got really wide. When I looked on the balcony, there was this huge deformed figure on the porch. As soon as I turned around, it noticed, so I went to hide in the bathroom. I know. Without being super graphic, this thing came in and I met a very violent end. Which I felt every second of, by the way. Normally, I can chalk these dreams up to something, but I felt weird even coming in my room today. About 30 minutes ago, I woke up from another dream. This male figure is starting to look very human now. There were about 4 or 5 different scenarios where it kept trying to take something or make me take something or make me drink something. But anytime I would figure it out, everyone would reset, like in a movie. Scene 1 didn't work, so we'll try scene 2 type of a thing. He had a wife and daughter, and I remember her telling me to get back in the car after I figured out the last one. The last thing I remember is being in an office trying to get someone to help me. They gave me a drink, but it had something metal in it. I woke up gagging, felt like I swallowed something. Stars dancing in the sky. A few nights ago, I was out late at night with my family and some friends. It's really smoky out, and I looked up and noticed a relatively bright star in the sky, about like Vega in brightness. I'm into astronomy, so I looked at it for a while, trying to see if I could identify it with my star app on my cell phone. And that's when I noticed a couple of odd things. The star was moving, not in a straight line like a satellite or an airplane. It was staying in its same little patch of sky, but it was moving in a random pattern and at random speeds. Sometimes very slow, sometimes it would stop, sometimes it would shoot very fast. wasn't wiggling a little bit like atmospheric distortion. It was moving a significant distance. I pointed it out to the people I was with, and we all agreed that we saw it move. Also, it wasn't appearing on my star map. The other people I were with identified 3 additional lights doing the same thing. Also in the sky, there were normal stars that weren't moving and not as bright. After watching for a good long time, I realized that they were also pulsing light seemingly at random. It would flash slightly and illuminate the clouds around it, so it was inside the clouds. Sometimes only a quarter would flash. Sometimes it would light up the clouds around it all the way around. I watched them for about an hour until it was time to leave, and then drove an hour away. They weren't in the sky at my house, only at the location we originally saw them. This is the second time I've seen something like this, but this is the first time that I had a whole crowd with me to acknowledge what I was seeing and watch with me. Priest. The next story will tell about a priest whose story began in 1883 when he was appointed rector of the Archangel Michael Church in the village of Katsukachia, Lopan. The priest was very loved, and many warm memories of him are still preserved. But in 1918, change came. The revolution and civil war brought a terrible time when brother stood up against brother. The village passed from hand to hand like a leaf in the wind. In December of 1918, a gang came to the walls of the priest's house. They were interested in church values. The priest refused to hand them over, and he was severely tortured. But he remained silent. The bandits dragged him onto the street and killed him right in front of his house on December 28th. He was buried in a local cemetery, but unfortunately, the grave has not survived. Local residents say that from time to time the sounds of church chants can be heard from this house, as if they continue to sound forever. But sometimes, especially at night, when someone passes by the house, they catch the smell of incense, which brings back memories of the priest. Another mysterious aspect of the story is that some claim to have seen an old man with a large beard sitting on the porch of the house. These unusual phenomena give this story even more mystery and mysticism. While we were looking around the house and talking, suddenly the door inside the house slammed shut by itself. Whether this was a paranormal event or just a draft, we can't say for sure. But for me, it was an amazing discovery, since the story became a valuable addition to our collection. Story number 11. Another Ask Reddit. So before my mother met my father, she was married once before. Let's call him Charlie. My mother adored Charlie, and for good reason from what I'm told. Charlie was kind, patient, and he loved my mother dearly. He didn't have a gecko. One night, my mother woke up to a horrific gargling noise. She looked over at Charlie to find he was choking on his own vomit. No alcohol involved, mind you. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was gone. My mother's grief was profound, but life keeps moving. Eventually. So did she. 4 to 5 years later, my parents wed, and he had me. Apparently, I would often speak to myself in my room. I was around 2-ish, old enough to hold a rudimentary conversation. My mother and father assumed it was simply the innocent rambling of a toddler, thought nothing of it. Time passes, and she starts to worry. Feeling emboldened to ask about it, she enters my room and interrupts my lonely conversation with, "Who are you speaking to?" I apparently looked at her like it's obvious and reply, "He's my friend, and he says he knows you, Mama. His name's Charlie." My mother was stunned. The Conversation continued until I apparently grew out of them. They say age desensitizes you. Who knows? I often quietly pay my respects to Charlie. I recently went to his grave with my mother. If it weren't for his untimely passing, I'd never have been here. Is it a ghost, or am I just paranoid? I'm home alone most days, as my boyfriend is always at work, and I'm used to it. I'm never paranoid about being home alone. However, today I was in the bathroom when I heard my cabinets opening and closing. I also heard someone's heavy footsteps, as well as the vibration walking across my floor. I have envelopes lying on the ground near the door and heard them crunch underneath someone's feet. I'm on the top floor, so I never hear or feel anyone else's footsteps except for my boyfriend's when he's home. It sounds like someone was wearing boots walking around my kitchen and living room, and it's a small apartment, so I hear everything. I panicked and I decided to call 911 because the footsteps did not stop. Once they arrived, no one was here. The door was locked just as I had left it, and there was zero signs of forced entry. My cabinets were in fact crept slightly open, and I never do that. All of my things are still in the same spot that I left them. No other people in the apartment building are home. 2 other occupants, and they're both at work. So the footsteps couldn't have possibly come from anyone else. Absolutely zero sign of someone else being in here with me besides the cabinets being slightly open. I'm not a person who would be paranoid from a few strange noises while home alone, but this sounded way too much like someone was with me in here. Was it a hungry ghost? Was I paranoid for some reason? Did someone break in and for no reason and just lock the door and leave? I'm so confused. Weird dream turned out to be a 9/11 nightmare. I've been having visions and dreams of spirits for 40 years, even seeing stuff that made me question reality. This particular dream happened in 2011, 10 years past 9/11 in 2001. In my dream, I saw a woman with brown hair and dressed conservatively, with very pretty earrings on. The jewelry really struck me for some reason. As we went forward in the dream, she moved to a desk facing a large outside window. She sat down and suddenly I was seeing through her eyes. I saw an unusual vision of blue sky followed by the nose of an airplane coming to the window, then into the building. The dream blacked out and I woke up shaking, hot in my bed. I looked up at my bedroom window and heard a voice say, "It was quick and painless. I just needed someone to know." I got up and sketched out the image. I saw her and the jewelry in particular. I also wrote down the name I saw. Just a first name, but also initials. I also knew the type of company that she worked for and roughly where she would have been located. I did some research over the next week and I found her, the company and the floor that matched my vision. I can only think that because I also have an affinity for the same type of jewelry and I'm sensitive. I was able to hear her and let her know that she was remembered, not forgotten. Every year since, I have the feeling from the dream aftermath come over me and remember her by just lighting a candle and saying a little prayer for her. A couple years ago, while driving into town to meet friends, every so often on a long stretch of highway that was semi-secluded, I occasionally would find random objects obstructing my path. Most of the time I could drive past it and didn't think much of it. The last time I saw something in the road, a huge log was blocking my truck from passing. so I stopped and got out of my truck to see if I could move it. Thankfully, another car coming from the other direction also stopped and got out and helped me move it. I talked to the guy for a minute and talked to him about the random shit showing up in the roads when we both heard something in the forest, and it spooked us both. It sounded like somebody trying to imitate a wolf or a wild dog howl, so we both got back into our vehicles and sped off. Thank God I wasn't alone, because not even a week later somebody I knew came across the same thing in the road, and when he stopped, he was all alone. And after he moved the log out of the road, a tall man in a ski mask was behind him, blocking his way back to the car. The man had a strobe light that blinded him. My friend said he couldn't see what happened next, but he flipped out and booked it down the road a bit till he got to a house and banged down the door to call the police. He left his phone in the car. Turns out there's a psychopath who lives on this stretch of highway and terrorizes cars and attacks people who gets out. I even heard a story where he jumped on the hood of a young girl's car. The neighbors of this person told my buddy that they had to put up a bigger fence because he's setting their lawn on fire a couple times, and the police can't do anything about it because there hasn't been any proof of it leading to him. In short, I don't use that road anymore, and this story is a strong case for why I conceal carry now. Don't blame you. Kids playing. This happened when I was 26. I was living with my ex. At the first week I was staying there, I just felt heavy whenever I'm at the house. I always hear footsteps running up and down the stairs, even when I was alone in the house. I told my ex-boyfriend about it, and he never believed me. One night when we were sleeping, I had a dream. I was facing an old mirror, and I'm looking at myself with long hair. I have short hair at that time. And my surroundings were pitch black. The only light that I saw that time was on me, and I can barely see myself in front of the mirror. Then a child's hand came out of nowhere, and it was brushing my hair. I even had a nightmare about running from a girl, and I was running as fast as I could, but whenever I open the door, I keep on running in the same room without any windows on it. My ex-boyfriend never believed in me when one night we were sleeping together and were talking while sleeping, and when I woke up, I started to wake him up as well and asked if he was talking to me while we were sleeping, and he said yes. That's when he started to tell me about his nightmare that he had sitting in the middle of the room upstairs, and a guy with a cloak put a bag on his head, speaking words he can't understand. There are 3 other guys circling him, and the same guy who put the bag on his head started to throw a pile of blood on his head. Everything stopped when the house was blessed. Whenever I see kids on an abandoned house or anything like that, it scares the shit out of me because of that. I'm good with seeing anything else, which I also do, but I don't want to experience being played by a kid anymore. Singapore Annabelle. Back in June of 2014, there were images of this doll known as the Hyugang doll, and it was circulating around the internet. Mostly on Reddit and Twitter. You could search the image of the doll on Google, but I couldn't place it in the blog due to the copyright. It was found in a pretty bad condition and lying on a tree with Bismillah, which translates to "in the name of Allah" in Arabic, written on the cloth and covering its eyes. The cloth with that writing was believed to trap whatever jinn or evil entity inside the doll. Many was warned against removing the blindfold, but a few days later the doll was missing and believed to be taken by someone else. There were many speculations on the doll. The doll was said to be moving around in the house on its own when the owner wasn't around, and sometimes a female voice could be heard from the doll when it's left alone in a room. Some also say it's a Malay female voice. Not a gecko. When they enter the room, the head of the doll will be facing a different direction as well. They believed that the only way of getting rid of the doll was to place it far away from home with the cloth covering its eyes. On the same day, there was a reported murder case as well as a suicide case. While some say it's a coincidence, others believed otherwise. While there was no definitive evidence to this case, it's still quite creepy if you ask me. The features of this doll are the most contributing factor. Sometimes I wonder whether the whole thing was just a setup or a prank, and at the same time, who in their right mind would leave a haunted doll on the side of a road below a tree? One of my many encounters. This one is mild. In 3rd grade, I went to the Whaley House, which is considered the most haunted place in America. I had no idea it was haunted otherwise. I'd never have gone. Been quote-unquote sick that day or whatever, you know. So I pointed at a woman tending the garden. She was on the more pale side, and I thought I could almost see through her. I wondered why that was. I raised my hand and I said, "Is she okay? She looks kinda sick." The teacher said, "Stop playing games." I said, "I'm serious. She's right there, working on her garden." My mother said if I read about it, I wouldn't have come. Then asked if I was messing around, and I said no. My teacher accused me of stirring up trouble and sarcastically asked what she looked like. The tour guide's face went white. They asked if I had been there or read anything. I said, "No, why is everybody being mean to me?" I had described Anna Whaley to a T, who was sometimes seen tending her garden. I fucking lost it and burst into tears as the teacher reprimanded me for sort of hurting the other kids. My mom was there and grabbed my hand and said that she believed me and that I needed to leave. My mom was a chaperone, so she called my dad, who rushed over while the kids were with the teacher, and she brought me one of those swirly rainbow lollipops. It is terrifying to be yelled at by a teacher, as well as being told you see something scary. I applaud my parents for backing me up. And who the fuck takes 3rd graders to the Whaley House? Ask Reddit. When I was in grade school, my friend and I had to come in one Saturday to do some cleaning as punishment for something that we did. They had us go to the church, which was associated with the school, and help the priest lead the room full of boxes and told us to help organize things. I guess it was all stuff people donated, and we were tasked with separating books from clothing, things like that. Anyway, there had always been this rumor that there was a secret bowling alley in the basement of the church. My friend and I were definitely going to take this opportunity to find out if that was true. After watching us for about 10 minutes, the priest leaves us alone and said he'll come back later to check up on us. We waited a few minutes and then decided to try and find the basement. This church was huge, so it wasn't easy, but it was fun. Felt like being in some heist movie. About 20 minutes or so, we finally found it. We walked into this giant room with tables and chairs stacked everywhere. The only light that we had was this shitty flashlight from my friend's flip phone. We eventually found a light and realized where we were. We found the bowling alley. It was only a couple of lanes and looked in pretty bad shape. Probably hadn't been used for decades, and now they just used the space to store tables and chairs. It was cool to discover that the rumor was true, but at the same time, it was kind of disappointing. I looked it up years later, and I guess the church closed because of the deterioration in 1988, and it was reopened in 1992. I guess they didn't feel it was worth fixing. So now it's just a giant storage room. No ghosts in that story, but still cool. Urgent. Scratching at door and nothing's there. The time's currently 1 a.m. And approximately an hour ago, I got out of the shower to see my boyfriend grabbing his gun from his bedroom. When I asked him what was going on, he told me he heard a clear scratching noise on our front door. He and I, both being decently superstitious, ran to ensure all doors and windows were locked before checking the peephole. And after a few minutes, we opened the door and found nothing there. Our next-door neighbor leaves for work at 10 p.m. and stays within his apartment this late otherwise, and our downstairs neighbor just moved, so there's no chance of a neighbor noise being mistaken as something else. Both pets were also accounted for, had been nowhere near the door, so there's also no chance there. After some time, we went to get snacks and turn on a movie, and shortly after it started, we heard a very light tapping near the top of the door, and what could have been some sort of contact with the door handle. Still nothing in the peephole, and so we paused the movie to listen. Right before I was going to play the movie again, there was a very clear scratching near the bottom of the door. For the both of us to witness this time, it's been about 15 minutes since the noise, and we restarted the movie, reassuring ourselves that if there was anything to be concerned about, our reactive watchdog would warn us. The cat's been staring at the door and just uncharacteristically ran to jump at whatever appears to be nothing in the living room window. Is there any explanation for this? Paranormal or not, I'd like one. And hopefully for some knowledge of how to fix this issue, or at least how to provide some kind of comfort so we aren't paranoid all night. Story number 2. I don't even know how to explain it. Me and a couple of my friends decided to go out and eat dinner together to celebrate the end of the term 1. I'm from Australia. My buddy wanted to use the bathroom, and I asked if I could come with, in case anything happened. I said sure, and we went outside of the restaurant to the bathroom. I waited outside while he went in to do his business. I was standing there waiting for what seemed like a while, so I decided to go inside of the bathroom to see what was the holdup. However, when I went in, the bathroom was completely empty. There was no one in sight. I went and I checked all the stalls and urinals. There's 1 stall and 3 urinals in that bathroom. There was no one to be seen. I thought that maybe he had somehow gone out without letting me know, so I decided to call him and ask him why he did that. He didn't even pick up. I began walking back to the restaurant, then I looked back and I saw him exiting the bathroom. I was so confused and asked him how he pulled it off. He was very confused about what I was even talking about and said I must have been tripping. We proceeded to have a long discussion. He insisted that he was peeing in the urinal and that I must have gone into the women's bathroom. I denied this and said I definitely went past the urinals and went into the men's bathroom. We went back to the restaurant, and my buddy told everybody I must have been doing drugs and about what just happened. There was no way he or I could have been in the women's bathroom. I could hear women chatting in there, and if either of us went in, we would have been found out and kicked out. There's no hiding spots in the bathroom. I literally have no clue what happened. Has anyone ever experienced an EVP before? The only reason I believe in ghosts is because I experienced an EVP on an accident once when I was 15 years old. I was recording a one-on-one basketball game with my brother and I in our driveway. I watched the video a couple of times and I realized a little halfway through the video a voice says, "What you doing, Ian?" and then laughs in an inhuman way, a sort of cross between a ghoul and a cartoon character, hard to explain. I remember showing my sister and brother-in-law, and they said, "Oh, dude, you're done for," and they laughed. My mother, who doesn't believe in ghosts, was trying her hardest not to hear it, and when she finally heard it, she said it did it to trick her. Or rather, I did it to trick her. My friends straight up didn't know how to react. They don't believe in ghosts. Nobody else was home that day, but my mom, me, and my brother. My brother and I were playing basketball, and my mom isn't really one to play tricks or mimic spirits. She's straightforward and religious. There's something very, very unsettling about a spirit saying your actual name. It knows me. It didn't say something generic or random like hello or stay away. It literally said my name. And that has to mean that it's been around for a while. Makes my skin crawl to think something's been watching me without me knowing for who knows how long. Growing up, I never experienced anything paranormal. Why and how would something say my name on a random video like that, broad daylight, unprovoked? Where did it come from? Things have gotten a little bit weird lately. So about a month and a half ago, my fiance and I moved into a newly renovated apartment, and we've been experiencing some relatively small spooky events. One being that we came home from work to find that our thermostat was lowered to 63 degrees when we set it at 70. Thought that was kind of odd, but we just put it aside and went about our lives. 2. A couple of nights ago, while we were in bed, my fiance had fallen asleep, and I noticed that the door that connects into our bathroom moved slowly, just enough to where our nightlight could peek through the crack. Initially, I thought it was our cats, but when I noticed that they were on the bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and unknown. As with the thermostat, I just put it aside and went to bed. Then, well, today happened. We woke up, left the house for work around 6:30, and around 8:05 a.m., I received a call from the company that we have a home security through, explaining that the system's fire alarm was going off. Naturally, I panicked, told her what was going on, and we rushed to our home. Upon arriving and seeing 10 to 15 first responders in my front lawn, we were relieved to find that it was a false alarm. After the adrenaline settled, I reached out to the security company because our unit was brand new. I watched the technician unbox it and set it up the day that we had it installed. He explained to me that the only way that was possible was if someone physically touched the screen to turn it on, then pressed the fire alarm icon. At that point, it felt like my heart was in my stomach. Something that's bothered me since I was a kid. In the 90s, I was in my younger years, you could say. I remembered this day specifically for 2 reasons. 1, I'd finally saved enough pocket money to go get hungry hippos. And 2, what I'm about to tell you. So it was a warm and sunny day, sometime in the late 90s. I'd finally saved enough money to get hungry hippos. My mom was talking me to get it soon. She said that she had to do some ironing. So I followed her upstairs and I sat on her bed, waffling nonsense as most kids do, when the house phone rings downstairs. Mental, I know. Telephone's attached to the wall. Christ, I'm old. So am I. So she puts the iron down and goes downstairs. I'm sat there yammering away to myself when I looked to the left, and there was a black shadow-like figure, quite tall with red eyes, looking at me through the bedroom window. I absolutely shit a brick. Got goosebumps typing this out. So I jumped underneath my mom's quilt on her bed and waited for her to come back upstairs, absolutely sweating my back out. She came up and it was like nothing had happened. I'm still quite confused about this to this day, and I've just turned 30. It was so clear, though. I could clearly see it just staring at me. I will say as well, the house that we were in was originally incredibly haunted. I've got many a story from being a child, but this is one of the ones that lingers. Paranormal event while watching Paranormal Activity. When Paranormal Activity first came out on DVD, I watched it at my friend's apartment. She lived in an independent living portion of an orphanage. I've always loved ghost and haunting movies, and that one really freaked me out. But the freakiest part happened at the end of the movie. I was pretty unnerved by the end of the movie, and after the end scene, the credits started to roll. However, they were not normal credits that you can read. The names were flying by so quickly on the screen that they are just kind of a blur. My friend and I thought that was really strange, so she paused it so we could read the names. When she paused it, the screen showed a ton of tiny names, like 200 of them, and every single name was my first name with a different last name. My blood ran cold and I got chills all over. I could think of no rational explanation for why every single name on the screen was my own. Surely there couldn't have been 200 of my name working on this film. And for all the names to be grouped together instead of separated by their role on the film, it was strange. When we pressed play again, all of a sudden the credits were rolling normally. I've watched the movie since then, and the credits were normal. Happened just that one time. Needless to say, I stayed at her apartment that night because I did not want to be alone. Felt like some entity was singing, just kind of singling me out. I was pretty freaked out and feeling on edge. Later on, I hear stories about how the orphanage she was staying at was haunted. Story number 10. Someone's at the door. It was around 2009, and my sister was 15 and I was 9. Shut up, Gecko. My mom had dropped her off at a friend's house for a little get-together. While being there, they told me that they decided to invite some more people over. After doing that, they all piled into the bathroom to get ready together. They had shut the bathroom door so the cat wouldn't jump on their makeup on the counter. While in the bathroom, the doorknob had started to jiggle. They laughed it off as they thought someone had arrived early and was playing games with them. Now, my sister wasn't a believer in the paranormal until that night. They opened up the door and no one was there. They shrugged it off and shut the door again. Well, not even a minute after shutting the door, someone started to pound very aggressively on it. Completely freaked out, they locked the door and screamed, "Go away!" The pounding got louder and harder to the point that it was shaking the door. My sister said that her friend was convinced it was someone messing with them, so very swiftly she unlocked and swung open the door. No one was there. Completely freaked out, my sister had called my mom to pick her up. I went with, and when we arrived to get her, she ran into the car crying, telling our mom to get me out of here. She was completely freaked out and didn't say anything else the whole ride home. When we got home, I followed her to her room to ask what was wrong, and that's when she told me what had happened. Now, I didn't believe her at first. I mean, she's my older sister, and she likes to play tricks on me. Seeing how freaked out she was, though, and how she never believed in ghosts until this changed my mind. One of my many encounters with the paranormal. Today I was telling my friend about how on a school field trip outside of a haunted house, who the fuck takes third graders there, and about how I saw something like a woman or something, but I just remember being yelled at for seeing stuff that wasn't there and upsetting other children, quote unquote. For those listening, I believe this is the same post from the same person, but perhaps elsewhere. What my mom said was that there was a cemetery nearby that they wanted us to go into. I kept saying no because she wanted me to hold her hand and I didn't want to. They were like, "Who?" And apparently the description looked like a child buried there that had died from some illness. I was losing it and getting in trouble. My teacher said I already read about it and wanted to make a fuss. My mom was there and said if she had read about it, she wouldn't have come. Fast forward probably like over a decade, I finally set foot in that cemetery. I immediately walk over to the tree in there, and it had names because that's fucked. As I was looking, I had my hands at my sides, and what felt like a little child's hand started holding my right hand. As stereotypical as it sounds, the hand was colder than the normal air. When it disappears, I turn to my right, and there's a child's grave, with flowers, candles, toys, a little girl. I realized today that she did end up holding my hand. They make good stories, but it's scary to have these interactions and see, feel, and hear stuff. Makes your blood run cold, or maybe my mama just raised a bitch and it isn't that scary. Unusual activity the day my dad had died. Growing up, him and I watched ghost adventures, paranormal caught on camera, horror movies. You name it, we probably watched it together. He died December 15th, 2021. He died from his third time with cancer. On December 15th, 2021, I woke up and sat up exactly at 9:30 a.m. Not missing a beat, my mom walked in and announced the news. He was pronounced dead at 9:30 a.m. Oddly enough, 3 light bulbs died out of nowhere in the main bathroom. That day, December 15th, was also particularly very windy and stormy. 3 shingles were blown off the house. Weird, right? After the morgue people came and got my dad's body, and a priest came to console my mom and I, very nice of him. After everybody left, I went to go change the light bulbs in the bathroom. I go downstairs to the basement to look for the good bulbs. I felt a shoe hit the back of my leg. I turn around and the shoes that are kept by the landing were being picked up and chucked at me down the stairs. I initially thought that it had to be the cat knocking them down. But no cats around. They were literally levitating and coming at me. Honestly, I thought it was funny, like my dad had his strength and sense of humor again. Also, he owed me a paranormal experience after all the years of ghost documentaries that we used to watch. Once, I was trapped in a dream. So I woke up in the morning after a good night's sleep, checked my phone, brushed my teeth, was about to take a shower, but woke up again. Confused as fuck, looked at the time, 3:49. It was still early, so I got up to grab a glass of water. As I was drinking the water and my vision shifted to third person, and I was like, what the fuck, am I a god? Started waking up again and again, and I was like, not so quick. Woke up in my bed for the third time now, and just legit sat there trying to confirm reality. All the reality check things. And was like, finally, freedom. But started waking up again and was scared. Am I trapped forever in this loop? This time I woke up accepting my faith. But somehow finally woke up for real, but was not sure. So I didn't believe anything for 1 hour, but after waiting for so long, I was sure that this is it. I didn't go to school that day, though. What really caught me off guard was how real these dreams were. I tried checking physics, mirror, looking at my hand, checking apps, and how I was so conscious even in my dream, and it was not a lucid dream because I couldn't really control anything or fly. The time was different each time, and random. I couldn't wake up by myself either, but closing my eyes or punching the wall. A woman doing laundry. In the late 70s or early 80s, my mother, father, sister, and I stayed overnight with some family friends in Lexington, Massachusetts. Although their house was a modern split level built in the 60s, the town of Lexington is quite old by USA standards, having first been settled in 1641. The town has a lot of history, too. I woke in the middle of the night and had to use the bathroom. As I sleepily made my way there, I saw a woman in the corner of the room. Although the room was dark, the woman was clearly visible, as if illuminated by a light source. She was a young woman, maybe in her 20s or 30s. She was wearing a blue and white, I can't pronounce this word, Gingham, gingham? A white gingham dress with a matching kerchief on her head. She had dark hair, too. She was seated and leaning over a wash tub and was bending over scrubbing and washing clothing. She took no notice of me. Confused and bleary, I had no idea what was going on. The woman was about my mother's age and had the same slim build and brown hair. I said, "Mom?" The figure faded away and the room was dark. I went to the bathroom and went back to bed and fell pretty much back to sleep. I wasn't scared, but the incident stuck with me, as it was very vivid and unexpected. It kind of felt like it was a glimpse of something that had happened a couple 100 years before. Please help. I think I saw a ghost. Today it was a sunny day. Around 15 to 16 hours, I was talking with my girlfriend. She was on the middle of the sofa with her phone on her hand watching Instagram. On the sofa's back, there's a wall, and on the sofa's right, there's another wall, but with a door. Out of nowhere on that door, I see many white thin smokes slowly moving from the left to the right for around 2 seconds until disappearing. I stop the conversation and in a serious way tell my girlfriend that there's a ghost on the door. She keeps looking at me, not taking me seriously. And then the white smoke comes back. I tell her to look, but this time it moves from the right to the left and lasts around 1 second. This is when she looks and it's not there anymore. It was like the smoke you see from incense, soft, thin, but in a large quantity. I thought maybe it was my girlfriend's phone, but its light wasn't hitting the door. I checked the lamps nearby, I checked the zone near the door and saw nothing. I even thought about spider webs, but none of these move. I'm scared, guys. This isn't my first paranormal situation. Around 7 years, I saw a huge white glowy aura moving slowly on my parents' room, more than 1 meter long, and my brain shut off until I realized what I'd seen. Guys, should I worry? Is this the right subreddit? Part of me is happy my girlfriend didn't see it. I'd rather think it was a hallucination than a ghost. I ran to the door. I was 20 years old, living in Auburn, Alabama. I'm 35 now. This took place at an apartment where my friend and bandmate's girlfriend lived. We stayed that night. I woke on the couch one morning to a strange sound. It was coming from the kitchen, which was separated by the living room by a 14-foot hallway. The sound was like a young woman laughing and crying hysterically. It sounded wrong. I was immediately alarmed, and I rose up from the couch and sprang toward the front door to make a quick exit. I turned the doorknob. I woke up on the couch. Again. The sound of laughing and crying was closer now, in the hallway. I jumped up, ran to the door, turned the doorknob, and you guessed it, right back on the couch. This time, the sound was directly behind me. I couldn't get up to run towards the door this time. Whatever this was had some sort of hold on me. I did the only thing I could do, which was pull the covers over my head. I stayed there with this thing behind me with its strange laugh and cry, and eventually I woke up on the couch. Everything was normal upon waking up the 4th time. I told my friends about this, and they thought it was strange, but chalked it up to a weird dream. To this day, I swear I was awake. I've had weird dreams, but this wasn't the same. I think my roommate's mother is haunting me. Just had a weird sleep paralysis, among other things, which my best friend experienced too. My friend who I live with recently lost her mother to suicide. Some background context. She and I had been fighting, and she asked my friend to move out, which we were to do. When her mother passed, she knew that we'd been having issues and asked my friend to move. The mother clearly didn't like me for it. Let's call my friend T.S. So one of these days I was sleeping in my room. I was sleep paralyzed, which I realized. But I hear hard knocking on my door and I scream. Or maybe I did, I don't know. I just asked her to stop. Then I hear laughter and the voice said in Hindi, by the way, I'm Indian, Beta Shinto Mot Karo. My child, please don't worry. Then the laugh again, along with the knocking. I somehow wake myself up and I go to the door to T.S. to give her a piece of me. The moment I went to her door, I actually wake up. Then again I go out. I see T.S. sitting on the couch and I go to ask her to stop. She shows a diabolical smile. I run back to my room and then I woke up again. This time for real. T.S. comes out, I tell her, she hugs me and we both just weep, hugging each other. Brother sends a message. My oldest brother passed away 3 years ago to cancer. He left behind his wife and child. We were close, but not as much as I wished. We were pretty far apart in age. About a year or so after he died, I had a dream, and I think it was a visitation. In my dream, he called me on the phone. I picked up and there was silence. I said hello, a bit louder, and I hear this voice, very soft, kind of shy and hesitant. He said my name and verified it was him. In my dream, I was aware this was not real because he was gone. However, I listened because I really wanted to speak to him. Both of my parents are gone too. I asked him how he was. He said he felt great, better than ever. I asked how Mom and Dad were, and he said that they were busy chatting to their friends. He laughed and said my mom was very social. He suddenly got serious and asked me to help him. I said, of course. He said he's been trying to reach his wife, but she wasn't answering. Can you please tell her I've been calling? Can you please tell her that I'm always with her? I said, of course. He said he loved me and I woke up. I couldn't believe I remembered everything and how clear the message was. I called his wife and I told her my dream and what he had said, and she couldn't even speak. She cried and said, today's her anniversary. I was in shock. There's no way I could have possibly known that. Creepy encounter. It's about 1:40 a.m. and I need to run to the bathroom, and as I pass the hallway I glance at the door and it's completely shut. I sit down and from behind me I can hear my mom and my younger brother talking in the front garden. I can't make out what they're saying, being inside. I finish up and wipe. Didn't need to add that bit. But midway through, I hear the front door open. I finish and I flush. The door is still open, and I think it's a bit odd considering that we have cats and love shooting outside, so I peel around the doorway to see if someone has stood in the doorway. There isn't. I quickly walk outside and I feel the very strong presence of someone walking around the side of the house, so I peel around and again, no one. I get a bit scared and just kind of third back. As I was closing the door, I heard from the other side clear as day a scratchy voice. My mom's voice. In a way that I can only describe as being in pain without water for a week, parched. It was so dry. I lock the door in panic and walk into the living room where my mom, who I thought was outside, is fast asleep on the couch. I turn to my older brother and I explain what happens, and his face pales. He explains that my younger brother 20 minutes before had heard the same thing. He says that it came from the house and it sounded like a pained, exhausted voice calling to him. It's now 2 days later and I'm still trying to figure out what it could be. My dream shapeshifter is back. I had a dream I was at my friend's, but she lived in a huge apartment with all glass windows. I was walking down a long hallway and saw a man breaking in, so I ran to get a weapon and she said, "I got it." I still went to grab something, but when I got to them, they were already standing off. She grabbed lighter fluid and doused him and lit the flame, but before it got him, he grabbed her. They both started burning and he said that he wasn't dying alone. I managed to help her get away and call 911. When I turned around, he was gone, but there were pieces of flesh on the floor. They took us both to the hospital. I was looking for her and she was talking to a caseworker whose face kept shifting. It looked like a normal human, but it couldn't get its face right. It kept shifting from male to female in an almost fluid way. I got angry and asked why they weren't talking to me. She was in pain and I was the one who saw everything. The quote-unquote person got someone else to get me and put me with other burn patients. I don't remember getting burned. I woke up crying. I've actually never seen faces in dreams until these past 3. I've always known who they were generally supposed to be, but never saw actual faces. Afraid to tell my family because I don't want to upset them, and I also don't want them to think I'm completely insane, which is how I'm feeling at the moment. Strange occurrence on the res. While vacationing in Florida back in 2018, I crossed from the west side to the east side of Florida to get to Route 1 to the Keys. I stopped at a gas station on the west to the east road and got gas. A young guy filled me up, about 12 or 13. I asked him if his dad owned the station, and he said, "No, the res." I realized that I was on a reservation. I had to pee, so after I gassed up, I parked my car and headed towards the ladies' room. It was on the side. I saw a lady go in, about 10 or 15 feet in front of me. I stood outside and waited. Another lady came up a few minutes later and asked me if there was somebody in there. I said yes. We waited a few minutes more, and the lady said, "She's been in there a long time. Are you sure someone's in there?" I said, "Yeah, I saw her go in." I knocked on the door. Nothing happened, so I turned the knob and it was locked. The lady left to go get the key. A lady came out and unlocked the door. I knocked again and nothing happened, so I opened the door. The room was empty and only had a small window high up. I was confused and felt around the walls, wondering if she fell through, like on the Twilight Zone. I washed my hands and left, but the lady didn't say anything and just went in. But you guys, I saw that lady go in that restroom on the res. I saw her. Something disrupted me playing StarCraft. At around 2006, I'm home alone in my parents' house. Farm-built house in the late 1800s, and I was playing StarCraft on the computer in the corner of the kitchen where the family computer was located. The house had tall 12-foot ceilings, and the ductwork to the upper level were just register vent holes cut into the floor, taking the heat from the room below. Around midnight, while playing away, I heard what sounded like an adult make a yell, like "Rah!" through the register above where I was sitting, clear enough that it sounded like they had their face right next to the vent to make me really notice. My 3 dogs instantly started barking hysterically as I listened to footsteps walk from the register to the hallway, around the staircase, and stop at the top of the stairs. My dog still barking looking up the stairs, I heard what sounded like a ball bouncing down them, like someone had dropped it from the top, but I was looking directly at them, seeing nothing. Nothing of the sort was happening. I was so scared I spent the next couple of hours on the porch with a baseball bat until my parents came home. My dad gave the house a sweep to double check it was empty. Hands down, the most wild thing I've had happen to me personally. Will my friend be able to see the texts I sent him after his passing? My friend recently passed, We went to school together, graduated together, and attended college together. He passed at just 23 years old. He was taken suddenly and way too soon. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye, and it sounds like he was in a lot of emotional pain at the end. He often didn't feel loved. I sent him a series of text messages yesterday after his memorial, burial, and wake. I just feel like he needs to hear how much he helped his friends over the years and how much we appreciate him. And that I'm so sorry that I wasn't there for him, but that I hope he could feel us there with him yesterday. I'm not sure if I believe in an afterlife in the Christian sense. I think that we either cease to exist or live in an eternal peace once we pass. We went to a Christian high school, though, and I feel like if anybody deserved an eternity of bliss and peace, it would be him. Is it possible for the deceased to feel or know that we sent them these wishes? Or to sense sadness, love, and regret? I just don't want him to feel like he wasn't loved. He was an amazing person and deserved the world. My first and only paranormal encounter. When I was a kid around 8 years old, I lived in a townhouse across the street from a nursing home. The setting of day was night. My parents instructed me to take a shower. The bathroom was upstairs and everyone was downstairs, including my brother, so I was completely alone. I had to face my fears of being alone, so I did what I was told. I'm upstairs now, taking a shower. Everything's normal. Things took a change when I had to gather my clothes from my room down the hall. I stepped out into the hallway and saw what appeared to be a misty, soft glow by my doorway. It appeared to be tall, but I couldn't make out a shape. It was an apparition, something that my eyes had never seen. I was stuck. I couldn't take my eyes off the apparition. It felt like an eternity, but something in my soul told me to run, mostly out of fear of the unknown. I ran downstairs to my parents, distraught and butt naked. I told them that something was upstairs, and naturally they went to investigate. Long story short, my parents felt like something had just been watching them. But my scare confirmed their suspicions. My aunt ended up coming over to bless the house, but we moved a few months after that incident. I ran over a chupacabra. This happened back in 2009, near Dallas, Texas. I was driving with 2 other friends in the car around 3 a.m. No drugs or alcohol in anyone's system. I was driving on the highway and we spot 2 creatures moving towards the road very fast. One leaps the divider beam that was at least 5 feet tall, like a person would. The other one stopped before the wall. I could only see because we were going downhill. The one that leapt the wall kept going, and it was too late for me to avoid it. My front bumper hit it first. Then it rolled under my car, and I felt the back tire go over it as well. I continued driving because we were freaking out trying to figure out what it was. We got about 3 miles and decided to turn around and figure out what I hit. When we made it back, nothing was there. The next day I inspected my car and the bumper was shattered and there was patches of long, stringy hair under the car. We all agreed it looked like mostly hairless bear with patches of hair. It moved kind of like a bear or ape would. After hours of research, I couldn't find anything that it could have been. Roundabout ghost. This happened only like an hour ago. So I'm a graveyard manager at a casino in my small town. Right outside the casino, there's a roundabout. And it's had several accidents over the 2 years it's been here. We've been pretty dead tonight due to a thick fog, so I went out to check the parking lot and get a bit of fresh air. As I was getting ready to go back, I looked out the roundabout and I saw someone standing in the centerpiece of the roundabout staring up at the road in the neighboring town. I thought that this was odd as it's like 2 a.m. and foggier than Silent Hill, so I called out to the person to see if they were in trouble. Got no response. I then looked at my phone for like half a second, and when I looked up, they were just gone. This kind of weirded me out a bit, as there's no way they could just disappear at that point, as even with the fog, I could make out the body and clothes, but looking back on it, I never did see a face. Just last summer, we had an accident where a trucker lost control of his rig and came barreling down the same road the figure was staring at, and ended up killing 2 people in a car in the roundabout. So I'm wondering if there's a connection there. The little casino I work at is haunted. I work grave shift at a little casino in a small town, and everyone's had something spooky happen at one point. It's pretty common to hear your name called, both the staff and the guest have it happen. It's kind of unnerving during grave, when you only have one other person working and almost no guests. We call the ghost Charlie, and he's pretty peaceful, calling names and sometimes screwing with the bathroom doors. Recently, though, it feels like something else is there, and I see shadow people darting around the machine sometimes. It gets pretty cold when this happens, and it feels different from Charlie, so I doubt this is him. It is possible for another ghost to just show up, and I have a lot of paranormal stuff happen in my life, but this just started like a month ago with the shadow people. Anyway, I just wanted to share this and see if anyone had any insight or had any other workplace ghost stories.